Chapter 171 Melee. Peach-haired Beast King. 4. Okay. Then the little girl will be responsible for cleaning up the little peach-haired beasts around. And the woman. You rush up from the front to fight the peach-haired Beast King. I will go around to the back to attack. And wait for the paralysis toxin in the peach-haired Beast King's body to take effect. When the time comes, stupid woman, you give the peach-haired Beast King the final fatal blow. Do you understand? Meow? Seeing that Catherine wanted to take action, Wulong laid out his tactics like this. Got it, Mr. Cat, Catherine responded. Haitang knows. Haitang also nodded. Then without further ado, let's do it now. Meow. So with Catherine as the vanguard and Haitang as the cover, they launched an attack from the front, while Wulong went around behind and prepared to attack the MHOL Beast King from both sides. Seeing that Wulong and his party found his whereabouts so quickly, MHOL Beast King was undoubtedly a little surprised. After all, just before, the MHOL Beast King thought that his perfect escape method had completely gotten rid of these annoying humans, and he felt a little proud of it. Previously, the peach-haired Beast King chose to escape because this smart monster knew that the strength of Wulong and his party should not be underestimated. But it is different now. The peach-haired Beast King has escaped back to his own group of beasts. He can truly be called a king, and his subordinates, who can obey his orders, are by his side at the moment, which gives him a lot of confidence to face Wulong and his party. So the peach-haired Beast King did not run away again this time, but roared with dissatisfaction, and at the same time issued an attack order to his subordinates. The surrounding little peach-haired beasts all let out hiss sounds as the king of their group ordered. These little peach-haired beasts naturally chose to obey absolutely, and they began to rush towards Catherine. Facing the swarming little peach-haired beasts, Catherine pulled out the big sword in her hand, and then took a stance to face the enemy. Little Haitang. Please! Sister Catherine. Haitang knows. At the same time, Haitang, who was standing behind, also took out the arrows in his quiver, and then aimed at the two little peach-haired beasts rushing at the front. Whizzing! 2 arrows shot out, hitting the faces of the two little peach-haired beasts, and pierced into the skulls. In an instant, the two little peach-haired beasts fell down. Little Haitang, you did a great job! Although Catherine still had to deal with the enemies rushing forward, she still praised her without hesitation. Haitang also smiled slightly. You must know that the 2 arrows just shot were not charged. They were just ordinary shots. They could instantly kill the ordinary little peach-haired beast. This shows that this snap sand hunting bow was made with the materials of the King of Ceylon, of great power. There are more than 30 such peach-haired beasts in the entire group of peach-haired beasts, although only 2 were shot down, which was not enough to have a big impact on the entire group. The 2 peach-haired beasts at the top were killed. The sudden shooting down caused the charging formation of the other peach-haired beasts to suddenly become chaotic. This also gave Catherine an excellent opportunity. Catherine took a big step forward, cut into the formation of the already scattered peach-haired beasts, and then swept the big sword in her hand forcefully. Past. Horizontal slash. Unlike being on the deck of the broken ship before, standing on the solid ground gave Catherine a sense of solid security. After all, even if she tried her best, she didn't have to worry about the wooden planks under her feet suddenly collapsing. Therefore, Catherine's power was maximized. 3 peach-haired beasts that had approached Catherine were instantly knocked away by the sweeping sword. When they landed on the ground, their bodies were completely healed, divided into 2 pieces. Sister Catherine is awesome! As if in response to Catherine's previous praise, Haitang also praised loudly. Xiao Haitang, I'll leave everything behind to you, Catherine said again. Don't worry, Sister Catherine. As long as Haitang, are here, those peach-haired beasts will not be able to get around from behind. As Catherine noticed, those smart peach-haired beasts clearly realized the strength gap between the 2 sides after seeing Catherine instantly kill 3 companions with a horizontal slash. So these little peach-haired beasts gave up their plan of frontal attack, and instead began to outflank Catherine on both sides. After all, even these peach-haired beasts know that although the sword in Catherine's hand is extremely powerful, its flexibility is still somewhat insufficient. If it faces attacks from several directions at the same time, it is very likely that it will not be able to deal with them completely. However, this is not the first time that Catherine has encountered this situation. The last time she was in the Thundering Sand Sea, Catherine was besieged by a group of yellow speed dragons. At that time, Catherine chose to back up after being attacked several times. Herbivorous dragons formed a defense line to prevent themselves from being attacked from behind. So this time, Catherine relied on her own experience to predict this situation in advance, and reached a tacit understanding with Hai Tang, who was supporting from behind before the peach-haired beasts formed a siege. As long as Hai Tang is here, I won't be afraid of those peach-haired beasts coming around behind me, Catherine thought to herself. However, Catherine is not the only one facing danger, because while the little peach-haired beasts are moving around to the sides and rear, the frontal attack of the entire peach-haired beasts group is handed over to their king of the peach-haired beasts. The strongest being among the peach-haired beasts decided to meet this woman wielding a big sword in person. For the peach-haired beast king, what really made him feel dangerous was the tiger-skinned Elu Cat. But now, the peach-haired beast king could not find any trace of Wenlong. So at this time, the peach-haired beast king simply set his target ahead, preparing to kill the woman in front of him, who was constantly hurting his own people. The peach-haired beast king has this confidence, and the peach-haired beast king's sixth sense is also telling it that the tiger-skinned Elu Cat should still be around here. Only by killing this woman first can he avoid being raped by two people at the same time. Enemy attack. So the peach-haired beast king also used all his strength to rush towards Catherine. I won't make the same mistake again. Facing the huge, ferocious and extremely angry peach beast king, Catherine did not feel afraid, but chose to face the difficulty without hesitation. Besides, at this time, Wenlong had already circled behind the peach-haired beast, because he was wearing a secret protective stone. Wenlong hid his figure very well, and no enemy noticed him. Very good. The stupid woman and the little girl have completely attracted the attention of the peach-haired beast king. Even the little peach-haired beasts have all rushed to the front, so the back is completely empty. Meow! In this way, as long as I go around behind and approach quietly, and then launch a sudden attack, I will definitely be able to induce the paralysis toxin in the peach-haired beast king's body. At that time, no matter you are the peach-haired beast king or something else, you can only be slaughtered by me. Yes. Meow. Chapter 172. There are always many surprises in hunting. Because he was sneaking, Wenlong retracted his claws into his flesh pads very carefully, making as little noise as possible while moving, and then quickly approached the peach-haired beast king. It can even be said that the whole process went very smoothly, until Wenlong arrived less than 3 meters away from the peach-haired beast king. The huge monster still did not notice Wenlong's existence. Wenlong's double swords were ready, and the target was the muscles on the back of the peach-haired beast. There is no need to cause fatal injuries. It is enough to let the paralyzing fangs on the ring-scale warblade inject the paralyzing poison into the body of the peach for beast king. However, things were so unlucky. Just when Wenlong was about to take action, the peach-haired beast king suddenly jumped up high, causing Wenlong to lose his target instantly. Oh meow! It's obviously just a little bit close. Meow! Although Wenlong's concealment work was perfect, sometimes the success or failure of things often depended on luck, because the peach-haired beast king suddenly jumped up not to avoid Wenlong's attack, but to attack Catherine in front. The peach-haired beast king used its outstanding jumping ability to fly its huge body into the air. When it fell, its hardened abdomen landed directly on the ground. The force was like a large iron ball weighing more than 10 tons. It's like falling from the sky. Wenlong knew that this move was called abdominal pressing kill. The weight of more than 10 tons, and the impact of falling from a high place made it weigh down like a mountain. It could be said to be the most powerful move of the Taomao Beast King. If the hunter is not careful, he may be killed in one shot. Stupid woman! Get out of the way! Meow! Wenlong shouted quickly, fearing that Catherine wouldn't be able to react. At this time, Catherine was about to cut off the big sword in her hand. But suddenly she found that the peach-haired beast king that was supposed to be in front of her suddenly jumped up and came down from the air. Catherine had never encountered such an attack from the air, so she was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Wenlong's shout brought Catherine back to reality immediately, and she reacted in time. Looking around him, he saw that the little peach-haired beast had formed a siege around him. It was not easy to retreat, but if he could not retreat in time, he would be hit by the peach-haired beast king pressing down from the air. The consequences would be unthinkable. Sister Catherine! On the right! At this critical moment, Catherine heard Haitong's voice behind her. Catherine looked to the right and found that several arrows shot over instantly, penetrating the bodies of the 5 little peach-haired beasts on the right at the same time. This was the diffusion arrow that Haitang shot after accumulating power. It ensured the power while increasing the coverage area, and suddenly cleared an open space on Catherine's right. Catherine naturally rolled to the right without hesitation to avoid it. At the same moment, The huge peach-haired beast king also fell from the air and hit the ground hard. Boom! The sound was comparable to the collapse of a city wall, like an earthquake, and even the surrounding ground began to tremble. Wenlong, who was lighter, felt that his body was about to fly off the ground. He could not stand firmly on his feet, let alone move. He could only stay in place and try his best to maintain his body balance. Wenlong knew that this was a small earthquake caused by the shock wave generated when the peach-haired beast king's body pressed down from a high place. In this way, even if the peach-haired beast king's body did not hit the enemy when it pressed down, it could still use this huge vibration to cause damage to the surroundings. The enemy is incapacitated, but Catherine, who was also standing next to the peach-haired beast king, did not seem to be affected. After the peach-haired beast king fell, Catherine still maintained her body balance. Huh? Why am I okay? Catherine was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately understood something. Remember that Mr. Cat said that one of the skills of this sandalin suit is earthquake resistance? It seems that it can prevent people from being affected even if the ground is unstable. Realizing this, Catherine suddenly became excited, because this meant that Catherine had an excellent opportunity to fight back. Although abdominal pressure is the most powerful skill of the peach-haired beast king, it is also the skill with the biggest flaws. This is especially prominent when the opponent is not hit, and the opponent has the shock resistance skill. When the peach-haired beast king falls from a height, its hard belly will naturally be extremely destructive when it hits the ground. However, this also causes the peach-haired beast king to take a longer time to stand up, making him vulnerable to attacks during this period. Generally speaking, this would not be a huge flaw, because the surrounding enemies would be incapacitated by the huge earthquake at the moment of falling, and there would be no way to counterattack in a short period of time. But now Catherine just has earthquake resistance. Skills will not be affected by strong earthquakes. So for Catherine, the peach-haired beast king is full of flaws at this time. So Catherine immediately took a step forward and walked to the peach-haired beast king, while the peach-haired beast king was still struggling to get up from the ground. Catherine took a charging position. Charge slash. One step. Catherine believed that since this charge slash could cut the Sharon king in two, it could also cut the peach-haired beast king in two, as long as he waits for the moment when he swings down the big sword in his hand. This hunting will be completely over. Idiot! Just cut now! How can you save any strength? Meow! This time, even though Wenlong shouted from the side, Catherine didn't hear her, because Catherine believed that such a peach-haired beast king lying on the ground would not be able to fight back. If the peach-haired beast king wanted to attack him, he had to stand up, turn around, and use his sharp claws to attack. According to calculations, before the peach-haired beast king finished these actions, Catherine's sword had undoubtedly fallen. Bang! Suddenly there was a dull sound, and a stream of yellow gas shot out from the peach-haired beast's lower body, spreading out like a shock wave in an instant. This move is called air jet. Although abdominal pressure is the most powerful attack move of the peach-haired beast king, the move that hunters hate the most is this air jet move. And this move also there is a more popular name called spanking. Catherine had no idea that the peach-haired beast king had such an attack method. She was rushed back by the yellow gas and took a few steps back, and finally fell to the ground. Oh! It stinks! Because she was unprepared. Catherine's stomach began to tumble violently as she tried to stand up again after inhaling the intense stench she had never experienced before. Then a stream of acid bounced out of her esophagus, causing her to vomit. Chapter 173 The Sequelae of the Peach-Haired Beast King. This stupid woman didn't listen to advice. She should be taught a lesson next time. But now it's my turn. Meow! Because Wenlong relied on his rich experience to see through the moves of the Peach-Mouthed Beast King at the last moment. Wenlong wisely chose to hide aside when the Peach-Haired Beast King used air jet and was not affected. Then when the shockwave caused by the air jet disappeared, Wenlong immediately held his breath and rushed over. After the Peach-Haired Beast King used the two ultimate moves of abdominal pressure and air jet in succession, he also entered a state of complete despondency. This resulted in the Peach-Haired Beast King being unable to deal with Wenlong's attack. The only hope for the current Peach-Haired Beast King is the remaining Peach-Haired beasts around him. So the Peach-Haired Beast King is preparing to escape into the group of small Peach-Haired beasts, and then avoid Wenlong's attack. However, Begonia in the distance did not give Peach-Mouthed Beast King such a chance. Arrows fell from the sky like rain. It was the three-stage charged projection, sky-shaped arrow, shot by Hai Tang. This rain of arrows completely separated the peach-haired beast king from his little peach-haired beasts, and put an end to the idea of the peach-haired beast king escaping. And Wenlong also happened to catch up from behind, then jumped on the back of the peach-haired beast king, and stabbed the two knives in his hands. The location where Wenlong struck this time was the wound on the back of the neck of the peach-haired beast king that he had attacked before, because the fur had been cut open before. Wenlong's two knives penetrated deeper than before, injecting there are also more paralyzing toxins than before. After piercing the ring-scale warblade in his hand, Wenlong did not withdraw his hand immediately, but firmly held the two knives in his hand, waiting for the moment when the Taomao Beast King fell. Sure enough, just when the peach-haired Beast King was about to stretch its claws behind its back to drive Wenlong off its back, its body suddenly began to twitch, then lost its balance and fell down. This means that the peach-haired Beast King has entered a state of total paralysis. The paralyzing toxins accumulated in the peach-haired Beast King's body burst out at this moment, causing the peach-haired Beast King to lose the ability to move. At this moment, Wenlong knew that although the two swords in his hands, the ring-scaled war blades, were not powerful enough, Wenlong still had a way to kill such a paralyzed monster. So Wenlong pulled out the ring-scale war blade in his hand again, and then stabbed it into the two wounds on the side and back of the peach-haired Beast King's neck. Crack! This is the third time Wenlong has attacked this wound, even though the ring-scale warblade is only level 14, which is 6 levels lower than the level 20 peach-haired Beast King. It has attacked the same place 3 times in a row. Under the attack, this huge peach-haired Beast King could not escape the fate of being pierced through the muscles. So the cervical artery hidden under the neck muscles was finally cut open by Wenlong. Unlike before, when only a small amount of blood flowed out. This time when Wenlong pulled out the two knives, the bright red blood spurted out like water from an open fire hydrant. At this moment, Wenlong could clearly see the painful expression of the peach-haired Beast King. Although the peach-haired Beast King wanted to fight back, his whole body was paralyzed, but he could only watch the blood flowing out of his body without moving at all. Seeing that the king of his own tribe also fell to Wenlong, the peach-haired beasts that were originally preparing to pounce on Wenlong finally began to retreat. After being chased by Haitang for a while, they finally escaped for a while. It was a complete rout. And then, they dispersed. Okay. The prey is dead. The hunting is over. Meow! Looking at the Taomao Beast King who was lying motionless on the ground because he was bleeding too much, Wenlong made this judgment. Have you finally won? Catherine finally stood up. Because of the amazing stench, Catherine had vomited out all the food she had eaten in the morning. It was not until just now that Catherine recovered a little. Mr. Cat, we have won. We are 2-star high-level hunters. After confirming that the peach-haired Beast King lying on the ground was completely dead, Catherine looked towards him happily as usual. Wenlong ran over and was about to pick up Wenlong. Unexpectedly, this time Wenlong ran away early, and then climbed directly into a big tree and hid. Hey, Mr. Cat, why are you avoiding me this time? Catherine didn't expect that Wenlong actually avoided it, and she was shocked for a moment. It stinks. Meow, Wenlong said, covering his nose. No, the smell has obviously dissipated, Catherine said innocently. That's the smell on your body, so you might not be able to smell it anymore after you get used to it. Besides, I'm a cat, and my sense of smell is much more sensitive than that of humans. Of course, I can still smell the stench. Oh, it's absolutely stinky. Meow! Wenlong also responded in pain. Well, where is little Haitang? Come give me a hug, Catherine said, and walked towards Haitang again. I'm sorry, Sister Catherine. This is really embarrassing for Haitang. Haitang, who looked embarrassed, quickly took 2 steps back as if to ensure that he was in a safe zone. You. Even little Bedonia is avoiding me. Catherine's tears were about to flow out. Humph. Who told you? A stupid woman. To not listen to my advice? Meow. Wenlong felt a little gloating about his misfortune. What should I do? No matter what, I have to take a shower quickly. It should smell good after I wash it off. As she said this, Catherine was about to take off her equipment and jump into a pool nearby. Idiot. That's the poison pool. Wenlong shouted quickly. Wenlong knew that although it was obviously a poisonous pool, Catherine, a woman who liked to take a bath whenever she had nothing to do, and who was obviously a misophobic woman, might really do something like jump in and take a bath. I don't care. As long as I can get rid of the stench on my body, I'll drink 2 more bottles of antidote at worst. Catherine almost cried and wanted to rush in. It felt like a hero in a movie about to die generously. Idiot! This stink can't be washed away. Meow! Wenlong shouted again. Finally Catherine stopped. Mr. Cat, you are well informed. Can you tell me what I should do to get rid of the stink on my body? Catherine begged, almost crying. Well, it's not impossible. But we need to use a herb called frost herb. With this frost herb, we can make a deodorizing jade that can get rid of the odor. That's it. I can wipe away the stench from your body. Meow. Chapter 174 Something that caused trouble. After hearing Wenlong say there was a way to get rid of the odor on his body, Catherine immediately asked, Mr. Cat, what does the frost grass look like and where can I find it? Ah, well, the plant itself is green, but there is a layer of white powder on the leaves, which looks like there is frost on it, so it should be easy to identify. As for where to find it, it seems that we passed by that place before. I saw it when I was in the poison swamp, and I should still be able to find it when I go back. Meow. I know. Mr. Cat, you said that. I remembered it. I seem to have seen that kind of grass too. After saying this, Catherine immediately ran towards the edge of the poisonous swamp. Hey, stupid woman. Slow down. Meow. Wenlong wanted to stop Catherine, but Catherine had already disappeared. Oops. This stupid woman is running around alone. She might get into trouble again. Naya. With this thought, Wenlong quickly called Hai Tang to follow him. Grass with white powder on its leaves. Grass with white powder on its leaves. Catherine searched along the poisonous swamp for a while, and sure enough she found a grass with the kind of white powder Wenlong mentioned on its leaves. It looked like it really looks like it's been covered in frost. Great! Found it! Just when Catherine was about to bend down and fold it without hesitation, she discovered that there was a shield crab covered with carapace staring at her at the edge of the frost grass. At this time, Catherine remembered what Wenlong had said before, not to mess with these little things. Otherwise it might cause big trouble. So Catherine did not attack the shield crab, but was cautious, preparing to avoid disturbing the shield crab. Get the frost drop grass with only a shield crab. I'm not here to beat you, little shield crab. I just want to pick the frost grass next to you. Catherine muttered in her mouth, and then slowly stretched out her hand to grab the frost grass. Point by point, Catherine's hand was getting closer and closer to the frost grass. However, just when Catherine's hand immediately touched the frost grass, the shield crab suddenly reacted. Snapped! The shield crab grabbed Catherine's hand with its pincers without hesitation. Ah! Because she was wearing a Sarimon suit. Being pinched by such a small shield crab would not cause much damage. But Catherine was still startled by the sudden attack, and then hurriedly threw her arms in an attempt to throw away the small shield crab. Open. However, the little shield crab clamped tightly on Catherine's arm, showing no signs of relaxing. So after shaking it several times without any effect, Catherine could only raise the sword with her other hand. If you don't let go, I'm going to take action. After confirming that the little shield crab still refused to let go, Catherine finally chopped off the big sword in her hand. Just like that, with the sound of the carapace cracking, the small shield crab was easily cut in half by the huge sword, and a lot of viscous juice flowed out from the carapace. Huh? I didn't expect a small shield crab to be so troublesome. Catherine shook it again, and this time, the forceless pliers were easily thrown away by Catherine. Then Catherine immediately reached out to grab the frost grass in her hand, and then gently pulled it out, and soon the whole frost grass was just uprooted. Catherine could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from the plucked frost grass. This fragrance seemed to have the effect of eliminating the odor. I finally got it. As long as I give this to Mr. Cat, it should help me get rid of the stink on my body. Right. However, just as Catherine was about to walk back, suddenly, the ground began to shake. Earthquake? Catherine was stunned and looked around, but she didn't find any enemy approaching. Stupid woman! Run quickly! From a distance, Catherine heard Wenlong shout. It turned out that when Catherine pulled out the frost grass, Wenlong had already arrived. It was just because there was a poisonous swamp in between, so Wenlong couldn't go around for a while, so he could only warn Catherine loudly from a distance. Ah! Although she didn't know what was going on, Catherine, who had suffered several losses, immediately started running as Wenlong said. Holding the frost grass in hand, she put the sword back into its scabbard in order to run as fast as possible. However, before she had even taken 2 steps, Catherine heard a huge noise behind her. Boom! As if something suddenly emerged from the ground. Catherine couldn't help but look back and saw a huge dragon skull. And there was a sharp horn on the top of the skull. And just now, the sharp horn broke out of the ground. If Catherine did not run away in time, then the huge sharp horn just now would undoubtedly cause great harm to Catherine. What is this? Catherine couldn't help but scream. Idiot! This is the daimyo shield crab. And you actually killed its offspring. Now you are in trouble. Meow! Wenlong scolded. But I didn't want to either. That little shield crab was clinging to me and wouldn't let me go. I had no choice but to do this, Catherine defended. Okay. Stop talking. Run quickly. And get to a safe place first. We can't fight the daimyo shield crab in a place like this. Meow! The reason why Wenlong said this is because Wenlong knew that there are poisonous swamps nearby. If he fights the daimyo shield crab here, the hunter's movement range will be greatly restricted. And it may be possible, if he is not careful, poisoned as a result of stepping into a poisonous swamp. However, the entire group of shield crabs, including the daimyo shield crabs, can move in these poisonous swamps. Not only will they not be disadvantaged, but they will also receive part of the poison-type attacks, giving them an advantage. So the first thing Wenlong wants Catherine to do is to leave this area. If it can get rid of the daimyo shield crab, that's fine. Even if it can't be thrown away, it must find a suitable place to fight before confronting it. After all, the materials of the daimyo shield crab can be used to create level 25 equipment, which is higher than the level of the peach-haired beast king. In other words, the daimyo shield crab was originally a monster that required a 3-star low-level hunter to hunt. But now it is being encountered by Wenlong and his party was really beyond the team's original hunting capabilities. Okay. Catherine, who realized the seriousness of the situation, ran as fast as she could in an attempt to get rid of the shield crab behind her. However, the speed of the shield crab was no slower than Catherine's. After its entire body emerged from the ground, the crustacean creature followed closely with its unique sideways walking method. Chapter 175 Long Distance Sniping. Only then did Catherine finally see the whole picture of this famous shield crab. It turns out that the skull of the dragon-shaped creature I just saw was just a SHL of the daimyo shield crab on its body. This is like a hermit crab that likes to use conch SHLs as its own house. Except that the SHL the daimyo shield crab borrows is the skull of a giant dragon that is stronger and more terrifying. Mr. Cat, is the skull on the shield crab the skull of Monoceros? At this time, Haitang, who was running behind Wenlong, asked. You guessed it right, little girl. That is the skull of a Monoceratops. Although it is a weathered skull, it still retains most of its original hardness. Normal attacks cannot penetrate it at all. In addition, the shield crab itself is a crustacean. Yes, in this case, he is protected by a double carapace. It is really difficult to kill him with my current weapons. Wenlong looked at the ring-scale warblade, made with Huang Su Long King's materials in his hand, and said with some worry, Haitang understands. Haitang nodded after receiving confirmation from Wenlong. Although Haitang had never seen Dioceratops before, she heard her father say that Dioceratops should be a powerful monster that only a 5-star hunter could hunt when she was a child. It usually lived in the desert. Although she didn't know that Kunbel, how did the daimyo shield crab in the wetland get the skull of a horned dragon as its SHL? But Haitang still doubted that even his own arrows could not penetrate such a hard skull. So, little girl, if you are asked to snipe the famous shield crab behind that stupid woman, can you do it? Meow? Wenlong asked Haitang when he saw Catherine being chased by the famous shield crab. Haitang can give it a try. Although she was not sure, Haitang decided to give it a try first. As he spoke, Haitang drew out an arrow, placed it on the bowstring, and at the same time opened the Xuansha hunting bow in his hand, and then stayed there for 3 seconds. After completing 3 stages of charging, Haitang suddenly released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out of the air at a speed that was definitely at the top level among 2-star hunters, which shows Haitang's superb skills. And the daimyo shield crab, which was shaped like a small house, seemed to have foreseen the coming attack. It suddenly lowered its body, and then held the horned dragon's skull in front of it like a huge shield, continued to maintain the charging posture and rush forward. Clang! There was a crisp sound, just like a stone hitting an iron plate. Haitang's arrow, that had been charged for 3 stages, was easily deflected when it hit the skull of the horned dragon. Shield crab, is indeed well deserved. The skull of Monoceros is extremely hard, and there is a long and sharp horn at the front. It is like an extremely hard shield with it's like a sharp spear. Don't contradict yourself. But it's a spear and a shield combined into one, capable of both offense and defense. So it's very difficult to deal with. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw this scene. Well, little girl, let's try this. Meow. So Wenlong took out a small bottle from his bag, handed it to Haitang, and said to Haitang, "Is this a powerful bottle?" Haitang stared at what Wenlong handed over with wide eyes. "Yes, little girl. You know how to use it, right?" Meow. Haitang knows. Haitang saw her father using it when she was a child. But later her family couldn't afford such expensive things. Don't worry. Just follow me and hang out with peace of mind. From now on, you can use all these things when you have them. Meow. There was not just one strong bottle, but 24 such bottles. Wenlong threw the entire bag directly to Haitang. "Thank you so much, Mr. Cat. With this, Haitang can do it too." As he spoke, Haitang put the power bottle on the tail of the arrow, and then charged it again as before. 1 shot, 2 shots, and 3 shots. The arrow was shot out at the same speed as before. But soon, at the tail of the arrow, the power bottle was instantly ignited, and the tail flame spurted out immediately increased the speed of the arrow to another level. According to Wenlong's calculations, Haitang's original weapon was the Chuansha hunting bow, made from Ceylon King's materials. Its weapon level was the highest among the 3. With Granny Reese's technical bonus, it reached the highest level, at the 24th level, after adding the power bottle and performing 3 stages of charging. The speed of the arrows was instantly increased. In this way, the penetrating power of the arrows exceeded the equipment level and increased by about 20%. 5. Reaching level 30. The skull of a horned dragon on the body of the daimyo shield crab has been weathered, and its strength has decreased. It is probably equivalent to the defense ability of a level 30 monster. In this case, the arrow finally reached its enough to penetrate the shield of the daimyo shield crab. At this time, the daimyo shield crab had already approached Catherine, and the huge sharp horn on the skull of the horned dragon had reached Catherine's back. Seeing that Catherine was about to be overtaken by the famous shield crab, Haitang's arrow finally arrived. Crack! This time, the arrow fired by Haitang did not bounce off the skull of the Ceratopsaurus like before, but pierced into the skull of the Ceratopsaurus. This caused the daimyo shield crab to slow down a little. This was the first time this daimyo shield crab had encountered this situation since it grew so big. The skull of its proud Dioceratops used to be like an indestructible shield. It has never been pierced. But now it finally meets an opponent who can pierce it for the first time. This moment made the daimyo shield crab hesitate. It used to run rampant in the poisonous swamp without any scruples. But now it is a little worried that the enemy's attack will hurt itself. Because of hesitation, the speed of the shield crab also slowed down, which gave Catherine, who was almost caught up, a little chance to breathe. "Mr. Cat!" Haitang ejaculated inside. Haitang said happily, "Well, but that's not enough. The carapace of the daimyo shield crab has 2 layers. The outer layer is the skull of a horned dragon, which is about equivalent to the defensive capability of a level 30 monster. The inner layer is also protected by the carapace that it grows on its body. This it also has a defense equivalent to about level 25 monsters. Although the arrow you just shot penetrated the skull of the horned dragon, it was already at the end of its strength and could no longer penetrate the second layer of the daimyo shield crab's carapace. Then Mr. Cat, what should Haitang do? Try this again. Meow. This time, Wenlong took out the ghost medicine. Ghost medicine? Can Haitang drink such an expensive medicine? With the experience of using the powerful bottle before, Haitang was no longer so surprised, but still asked cautiously, "Of course, I'm not a stingy guy. Drink it and try it." Meow. Chapter 176, The Strongest Shield. It has to be said that Haitang was shocked by Wenlong's momentum. Whether it's a power bottle or a ghost potion, these are very expensive props on the market. Usually Haitang is reluctant to buy them in order to save money, but this Elu Cat named Wenlong actually took them out in one go. So much. Of course, there is no need to say more about the ghost potion. This kind of potion that can increase the attack power is very expensive to begin with. And the power bottle, a relatively high consumption item, took out 24 bottles at one time, coupled with a complete set of King of Ceylon suits that Wenlong gave to Haitang before. Haitang knew that even if she spent all the money she had earned as a hunter for such a long time, it would not be enough to repay it. However, Wenlong didn't care at all, as if these things were nothing in his hands. What are you still doing? Drink it quickly. Meow. Seeing that Haitang was thinking about something while holding the ghost medicine in her hand, Wenlong quickly urged. Ah. Okay. Following Wenlong's instructions, Haitang drank the ghost medicine in her hand. Soon, Haitang felt an unprecedented power spread from his body and spread all over his body. Under this situation, Haitang felt that his power had reached an unprecedented height. As a hunter, Haitang is still lacking in strength because of his young age. At this moment, the effect of the ghost medicine has made up for Haitang's weakness in this aspect. Mr. Cat, Haitang should be fine this time, Haitang said confidently. When Haitang said there was no problem, he naturally meant that there was no problem in continuously piercing the shield crab's double-layer defense. So for the third time, Haitang opened the Chuansha hunting bow in his hand again. This time because of drinking the ghost medicine, Haitang felt that the Chuansha hunting bow had been stretched to the limit by herself. And there was even a feeling of, what if you apply more force, it will feel like the bow string will be broken. It was still 3 stages of charging. Just when the 3 stages of charging were completed and Haitang was about to shoot the arrow in his hand, Wenlong suddenly stopped Haitang's action. Wait for a moment. Wait for the daimyo shield crab to get closer. And then take action. This time, use the continuous fire skill directly. Be sure to hit it hard. Meow. Wenlong ordered. Haitang knows that arrows have an optimal effective distance. And within this distance, arrows can exert their greatest power. But now it is obvious that the diamond shield crab is still outside this optimal distance. So at this time it is really necessary to let the diamond shield crab get closer and then shoot to get the best effect. The reason why Haitang was preparing to shoot before the diamond shield crab approached was because Haitang was not familiar with monsters like the diamond shield crab. After all, when Haitang was not familiar enough with the skills of the daimyo shield crab, Haitang naturally chose the more secure method of shooting early, which could avoid some unexpected situations for safety reasons. But now that Wenlong, an Illumeo who knows the characteristics of almost all monsters, is by her side, telling her when to shoot, Haitang certainly has nothing to worry about. So Haitang followed Wenlong's instructions exactly and waited for 3 more seconds. It was these 3 seconds that Haitang felt were longer than any 3 seconds she had ever experienced. During these 3 seconds, Catherine finally escaped from the poisonous swamp, and then jumped back to the solid ground. The daimyo shield crab also crossed a poisonous swamp and followed closely. The current daimyo shield crab is less than 10 meters away from Haitang. At this distance, it is already very close to a long-range shooter. But Haitang is not worried, because with Wenlong by his side, even if he is not familiar with the famous shield crab, there will be no problem. At this time, Wenlong finally gave the order. Lie down! This order was given to Catherine. After hearing Wenlong say this, Catherine immediately threw herself to the ground. Almost at the same time, Wenlong issued another order, and this order was to Haitang. Shoot! At this time, the diamond shield crab was only 3 meters away from Haitang. At this distance, the diamond shield crab's huge pincers that could easily crush granite could even reach out to attack Haitang. It can be said that at this time, the limit of close-range attack with a hunting bow has truly been reached. Finally, Haitang loosened his fingers. Pulling the bowstring to the maximum for a long time was also very exhausting. But Haitang still did it. In an instant, one arrow turned into multiple arrows and shot out at once. And all of them were shot out. It accurately hit the famous shield crab. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Under the interaction of strike bottle, ghost medicine, close shot, and 3 levels of charge. The power of this swift sand hunting bow, which is only level 24, finally reached its true limit. All the arrows pierced into the skull of the horned dragon perfectly, and they penetrated deeper than the last time. Obviously this time, all the arrows pierced into the daimyo shield crab's body, and actually hurt the daimyo shield crab's soft body hidden under its carapace. When those arrows pierced, this time, the daimyo shield crab felt unprecedented pain for the first time. If the daimyo shield crab was surprised by being shot through the skull of a horned dragon before, then the daimyo shield crab felt at this time a little scared. After all, the diamond shield crab never thought that his enemy could continuously penetrate his 2 layers of defense. The outer layer of defense was the skull of a horned dragon, and the inner layer of defense was the diamond shield crab's own carapace. It was like a person holding a hard shield and wearing heavy armor was penetrated by the opponent's attack at the same time. It would be impossible to do it without an extremely powerful attack. Therefore, under this situation, the Daimyo Shield Crab finally used its unique trick to continue to improve its defense power to an even more amazing level. In an instant, the famous Shield Crab stopped, and then made a move that surprised both Catherine and Haitang. This Daimyo Shield Crab waved its huge pincers in front of him, and huddled up, all its carapace folded up, assuming a completely defensive posture. It can be said that the Daimyo Shield Crab at this time is like a solid fortress, strong enough to bounce back any attacks from Wenlong and his party. And such a fortress is standing in front of Wenlong and others at this moment. Ha. It's really good. It seems that this time, Haitang, you not only penetrated the skull of Dioceratopsis on the outer layer, but also pierced the SHL of the shield crab itself. I'm afraid this famous shield crab is the first to grow so big. This is my first experience of being pierced through 2 layers of defenses in a row. No wonder he suddenly used the iron wall defense skill. Meow! Facing the famous shield crab's unique move, Wenlong not only didn't look nervous, but laughed. Chapter 177 Low-Level Helplessness. At this time, Haitang once again drew out an arrow and loaded it into a powerful bottle, preparing to attack again. And Catherine, who had been chased everywhere by the Daimyo Shield Crab before, and now finally got rid of the pursuit, finally recovered, and also drew out her sword, preparing to give the Daimyo Shield Crab a powerful blow. Cut! It's useless. The Daimyo Shield Crab using the Iron Wall defense skill cannot be damaged by attacks of our level. Meow! Wenlong had a smile on his face, and then stopped Haitang and Catherine's attacks. Is Mr. Cat's Iron Wall defense skill very powerful? Catherine asked with some confusion. After all, after having the experience of killing the King of Sharon and the Ghost Hunter Spider with one sword, Catherine was still very confident in her own power, especially against such a target that was almost stationary in front of her. This is especially true at times. So even if Wenlong said that the attack was useless, Catherine was still skeptical. It's very powerful. As long as it uses this move, our attacks can't hit it. Not only that, your attack is also likely to be hit by a flick knife. Meow. Wenlong still said with a smile. What should we do? This time it was Haitang who asked. Because of Wenlong's stop just now, Haitang had already retracted the arrow in her hand. She just looked at the famous shield crab in front of her, and didn't know what to do. Unfamiliar hunters will probably just keep attacking. But that is a very stupid, inefficient, and dangerous method, Wenlong explained to Catherine and Haitang leisurely. But if it were me, what I would most like to see is this famous shield crab using this move. Naya! Wenlong knew very well that when the Daimyo shield crab curled up its body and used the Iron Wall defense skill, it was best not to launch an attack rashly. If it is a long-range attack, it is fine. But if it is a melee weapon attack, you will almost always encounter the phenomenon of flicking the knife. At this time, if the Daimyo Shield Crab suddenly launches a counterattack with its huge pincers, then the flaw was exposed before because of the flicking knife. The hunter is likely to be hit hard as a result. However, this is not the most powerful thing. If any hunter foolishly gets close to attack, the Daimyo Shield Crab may even suddenly jump up and then press down heavily from the air. This move is the most powerful, deadly, even more powerful than the abdominal pressure kill of the Peach-Hair Beast King. Countless knife-hungry hunters have died under this move. So the first thing Wenlong did was to keep Catherine and Haitang away from this famous shield crab that was in an Iron Wall defense state. Okay, the stupid woman and the little girl should stay away a little, but not too far. Make sure you can attack this famous shield crab immediately after I give the order. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine and Haitang both nodded and replied. So Catherine and Haitang both chose a distance of about 4 meters away from the Daimyo Shield Crab. At this distance, the Daimyo Shield Crab could not reach them even if it suddenly extended its pair of huge pincers. At the same time, Wenlong also took out a great ball from his bag. And both Catherine and Haitang could see that this ball was the sonic bomb that Wenlong had used before against the King of Ceylon. Mr. Cat, is this famous shield crab also afraid of sonic bombs? Catherine asked again. Normally, Daimyo shield crabs are not afraid. But if they are in such a defensive state, the power of sonic bombs will be revealed at this time. Meow! Wenlong showed a smirk on his face, and then put the gun in his hand. The sonic bomb was thrown. At this time, The diamond shield crab is in what it considers to be a perfect defensive state. Its titan carapace is even harder than before, and its two giant claws are blocking the diamond shield crab like two door panels. This is equivalent to giving the daimyo shield crab 3 layers of defense. Of course, the daimyo shield crab in this state also has a fatal flaw. That is, since the daimyo shield crab has defended its entire body, it is naturally impossible to expose its fragile eyes. So at this time, the daimyo shield crab can only amplify its hearing to the maximum, rely on excellent hearing to judge surrounding situations. And this is the best time for sonic bombs to work. Zhang! Sure enough, the moment the sonic bomb exploded, the daimyo shield crab trembled all over, and then collapsed to the ground as if it had lost its strength, and the body that had originally contracted suddenly spread out. Now! Meow! Following Wenlong's order, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang launched an attack together, because Haitang had already charged up his power before Wenlong threw the sonic bomb. Haitang's big arrows were the first to arrive. Several arrows split by the continuous shooting skill quickly landed on the daimyo shield crab. It left several punctured holes. At this time, the daimyo shield crab had begun to struggle to stand up. At this time, Haitang's attack was followed by Catherine's attack. I saw Catherine taking a step forward, and then used charge slash. One section. Just when the shield crab got up, the big sword in Catherine's hand slashed hard at the shield crab. At this moment, the shield crab had no way to avoid it, and could only resist with the skull of a horned dragon on its back. Click! 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 The moment Catherine's big sword collided with the skull of the Minoceratops, everyone heard the sound of something breaking, and then saw the skull of the Minoceratops that had been penetrated with several holes by Haitang's arrows. After withstanding Catherine's charge slash, a clear crack began to appear, and soon the crack gradually expanded, and finally the huge one-horned dragon's skull was broken into 2 halves along the crack. Okay, the skull is broken. Meow! At this time, Wenlong had also drunk the forceful medicine and ghost medicine, and then jumped on the daimyo shield crab and started slashing at the daimyo shield crab with his 2 swords. Wenlong's attacks were fierce and fast, and the double knives he continuously waved out sparked sparks on the shield crab's body. However, after Wenlong's attack was completed, he was embarrassed to find that his attack failed to even hit the shield crab. Even the carapace that comes with it has not been able to be broken through. Sure enough, the equipment level is still too low. Obviously, the coordination this time is perfect. Meow. Looking at the ring-scale warblade, made with Huang Sulong King's materials in his hand, Wenlong could only feel helpless. If this weapon can be used to deal with the peach-haired beast king, it is really not enough to deal with the higher-level daimyo shield crab with extremely high slash resistance. Chapter 178: The Angry Daimyo Shield Crab. Puff puff. At some point, white bubbles appeared from the mouth of the famous shield crab. This shocked Wenlong, and he quickly jumped off the diamond shield crab, then rolled again and continued to distance himself from the diamond shield crab, because Wenlong knew that this was a sign that the diamond shield crab was angry. When white bubbles emerged from the mouth of the diamond shield crab, it proved that this crustacean monster was completely angry at this time. At this time, its attack power and speed will be greatly improved. But now Wenlong's equipment is already several levels behind, and he can't compete with the diamond shield crab at all, now that the diamond shield crab has entered an angry state again. At this time, he naturally chooses to stay away as much as possible and wait for the diamond shield crab. When Crab showed his flaws again, Wenlong was ready to take action again. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 2 pincers of the daimyo shield crab swept towards Wenlong, at least twice as fast as before. Fortunately, Wenlong hit quickly enough, and this was avoided being hit. What a risk! The blow just now made Wenlong break into a cold sweat. However, before Wenlong could get away, the other giant claw of the famous shield crab swept over again. After all, it is a monster with a higher level than Salon King. In an angry state, its speed is beyond the reach of Salon King, and Wenlong can only barely escape the famous shield crab by relying on the demonic transformation supported by the force-moving medicine. S attack. Mr. Cat, here I come! At this time, Catherine also chased after her. Catherine was holding a big sword in her hand. It was too late to accumulate power, and she just slashed towards the head of the daimyo shield crab with a vertical slash. Unexpectedly, this famous shield crab did not choose to dodge this time. but raised two huge pincers and came towards Catherine. Bang! With a loud noise, Catherine's big sword was caught in midair by the two giant claws of the daimyo shield crab, and then stopped abruptly in midair. The giant claws of this daimyo shield crab have the power to easily break rocks. In addition, the giant claws themselves are also the thickest part of the daimyo shield crab's carapace. So it is not surprising that it can catch Catherine's attack. Hateful. Catherine never thought that her big sword would be caught by the daimyo shield crab. So Catherine tried her best to pull the sword out of the daimyo shield crab's giant claws. But the daimyo shield crab was also dead. Grabbing the big sword in Catherine's hand, the two sides actually entered the stage of wrestling with each other. Can actually compete with the famous shield crab for strength. According to the knowledge Wenlong has, this famous shield crab is a monster that can only be hunted by 3-star low-level hunters. Its power is definitely higher than that of monsters such as the Sorry Beast and the Big Wild Boar King that it has encountered before. From now on, it can be seen that Catherine's strength has increased during this period of time. It seems that such a period of training has not been in vain. After the training, this woman's strength has increased again. Meow. Wenlong also exclaimed at his heart when he saw this scene. However, he was amazed and amazed. When Wenlong saw that the famous shield crab was at loggerheads with Catherine, he naturally would not give up this opportunity. So Wenlong went around from behind the diamond shield crab again, preparing to attack the diamond shield crab from behind again. Not only Wenlong, but Haitang also had the same idea as Wenlong at this time. She opened the Xuansha hunting bow and prepared to fill up the third level of power again. With 3 against 1, Catherine was holding the daimyo shield crab tightly, while Wenlong and Haitang were ready for a sneak attack. No matter how you looked at it, Wenlong's side should have the advantage. However, things always change in unexpected directions, which even Wenlong could not have expected. Suddenly, the daimyo shield crab released its pincers, but Catherine, who had been preparing to pull out the sword, was unprepared. Suddenly, she had no time to stop, and she lost her balance and fell back, leaving Catherine aside. The daimyo shield crab suddenly trembled, and then made a strange, gurgling sound. At the same time, some purple bubbles suddenly popped out from the gaps in the carapace on the back of the daimyo shield crab. Oops! These are poisonous blisters! Meow! Wenlong could tell at a glance that these bubbles were not just ordinary water bubbles, but poisonous liquid accumulated in the gaps in the carapace on the back of the shield crab after living in the poisonous swamp for a long time. It squeezed these bubbles through its body. All the bubbles were released. Faced with the highly toxic bubbles surrounding the daimyo shield crab, Wenlong had to choose to avoid it, because Wenlong knew in his heart that these poisonous bubbles would explode once they were close. And the explosion would not only cause harm to people, but also what's even more troublesome is that the venom will cause poisoning if it splashes on the body. However, the diamond shield crab uses poison bubbles to force Kai Wenlong, but it still has to face the arrow shot by Haitang. But this is not a problem for the diamond shield crab with its pair of pincers free. I saw the 2 huge pincers of the diamond shield crab suddenly closing in front of it like 2 doors. The arrow that was supposed to hit the diamond shield crab's body was actually blocked by the 2 giant pincers. As expected of me, my reaction speed is so fast when I am angry. After all, the 2 giant claws of the daimyo shield crab have a hardness second only to the skull of Monoceros, and the 2 giant claws stacked together cannot completely penetrate even Haitang's 3-stage charged arrow. In this way, in a very short period of time, this famous shield crab defeated the attacks of Catherine, Wenlong and Haitang one after another. However, the matter was not over. After the daimyo shield crab defused the attack by Wenlong and others, the giant crustacean actually used its pair of pincers as a hoe and began to dig up the soil around its body. The soil in the Kunbel wetland is very soft, so the shield crab digs very quickly. In an instant, the shield crab, which is as big as a room, begins to sink quickly under the cover of purple poisonous bubbles. Going underground, it can even be said that the speed of diving into the underground is much faster than that of the original Sorry Beast. And Wenlong also knows that not only can he dive into the ground faster, but the shield crab can also move faster underground. If the people on the ground react a little slower, they may be chased by the shield crab at any time, and was powerfully attacked by the daimyo shield crab. Get out of the way! This famous shield crab is about to launch a stealth attack. Meow! Wenlong couldn't help shouting loudly. If Wenlong were asked to choose the most threatening attack method for a famous shield crab, then Wenlong would definitely vote for burrowing and sneaking attack. So when Wenlong saw the daimyo shield crab begin to dive underground at an extremely fast speed, Wenlong's first reaction was to tell Catherine and Hai Tang to stay as far away as possible. Chapter 179, Terrifying Stealth Attack. Facing the shield crab that had already dived into the ground, Hai Tang, as a long-range archer, reacted very promptly. After hearing Wenlong's warning, she immediately moved back more than 10 meters with a light step. On the other hand, Catherine was much slower, because the daimyo shield crab suddenly released its large pincers. But she failed to control the force, causing her to fall to the ground. Catherine had just gotten up. Although she wanted to retreat immediately, it was too late. The shield crab's sneaking speed underground was faster than Wenlong imagined. Not long after it dived underground, Wenlong noticed something strange began to appear under Catherine's feet. Bang! Along with a large amount of soil being blown away like an explosion, the daimyo shield crab emerged from under Catherine's feet. The huge explosive force actually knocked Catherine into the air together with the sword in her hand, and then rolled over. After the circle, Catherine fell heavily to the ground. Woman! Wenlong couldn't help shouting. Wenlong knew very well that the power of the daimyo shield crab's attack was extraordinary, so he was very worried about Catherine. Mr. Cat, I'm fine. Although it was a bit difficult, Catherine, who fell to the ground, still managed to get up with the support of her big sword. However, Wenlong still noticed that Catherine spit out a stream of blood from her mouth, and she was obviously seriously injured. The so-called fine was just an argument for showing off one's strength. However, even so, Wenlong was relieved to see that Catherine could still stand up. After all, according to Wenlong's previous prediction, Catherine was wearing a suit with only level 19, and was attacked by a monster with a level of 25. The powerful attack he made was at least seriously injured and fell to the ground. If it was more serious, he might even lose his life. He was lucky to be able to stand up. Is the real power of the daimyo shield crab weakened? No, that shouldn't be the case. When he saw the damaged skull of a horned dragon on the back of the shield crab, Wenlong remembered why the blow from the shield crab just now was much less powerful than he had imagined. Because if it is a daimyo shield crab whose skull is not destroyed, then when the daimyo shield crab suddenly protrudes from the ground, the sharp horn of Unicornosaurus will be the first to protrude from the ground, penetrating anything directly above the daimyo shield crab object. This will greatly increase the destructive power of the daimyo shield crab. So Wenlong felt fortunate that the skull of the one-horned dragon had been destroyed, and the originally sharp horns no longer existed, allowing Catherine to escape. Fortunately, the skull of Dioceratops has been destroyed in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. By the way, the skull of Dioceratops. Meow! Facing the daimyo shield crab that emerged from the ground again, Begonia on the side fired several arrows one after another. But the result was the same as before. The arrows were blocked by the daimyo shield crab's giant claws as soon as they arrived. There is no way to harm the body of the daimyo shield crab. Little girl, it's useless for you to do this. Use the projectile quickly. Meow! Wenlong quickly reminded from the side. Wenlong remembered that the reason why this famous shield crab was running around carrying the skull of a one-horned dragon all day long was to protect his relatively fragile back. Perhaps before the skull of Icerosaurus was destroyed, the back of the shield crab was extremely hard and difficult to be harmed. But after the skull of Icerosaurus was destroyed, the weakness of the shield crab's back was finally exposed. Of course, Wenlong also knew that even if the back of the daimyo shield crab was a weak point, it was still relatively strong in defense compared to other parts of the daimyo shield crab, and could not be penetrated by the ring-scale warblade of only level 14 in his hand. Therefore, if you want to seriously injure the daimyo shield crab, you still need Hai Tang's arrows. After all, among the three people currently, only Hai Tang has the highest weapon level, and only the projectile skill that can make a large number of arrows fall from the sky can most effectively hit the back of the daimyo shield crab. Projection? Okay, Hai Tang knows. After hearing Wenlong's instructions, Hai Tang drew the bowstring again and began to accumulate power. If you want to project, you need to charge up. And for a carapace species like the daimyo shield crab, which is famous for its defensive power, it is impossible to penetrate the SHL of the daimyo shield crab without 3 stages of power charging. However, while Hai Tang was accumulating power, the daimyo shield crab would not sit still and wait for death. It began to dig into the ground again, preparing to dive into the ground for another raid. Want to run away? How could I let you run away like this? Meow! Of course Wenlong would not let go of the daimyo shield crab easily. Not to mention that once the diving shield crab dives into the ground again, Haitong's attack would fail. Catherine, who was already injured at this time, had no chance of withstanding the diving shield crab again. To prevent the crab from attacking, Wenlong must try his best to stop the shield crab from lurking at this time. So Wenlong rushed over without hesitation. Even though the double swords in Wenlong's hands could not cause much damage to the diving shield crab, Wenlong still aimed at the diving shield crab's eyes and stabbed it. That was the only place where Wenlong's double swords could cause damage. But it was also the most dangerous place, because the pair of huge pincers of the diving shield crab are right in front of its eyes, facing the menacing Wenlong. This diving shield crab will naturally not ignore it. Ah! Wenlong jumped up. His two swords shot out of the air and pointed directly at the eyes of the daimyo shield crab. However, the miracle did not happen. The two giant claws of the daimyo shield crab were lifted up without any accident, and then suddenly flicked forward. The Wenlong in midair was knocked away like a fly that was overestimating its capabilities. Get out! However, although Wenlong's attack did not cause damage, it still effectively slowed down the time for the diving shield crab to escape from the ground. After all, the diving shield crab needed to use its own pair of pincers to dig into the ground, and it was obviously attacking Wenlong. At this time, the shield crab's double pincers must temporarily stop digging into the ground. So even though Wenlong's slowdown didn't last long, and he received a severe blow, Wenlong still showed a happy smile, because Haitong's energy storage had been completed. Arrows began to fall from the sky like a heavy rain. Even the daimyo shield crab was caught off guard by the arrows falling from directly above. Not to mention the large number of these arrows, which could not be easily stopped. So even though the diving shield crab hurriedly used its giant claws to block it, it was still a step too late, and more arrows penetrated the back of the diving shield crab through the gap. At this time, the diving shield crab became like a hedgehog, with more than a dozen arrows thrust into the diving shield crab's back. Chapter 180 Defeat. Daimyo shield crab. Puff puff. After this round of attacks, the diving shield crab began to spit out more bubbles from its mouth. But the color of these bubbles became darker, and it looked like it was mixed with the diving shield crab's blood. Wenlong knew that this was a sign that the shield crab had entered a weak state, which meant that the shield crab had been seriously injured. At this time, the attack and speed of the shield crab would be reduced, which meant that it was stronger than usual. Weak. Of course, the diving shield crab himself knew this very well. So the diving shield crab, which had been injured in many places, chose to escape. So the daimyo shield crab began to dig hard into the soil. But this time it was not for another stealth attack, but to prepare to hide underground and escape from the ground. Of course, Wenlong knew what this famous shield crab wanted to do. But now Wenlong was powerless, because Wenlong was knocked away by the diving shield crab's giant claws before. Wenlong is still a certain distance away from the diving shield crab. He doesn't have enough time to catch up with the diving shield crab. What's more, even if he catches up with the diving shield crab, Wenlong will still be able to catch up with the diving shield crab. The weapons in Wenlong's hands couldn't stop the daimyo shield crab from diving into the ground and escaping. It's still a little short. Just a little more time is enough. Meow! The impatient Wenlong knew that what he needed most now was time. But Wenlong really couldn't think of anyone else who could delay the famous shield crab at this time. Escape. Like Wenlong, Catherine stood up again after falling. But she was still some distance away from the shield crab. It was absolutely impossible for Catherine to rush to the shield crab's side and prevent the shield crab from escaping in such a short period of time. Haitong, on the other hand, had just fired the 3-stage charged Sky Arrow projectile. A new round of attacks would require recharging, and it was also impossible to stop the daimyo shield crab from escaping in terms of time. Are we going to let this famous shield crab run away like this? Wenlong became more and more unwilling to think about it. Don't! Think! Run! Suddenly, at this moment, Wenlong heard Catherine shout. And then Wenlong felt something whizzing past his ears, and the strong airflow even shook Wenlong. His eardrums were a little sore. And then he heard a huge impact sound of bang! Finally, Wenlong found that the body of the daimyo shield crab that was desperately digging into the ground tilted to the side and fell down. What was that just now? What made the daimyo shield crab weighing more than 10 tons fall to the side? Meow? After calming down for a while, Wenlong finally saw the situation clearly. Next to the daimyo shield crab, a big sword was falling to the ground. It was obvious that the big sword was Catherine, who had been there all along. The Terror 2 sword used, looking at Catherine, who was still standing in the distance. with a victorious smile on her face even though she was panting. Wenlong finally understood. This woman actually used a big sword as a flying knife? She threw it out and knocked over the daimyo shield crab? Mr. Cat, I have no energy left. The last step is up to you, Catherine said. Ah, yes, you did a great job. Woman, the last step is up to me. Meow. Wenlong also responded, although Catherine's blow was very fierce. It did not completely knock down the daimyo shield crab. Although the power of the big sword was great, it was still bounced away when it hit the carapace of the daimyo shield crab. It was just the huge impact that caused the daimyo shield crab to lose its balance and temporarily fall to the ground. After struggling for a while, the shield crab turned over again and was about to dive into the ground again. However, Wenlong had already rushed over at this time. Catherine bought Wenlong valuable time, which allowed Wenlong to complete the preparations he needed at the last minute. Ah! Wenlong shouted loudly. The daimyo shield crab had no way to dodge. It stretched out its giant claws to block Wenlong. However, the daimyo shield crab, which had entered a weak state, could no longer keep up with Wenlong's speed. On the contrary, Wenlong easily dodged it. He grabbed a pair of claws of the daimyo shield crab, and then jumped onto the back of the daimyo shield crab. Go to HL! Wenlong stabbed the object in his hand towards the daimyo shield crab. At this time, what Wenlong was holding in his hand was not the previous double sword, ring-scale warblade, but the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon that fell from the broken skull of the one-horned dragon. In fact, it is more accurate to use words like holding to describe Wenlong's state at this time. The horns of this horned dragon are huge, so it is naturally impossible to hold Wenlong with one hand because of his body shape. Holding it with both hands, he then hit the daimyo shield crab's back. Wenlong felt the power from this sharp horn from the moment he got it. Although it has been too long and has been somewhat weathered, the power of the soul inside this sharp horn has weakened. Less, but Wenlong can still be sure that this power is enough to help him penetrate the carapace of the daimyo shield crab. Not long ago, the sharp horn of this one-horned dragon was the spear on the giant shield of the daimyo shield crab. It was part of the spear and shield that the daimyo shield crab was proud of. Now it is used as a weapon by Wenlong. Break through the last line of defense of the daimyo shield crab. The soul power of this horned dragon is so strong. It's probably because it feels resentment towards the daimyo shield crab for using its skull as its SHL and wants to take revenge. Or maybe it surrenders to me because we crushed its skull. Okay, so it can be used effortlessly, Wenlong thought in his heart. Crack! This time, the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon successfully penetrated the injured back of the daimyo shield crab. With Wenlong pushing with all his strength, it quickly penetrated 1/3 of the way, and then a thick liquid spurted out. When it came out, the body of the daimyo shield crab began to twitch. However, even so, the daimyo shield crab continued to attack Wenlong with its giant claws, trying to drive Wenlong off its back. However, the daimyo shield crab, which had been pierced into the body by the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon, seemed to be no longer able to control its body as accurately as usual. The two giant claws stretched out tremblingly, and could no longer do anything to Wenlong. Threaten. Still want to struggle to the death? Then I will try harder and deeper. Don't you believe you can survive this way? Meow! After piercing part of the horn of the one-horned dragon, Wenlong simply jumped on top of the horn of the horned dragon, and then stepped down on the sharp horn with his feet. So 1/3 of the sharp horn that had already entered the body of the daimyo shield crab continued to penetrate deeper under Wenlong's full pressure. And gradually almost the entire sharp horn was not inserted into the body of the daimyo shield crab. Finally, all the bloody bubbles that appeared at the corner of the mouth of the daimyo shield crab burst. After 2 final twitches, the daimyo shield crab's body weighing more than 10 tons gradually lost its strength and fell completely. Chapter 181 Black Pearl. You finally got it done! Meow! Almost at the same moment as the fallen daimyo shield crab, Wenlong also fell down from exhaustion. After all, Wenlong was too tired. From the time when he hunted the peach-haired beast king to the time when he hunted the daimyo shield crab, he barely had any rest. Coupled with the fact that he has been using strong walking medicine to increase his speed, now that the medicine has disappeared, the double fatigue makes Wenlong unable to support his body. Then Wenlong lost his balance and almost rolled off the body of the daimyo shield crab. However, in midair, a pair of jade arms caught Wenlong. Then Wenlong turned around and found that it was Haitang who caught him. Mr. Cat, are you okay? Haitang asked. Ah, how could something happen to me? I'm just tired and want to take a rest. You go and see that stupid woman, Wenlong said bravely. Of course, it was impossible to say that everything was fine. But Wenlong still insisted on standing up and then half lying down against a big tree. After all, he felt too tired. And Wenlong felt that he really needed a good rest. So Haitang ran to Catherine again, and found that although Catherine was wearing the armor of the Sandmon, she still had a lot of scars. Not to mention the internal injuries that Catherine had when she vomited blood. This shows that the attack force of the shield crab just hit was very powerful. How big? Sister Catherine, Haitang will bandage your wound right now, Haitang said, taking out the bandage from the bag. After a while, Haitang finished bandaging Catherine's wounds, and then made Catherine take 2 bottles of recovery medicine G. Sister Catherine, is this better? Haitang asked again. Well, thank you, Xiao Haitang. This is much better. When fighting the daimyo shield crab before, Catherine was seriously injured. Later, she threw the big sword in her hand with all her strength. The violent movement even magnified the wound on her body. So she bandaged Catherine in Haitang. Before, the blood on Catherine's body was still flowing out. Therefore, Catherine was not able to stand up at this time. Instead, like Wenlong, with Haitang's support, she sat down to rest with her back against the big tree. Then it will be troublesome for little Begonia to extract the materials of the famous shield crab, Catherine said. It's okay. Haitang can do a good job. Sister Catherine, returned Mr. Cat. You just have a good rest. So Wenlong and Catherine were settled, and Haitang began to decompose and peel off the body of the famous shield crab alone. The process of peeling it off was not smooth, although the shield crab's body had withstood many attacks. The hard carapace was still extremely difficult to separate. Haitang could only fumble to find the gaps between the carapace, and then used a hunter's knife to slowly separate the pieces of carapace along the gaps. However, after getting used to it for a period of time, Haitang gradually became familiar with the body structure of the daimyo shield crab, and the speed of peeling began to gradually increase. In this way, the work of peeling was carried out in an orderly manner. First, the 2 huge pincers of the daimyo shield crab, which are excellent materials for making weapons. Then the limbs of the daimyo shield crab, and finally the entire body of the daimyo shield crab. But when Haitang was prying open the carapace on the back of the daimyo shield crab, she suddenly shouted, Yeah! What is this? Ah! What did you find? Meow? Wenlong lazily moved his body, then raised his eyes to look, and found that Haitang was holding a black ball in his hand. This was found inside the body of the daimyo shield crab, Haitang explained. Oh meow! I'm going to make a fortune now. This time, I worked so hard to kill the famous shield crab, and it was finally not in vain, Wenlong said involuntarily when he saw the black ball. Hey! What is this? Hearing Haitang shout, Catherine also looked up. This is a good thing. Meow. Wenlong looked at the black ball and said, This thing is called the Black Pearl, and it can be sold for a lot of money. Meow. How much can this be sold for? When Wenlong said it could be sold for a lot of money, Haitang's eyes immediately radiated a bright light. A black pearl of this size can probably be worth a box of gold coins, Wenlong judged. However, the specific price depends on the market at that time and whether a good buyer can be found. However, the price of a box of gold coins should be no problem. But this bead doesn't look like anything special. Catherine on the side asked a little strangely. How can it be worth so much money? Nothing special? Wenlong said with a smile. You want the little girl to wipe off the bodily fluids of the daimyo shield crab stuck on it? Meow. So according to Wenlong's instructions, Haitang used a clean cloth to wipe off the bodily fluids of the daimyo shield crab stuck to the so-called black pearl. When he took it out again, the black pearl immediately gave off a unique smell. Such luster! It is obviously dark in color, but it has a strong ability to reflect light, giving it a mysterious feeling. A pearl as big as this can be used as a decoration at home. Some rich people like this, so the price is quite high. However, some people like to smash and crush this black pearl. It is made into powder, and is said to have a beautifying effect when applied on the face, making the skin shiny and elastic. If used to make tea and drink it, it can treat some diseases. Is it so useful? After hearing Wenlong's explanation, both Catherine and Haitang showed great interest in the black pearl. Catherine couldn't help but touch her face, although Catherine's face was smooth and white enough to make almost all women envious and jealous. The pursuit of beauty is endless for every woman. Haitang touched his pocket. After all, For Haitang, it would be most valuable if it could be exchanged for money. Who knows? Even I have never tried this kind of thing. But since some people believe it, it should be more or less effective. Meow. Wenlong didn't believe that this pearl had so many effects. But this is not important to Wenlong. As long as it can be sold at a good price, it will be fine. Having said this, Wenlong also stood up. After a period of rest, Wenlong felt much better, while Catherine on the side tried to stand up, but still seemed a little reluctant. Now that the materials have been stripped, it's almost time to go back. Besides, it's getting late. Wenlong looked at the sky and found that the sun had begun to set. Kunbire Wetland was not the Seofeng Valley. It was just a matter of staying outside at night. Will be more dangerous. Chapter 182 Return to Camp. Although Wenlong wanted to return to the camp as soon as possible, seeing that Catherine still had some difficulty in moving, Wenlong knew that it was impossible to return to the camp before sunset. After all, Catherine is the main force carrying materials in the team. Catherine cannot move, which means that she and Haitang have to carry a large amount of materials back. Moreover, in this case, neither Haitang nor Wenlong can help the injured. Catherine, the movement speed of the entire team will be greatly slowed down. So Wenlong decided to take a more prudent approach. Wenlong took out a wooden cylinder from his backpack, then placed the cylinder on the ground, lit the fuse with fire, and a bunch of flares flew into the air. The cylinder Wenlong took out was a signal flare used to summon the Elu Cat rescue team. Claude had obtained one of these flares before, but it was used at that time. And now this was received by Wenlong in the hunting camp, because this is also one of the benefits that a 2-star or above hunter can have. Have a good rest. The Elu Cat rescue team will be here later. Meow. Wenlong said to Catherine. Ah. Is the Elu Cat rescue team coming soon? Seeing the flashing flares in the sky, Catherine looked a little panicked. No. The stink on my body hasn't been removed yet. What should I do if I hate the cute cat? I still remember this. Meow. In fact, after such a long time, the odor on Catherine's body has faded a lot. But seeing that Catherine still cared about it, Wenlong decided to use frost grass to help Catherine remove the peach. Get rid of the odor that the hairy beast king left on Catherine's body. So while waiting for the arrival of the Elu Cat rescue team, Wenlong asked Haitang to continue to extract the materials of the peach-haired beast king, while he took the frost drop grass from Catherine and prepared to get rid of the peach-haired beast for Catherine. The stench, because it can be used immediately and does not need to be stored. There is no need to mix it with the raw material jade to make deodorizing jade. So Wenlong adopted the method of directly crushing the frost grass, and then baking it over a slow fire to force it to emit a fragrance. Let Catherine bathe in this fresh fragrance. And soon the odor that had not been removed from her body for a long time was completely neutralized by this fragrance. Okay, woman. The stink of the peach-haired beast king has been completely eliminated. Meow. Is it really gone? Of course. If I can't smell it anymore, that means it's gone. Meow. That's great. Mr. Cat, come for a hug. As before, Catherine hugged Wenlong as if she had been patient for a long time. Hey, aren't you injured? Why are you so energetic all of a sudden? Meow. Because I can absorb the cat energy from Mr. Cat again. So I naturally feel energetic. What the HL is cat energy? Meow. Wenlong couldn't help complaining. Just holding Mr. Cat makes me feel healed both physically and mentally. Ah. Okay. Thinking that Catherine's injury was not healed yet, Wenlong did not struggle, but let Catherine stroke his fur. After a while, Haitang also came back, carrying a large bag of things on his back. Mr. Cat, Sister Catherine, and the materials for the peach-haired beast king have also been peeled off. And they are all here, Haitang said. Well, very good. Meow. Now that the materials for the daimyo shield crab and the peach-haired beast king have been sorted and packaged, it's almost time to go back. Why hasn't the Elu Cat rescue team come yet? Meow? Wenlong was talking about the Elu Cat rescue team when he saw a cat car rumbling towards him in the distance. What came were 2 brown Elu Cats. They pushed the cat cart and hurried towards this side. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Wenlong's side. I'm so sorry. Meow. We're late. Meow. Because there are too many poisonous swamps on the road. It took a lot of time to take a detour. Meow. The 2 Elu Cats explained. Well, it doesn't matter. Wenlong knew that it was a fact that the poisonous swamp was surrounding this area, and it was indeed not conducive to action. Anyway, help the wounded quickly. Meow. So, who is the injured person? Ah, is it this beautiful lady? Meow. The two Elu cats glanced at each other, and soon found Catherine lying down and resting. That's her. Meow. So the two Elu cats carried Catherine onto the cat cart, and then pushed the cat cart together with Wenlong and Haitang on the way back to the hunter camp. When we returned to the hunter's camp, although it was already getting late, we finally reached the hunter's camp safely without encountering any danger. So Wenlong and his party, together with two rescue cats from the Elu Cat rescue team, decided to rest in this camp for one night, and then choose to return to Milad village early the next morning. In this way, the group started to put down their luggage and prepare dinner. As a result, just as they raised the campfire, 3 more returning hunters appeared in the camp. These people were Lily, He-Fei, and Wenlong, who had met before. 3 people from Elam. Hey, you're back too. The 3 of them greeted Wenlong and his party enthusiastically. How's it going? What's your result today? The most enthusiastic He-Fei rushed over immediately and asked. I hunted a peach-haired beast king and a famous shield crab. Haitang answered honestly. A peach-haired beast king and a famous shield crab? He-Fei's face grew long in surprise when she heard Haitang say this. Didn't you complete the promotion task of a 2-star high-level hunter? Why? Did you even hunt down the daimyo shield crab? This daimyo shield crab is a monster that can only be hunted by 3-star hunters, especially the daimyo shield crab in Kunbel wetland. It is even more difficult to deal with because it is highly poisonous. There's nothing I can do. Just kill me when you encounter me. This time it was Wenlong who spoke, but he seemed a little indifferent. What's your result today? Meow? Well, we still haven't found the rock dragon. We don't even know where it went. He-Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Huh? Didn't you take the wrong way and cause us to take a long detour? It was Lily who spoke this time, obviously complaining about He-Fei's behavior. You can't blame me. Who knew the terrain here is so complicated? He-Fei quickly defended, not seeming to be embarrassed at all. Instead, he turned to Wenlong and his entourage and said mysteriously, Since you hunted the daimyo shield crab, then there must be that one. Right. What? Meow? Wenlong asked. That's it. The crab roe of the daimyo shield crab. Hey, how about taking it out and sharing it with everyone tonight? Chapter 183 Delicious Crab Roe. TSK. This guy actually knows this stuff. Hearing what He-Fei said, although Wenlong didn't show any displeasure on the surface, he still couldn't help but think this in his heart. Speaking of, the crab roe of the daimyo shield crab. Wenlong certainly knew that the daimyo shield crab that he hunted before happened to have a lot of it. Later, when extracting the material, Wenlong specifically instructed Haitang to remove these daimyo shield crabs. The crab roe was packed in bottles and sealed as an ingredient. But Wenlong also knew that the crab roe of the famous shield crab was also very precious. Although it was not as rare as the black pearl, it could not be found in every famous shield crab. And it was more delicious than crab meat. It is also more nutritious. So it has always been a precious ingredient that food-loving diners long for. Of course, Wenlong has always been very concerned about such things. So Wenlong's initial plan was to make a part of the crab roe of the daimyo shield crab into crab roe sauce, and then take it to Major Bolton to sell it at a good price. After all, in big cities like Metropolitan, precious ingredients such as the crab roe of the daimyo shield crab have always been a favorite delicacy of the wealthy. There is also a portion left for you to enjoy slowly. So when he heard the other party say that he hoped he could share it, Wenlong still felt a little unhappy. After all, how could such a precious thing be shared just like that? However, the one who reacted more fiercely than Wenlong was Haitang. Hearing that the other party wanted to share the crab roe of the famous shield crab, Haitang had an obviously unhappy expression on his face and stared at He-Fei with a pair of big eyes, showing that he was a child. Unique vigilance. It's like a child worrying about others taking away his candy. He-Fei, you are serious. How can you have the nerve to ask the younger generation to share such precious things with us? It is obviously us who should come up with good things to share with the younger generation. How can we take advantage of the younger generation? Hearing He-Fei actually said asking to share the crab roe of the daimyo shield crab, Lily on the side interrupted. I have no choice. I really want to eat this thing. And my luck has been really bad recently. I haven't found the rock dragon after searching for several days. I thought it would be good if I caught the diamond shield crab. But there was no diamond shield crab. By chance, I hunted a poisonous monster bird after a busy day, and I didn't have anything particularly good to share with them. Don't you still have that? At this time, Elon, who had not spoken much, interrupted. That's the protective stone. Anyway, you already have a better protective stone. So just give the previous one to the younger generation. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Lord Hefei, will never take advantage of my juniors. After saying that, Hefei actually took out a protective stone and handed it to Wenlong. Look, this is a good thing. In exchange, can you give me some crab roe from the famous shield crab? Hefei said with a smile. Huh? This guy is pretty good, Wenlong thought in his mind as he glanced at the protective stone handed over by Hefei. Of course, Wenlong still pretended to be very polite on the surface and said to Hefei, Oh, Senior, you are so polite. We are all having a meal together. We are all friends. Of course, we should bring out the crab roe of the famous shield crab. Sharing. You actually gave us such an expensive gift. How embarrassing. Meow. Although he said that, Wenlong still took the protective stone and tried to wear it on his body. Only then did he realize that the protective stone turned out to be a stone with a recovery speed +1 skill. Although it is not a particularly valuable protective stone, it is still pretty good. In terms of value, it is not lower than these crab roe. With such a protective stone, it can be left for Catherine, who has not yet recovered from her injury. Meow. Take it. Wenlong, who was guarding the stone, thought this after appraising the stone. So Wenlong handed the protective stone to Catherine and asked her to wear it, and told Catherine that this would help her body recover, since the other party had sincerely offered the exchange protective stone. Wenlong certainly did not need to be reluctant to part with the Daimyo Shield Crab's crab roe, but took it out very generously. Opening the backpack, he took out a large bottle, then opened the lid, revealing the contents to everyone. Oh. Hefei shouted excitedly. This is it. There are so many of them. I knew it. Now is a good season for eating crab roe. How could there be no crab roe? The entire crab roe is an astonishing golden color, because it is the roe of a large crustacean such as the Daimyo shield crab. The size is much larger than that of ordinary shield crabs. It can be seen that each crab egg in it was about the size of a fingernail and glistened in the light of the campfire. The crab roe is so densely arranged one by one that it looks like it is made of gold. And the quantity is abundant enough for everyone to have a full meal together. Wow, this is really a high-end product. Lily also praised at the side. And not only Lily, but also Elon came over, with a hint of envy on his usually calm face. Let's all eat together. Delicious food is meant for everyone to share. Seeing that everyone was coveting the crab roe of Daimyo shield crab, Catherine did not hesitate to invite everyone to dine together. That's right. Being able to enjoy the most delicious game immediately is also a major benefit for a hunter. Hefei on the side also agreed. As for Wenlong, it didn't matter. After all, he got a protective stone of similar value as a reward. It didn't matter if he shared these crab roe with others. It was better to do it as a favor. So the group set up a pot on the campfire, then put the crab meat and crab roe of the Daimyo shield crab in, without adding other seasonings. Just a little salt and boiled it in the pot. After all, this is the wilderness, and it is impossible to make too exquisite food. So Wenlong and others chose a method that best ensures the flavor of the food. Boiling crab roe and crab meat together into a soup. This kind of crab roe and crab meat soup even does not use any of the seasonings are also delicious. Of course, because there are many poisonous swamps nearby. And this famous shield crab lives in these poisonous swamps. Wenlong is worried that these crab roe and crab meat contain certain toxins. So Wenlong still eats them without affecting the flavor. I specially added a little antidote to it. It stayed like this for a long time. When the crab roe and crab meat soup was ready, not only Hefei, Lily and Ellen, but also the 2 Elu cats pushing the cat cart were also invited to come and enjoy it. Such a delicious dinner. Chapter 184 Dinner at the Camp. Not only the delicious crab roe and crab meat soup, but also the delicious roasted wild boar brought by Hefei and Ellen. The fresh wild vegetables picked by Lily. And even the 2 Elu cats pushing the cat cart were taken out of their pockets their homemade fruit wine. In this way, a sumptuous and delicious dinner was officially made. Cheers! A group of people sat around the bonfire and raised their wine glasses. And the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The delicacies brought by everyone naturally include a variety of different cooking styles. Of course, it is a completely different experience from the dinner you usually make. So everyone is very happy to eat. In fact, Wenlong had dinner with Uncle Heezen's caravan before. But the atmosphere at that time was completely different from now. Old Man Hessen's caravan was full of elderly people. And there was a big age gap with Wulong. Moreover, they were all businessmen. And they had less common language with the hunters. This time, the people dining together were fellow hunters. And the Elu Cats from the Elu Cat rescue team were also powerful assistants to the hunters during hunting. Naturally, they had many more topics in common. So after drinking a little wine, a group of people started chatting together and started telling each other about their hunting experiences. That Lily, even though she is a 3-star hunter now, she used to be super afraid of bugs. She ran away when she saw a ghost hunting spider. Ha. Hefei laughed and joked about Lily. Sister Lily, have you ever been scared by the ghost hunter spider? I used to be very afraid of that thing too, Catherine said with empathy after hearing this. Damn Hefei. Why didn't you let us rescue you if you were knocked out of the sky by the sand thunder bird? Lily quickly countered what Hefei said. Falling from the air? Meow? Wulong asked curiously. Yeah. This guy made a glider by himself and said it could fly. However, he went to the thundering sand sea to test it. He was shot down by a sand thunderbird in the air before he could fly very far. He then fell down and was injured. He even let me take care of him for several days. No way. This genius is just careless. Not careful. Hefei defended. Glider. Meow. When it comes to gliders, Wulong is no stranger. On the Earth before time travel, more advanced supersonic aircraft were not uncommon, and gliders can only be regarded as relatively nostalgic aircraft. But in the world of Monster Hunter, because the technology is not as advanced as the Earth's, hot air balloons are still people's main flying tool, and gliders are considered relatively advanced aircraft. However, neither hot air balloons nor gliders are affordable to ordinary people. They are expensive, and only a few craftsmen can make them. Since this guy named Hefei can also make a glider, should I try to let him make one next time? After all, if he can fly, there will definitely be many convenient benefits in this world with inconvenient transportation. Meow. Wulong began to make a small calculation in his mind. Well, I want to ask, did you really make this glider yourself? Meow. Now that he had an idea, Wulong asked Hefei. Of course, it was made by this genius. And the flying speed of this glider is much faster than that bulky hot air balloon. It is also much more flexible. But to be honest, it would be nice if there was more lift, so that it can fly farther. Oh, I have to improve it next time. Hefei also said, maybe if you let me try it, it will have good results. Meow. Wulong said. You? Yeah. Look, I'm an Elu Cat, and I weigh much less than you humans. Wouldn't this solve the problem of insufficient lift? Meow? That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Hefei said with a look of sudden realization. Then next time when I transform a new glider, I'll let you help with the experiment. Be careful. This experiment is dangerous. You can easily get injured if you fall from the air. Lily reminded at the side. It doesn't matter. I'm an Elu Cat. Under normal circumstances, it won't be a problem if you fall from a height. Meow. Wulong said confidently. The good thing is that light always flies by quickly. The group of people chatted for a while, and it was already very late. So everyone started to pack the dishes, organize the camp, and then went to sleep. Early the next morning, Wulong and his party, who had completed the promotion task, said goodbye to the others and set off on the road back to Milad village. After a night's rest, under the dual effects of the healing potion G and the healing stone with a recovery speed of +1, Catherine's body has almost recovered, so there is no problem in returning to Milad village with Wulong and Haitang. Hefei, Lily and Ellen chose to continue heading towards the Kunbo wetland because their mission had not yet been completed. However, this time they searched in a different location than before, trying to find the rock through a blanket search, the whereabouts of the dragon. As for the 2 Elu Cats from the Elu Cat rescue team, they received rescue signals from other hunters, so they hurriedly pushed the cat cart on the road. Dusk, Milad village. Just when Sasha was about to get off work, 3 familiar faces appeared at the door of the union office again. Ah, you guys are back so soon? But speaking of which, although it generally takes most hunters 5 days to complete this task, with your strength, it's not surprising that it takes 3 days to complete it. Although Sasha was a little surprised when she saw Wulong and his party at first. After thinking about it for a while, Sasha seemed to feel that she was used to this kind of situation happening that surpassed the hunting record of Milad village. Of course, if the Kunbire wetland hadn't been too far away and too much time had been spent on the road. This level of hunting could have been completed in 1 noon at most. Meow, Wenlong said. Of course, unceremoniously. That's it. That's it. Sasha didn't bother to argue with Wenlong, and simply agreed casually, and then said, Then take out your trophies. If you succeed this time, you can successfully advance to 2 stars. A high-level hunter. 2-star high-level hunter? They became 2-star high-level so quickly? After hearing what Sasha said, other hunters who had also returned from hunting and were still in the lobby of the Hunter Guild office suddenly gathered around. After all, Wenlong and his party have long been celebrities in Milad Village, and most people know them. Therefore, most people still remember when Wenlong and his party were promoted to 2-star low-level hunters. Now that he has been promoted to the 2-star high level so quickly, it will naturally arouse a group of people's surprise. Chapter 185, Jumping 3 levels in a row. Hey, weren't they still 2-star low-level hunters the last time I saw them? How come they were directly promoted to 2-star high level without seeing them upgrade to the 2-star mid-level? Some people in the crowd were puzzled. Asked, Have you seen the new little girl in their team with a hunting bow? It is said that her name is Haitang. Her equipment is also the best in the team, and she is a 2-star mid-level hunter. Because of her it exists, so their team can directly obtain the 2-star high-level promotion mission. The person on the side explained to the doubtful hunter with a very understanding look. Oh, that girl is a 2-star mid-level hunter? But the equipment she is wearing is obviously the suit of the Salon King. And the Salon King should be a 2-star high-level hunter who can hunt. It's not wrong. I have specifically checked their information registered in the guild. After all, there are occasionally people like this who make sure they have absolute strength before accepting promotion tasks. This way, it will be safer. That is, it is said that this girl already had 2-star high-level strength before accepting the promotion task. Then I'm afraid that the one in our village hugged the thigh of the girl named Haitang, and then skipped the 2-star intermediate level and was directly promoted to the 2-star high level. Right? The one who really hugs the thigh is the Elu Cat. Right? The 2 hunters who teamed up with him are both newcomers with great potential. Such Elu Cats can live a good life even if they don't need to contribute. It's really disappointing. People are envious. Meow. Even the owl cat next to the hunter said with envious eyes. It turns out that's the case. But the little girl named Haitang is too young. After all, she comes from a big city like Midgebolton. Her strength is indeed not comparable to that of the hunters in our village. But the hunters in our village are actually being able to recruit such a strong teammate really makes people jealous. Even among people's exclamations, some people made speculations of one kind or another. After all, jumping directly from a 2-star low level to a 2-star high level in such a short period of time is really unbelievable. So some people who can't believe the facts find other reasons to confirm their thoughts. For example, Catherine and Wenlong were able to advance so quickly because of the support of their new teammates. This idea is one of the good reasons. Humph. A group of ignorant humans. Are these foreign monks who are good at chanting sutras? They actually think that the person holding someone else's thigh is me? Meow. Although the other party's voice was not loud, Wenlong could still hear it clearly. But Wenlong didn't bother to explain anything. After all, Wenlong also knew that a strong person didn't need to care about the thoughts of a weak person who was jealous of him. Otherwise it would be too low his own level. Hey, woman, show her the trophy. Meow. So Wenlong said quietly to Catherine. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine, who had recovered, carried 2 large packages on her back and put them down in front of everyone. When the first package was spread out, people saw a lot of materials for the Peach-Hair Beast King. Although these materials had been decomposed, cleaned, and sorted, however, it is easy to tell from some characteristics that it is indeed from the Peach-Hair Beast King. For example, the claws of the Peach-Haired Beast King, the bright peach-colored fur, and the bunch of pastel-colored hair that only the Peach-Haired Beast King has on his head. Sasha came over and carefully checked the materials to make sure they were all genuine and not fake. Then she announced, Well, it has been confirmed. It is indeed the material of the Peach-Haired Beast King. Then I will go and get you a 2-star high-level hunter badge. Wait a minute. There's another package I haven't looked at. Meow. Wenlong said from the side. What? Aren't all the materials for the Peach-Haired Beast King here? Sasha asked a little strangely. At this time, Catherine opened the second package, revealing the material of the Daimyo Shield Crab. The material of the Daimyo Shield Crab is very easy to identify. the large carapace with red as the main color, especially the huge red pincers, shows the domineering nature of this daimyo shield crab in life. This is the material of the famous shield crab. You actually hunted the famous shield crab this time? Sasha said in surprise. Just before this, Sasha thought that she had a good understanding of the strength of Catherine and others, and would not be surprised as easily as before. But the current situation was still beyond Sasha's expectations. Even more surprised than Sasha were the onlookers on the side. They all exclaimed. Even the few people who thought Wenlong and his party just found a high-level hunter to hold their thighs were not allowed to do so. Don't shut up. If Wenlong and his party directly skipped the 2-star mid-level and advanced to the 2-star high-level, but they were still suspected of hugging Haiteng's thigh, then it would not be simple to directly kill the famous shield crab that can only be hunted by 3-star hunters. A hug will explain it. After all, looking at the equipment of Wenlong and his party, Haiteng, who has the best equipment, only wears the suit of the Salon King, while Catherine only wears the suit of the Shalimon. As for Wenlong's equipment, it is even more shabby, and it turns out to be only the Huangsu Dragon King suit. If such a combination did not work together, there would be no way to hunt the daimyo shield crab. After hunting the Tefeo Beast King, I was attacked by the daimyo shield crab, so I killed the daimyo shield crab at the same time. If I remember correctly, a promotion mission can ensure the completion of the mission and hunt at the same time. For other higher level monsters, the final star rating will be based on the highest level monster hunted. Right. Meow? Wenlong asked with confidence. Is it actually a continuous hunt? First I hunted the Peach Beast King, and then I hunted the daimyo shield crab. Even though Sasha thought she was mentally prepared, she still became suspicious. But when I thought about it carefully, I didn't find anything suspicious. It takes 2 days to go back and forth from Milad village to Kunbire wetland, and Wenlong and his party spent exactly 3 days out, which means that the hunting only took 1 day. This just proves that Wenlong and his party indeed hunted the Taomao Beast King and the daimyo shield crab continuously in 1 day, without any rest time in between. And this is undoubtedly much more difficult than hunting any of the monsters alone. After all, continuous hunting, among other things, consumes a lot of physical energy, and hunting for a long time can easily lead to various accidents. As usual, Sasha stopped to check the materials of the daimyo shield crab. Although Sasha had already seen at a glance that these materials could not be fakes, she still did a careful inspection. Yes, these are all fresh, taken from the recently hunted daimyo shield crab. Then I admit that you have been promoted to 3-star hunters. And not only that, I also want to announce loudly here that you are the newcomer who has reached the 3-star hunter level at the fastest speed since the establishment of Milad village. Chapter 186 Growth. The crowd burst into applause. You actually jumped 3 levels in such a short period of time. There are no outstanding hunters like us in other villages. Right? Yes. He is our role model. Why can't I be like them? And they are both very young. Both are lovely girls. Their future prospects are simply unlimited. Isn't there a maximum of 4 people in a hunter team? I really want to join them. Stop dreaming. They are already 3-star hunters. Will they want you? A 1-star hunter? And since they are 3-star hunters, they should go to big cities like Major Bolton soon. From now on, he won't stay in our village of Milad. Everyone, please be quiet. Not long after, Sasha took out 2 3-star low-level hunter badges and put them on for Catherine and Haiteng respectively. Okay, now you are officially called 3-star hunters. But one thing I want to tell you is that starting from the 3-star hunter, you can no longer accept promotion tasks in Milad village. If you want to become stronger, or want to be promoted to a higher level, then you must go to the Hunters Guild in Bolton. Only there can you advance to a higher level. Understood? Thank you, Sister Sasha. And thank you for your blessings. Catherine replied very politely, while touching the shining 3-star hunter badge on her chest. Although it is only a 3-star low-level hunter badge, it is also composed of 2 gold stars and 1 star. Compared with the surrounding 1-star badges, it naturally looks particularly dazzling. Compared to Catherine, Haiteng seemed much more introverted. Although after putting on the new hunter badge, Haiteng just kept stroking the new badge with 2 gold stars and 1 bronze star with her hands. Look at that little girl. She's so shy. She looks so cute. Someone said. After all, I am still young. I have never seen myself surrounded by so many people. It is normal to be shy. Someone else said this. However, they did not know that although Haiteng was young, She had already fought against monsters in an arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Even the attention of tens of thousands of people could not affect her. How could it be that because of such people staring at him so shy that he lowered his head and fiddled with his hunter badge without saying a word? In fact, Haitang was just wondering how much this new badge would fetch if sold. For this reason, Haitang secretly asked Wenlong next to her. "That Mr. Cat." Haitang tugged on Wenlong's clothes. "What's wrong?" "Meow. Begonia wants to know, are these 2 golden stars really made of gold?" "Stop dreaming. It's just gold-plated. The Hunter Guild is not so generous as to use pure gold to make a badge for you." "Meow." Wenlong shattered Haitang's dream without hesitation. "Hey Haitang. I'm so disappointed." Haitang's mood suddenly became depressed. "Okay. The badges have been distributed. Congratulations to the 2 for becoming 3-star hunters," Sasha announced again after fastening the badges on Catherine and Haitang. Then the crowd burst into applause again, along with more blessings. However, these blessings and applause were not given to Wenlong, because Wenlong did not have a badge. And in the eyes of others, Wenlong wearing the Huang Sulong King suit was not as great as Catherine and Haitang's contribution to the hunt. After all, everyone knows that it is difficult for Huang Sulong King suit to cause damage to a monster of the level of the Peach-Hair Beast King, let alone a higher-level monster like the Diamond Shield Crab. It must be used to deal with the Diamond Shield Crab, only probably the result of being hit by a knife. Moreover, the Hunter Guild is only responsible for star rating for hunters. But as a hunter's pet, Elu Cat does not have a corresponding rating system. So no one will investigate how much contribution Wenlong made in this hunt. However, Wenlong didn't care about this. Although Wenlong usually seemed very high profile, at this time, Wenlong just stood silently beside Catherine and Haitang, and then looked at him with eyes that were difficult for others to notice, but were very gratifying. With Catherine and Begonia, the stupid woman and the little girl have finally become 3-star hunters. Meow. Wenlong sighed in his heart. This reminded Wenlong of the first time he met Catherine. At that time, Catherine was just a newcomer who was so scared that she covered her eyes when she saw the big wild boar rushing towards her. But now she is a 3-star hunter. And the whole process only used more than 2 months. Wenlong witnessed the growth of Catherine's strength and saw how Catherine came step by step. So Wenlong was the most emotional about Catherine. Humph. Although the stupid woman can achieve today's results because of my training, the stupid woman also really worked hard herself. Meow. Wenlong recalled several scenes of Catherine's hunting in his mind. Once when hunting the big wild boar king, Catherine, who had only been exposed to hunting for a few days, lured away several big wild boars by herself. And she sustained the attacks of several big wild boars for a long time. When hunting a big strange bird, Catherine relied on her talent to quickly become familiar with the attack characteristics of the big strange bird, and then made a prediction of the big strange bird's attack behavior in a very short period of time. While hunting the Sarimon, Catherine's sword was destroyed by the Salaman. But in order to prevent the Sarimon from escaping, she knocked the Salaman down with her body. Then, there was the hunting of the Daimyo Shield Crab. Even though Catherine was seriously injured, she still tried her best to throw the heavy sword out and knock the dozen-ton Daimyo Shield Crab over to the ground. In Wenlong's mind, Catherine's performance these few times was remarkable, and even many old hunters couldn't do this. So after experiencing these things, Wenlong's view of Catherine slowly changed. Humph! Stupid woman! Now you have finally grown from being a drag to being my uncle's partner. Meow! Wenlong said in his heart with a somewhat arrogant tone. However, although we are making rapid progress, we will have to go to Major Bolton in the future. After all, this small village of Milad only has one Hunters Union office, and the highest level can only award 3-star low-level badges. If you want to become higher-level hunters, must be certified by Major Bolton's Hunter Guild. Meow. The competition will be even more intense by then. Oh, by the way, there is also the guy named Claude. The stupid woman's bet with him will soon be over. I don't know how much stronger that guy has become. What? Meow? Among the noisy crowd, only Wenlong was thinking silently. Chapter 187. A Serious Warning. Mr. Cat. Suddenly a familiar voice interrupted Wenlong's thoughts. And by the time Wenlong noticed it, he had already been hugged by Catherine. Hey woman! What are you doing? You're doing this in public. How embarrassing. Meow! I am able to achieve what I am today thanks to Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat taught me a lot, and I was able to grow so fast, Catherine said to the gazes of the people around her. What? Could it be that the secret is because of this Elu Cat? I can't see how powerful this Elu Cat is at all. Elu Cat is not as powerful as a hunter in terms of strength or physical fitness. How can it be more powerful than a hunter? And it can actually teach hunters hunting skills? That is even more incredible. Although many people were just talking quietly, Wenlong could still hear everything clearly with his excellent hearing. The look of shock and disbelief was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. After all, in people's daily cognition, Elu Cat is the hunter's pet. Although it can help the hunter in hunting, it is the hunter himself who really fights the monsters. And Elu Cat only plays a supporting role. Therefore, people believe that Catherine would say this more out of politeness, and to thank Elu Cat for its contribution in hunting. It is simply impossible to say that an Elu Cat taught a hunter the skills of hunting. But Catherine continued, when we were investigating Star Dragon, it was Mr. Cat who risked his life and dealt with Star Dragon for a long time, and cut off a scale from Star Dragon's body. What? The crowd started to commotion again. An Elu Cat can actually cut off a scale from the legendary Star Dragon. If this is true, then this can indeed prove Wenlong's strength. After all, before this, several hunters sent by Major Bolton's Hunter Guild were defeated before they could even see the appearance of Star Dragon. However, just like this, an Elu Cat not only saw the truth about Star Dragon, but also took off a scale from Star Dragon. I thought it was done by several hunters working together. Was it actually the spirit piece that this Elu Cat took from the Star Dragon? It seems that there was a quasi 3-star hunter sent from Major Bolton to act with them. Right. But the young quasi 3-star hunter seemed to have been sent back in a cat cart in the end. How is this possible? It is said that the quasi 3-star hunter already has 3-star strength, but he has not yet accepted the promotion task to obtain a high-level badge. Even in Major Bolton, he has great potential. As for the newcomers, characters like this have been sent back by cat cars. So how did this Elu Cat do it? The crowd started talking again. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. I have always been a low-key and reserved Elu Cat. I didn't want to show off my strength. But since you asked sincerely, I'd better tell you the truth. Meow. Seeing that everyone around him had completely focused their attention on himself, Wenlong pretended to say it out of necessity. The woman next to me is right. The scales on the Star Dragon were taken off by me, Wenlong said, taking out the Star Dragon scale in his hand and showing off. It's so beautiful. Are they really the scales of a Star Dragon? It looks like red glass shining brightly. Our Elu Cat clan actually has such a powerful person. I will learn from him in the future. Naya, another Elu Cat said. When people really saw the scales of this Star Dragon, they gradually began to believe Wenlong's words from the disbelief they had before. Seeing a group of people amazed, Wenlong continued to brag. It's a pity that Xinglong ran too fast that day. I didn't catch up and let it run away. In the end, only one scale was cut off. Otherwise, you guys, what you see is not just a scale, but a whole Star Dragon. Meow. This time, the expressions on people's faces became even more surprised, and everyone looked like they didn't believe it. Many 3-star and quasi 3-star hunters were sent to the cat carriage without even seeing Star Dragon. It is enough for an Elu Cat to take off a scale from Star Dragon. It's a miracle. How is it possible to completely hunt the Star Dragon? Someone even asked Wenlong loudly. You don't believe it, do you? Hum. Wenlong smiled confidently. In 3 months, I will let you see the news that I have captured the Star Dragon. Meow. 3 months later? People asked with some confusion. Will the Star Dragon come back in 3 months? In most people's minds, even if they have never seen a Star Dragon, most of them have heard the legends about the Star Dragon that have been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, when they hear that the Star Dragon will come back, people can't help but become nervous. Got up. Because according to the legend, every time the Star Dragon appears, it will cause a major event, and it will also be accompanied by some kind of disaster. In this case, it naturally has to attract everyone's attention. Yes. Don't ask me how I know. In short, I can tell you that although I don't know the day, Xinglong will definitely come back within 3 months. Wenlong's expression suddenly became serious. By then, I have already gone to Major Bolton, and I may not be able to come back in time. If Star Dragon comes back, it will definitely cause chaos in the monster ecology again, and it will be more serious than the last time. A large number of monsters will approach us. Milad Village. No, even Major Bolton will not be spared by then, and the Hunters Guild will not have the extra strength to help us. So the safety of the villagers will have to be entrusted to everyone present. Meow. Wenlong's words made everyone present take a breath. These hunters looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. Why does this Elu Cat know this? This is the question on everyone's mind. But judging from Wenlong's expression, it doesn't seem like he is telling lies. And 3 months is not too long. Whether it is true or not can be proven soon. And no one can think of any reason for the Elu Cat in front of them to deceive everyone present. Don't believe this Elu Cat. This Elu Cat is just a liar. And the scales on his hands are not those of Star Dragon. However, just when the crowd became quiet and at a loss, suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. Chapter 188 Truth and Lies. Who dares to say that I am a liar? Meow? Wenlong saw at a glance an old man wearing a top hat and a mustache. And the old man was wearing clothes only worn by wealthy aristocrats. At first glance, the dress does not look like someone from a rural place like MHOL village. This made Wenlong a little annoyed. Wenlong was angry because Wenlong didn't lie. The so-called Star Dragon would come back in 3 months was based on Wenlong's previous understanding of Star Dragon's habits. And what Wenlong said later about Star Dragon, the conclusion that disasters caused by dragons will indeed happen. Not only in the game, but also in this world. Wenlong also received confirmation from Lindy's, a bachelor at Wanli Academy. As for the other party actually questioning that the scales in his hand were not Star Dragon scales, that is even more nonsense. After all, Wenlong had to risk his life to pry them off from Star Dragon. Although Wenlong deliberately exaggerated himself when describing it, strength, but there is no problem at all that the scales are those of a Star Dragon. So Wenlong wasted his time and warned the hunters in the village in front of a group of people to prepare for disasters out of good intentions, hoping to help the villagers of MHOL village overcome the difficulties. However, even so, Wenlong was actually questioned. And it was an old man who came from other places, who didn't know when to question himself. Of course, Wenlong would feel unhappy. You don't seem to be from the village. Who are you? Meow? Wenlong asked. The old man didn't answer, but just sneered and said, A mere Elu Cat is not qualified to know my name. Huh? Just when Wenlong was about to get angry, suddenly a young woman wearing glasses squeezed in from the crowd of onlookers. Mr. Wenlong, please don't be angry. I'll introduce it to you. Wenlong, who heard the voice, turned his head and looked around. And what he saw was Lindy's, the Wanli scholar he had met before. Wenlong remembered that Lindy's was also there when he met Xinglong. Now that she appears here, it can be used as a witness to prove that he is not lying. Miss Lindy's, why are you here? Meow? So Wenlong asked. That's it, Lindy's gasped. After we were separated from you last time, I reported to the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau what you told me, Mr. Wenlong, about the ancient dragon species entering the awakening stage. The Observation Bureau specially sent the person in charge of the West Shuriide area here to investigate and verify the situation. And the result is, Miss Lindy's, I don't need to bother you with the introduction. I'll speak for myself. The old man wearing a top hat interrupted Lindy's speech and said, Clifford, is the regional director of the Gulong Observation Bureau. According to my observations over the years, nothing major has happened. The recent disturbances of some monsters are just normal periodic disturbances and do not constitute a major disaster. Not to mention the nonsense that the ancient dragon species has entered the awakening stage. So your report is pure nonsense, the old man named Clifford said confidently. Trouble. I met an expert. And he was brought here by Lindy's. He must be an old guy with a bit of fame. I just heard the introduction, and it seems that he is the person in charge of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau in the entire West Holred region. Is that so? Such unlearned experts are really a headache both on Earth and in the world of Monster Hunter. Wenlong complained in his heart. When Wenlong knew that the other party was from the Gulong Observation Bureau, he naturally had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, the Gulong Observation Bureau has always been the authority to issue disaster warnings caused by various monsters. This kind of authoritative person holds the title once a person appears. Even if what he says is wrong, there will still be a group of people who believe him. No matter so much. I have faced a group of internet trolls many times on the internet and verbally quarreled with them without flinching. A mere expert cannot defeat me. Meow. Wenlong took a deep breath, and then prepared for battle. You are so kind-hearted. I remind you that it is all out of good intentions. Huh? Do you have any evidence to say that I am lying? Meow? Wenlong counterattacked unceremoniously. First of all, Wenlong wanted to see the other party's trump card. So he asked the other party to present evidence as soon as he opened his mouth. Only when the other party presented evidence could Wenlong refute the evidence and clear himself of the suspicion of deception. "Of course I have evidence," Clifford said. As he spoke, Clifford took out an ancient book that seemed to be old, then opened one of the pages and began to speak loudly. "According to the observation log of the West Heald area hidden in the archives of our ancient dragon observatory, the star dragon is a monster with dark purple scales, and every appearance of the star dragon is accompanied by diseases, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. Disaster, and according to the description of your Elu Cat, it simply does not match the description in the ancient books. Therefore, your Elu Cat is a liar." When Clifford said this, boos began to ring out around him. Obviously, what an authoritative person like Clifford said was more convincing than Wenlong. In addition, there was a genuine ancient book in his hand to prove it. So people naturally tend to believe Clifford. "No, Mr. Cat won't lie. Hai Tang believes in what Mr. Cat said." At this time, only Catherine and Hai Tang stood firmly on Wenlong's side. In addition, Lindy's, who had met Xinglong with Wenlong, also expressed that everyone should calm down and not jump to conclusions casually. "It turns out that it's easier to deal with him if he's just a nerd who only knows how to read the book. Meow." But all this was within Wenlong's expectation. And when he heard what the other party said, Wenlong also understood a general idea in his heart. And he relaxed down. "It is said that I am a liar based on 1 or 2 bad books. It can only mean that you have too little knowledge. Meow," Wenlong said unceremoniously. "Aren't the investigation records preserved in my hand from ancient times more authoritative than the statement of your cat? Elu?" Clifford also refused to give in. "It's a pity that there are errors in the investigation in your hands. But this is not surprising. Star Dragon is too mysterious to everyone after all. It is normal for some people to get it wrong. Meow. Then you can tell me where I went wrong?" Clifford said with eyes wide open. For Clifford, some people may have questioned him before, but it was unheard of for someone to question the correctness of ancient classics. Therefore, Clifford felt even more that the Elu Cat in front of him was too arrogant. Chapter 189 Disaster Star Dragon. "Humph. I want to ask you, are not all ancient books recorded in this way?" Wenlong glanced at the crowd looking around, and then said, "As far as I know, some ancient books also mention Xinglong. It is recorded that it was transformed after the death of a beautiful princess who was framed, and was called beautiful and noble. There are also ancient books that call it the Dragon of the Stars, which is a beautiful name that arouses imagination. But there is no mention of causing earthquakes, disasters like disease or volcanic eruption. Right? Meow?" Wenlong asked unhurriedly. "So what? Maybe the records in those ancient books are not complete. And the files I have here are left by the former Gulong Observation Bureau. And they are the most authoritative files. Every person in charge of our Gulong Observation Bureau is doing their best if you are engaged in this job. It is absolutely impossible to be wrong in recording the time when the mutation occurred. And you will not exaggerate or cover up casually because of your own feelings and preferences." Clifford is quite confident about the files in his hands. Of confidence. "Of course, I believe in the sense of responsibility of the predecessors of Gulong Observation Bureau. And I also believe that they did not write irresponsible things randomly. So I said before that some things are because Xinglong is too mysterious. So lack of understanding caused the misunderstanding. Meow." Then Wenlong cleared his throat and continued. "The reason why the records in different ancient books are different is because there is not only one kind of star dragon. Like many other monsters, star dragons are also divided into general types and subspecies. It is precisely because these 2 types of star dragons have different habits that there are differences in the descriptions of star dragons in various ancient books. Meow. Is there any subspecies of star dragon?" The crowd was in commotion again. "There's really all kinds of breaking news tonight. Yes, it's not just the star dragon, but there are also subspecies of the star dragon? Not long ago, the star dragon was just a monster that only existed in legends. But now there is even news about the subspecies. I really don't know how this Elu Cat knows so much. Could it be that this Elu Cat was once the pet of a legendary hunter? Most people have never seen Xinglong, let alone its subspecies. So as soon as Wenlong's words came out, people started whispering and talking about it. Quiet. Wenlong made a quiet gesture to signal the people around him to stop talking. After the scene quieted down, Wenlong continued, Those who describe Xinglong as a noble and beautiful princess actually mean the general type of star dragon is the owner of this scale. Meow. Wenlong once again raised the scales of the star dragon in his hand, letting everyone present see the brilliance of the scales, which were like fiery red glass. Just like a leaf can tell the autumn, although it is only a small scale. Everyone present can feel the noble and gorgeous posture of the star dragon from this shining scale. So even though people didn't speak, Wenlong knew that these people had already agreed with his statement. Wenlong went on to explain, and those who describe star dragons as bringing all kinds of disasters, and being more violent and destructive, are naturally not ordinary types of star dragons, but subspecies of star dragons. Disaster star dragon. This type of star dragon is the type that really brings destruction to the world. And it is also a sign that a large number of ancient dragon species have awakened and entered an active stage. Meow. Is it because there are subspecies of star dragon that the records about star dragon in ancient books give people a completely different impression? After hearing Wenlong's explanation, some people began to believe Qi Wenlong's statement. After all, as Wenlong said, most monsters are divided into general species and subspecies. It is only because Xinglong is too mysterious that even the general species has not confirmed its true existence for a long time. So people only the possibility of the existence of subspecies has never been given further thought. And now Wenlong has put forward the concepts of star dragon and star dragon subspecies. Disaster star dragon, which perfectly explains the problem of different impressions of star dragon records in ancient books and various ancient legends. Humph. You're talking nonsense. Why are everything you said correct? Do you have any evidence? Clifford heard that Wenlong had mentioned something about a subspecies of star dragon that he had never heard of before. The disaster star dragon. Naturally, I couldn't believe it. Although Wenlong's explanation sounded reasonable, it was impossible for Clifford to believe such an Elu cat without evidence. What's more, as the person in charge of the Gulong Observation Bureau in the West Shuriide area, Clifford's pride also made him unwilling to trust a mere Elu cat. And Clifford also believed that Wenlong could not have any evidence at all, because even the general species of star dragon, in Wenlong's hands, only has a gorgeous-looking scale that can barely prove that the more mysterious subspecies of star dragon that only appeared in ancient times. This one can Illuma come up with any evidence, and as long as Wenlong can't produce evidence, there will be no winner or lose in this debate, and his face, as the head of the Gulong Observation Bureau in the West Hulred region, can be saved. Therefore, Clifford can be said to be full of confidence in his questioning. However, Wenlong smiled. Of course I have evidence. Sir. Meow. Wenlong spoke without hesitation and with full confidence, as if he was waiting for Clifford to ask about the evidence in his hand. Then take it out and take a look. Clifford was not to be outdone. No problem. But I need one more thing before that. Naya. With that said, Wenlong looked around, and then his eyes rested on Lindy's, a bachelor of Wongley Academy. So Wenlong jumped out of Catherine's arms, then walked to Lindy's and asked, Now, Maester Lindy's, are you short-sighted? Meow. Yes, I am short-sighted. Lindy's nodded. Oh, then you can't use your glasses. Let me look at Meow again. Wenlong scanned the crowd again, and suddenly found a silver chain hanging from Clifford's collar, and the end of the chain hung down to Clifford's chest pocket. Humph! It turns out there is one here. Suddenly, Wenlong jumped up, then grabbed the silver chain at Clifford's collar, and pulled hard, and the entire chain was pulled off. And along with the chain, there is also a single-sided spectacle with a silver frame attached to the end of the chain, although it is kept in the pocket. You bratty cat! What are you trying to do to rob me? Clifford, who was calm at first, turned angry when he found out that Wenlong had snatched the single-sided glasses from his pocket in front of everyone. All turned red. Chapter 190 Evidence that shocked the world. Of course it's to show you the evidence. Old man, looking at your age, your glasses should be reading glasses. Right. Meow? Wenlong asked with a smile. Humph. So what? What does my reading glasses have to do with the star dragon subspecies? Although Clifford was furious, he did not try to snatch his single-sided glasses because of his identity. What's more, Clifford also knew that even if he really took action, he wouldn't be able to get his glasses back from the hands of an agile Elkit, as long as they are reading glasses. Wenlong picked up Clifford's single-sided glasses and looked at them. After confirming that they were reading glasses, he said, Everyone, please give way. If you want evidence, just follow me outside. Come on. Meow. Out of curiosity, a group of people followed Wenlong outside the Hunter Guild office. At this time, the moon was in the sky. There were no clouds in the clear sky. Only the stars were shining. What a beautiful day. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong placed the red star dragon scales on a flat stone on the roadside. For a moment, the dark stone was also reflected by the red light with a different kind of brilliance, making people even more impressed by the beauty of the star dragon. Watch it. Meow. Then Wenlong placed the unilateral glasses he had snatched previously on top of the scales. Soon the starlight and moonlight in the night gradually converged through the unilateral glasses, forming a shining focus on Xinglong's scales. Instantly the brilliance of the scales became even more dazzling. Is it true that the power of the star dragon comes from the stars in the sky? Seeing this scene, people's doubts were confirmed. Of course it's true. And because the single-sided glasses I'm holding are reading glasses, the lenses are convex lenses. Such lenses have the function of concentrating light. So the scales you see now are concentrated because they absorb a lot. The stars are shining brighter than ever. Meow. Wenlong explained calmly. This method of gathering starlight allows the scales to absorb far more starlight in a short period of time than they would normally absorb. In order to simulate the star dragon's absorption of starlight over the long years in a short period of time. In this case, you will soon see the result of star dragon absorbing too much power from the stars. Meow. Although using the starlight at night to make the scales shine has undoubtedly proved that the scales come from the star dragon, Wenlong still did not stop, but continued to maintain the posture of focusing the light, allowing more starlight to continue to focus on that piece on the shining scales. Then gradually, the color of the originally shining red scales began to gradually change. The dazzling red gradually merged with a hint of blue, and then this blue merged with the red to form a new color. Purple. It's purple. Purple. It's the color of the Woe Star Dragon. When this scene happened, someone in the crowd was already shouting, and Clifford on the side frowned. At this time, Wenlong continued to explain, the subspecies of star dragon, the misfortune star dragon, was born because the ordinary star dragons were excessively greedy for the power of the starry sky. They accepted the power of the starry sky that was far beyond their ability to bear. After that, due to the influence of excessive star power, the original red scales will gradually turn purple, and the personality will change drastically, becoming more manic and aggressive. Meow. In fact, there is no need to say more. The moment they saw the scales changing color, people already understood the general idea. At this time, Clifford had nothing to say, because such a disaster star dragon has absorbed a large amount of the power of stars. Its strength and speed will be more powerful than ordinary star dragons. Moreover, the excessive power of stars in the body will not only cause mutations in the surrounding environment, leading to diseases, earthquakes, disasters such as volcanic eruptions will also affect the sleeping ancient dragon species, leading to a new round of active ancient dragon species. Everyone, do you understand? Meow. At this time, under the shining of the gathering stars, the original red scales had completely turned purple. Under the night, this dark purple looked particularly weird, as if it could bring misfortune and disaster to the world, just like the legend. Finally, Wenlong said, so, the reason why I said that the star dragon will come back in 3 months is because when I met that star dragon last time, I found that its absorption of starlight power was about to reach its peak. It has reached the critical point. So I can infer that in 3 months from now, this star dragon will inevitably transform into a disaster star dragon. If it cannot be solved before then, there is no need for me to say more. What happened? When Wenlong finished speaking calmly, the surroundings were quiet, and no one dared to say another word. Even Clifford just stared blankly at everything in front of him, his mouth half opened, too surprised to speak. Undoubtedly, everything in front of me has explained the problem. When the purple scale was born in the starlight, even humans who were very slow to the power of starlight could feel the power fluctuations in it. Did the disaster star dragon use this power to bring disaster and awaken the sleeping ancient dragon species? After a while, Clifford murmured. Then Clifford seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly ran out of the crowd, not even caring that his beloved single-sided glasses were still in Wenlong's hand. Quick! Quick! Prepare a hot air balloon for me. I'm going to East Aruma. I'm going to East Aruma. Now. Right now. There are only 3 months left. There can be no further delay. I'm going now. While running, Clifford shouted loudly, no longer caring about his identity. Wenlong saw that in the direction Clifford was running, there was a high tower. On the edge of the tower was a floating hot air balloon tied with a wrist-thick hemp rope. Under the hot air balloon, there was a hanging basket is obviously for people to ride on. Wenlong recognized it at a glance as a hot air balloon specially used for observation by the Gulong Observation Bureau. As the person in charge of the Gulong Observation Bureau in the West Shalad area, Clifford has the authority to mobilize hot air balloons for high-altitude observation. This time Clifford came to Milad Village to take such a hot air balloon. And now, Clifford is instructing his men to prepare for the departure of the hot air balloon as soon as possible. As for Clifford's destination this time, East Daruma, according to Wenlong's knowledge, is currently the largest and most prosperous city in the world. It is also the city where the headquarters of the famous Hunters Guild and the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau are located. So Clifford's purpose of rushing to East Daruma is already clear. Clifford wants to tell the whole world what he learned from Wenlong today. Chapter 191: The Suit of the Daimyo Shield Crab and the Peach-Haired Beast King. Mr. Wenlong, I'm leaving. This time I'm going to East Daruma with Mr. Clifford. Thank you again for providing us with such important news. Seeing that Clifford was ready to leave overnight, after getting ready, Lindy's also chose to say goodbye to Wenlong and his party. Well, then, Ms. Lindy's, we will see you next time. Oh, by the way, take this thing to the old man as well. After saying that, Wenlong put the silver bill that Clifford forgot to take away in his hand. The glasses were handed to Lindy's. Goodbye, Sister Lindy's. Goodbye. Catherine and Haitang also said separately. Okay, I will help return it to Mr. Clifford. Then, goodbye. Saying goodbye to Wenlong and others one by one, Lindy's also caught up with Clifford and boarded the hot air balloon with Clifford. The crowd began to disperse slowly, and all the hunters in Milad Village had different plans in their minds after receiving the news about the star dragon subspecies, the Bane star dragon. What some people want is to become stronger as soon as possible so that they can adapt to the period when ancient dragon species are likely to awaken on a large scale in the future. There are also some people who regard hunting as a means of making a living and decide to give up their career as hunters. After all, if the awakening of ancient dragon species is really triggered in the future, the risks of being a hunter will skyrocket. In any case, after knowing in advance what is likely to happen in the future, most people began to prepare for their future. Among them, those who were confident in their abilities chose to stay in the hunter team, and those who were confident in their abilities chose to stay in the hunter team. People without self-confidence will naturally choose to leave. Okay, let's rest in Milad Village these days. Firstly, we have to hand over the materials obtained from this hunt to Granny Risi to build new equipment. Secondly, we have to seize the time to get help from the village manager recently. Collect all kinds of materials that can be sold in hand, and we can transport another batch to Midge Bolton at about the same time. Then we will set off with Old Heathen again. Meow, Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang. Wenlong's proposal was quickly agreed by Catherine and Haitang. After continuously hunting the Peach Beast King and the Diamond Shield Crab, the two also felt the bottleneck of their respective strengths. They took advantage of the 2 days of rest to practice alone, absorb and summarize the experiences each gained during hunting. So Wenlong and his party once again booked the best room at the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel in Milad Village and settled down. In the next 3 days, Wenlong was responsible for purchasing various hunting materials delivered by the hunters in the village during the day. At night, he had time to give instructions on the training of Catherine and Haitang. After giving instructions, Wenlong chose to sit down and meditate if he still had time, trying to find more synchronicity between his soul and the soul of El Cat in his body. 3 days later, it was finally the departure time agreed with Uncle Heathen. On this day, early in the morning, Old Man Hessen and his caravan members drove the entire herbivorous dragon caravan to the entrance of Milad Village. Then Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang packed the various materials from the village that they had collected over the past few days and tied them to the back of the herbivorous dragon in Old Hessen's caravan. After all preparations were completed, the caravan set off again. Major Bolton, I'm coming again! If the last time Wenlong went to Major Bolton, it was mainly to open up the trade route from Milad Village to Major Bolton and to travel along the way. Then this time Wenlong really wants to stay in Midge Bolton and start a career. So Wenlong was very well prepared this time. In addition to the various hunting props made in the Sealfang Valley last time, I also took the various gold coins earned from selling goods these days with me, and put them on the back of the herbivorous dragon. Ready to go together. Take it to Major Bolton. In addition, Wenlong also created new suits for himself and Catherine. After all, in the previous battle with the daimyo shield crab, Wenlong clearly felt that his and Catherine's weapons and equipment had improved when they challenged higher strength monsters. It is lagging behind. If it is not upgraded as soon as possible, it may not be able to adapt to the more fierce competition in Bolton in the future. So Wenlong used the materials obtained from the daimyo shield crab to build himself a complete set of equipment for the daimyo shield crab. The weapons were made from the two huge pincers of the daimyo shield crab as the main material and mixed with some materials from the peach hair beast. The double swords and double hammers of flesh palms. Although the name sounds soft and has no offensive power, in fact it is not the case at all. This is like the huge pincers of the daimyo shield crab. Although it does not look as sharp as the blade, its destructive power is impressive. Compared with the previous strange bird Sha, made of big strange bird materials, and the ring scale war blade, made of Huang Sulong King material. This meat palm double hammer does not have any attribute attacks, but a pair of knives that use purely physical attacks as a means of killing. Moreover, this pair of swords is made of the materials of the daimyo shield crab mixed with the materials of the peach hair beast king, which results in the weapon level of this double palm hammer being as high as level 25. Coupled with Granny Reese's technical bonus, the actual level of this double flesh palm hammer has reached level 29. The daimyo shield crab's armor is also quite good. The part made of the daimyo shield crab's carapace has a level of hardness that other monsters do not have. It inherits the daimyo shield crab's unique shield concept, and can actually make its hunters gain a defense boost. This also leads to the fact that although the equipment level of Wenlong's set of daimyo shield crab's armor is also level 29, its defensive ability has actually reached level 31. Hoo-hoo! It feels really good. The daimyo shield crab is a daimyo shield crab after all. It looks like it's wearing armor for the first time. It feels like you can walk sideways like a crab in this suit. Meow! Wenlong sighed in his heart. Wenlong asked Granny Reese to create a suit for Catherine based on the materials of the peach-haired beast king. The big sword made of the sharp claws of the peach-haired beast king and the hard bones of the peach-haired beast king is called the Broken Tooth Great Sword. It is also a purely physical attack weapon, both in terms of hardness and sharpness. It is much stronger than the Terror Tooth Great Sword, made from the previous materials of the Sarukaman. As for the suit of Peach Beast King, not only does its defense power have been greatly improved compared to the suit of Shalimon, but it also has a skill that has never appeared before. Fighting Soul. This is a skill that can be used when the monster is angry. A skill that can arouse the fighting spirit of the hunter at the same time, which means that when facing an angry monster, the hunter's ability will also be improved accordingly. Chapter 192, A Cannon Fires, and a happy event arrives. Everything is ready, and the caravan is about to set off. Just as Old Man Hessen raised the whip in his hand, and was about to drive the herbivorous dragon forward, suddenly an Elu Cat rushed over from a distance, running and shouting loudly, "Master Hero! Master Hero! Please wait a moment! Meow! Is it Xiao Hui? Meow?" Wenlong recognized at a glance that the person who rushed over was his Elu Cat Xiao Hui. But unlike usual, Xiao Hui did not come with his brother, but came alone. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with the manor? And why isn't Da Hui with you? Meow?" Wenlong asked quickly. "It's okay if you don't huff. There's no problem." Xiao Hui was still panting heavily because he was running over in a hurry. After calming down for a while, he continued, "My brother wants to take care of the manor, so he asked me to come over alone. It's not that there is any special reason. I just have something to bring to you, Sir Hero, and I think it will be able to bring you a little help. Sir Hero, meow! Is there something?" Wenlong was shocked. It stands to reason that Big Hui and Xiao Hui never separate. This time, Xiao Hui came to find him alone. There must be something important. Even if he just wanted to bring something, it must be something extraordinary. "Well, that's it. Meow!" So Xiao Hui took out a piece of cloth wrapped in cloth from his pocket, and then opened the wrapped cloth, revealing two pieces of purple jade inside. "Weapon Jade! Meow!" Even Wenlong couldn't help shouting. Speaking of this weapon Jade, Wenlong was also quite familiar with it when he was in the game. Just like the word weapon in its name, this is a kind of jade that can be used to strengthen weapons. It can make the weapon exert its power beyond its original limit. If combined with other means of increasing attack power, it can even make a weapon more powerful. use low-level weapons to unleash the power of weapons that are more than 10 levels higher than their original levels. Therefore, even in the game, such jade is not easy to obtain, and its value is quite high. It's just that Wenlong is the top expert in the server. Naturally, things that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain are not rare in Wenlong's hands. Therefore, Wenlong is also quite familiar with the appearance and use of weapon jade. However, it is different in the world of Monster Hunter. In this world, Wenlong saw the true appearance of this weapon jade for the first time. Considering that this weapon jade can be used to strengthen weapons, it can be used to complement Elu Cat. The shortcoming of insufficient attack power can be said to be one of Wenlong's urgently needed prop materials. So it is not surprising that Wenlong shouted in surprise. Yes! Yes! Lord Hero is indeed well informed. This is weapon jade. Because we just discovered it this morning. Thinking that Lord Hero will leave this morning, we came here specially to bring this thing to you. Meow! Hearing Wenlong call out the name of this weapon jade, Xiao Hui immediately explained to Wenlong. Oh! You said this thing was found early in the morning. Where was it? How was it found? Meow? For such a precious thing, Wenlong naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. It's like this. Lord Hero, Xiao Hui continued to explain. Early this morning, before dawn, my brother Da Hui and I were still sleeping, when we heard a loud booming noise. Knocking me and Big Hui shook off the bed. Meow! Big Bang? Is there a monster coming to attack? Meow? Wenlong asked again. No, although my brother Da Hui and I thought so at first. But later we ran out and took a look and found that it was not the case at all. The deafening explosion came from a wasteland on the top of our mountain. We ran up and took a look. Then Steve was holding a few rocks and laughing. And beside him, there were several large explosive barrels that had not been detonated. Meow. No, that's not it. While listening to Xiao Hui's explanation, Wenlong began to restore the scene described by Xiao Hui in his mind. Wenlong remembered that there was indeed a wasteland near the top of the mountain in his manor. It was basically covered with large rocks, so it was difficult for flowers and grass to grow, let alone to grow crops. Therefore, Wenlong has not developed that area for such a long time, but has left it temporarily abandoned. As for the guy named Steve, Wenlong remembered that he was a miner he recruited during his last recruitment. The purpose was to let him help survey the mountains near Silfing Valley for mineral veins worth mining. Therefore, taking the current situation together, Wenlong basically guessed what was going on. Uncle, I know. It's Steve who is using explosives to mine or on the top of the mountain. Right. Meow? That's right. Lord Hero is really wise and can predict things like a god. Previously, Steve had been following your instructions to survey where there are mineral veins nearby. The day before, he went to the top of the mountain to survey and never came back. Unexpectedly, this morning I heard that loud noise. When we were looking in the mountainous area, we happened to see a big hole blown out of a mountain wall. There was such a purple jade inside. Unfortunately, the jade was too hard. Except for the one blown out by explosives. Except for the 2 pieces, the others are still embedded in the stone wall and cannot be separated for a while. So my brother asked me to report to you with the 2 pieces of weapon jade that were just exploded. Meow. Well, you guys did a good job. Discovering a vein containing weapon jade is indeed a great event. Meow. Wenlong happily praised Da Hui and Xiao Hui while thinking about it in his heart. At the beginning of the recruitment process, although Wenlong hired Steve with the idea of whether there were any mineral veins near Silfing Valley, he did not have high hopes in general. Hurry! It's only been a few days, and I heard good news from Steve. You must know that the value of this weapon jade is higher than the force-moving medicine, hardening medicine, and ghost medicine combined. Because the improvement of hunters by force-moving medicine, hardening medicine, or ghost medicine is only temporary and has a time limit. Once it passes, the hunter's body will return to its original state. But weapon jade is different. Weapon jade can permanently improve weapons, especially for the main weapons that often accompany hunters on hunting. Many hunters will spend a lot of money to buy weapon jade to strengthen them. So being able to discover such a mineral vein near your manor not only means that you will have materials that can be used to strengthen your weapons in the future, but it also means that you will have another powerful way to make money in the future. When he thought of this, Wenlong was naturally very happy. Chapter 193 Thunderbird. In order to commend Xiao Hui for reporting the news to him in time, Wenlong took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Hui, and then explained, "This money is to reward you and Hui for their hard work. In addition, Steve during this period of time. Be prepared to mine the veins, and I will see the results when I come back next time. And also tell Steve that if the thing is done, I will give you a big reward. Meow. Understood, Lord Hero. I'll go back and tell Steve right now. Meow. After saying that, Xiao Hui, who had received the bonus, left happily. After seeing off Xiao Hui, the caravan finally officially set off. Still following the previous route, the caravan began its journey to Midgebolton. The next morning, the caravan entered the Thundering Sand Sea again. This time, because of the experience of traveling in the Thundering Sand Sea twice, even Catherine, who knew little about the desert not long ago, became able to compare adapted easily. Mr. Cat, if nothing else happens, we will be able to reach the canyon of Thunder Sand Sea early this afternoon, Catherine said happily while walking on the road, because the journey was quite smooth. Wenlong and his party could already see the Oasis Canyon in the distance that could be used for camping before the sun set. This made Catherine very happy, not because of anything else. Just because being able to arrive at the Oasis Canyon early meant that the caravan could settle down early and prepare for dinner. Yes, if nothing else happens. Woman, why are you so clumsy? You will do whatever you say. Meow? Wenlong helplessly raised his forehead. Catherine hasn't reacted yet. A monster is coming. Haitang on the side explained, and then pointed to the sky in the distance. Because the sunlight in the desert was extremely strong, most people were not interested in looking up at the sky. So Catherine did not notice the enemies approaching from the air. So it wasn't until Haitang pointed out the direction with her hand that Catherine half covered her eyes with her hand and looked into the distance. That happened to be the direction in which the sun in the distance was tilted. The afternoon sun was still very dazzling. Most people didn't dare to look directly at it. However, after blocking most of the sun with her palms, Catherine could still see a dark figure in the dazzling sun. The dots are getting bigger. That's a big strange bird. It doesn't look like it, but it doesn't look very similar. As the black dot in the distance got bigger and bigger, Catherine gradually saw the original shape of the black dot clearly. However, due to lack of experience with monsters, Catherine, after looking at it for a long time, I just thought it looked like a big strange bird, but I didn't recognize what it was. It's the Sand Thunderbird. It's a monster of the same level as the Daimyo Shield Crab. Meow. Knowing that Catherine didn't recognize the monster that was approaching rapidly, Wenlong explained, Thunderbird? Can it be eaten? Catherine continued to ask. Can I refuse to answer your stupid question? Meow. Wenlong did not answer this question, but Haitang on the side shook his head and expressed his negative opinion. Ah, what a pity, Catherine said with some regret. While Wenlong and his party were chatting, the Sand Thunderbirds in the distance were getting closer and closer. This made Old Man Hessen also notice the danger and prepared to stop the herbivorous dragon caravan to form a defensive formation. However, Wenlong stopped Old Man Hessen's behavior. It doesn't matter. Just keep moving forward. Don't stop. Stopping now will be more troublesome. Just speed up. I can guarantee that the Sand Thunderbird will not cause any harm to you. Meow, Wenlong said calmly. Wenlong knew that facing this monster that landed from the sky, if he stayed still, he would be really seeking death. It would be better to move faster. What's more, with the weapons of the caravan, even using herbivorous dragons to form a defensive circle would not be of any significance to the Sand Thunderbirds in the sky. Ah, okay. Although he was a little uneasy after hearing what Wenlong said, Old Man Heesen chose to continue letting the caravan move forward. At this time, the Thunderbird had already reached the sky above Wenlong and his party. Then, after circling the sky, the Thunderbird seemed to have discovered the target of the caravan. And suddenly it swooped down. The target is naturally the traveling caravan. Little girl, it's up to you. Meow. Facing the Sand Thunderbird that suddenly attacked from the sky, Wenlong said to Haitang beside him. Haitang understands. In fact, Wenlong didn't need to say more. Haitang had already raised the hunting bow in his hand, attached the arrows, and after 3 stages of charging, shot all the arrows in his hand in a continuous shot. The Thunderbird probably didn't expect that there would be a hunter capable of shooting such powerful arrows in such a small caravan. So when the Thunderbird noticed the arrow, it was already too late to dodge. Crack! In fact, Haitang's arrows were not aimed at the body of the Thunderbird, because Haitang knew that as a monster at the same level as the Daimyo Shield Crab, it would be difficult to use arrows to cause enough damage to a body with thick skin at such a long distance of damage. So Begonia aims at the wing membranes on the wings of the sand bird, which are more fragile. Obviously, Haitong's battle was successful. The sharp arrows penetrated the Seratia's wing membrane very smoothly and left several holes in it. This is enough for any flying monster to lose its normal flying ability. Soon the sand thunderbird lost control of its movements. It was like an airplane that suddenly lost engine power. It fell abruptly. The landing method was different from that of ordinary bird-dragon species, but seemed simpler. Rough. Bang! As the thunderbird fell, a large amount of sand and dust was raised at the place where the thunderbird landed. The thunderbird opened its wings and flapped violently, while making a strange cry. Here we come! Meow! Seeing the sand thunderbird fall down, Wolong also drew out the two swords on his back. Since the sand thunderbird can be at the same level as the daimyo shield crab, it proves that the sand thunderbird is indeed very strong. However, compared to the last time he encountered the daimyo shield crab, Wolong was much more relaxed this time. Because even though Wolong drew his two swords, he did not drink any potions that could enhance physical abilities such as the walking potion, ghost potion, and hardening potion. This meant that Wolong was actually quite confident about hunting the sand thunderbird. Grasp. This is a matter of course. After all, the equipment on Wenlong's body now is much better than before. Just a few days ago, Wenlong was still wearing a mere 14th level yellow speed Dragon King suit. But now Wenlong's it is a suit holding the famous shield crab that has been carefully forged by Grandma Ruisi. Its weapon level has reached level 29. It's definitely more than enough for hunting sand ptarmigans. Chapter 194 Testing the Knife. Stupid woman. Little girl. Don't take action yet. Let me try the knife first. Since Wenlong had not encountered a decent monster since his departure this time, Wenlong couldn't help but feel itchy. Now he was looking for a monster to try the sword on, so that he could feel the power of the new weapon. Okay. Haitang understands. Haitang consciously put away the hunting bow in her hand. Catherine was fiddling with the broken-toothed sword in her hand and said somewhat unhappily, Hey, Mr. Cat. I also want to try this newly made weapon. Don't worry. I'll give you a try when I get the chance. Woman, take a look first and get familiar with the fighting style of this sand thunderbird. Meow. After saying these words, Wenlong rushed towards the location where the thunderbird fell. Nowadays, does an Elu Cat dare to challenge a sand thunderbird? It's been so long since we last met, and I didn't expect that my strength has increased so much. As for old Hessen and his party, after seeing this scene, there was a lot of discussion, because its wings were injured. The thunderbird did not fall on the caravan's route. Instead, it deviated from the direction and fell into a sand pit not far from the caravan. And because the ground is filled with soft sand, even if it swooped down from the sky and fell, the sand thunderbird itself did not suffer much damage. Even though it made a big hole in the sand, the thunderbird still jumped up immediately, shouting and flapping its wings, looking particularly energetic. It's like a big strange bird suffering from madness, Wenlong commented in his heart. In fact, it's not just Wenlong. When Wenlong encountered this kind of bird dragon called the thunderbird before, some hunters thought that the thunderbird was just a big strange bird suffering from madness, and treated him accordingly. The thunderbird had a contemptuous attitude, and as a result, during the hunt with the thunderbird, the hunter suffered a big loss and almost lost his life. Of course, such a mistake would not happen to Wenlong. Wenlong is very aware of the habits of the sand thunderbird, and he also knows that although the sand thunderbird and the big strange bird belong to the same species of bird dragons, and are very likely to be related to each other, they are definitely not comparable to monsters of the level of the big strange bird. The sand thunderbird has a violent and crazy personality. Its action pattern is relatively irregular, and it often makes unexpected moves. And more importantly, the sand thunderbird is much more powerful than the big monster bird. And the sand thunderbird will secrete a viscous transparent liquid called thunder oil. This liquid will not only cause damage after encountering a large shock, it explodes instantly, causing damage to people. And if the hunter comes into direct contact with this liquid, it will cause paralysis and loss of resistance. Just be careful not to be hit by the skills that use thunder oil. The other skills are just copies of the big monster bird. Even if it is stronger, it will be difficult to break through the defense of my daimyo shield crab suit. It is not enough. Fear. Because he knew the characteristics of the thunderbird, Wenlong had a very clear combat policy at the beginning. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The sand bird continued to scream wildly. The already very crazy sand bird soon noticed that an Elu Cat was approaching it without knowing its own strength. This made the Thunderbird's mental state suddenly reach the peak of excitement. It continued to flap its wings crazily, and then raised its head high, obviously taking a terrible deep breath. There's not even a prelude! So you're going to use a big move right away? It's really a mentally disturbed bird. Meow. Although the other party did not play according to common sense, Wenlong still couldn't be fooled. As long as he saw the Sand Thunderbird sucking the fine sand into his mouth and mixing it with the thunder oil in his mouth, Wenlong was stunned. You know what this Sand Thunderbird wants to do. When the air in the abdominal cavity of the Sand Thunderbird gathered to the top, Wenlong knew that the time had come, and saw the Sand Thunderbird suddenly and violently sprayed out the fine sand mixed with thunder oil in its mouth, forming a high-speed jet, and instantly rushed towards it. Xiang Wenlong. Sarah bombardment. Of course, Wenlong had already been prepared. Just when the Thunderbird was inhaling, Wenlong had begun to slightly change his route, trying to be as close to the side of the Thunderbird as possible. When the Thunderbird exploded in an instant, it would when the fine sand in his mouth was mixed with thunder oil and sprayed out. Wenlong suddenly rolled over and happened to avoid the attack of the Sand Thunderbird. This was Wenlong's reaction, and timing that he had honed through countless hunting experiences. It can be said that it was fully displayed at this moment. Even businessmen like Mr. Hessen, because of the perspective, almost thought that Wenlong had been swallowed up by the fine sand sprayed by the Sand Thunderbird, and almost shouted, until the sail bombardment ended. Wenlong's figure when the image appeared again. Old man Hezen breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Cat is so awesome, Catherine said. I wonder if he is more powerful than Haitang's father. Haitang also said to herself. After escaping the attack of the Sand Thunderbird, Wenlong also successfully approached the Sand Thunderbird. However, the Sand Thunderbird did not seem to have any intention of evading, but suddenly buried the front end of its head in the sand. Ready preparation for the next attack. Thunderstorm. Another big move from the Sand Thunderbird. But this time Wenlong didn't make any evasive moves. Instead, he accelerated his speed even more and rushed directly towards the Sand Thunderbird. Because Wenlong knew that the best place to avoid this move was under the Sand Thunderbird's body. Only there would he not be hit by the Sand Thunderstorm. Just as Wenlong expected, after burying its head in the sand, the Thunderbird suddenly spun its body, swung its wings and tail, and suddenly raised its head to turn the sand up from the ground, and thrown into the air together with the upturned sand. There were several yellow spheres that were mixed with thunder oil and sand in the mouth of the Sand Thunderbird Sand Thunder. These sand thunders were thrown into the air by the Sand Thunderbirds and then fell again, forming a sand thunderstorm falling from the sky. However, this move did not pose any threat to Wenlong, because at this time Wenlong had successfully hidden under the wings of the Sand Thunderbird, and there was no way those sand thunders falling from the sky could fall on Wenlong's head. I've given you 2 moves. Now it's time for me to take action. Meow! In just an instant, the double knives made of the material of the daimyo shield crab easily cut through the skin of the Thunderbird, and then drew a series of blood marks on the Thunderbird's body. The sharpness of the new equipment is really good. It feels as easy as cutting a cake. Meow! Wenlong thought proudly after confirming the power of the 2 knives in his hands. Chapter 195 Vivid Teaching Lessons. However, Wenlong did not want to take the life of the Sand Thunderbird right away. Instead, he struck every non-fatal part of the Sand Thunderbird's body with each knife, and even avoided the parts that would affect the Sand Thunderbird's ability to move. Choose the positions that have the highest hardness and have little impact on the Sand Thunderbird's combat effectiveness. It can be seen that Wenlong was simply testing the power of the 2 swords in his hands, but did not want to kill the Sand Thunderbird, and even carefully avoided weakening the Sand Thunderbird's combat effectiveness. But because the Sandbird was played with in the palm of his hand again and again, the Sandbird became angrier, and this only made the Sandbird more dangerous. After a while, Wenlong finally stopped. In Wenlong's view, his goal had been achieved. What is that old cat doing? A businessman asked old Hessen in the caravan. Who knows? It feels like I'm playing with that Sand Thunderbird. I had several opportunities to strike, but I never struck the fatal part. Old man Hessen also shook his head, unable to guess what Wenlong was doing. What? Only Catherine and Haitang knew that just now. Wenlong had forced the Sand Thunderbird to use all of his moves, and at the same time demonstrated how to avoid all the Sand Thunderbird's moves. Catherine and Haitang, who were standing aside and watching the battle, seemed to have received a vivid hunting lesson. Although they were already familiar with the attack methods of this monster that they had never seen before. It's your turn. Meow! Finally, Wenlong jumped away from the angry Sand Thunderbird, and then put his two swords into the scabbards behind his back. At this time, Catherine and Haitang, who had received permission, immediately rushed forward without hesitation. It was only at this time that the caravan members headed by Uncle Heezen finally understood the meaning of what Wenlong had done before. This Elu Cat is actually teaching 2 3-star hunters how to hunt. Although I find it a bit unbelievable. It seems to be the case. I didn't expect that Elu Cat could become a human hunting teacher. At this, Old Hessen could only nod. Although Old Hessen had seen Wenlong's strength many times before, that was only limited to how Wenlong fought monsters. He had never thought that Wenlong was actually teaching Catherine and Haitang hunting skills. At this moment, Old Man Hessen truly discovered that Wenlong's strength was indeed unfathomable. As for Catherine and Haitang, because they had seen the Sand Thunderbird's attack moves before, even if Wenlong had no intention of helping, they were already full of confidence. However, at this time, the Thunderbird still focused its attention on Wenlong, and adopted an indifferent attitude towards Catherine and Haitang, who had recently joined the battle. Theoretically, a sneak attack at this time would be the best time, and the battle could be resolved quickly by taking advantage of the opponent's surprise. But for Catherine and Haitang, who were preparing to practice how to hunt Sand Thunderbirds, this would have lost the meaning of the practice. Look here! In order to draw the Thunderbird's attention away from Wenlong, Haitang first opened her hunting bow, and then shot an arrow, hitting the Thunderbird's head. A bunch of blood spurted out, just in time to pierce the crown of the Thunderbird's head, and the enthusiastic blood of the Thunderbird instantly spilled out. Ouch! Although it was not a fatal injury, it was obvious that this made the already angry Sandbird feel a deeper level of pain, coupled with the fact that Wenlong on the other side had withdrawn from the battle. The Thunderbird finally began to shift the focus of the battle to the approaching Catherine and Haitang. Little Haitang, keep covering me. Okay. Sister Catherine, be careful of Sha Lei under your feet. Haitang also reminded. Clear. Because of the previous battles, the Sand Thunderbirds have spit out sand mines many times. These sand mines will exist on the sand for a long time without being detonated, turning into something like landmines. If someone accidentally steps on it, will naturally be blown up. As a hunter who uses melee weapons, unlike Haitang, Catherine needs to get close to the Sand Thunderbird before she can launch an attack. Therefore, facing the Sand Thunderbird previously scattered on the ground, Catherine had to spend some time to get around it. Of course, the Sand Thunder formation that the Sand Thunderbird had worked so hard to lay out would not be easily evaded. The Sand Thunderbird was seen waving its wings, and then a strong wind blew past, which was made of sand and thunder oil. The spherical shell started to roll quickly towards Catherine and Haitang like a football rolling on the grass. It's useless. I've seen this trick before. Because Catherine had already been prepared, Catherine was not surprised when these sand balls rolled rapidly on the sand, and started to avoid them according to the method she had already thought of. This sand ball is flapping by the wings of the big strange bird, which means that as long as it avoids the leeward side, there will be no problem. Sha Lei, who was blown by the strong wind, could only move in the direction of the strong wind. By seizing this point, Catherine easily avoided Sha Lei's attack. That's a good observation. You actually understood it after just seeing it once. Meow. Wenlong, who was watching the battle from the side, also praised. Thank you, Mr. Cat. It's really thanks to Mr. Cat that you demonstrated it to me. Catherine thanked her loudly. Bypassing the rolling sand thunder, Catherine continued to move forward. But the crazy Sand Thunderbird did not stop, but immediately launched another attack. This attack was also the move Sha Lei used against Wenlong before. Just like before, the Sandbird lowered its head, and after swallowing the sand, it suddenly turned its body and threw its head up. In this way, more than a dozen sandbirds were thrown into the air and then fell from the sky again. Faced with such a situation, it was of course impossible for Catherine to hide under the wings of the Thunderbird like the short Wenlong. However, when she realized that the attack would fall from the sky, Catherine immediately took measures to deal with it. Little Begonia, can you do it? Catherine shouted. No problem. Sister Catherine! This was a method that Catherine and Haitang came up with while observing the battle between Wenlong and the Thunderbird. It required the cooperation of Haitang, who was excellent in archery, although it was just an idea before. When this scene came, Catherine immediately thought of it. Gonna give it a try. The way is to let Haitang directly shoot the falling sand mines in the air. This move requires very high requirements for Haitang's archery skills. After all, in order to shoot several spheres in the air in a short period of time. Not only must the reaction be fast, but also excellent shooting skills must be possessed. And for Catherine, it's more about trusting her teammates. If she doesn't trust her teammates, she won't dare to rush forward without any scruples when thunderstorms are falling from the sky. Chapter 196: Easily Hunting Thunderbirds. Just like in a baseball game, an excellent batter can roughly figure out the opponent's ball speed and ball flight trajectory after seeing the opponent's pitcher throw the ball a few times. Haitang once observed Chalet from the same is true after the ascent to fall. The best time to shoot is when these sand mines are at their highest point and the direction of movement changes from upward to downward. At this time, there will be a very short period of rest. In this case, it is easiest to hit. With the experience she had seen once, Haitang could draw the bow calmly and wait for the best shooting time. After all, the tactics that had been planned in advance were much calmer and less likely to make mistakes than the tactics that were improvised. Next error. Haitang did it. And she did not disappoint Catherine. Based on her experience when she first saw the scene, and taking into account the flight time of arrows in the air, Haitang let go half a second before several Chalet reached their highest point, the bowstring in his hand. And when the arrow accurately hits the sand mines in the air, it is exactly when these sand mines reach their highest point and are close to stationary. Boom! 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 After being penetrated by arrows, these saris were detonated in the air. The exploded saris lost their threat to Catherine and eventually turned into scattered fragments and fell. Okay, the little girl did a good job. Her archery skills are still so accurate, and she calculated the lead time very well. Meow! Wenlong couldn't help but clapped his hands. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Cat. If I hadn't seen the Thunderbird use this trick, Haitang wouldn't have been able to do it. Haitang also said modestly. After breaking through the Thunderbird's thunderstorm, Catherine quickly reached a place only 5 meters away from the Thunderbird. This time, the Thunderbird gave up its good thunder attack and instead used a large weapon. Some bird and dragon species know the basic move, peck. The sand Thunderbird suddenly jumped up and then pecked at Catherine with its hard beak. The power of the sand Thunderbird is much stronger than that of the big monster bird. And this method of using the weight of the body to peck and attack after jumping is also extremely powerful. Of course, at such a moment, Catherine also very neatly drew out the broken-toothed sword that had been carried on her back. Boom, boom, boom! Several consecutive pecks were blocked by Catherine's sword, but Catherine took several steps back, showing the power of this sand Thunderbird. Very good! The weapon is not damaged. After all, it is a big sword made from the materials of the Peach Feather Beast King. Although the Peach Feather Beast King is a bit lower than the Sand Thunderbird, considering Granny Ruizi's forging technology bonus, it should be better to deal with the Sand Thunderbird. No problem. Meow. At this moment, for some reason, Wenlong remembered the same situation when he met the Sand Beast in the Thundering Sand Sea. At that time, Catherine was broken by the Sand Beast because the sword in her hand was too low level. This time Wenlong didn't want the same thing to happen. Ouch! The Sand Bird continued to cry. After the pecking was blocked, the Sand Bird clearly felt that its self-esteem had been hit. So the Sand Bird raised its head again and began to take a deep breath. Sarah bombardment. Needless to say, Catherine knew at a glance that the saris were going to use Sari bombardment, because this action of raising the head and taking a deep breath is actually the process of the Sand Bird remixing the thunder oil and fine sand in the mouth. And it is also the preliminary preparation that the Sand Bird must make when carrying out sail bombardment. So in this way it can be said that it has been tried and tested to judge whether the Sand Thunderbirds are going to carry out thunder bombardment. Catherine, who has seen Sarah bombardment once, certainly understands this. This, Sarah bombardment, is extremely powerful and can be regarded as the ultimate move of the sacred bird. But it also has a fatal flaw. That is, the preparation time is also relatively long. If it is used for long-distance attacks, it is of course a very good choice. But now that Catherine has rushed to the Sand Thunderbird, it is undoubtedly a very stupid behavior to use Sand Thunder bombardment at this time, because Catherine uses a big sword. And in many cases, the big sword can kill with one blow in the hands of Catherine, who has great strength. So, at the same moment when the Thunderbird raised its head and took a deep breath, Catherine also took a posture to charge up. Originally, it takes 1 second to charge up, plus the time required to swing the sword itself. It takes more than a second to actually attack the enemy. But during the 3 days in Milad village, Wenlong was also conducting special training for Catherine. in order to make himself more proficient in the power charging skills, so that he could complete the power charging in a shorter time. Catherine did it. Because this time, it only took 0.9 seconds for Catherine to complete the charge, which was 0.1 seconds faster than before, although it only increased the speed by 0.1 seconds. For Catherine at this time, it was the key to victory or defeat. Just 0.1 seconds faster than the Sand Thunderbird completing the Thunder Bomb charge. The big sword in Catherine's hand struck down first. Crack! Blood was like a pillar, and the head of the Sand Thunderbird fell to the ground. Ah! I won! After the victory, Catherine put the big sword in her hand back into the scabbard, and then said something unfinished. Haitang also thinks that a Sand Thunderbird doesn't seem to be difficult. Haitang also said. Although they said this, both Catherine and Haitang knew in their hearts that just a few days ago, Catherine and Haitang worked together to defeat a famous shield crab, and they all fought hard to win. But it had only been a few days, and even though we were hunting the same level of Sand Thunderbirds, we didn't need 3 people to attack at the same time to easily win. This is of course not because the Thunderbird is much weaker than the Daimyo Shield Crab. But it is obvious that after changing to new equipment and becoming familiar with the Thunderbird's moves in advance, the 3 of them have become stronger. The results of this hunting are pretty good. But don't be proud. If we want to deal with the catastrophe that may occur in 3 months, our current strength is far from enough. Meow. After the hunting was completed, Wenlong first affirmed Catherine and Haitang's performance, and then reminded them not to be proud. We understand, Mr. Cat. Catherine and Haitang nodded. As long as you think of the Star Dragon and the possible disaster Star Dragon, no one will feel relaxed. In addition, there are also ancient dragon species that have been affected and entered the active stage. So even a 5-star hunter must stand ready. So as soon as Wenlong's words came out, the atmosphere between them suddenly became serious. But Wenlong said again, Okay, don't worry too much. There are still 3 months. During this period, we still have a lot of things to do. So everyone, hurry up and break down the materials of the Sand Thunderbird. We will have to wait until sunset. We've arrived at Oasis Canyon soon. Meow! After saying that, Wenlong took out the hunter's knife first and began to break down the materials of the Sand Thunderbird. Chapter 197 Accidental Injury. After stripping the Sand Thunderbird of its materials, the caravan set out again. When it arrived at the Oasis Canyon, it was just as the sun was setting on the horizon. As before, some businessmen will tie up the herbivorous dragons and then take out the prepared fodder to feed the herbivorous dragons, while other businessmen will be responsible for preparing everyone's dinner. But something different from before was that this time when Catherine was going to help with cooking, the businessmen rejected Catherine's kindness. 3 months will come soon. An excellent hunter like you should seize the time to hone your hunting skills and leave cooking and other matters to us, the businessman said. Catherine had no way to refuse the kindness of the merchants, so she had to smile, then gave up the idea of helping to cook together, and instead picked up the sword and prepared to practice. But this time, Catherine didn't want to do the same repetitive exercises as before. Every time it's a horizontal cut, a vertical cut, a charge cut, etc. Since time is tight now, Mr. Cat should teach me something new. Right. Catherine couldn't help but think to herself. So with this thought in mind, Catherine asked, Hey, Mr. Cat, can I learn the 2-step charge slash now? 2-stage charge cut? You can try it. There is actually no difference between 1-stage charge cut and 2-stage charge cut. It's just that the 2-stage charge cut requires higher strength of muscles and joints. So be careful when practicing. Take your time and be careful not to strain your muscles. Meow! Seeing that Catherine wanted to further enhance the power of her charge slash to the point where she could master 2 stages of charge slash, Wenlong did not stop her, but just reminded Catherine kindly. Well, okay, Mr. Cat, I'll give it a try. As before, Catherine took a charging stance. A period of accumulation. Catherine's muscles began to tighten, but her joints chose to lock, allowing the power to continuously gather inside the muscles. Soon, as usual, a period of accumulation was completed. Of course, this is only the first step. Second stage of charge. The second stage of accumulation is more powerful than the first stage of accumulation, and the tensile strength of the muscles is further increased. Kakaka. Catherine could even feel that her joints had begun to make unpleasant noises due to the huge tension produced by the tight muscles. If you persist a little longer, you will definitely succeed. Catherine gritted her teeth and thought to herself. After all, The time required from the first stage of charging to the second stage of charging is only 1 second. Most people would think that this time can be overcome quickly by gritting one's teeth. And Catherine naturally does not. Exception. So she continued to increase the strength of the muscles. When the strength reached the limit of the second stage, Catherine's joints still held on, successfully ensuring that the strength was stored in the muscles as elastic potential energy and was not released. Mr. Cat! Look! I succeeded! Catherine cried out excitedly. However, at this moment, Catherine suddenly felt unbearable severe pain burst out from her arm muscles. Oops! Catherine couldn't help but make a sound of pain. And then the sword in her hand slipped. And with a loud bang, the sword hit the ground. This is the result of the muscles instantly releasing the previously accumulated energy. Because it has reached the second stage of energy storage, the power is several times greater than the previous stage of energy accumulation. This can be seen from the situation on the ground. The originally flat ground was cut into a deep ravine by Catherine's sword, and the sound echoed throughout the canyon, attracting the attention of everyone around. Woman! What's wrong? Meow? Because Wenlong just took a look at Begonia's training next to him. He didn't notice what Catherine did for a moment. I did it! Mr. Cat! Said Catherine. No, I mean your hand. Right hand to be precise. What happened to me? It seems to be a little painful. I can't even lift my right hand now. Even though Catherine wanted to pretend to be relaxed, Wenlong immediately noticed something strange. So Wenlong walked up to Catherine, and then suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Catherine's right arm while Catherine was not prepared. Hey, Mr. Cat. It hurts. This time, Catherine couldn't help but screamed. I told you to pay attention and don't force yourself. Why didn't you listen? My muscles had never withstood such a huge force before, and suddenly it increased so much. I couldn't adapt to it. Look, it turned out to be a muscle strain. Come on. Meow. At that moment, Wenlong touched the biceps of Catherine's upper arm. According to Wenlong's experience, the muscles in this position are most likely to be strained when performing a charge chop. So Wenlong, when she touched this spot, she heard Catherine cry out in pain and immediately guessed that this was a sign of muscle strain. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. I just thought I would succeed if I persisted a little longer. But I didn't expect it would turn out like this, Catherine said sheepishly. Really? Charge slash itself is a very powerful skill. And because it requires the muscles to be tensed to a certain level and then suddenly released, this results in a very heavy load on the muscles. And naturally it is easy to cause muscle strain. Forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Let's apply some recovery medicine on you first. And then take a rest. Meow. While Wenlong carefully took out the bottle of recovery potion G, he helped Catherine remove the peach for Beast King leather armor from her arm, and then applied the potion of recovery potion G directly to the injured area. When taking off the leather armor of his arm, he could clearly see the obvious redness and swelling at the strained area. And when Wenlong groped with his hands, he could clearly feel the obvious cord-like hard lumps, which showed that the strain was severe. It's quite serious. Although muscle strains can also be treated with recovery drug G, it will take a period of time before the muscle strength can return to normal levels. So it will have a certain impact on your training. This is called haste. Waste. Do you understand? Meow. Wenlong continued to preach to Catherine. I understand, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded again, just as Wenlong said. Soon after applying the recovery medicine G, the recovery medicine G was quickly absorbed by the skin, and then integrated into the muscle tissue through the skin. When this process was completed, the originally obvious the redness and swelling soon began to subside. Judging from the speed at which redness and swelling disappear, the recovery medicine G in this world is much more effective than any other healing medicine on Earth. But even so, the subsidence of the redness and swelling does not mean that the muscle strain has recovered. In the next 2 days, Catherine must practice as much as possible so that her muscles can return to normal strength levels. Chapter 198. You can only practice with your left hand. Okay. Have a good rest. Don't train for the past 2 days. Otherwise it will be easy to get injured again. If you can't catch up with that, you will be in trouble by then. Meow. After helping Catherine take care of the wound, Wenlong continued added. Of course, Catherine knew that the that Wenlong was talking about actually referred to the bet she had made with Claude before to compete. If she competed with Claude while injured, it would undoubtedly be a very unfavorable situation. And that game was an important game that Catherine had to win. It seems that in the next time, Catherine can only take a good rest to recover from the injury. But Catherine does not seem to give up, but said, "Hey, Mr. Cat, my muscle strain is in my right hand. I don't use my right hand. I only use my left hand to practice. Okay? The big sword is a weapon wielded by two hands. Why do you only practice with your left hand?" Wenlong asked. "No problem. Like this," Catherine said, waving the sword with her left hand. It felt like she was waving a single-handed sword. "Okay. I almost forgot that your strength as a woman is the most praiseworthy. So just use your left hand to do some simple basic exercises. Just to stretch your muscles and bones." Meow. Seeing Catherine's ease in wielding the sword with one hand, Wenlong agreed to Catherine's request. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat, you are so kind to me," Catherine said with a smile. "Why are you thanking me? Practice hard. Even if you can't use the big sword moves, you can still exercise the strength of your left arm. That's why I agreed to you. I definitely didn't compromise just to make you happy." Meow. I know. Catherine stuck out her tongue mischievously, and then began to practice. Because only her left hand was still able to move, Catherine was unable to practice charging and slashing. She could only hold a big sword with her left hand and do the most basic vertical and horizontal slashing exercises. However, following the previous accident in which Catherine strained her muscles, Wenlong did not immediately divert his attention this time. Instead, after observing Catherine's practice for a period of time, he determined that simply practicing with his left hand would not affect Catherine's health. The recovery of his right hand caused obstacles. And then he touched his beard and nodded, walking towards a secluded place not far from the camp. Obviously, after guiding Catherine and Haitang, Wenlong himself also needs time to improve, such as the previous meditation. Although after mastering Aluma's heat and cold prevention technique, Wenlong did meditation several times, but he has never learned any new skills. This time Wenlong wants to use his rest time to meditate again to see if he can make a breakthrough. So Wenlong found a secluded place and began to sit down and meditate again. With the experience of meditating many times before, Wenlong felt that he entered the meditative state faster than before. Wenlong knew that this was also a manifestation of his improvement in mental concentration. After entering the meditative state, as before, Wenlong still saw the vast snow-capped mountains and the giant snow-capped mountain beast chasing him, the Snow Lion King. Why is it the same scene every time? Could it be that in this repeated scene, can I really understand all the skills of El Cat? Meow? Wenlong began to think in his heart. Although he had doubts, Wenlong's thoughts were still driven along with his running. I was still chased by the Lion King. I was still desperate and had to fight back against the enemy. I still used all the El Cat skills, but only the tip of the Lion King's nose was injured. And then I was knocked off the cliff by the Lion King. Everything is a repetitive process without any changes. But that's it. When everything is over, the surroundings fall into darkness again, and Wenlong still hasn't figured out the new El Cat skills. How could this happen? Is it difficult to grow after the soul synchronization reaches 10%? Meow? Wenlong wondered with some doubts in his heart. I remember that the Elu Cat in my body once said the trick. I remember the trick is, you treat me as you, and I also treat you as me. Even though I say this, it must really feel complete. It's so hard to treat the other person as yourself. Meow. What should I do? Oh, by the way, why hasn't the soul of the Elu Cat in my body appeared the last few times? Has it disappeared from my body? If this is really the case, then what should I do? Wouldn't it be impossible for me to synchronize my soul with him? Wouldn't that be terrible? Meow? No. You have to call him out and ask him. But how can you call him out? This is not like visiting someone else's house. If you ring the doorbell, someone will open the door. To have a conversation with a soul, first of all you have to let him show up. Meow. So Wenlong began to call the soul of the El Cat with the same name as himself in his mind. Wenlong. Wenlong. Ah. I always feel a little weird. I call my own name and so on. I feel so ashamed even if I do it just once. But fortunately, I am calling it in my mind, and no one else will hear it. So Wenlong continued to shout. Wenlong. Wenlong. Come out quickly. Meow. Come out. I'm here. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, and Wenlong finally heard the voice of the soul hidden in his body. Great. You finally came out. I was just going to ask you a question. Meow. Wenlong said happily. It's not you. It's me. We are one now. The familiar voice immediately refuted. Oh, yes, that's right. After the other party's reminder, Wenlong did remember that the other party had said, "You treat me as you, and I treat you as me," so that the souls confuse. Although Wenlong can understand this, it is not something he can do just by talking about thinking of another consciousness as his own at all times. After all, two different consciousnesses will often and involuntarily separate each other from themselves. Open. The smart Wenlong immediately changed his way of thinking. Question. Why can't I use Elu Cat's skills yet? Meow? Answer. Because my soul fusion is not enough. Meow. Question. Why isn't my soul fusion enough? Answer. Because I'm not focused enough. Meow. By the way, I just didn't concentrate enough. Wenlong suddenly woke up. Chapter 199, Combining Theory and Practice. The so-called lack of concentration actually means being half-hearted and distracted. The more you think about things, the harder it is for your soul to fuse. You don't have to think about anything. Just ordinary meditation. Treat the memory as something in your own mind. And carefully review everything during the entire battle. And you will naturally realize the ability of Elu Cat. And all Wenlong needed was time. How long will it take to understand all the skills of Elu Cat? Meow? Wenlong asked himself. Yes, Wenlong is talking to himself. The reason is very simple. He should regard Elumeo's soul as his own and ask and answer questions for himself. Although it feels incredible, in the subconscious hidden deep in his soul, Wenlong long believed that he would be able to give the correct answer. It feels like estimating how long it takes to eat or how fast you can run. The answers to your questions are naturally given in your mind. About 3 years. Naya. 3 years? The daylilies are already cold. No. Is there any way to speed it up? Meow. As long as you can improve your concentration, your speed will increase. Improving concentration seems simple to say, but difficult to do. From a long time ago, when Wenlong was still a human being, it was easy to be half-hearted and distracted when doing things. Even Wenlong believed that if he could concentrate more and not be distracted in class while studying in school, then with his IQ, he would definitely be able to get into a prestigious university and be able to become a successful student when he enters the society. A successful person. Concentration. Concentration. When is it easiest to concentrate? Oh, by the way, it's when you are playing your favorite game. Often the day passes without you realizing it. And sometimes you don't even have to eat. I don't even care about it. It's a pity that there are no computers or game consoles in this world. It's really a pity. Especially when playing Monster Hunter. Time seems to pass the fastest. It often takes a whole day just to clear a certain resentment object. Well, speaking of hunting, this world can also be hunted. Especially at the critical moment of life and death. It feels as if hunting is the only thing left in the world. There will be no distracting thoughts. Only the rapidly rising adrenal hormones. It makes people excited. Wenlong thought about several dangerous battles that had happened in Xinjiang. At that time, Wenlong had indeed focused all his attention on hunting, and even felt that whether it was reaction speed, strength, or sharpness of judgment, reached new heights. By the way, just use more hunting to improve your concentration, fight more powerful monsters, and put yourself in more life and death situations, so that your concentration can be improved even more. Then the speed at which Elu Cat's skills will be understood will be faster. Right. No wonder I have only understood the Elu Cat's art of preventing heat and cold so far. It's probably because this skill has the least connection with combat. If you want to understand more combat skills, you still have to combine meditation with combat. It only works if we combine it. Maybe this is the so-called taking the road of combining theory and practice? Meow? Realizing this, Wenlong's eyes began to slowly brighten up, as if this time's meditation was over. Slowly opening his eyes, Wenlong saw the familiar scenes around him again. The crowd is still busy, but the smoke has already risen, and the smell of barbecue is coming. It seems like we're about to eat. So let's think about this later. Meow. Sure enough, Catherine ran over not long after, and shouted hurriedly, Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat. It's time for dinner. Ah. I know. Meow. Wenlong stood up, and then walked towards the smoke area with Catherine. Wenlong didn't taste much of the dinner that day. He just took a few bites in a hurry, then got up and said goodbye to the people around him, saying that he wanted to find a place to practice new skills. After all, there is still some time between dinner and rest, and the vigilance work in the first half of the night has been handed over to Haitang. So Wenlong can use this time to practice his ideas and see what he has gained from meditation. Is the conclusion really correct? Wanlong also knows that it is certain that people's senses will become sharper in dangerous environments. This is not only true in this world, but also on Earth. For example, if a person is walking alone on a deserted path, because he is worried about danger, the human's mental power will be very concentrated at this time, causing the person's perception ability to be raised to a new level. So if there is any disturbance at this time, it is often easy to startle people. The so-called every tree and grass are in danger, and the birds in frightened bow all refer to this situation. This is proof that the perception of humans and even other high-level creatures has become sharper in dangerous environments. In this case, things that are usually ordinary can be enough to scare people. After all, if it is the same commotion or sudden sound, if it is placed in an environment with many people and full of security, it will often not cause a feeling of fright, and may even be ignored. As expected, we still need to go to a more dangerous place. If that's the case, let's go outside the canyon and have a look. Naya. Thinking like this, Wanlong walked farther and farther and began to reach the exit of the canyon. After all, this oasis canyon is a relatively safe place for most businessmen. But outside the canyon, especially in the thundering sand sea at night, it is much more dangerous. Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat. What are you doing? Seeing Wanlong finishing his meal in a hurry and walking out of the canyon, Catherine chased him and asked, I want to go outside to relax, so there's no need to follow me. Meow. Wanlong said. But Mr. Cat, it's night now, and it's very dangerous outside. Isn't that what you told us? I am going because of the danger. Meow. Wanlong said in his heart. However, on the surface, Wanlong did not express his thoughts, but said to Catherine, with my strength, this danger is nothing. But your hand is injured. You'd better go back and rest early. This injury it'll get better faster. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. After hearing what Wanlong said, Catherine no longer insisted on following, but returned to the camp. Chapter 200 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Walking out of the canyon. Outside is the cold and endless sea of thundering sand. The wind in the thunderous sand sea is very strong at night, and because there is no other sound, the so-called thunder caused by the wind blowing on the sand becomes louder. TSK. TSK. It's so cold. Meow. As soon as the cold wind blew, Wanlong felt that his whole body began to tremble. Fortunately, Wanlong had understood the Elu Cat's heat and cold prevention technique before and activated it. And then he felt a little more comfortable. The thundering sand sea at night is even more dangerous. Because Wanlong understands this, Wanlong's attention can't help but focus at this moment. Sure enough, the more dangerous the environment, the easier it is to concentrate and the sharper the perception. Wanlong looked around and found that even under the not-so-bright moonlight, his vision was clearer than before. So clear that he seemed to be able to grasp the flow of sand blown by the wind in the sand sea. Now that I think about it, when I was on the snowy mountain, I only used Elu Cat's skills when I was faced with the threat of life and death from the Lion King. In this case, let me face such a life and death danger again. Meow. Facing the endless sea of sand, Wanlong roared loudly into the wind, as if to tell the monsters lurking in the sea of sand that he was here. However, Wanlong's voice was quickly swallowed up by the resounding thunder. Just like a stone thrown into the sea, in addition to a small wave of waves at the moment of being thrown, it would soon be drowned by an even bigger wave. So Wanlong tried shouting a second time, and the third time. However, after Wanlong shouted more than a dozen times, it only produced the same result as before, that is to say, it had no effect. It really doesn't work, Wanlong thought with some frustration. Think about it. This thundering sand sea is so big. It doesn't mean that you can encounter whatever you want. And more importantly, people like me, the Elu Cat, has less meat, and the bones are still hard. So it must not taste good. Even monsters won't bother to pay attention to it. Right. So Wanlong walked for a while in the thundering sand sea, seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the camp. He still didn't find any threatening monsters. Looks like I'm really unlucky tonight. There's nothing there. It's clearly said to be the thundering sand sea that's more dangerous at night. But it's too untrue. Meow. Wanlong thought like this and looked back. It was discovered that the canyon where the caravan was located was far away. It turns out we've come so far, but it's getting late, so we have to rush back first. However, just when Wanlong was about to return home, suddenly another strong wind blew by, and the sand and gravel flew for a while, almost making Wanlong unable to open his eyes. He had to block it with his palms and barely recognized the scenery in front of him. At this time, a sand dune directly in front of Wenlong was blown by the fierce wind and began to move. Starting from the top of the dune, the sand particles are blown away layer by layer. And then the dune becomes smaller and smaller. I don't know why. But suddenly, Wenlong's attention was attracted by such a sand dune. Even though there were countless such dunes in the thundering sand sea, Wenlong just stared at the dune in front of him, as if some dangerous creature would appear behind the dune. What is it? Behind this dune? I always feel that something is wrong. It should be said that there is a familiar smell that seems familiar. Soon, Wenlong's guess got the answer, when the pair of red corners that curved backwards appeared behind the dune. Wenlong understood why he felt like this. No wonder I've been walking in this thundering sand sea for so long without seeing a monster. It turns out it's you. Meow. What Wenlong saw was the same star dragon he met last time in Xiaofeng Valley. And Wenlong also knew that precisely because star dragons like to be quiet and hate to be disturbed by other creatures, it is understandable that no other monsters appeared on a night when there should be various monsters in the thundering sea of sand. The reason is very simple. That is, the powerful star dragon drives those weak monsters to other places. And when the sand dunes were blown away by the wind, the figure of the star dragon was finally fully revealed. The star dragon bathed in the starlight looked even more mysterious. The red scales echoed the blue night light, creating strange ripples. This reminded Wenlong of what was said in color science. Mixing red pigments with blue pigments together, you will get purple. At this time, Xinglong also locked his eyes on Wenlong. Although judging from the posture of Xinglong lying on the ground, he should have been doing starlight bath leisurely before this. But after discovering Wenlong, this star dragon also began to raise its head, showing a vigilant posture. Obviously, Xinglong still had clear memories of this Elu cat that had caused him pain and even cut off one of his scales. It's true that we are enemies. No, it's better to say it's fate. Most hunters will never see monsters in their lives, but I can actually encounter Meowth when I go out for a walk. Wenlong did not hesitate to put a hand into his pocket, which contained various potions that could improve his physical abilities. After all, Wenlong also knew that he had to use all his strength to deal with such a star dragon. Otherwise, even if he was much stronger than before, he would still be likely to die at any time. Ouch! 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 Suddenly, amid Xinglong's roar, Wenlong and Xinglong reacted at the same time. I saw Xinglong turn around, swing his slender tail suddenly, and then shoot out dozens of blade-like scales from the tail. And Wenlong also rolled away as quickly as possible, and at the same time stuffed a pill that forced away the medicine into his mouth. The speed of the action is also staggering. You can't use the same trick twice on me. Ghost transformation! Meow! It was just a roll. When Wenlong got up, he not only swallowed the pill, but also completely entered the ghost human state. It can be seen that Wenlong is now becoming more and more proficient in real-life fighting methods. Xinglong also showed no sign of weakness. Although those blade-like scales did not hit Wenlong and sank into the sand, they immediately erupted again, and dozens of star feather butterflies were born from the sand. They opened their wings one by one and gathered around Wenlong. Want to fight more against less with more? But it won't be that easy this time. Meow! While the star feather butterfly had just hatched, Wenlong swallowed the ghost medicine and hardening medicine one after another. At this moment, Wenlong's attack power and defense power were further improved. Chapter 201 Suppressing Xinglong. Facing Wenlong, who was drinking the potion, Xinglong certainly would not sit idly by, even if the newly hatched Xingyu butterflies had not yet completed the siege of Wenlong. Xinglong, who knew that he could not miss the opportunity, took the lead towards Wenlong. The dragon brushes over. After draining the potion in the bottle in one gulp, Wenlong threw the empty bottle directly at Xinglong's face. Seeing something flying towards him, Xinglong, who thought it was some kind of dangerous object, hurriedly stretched out his claws and waved it hard, stopping the bottle in the air. Snapped! The small glass bottle was instantly shattered by Xinglong in the air. Of course, an attack of this level was impossible to cause any harm to Xinglong. But at this moment, it slightly delayed Xinglong's offensive. Huh? Wenlong sneered as his plan succeeded. He took this opportunity and immediately used the spin avoidance in the double sword technique. He started to spin with his body as the center, and drew two swords with his body as the center. A round sword light completely enveloped his body, and instantly chopped the first few star feather butterflies that surrounded him into pieces. After killing Xingyudi, who was the first to surround him, Wenlong immediately found an opening and rushed out. Only then did Xinglong finally react. He realized that the bottle that Wenlong had just thrown was actually just a deception. He felt like he had been fooled. And Xinglong suddenly became angry. Are you angry now? It's still early. Meow. Wenlong now has all the effects of the force-taking medicine, the ghost medicine, and the hardening medicine. The weapon in his hand is not the lower level strange bird Sha, made of the big strange bird material used in the last encounter, but more powerful, stronger and sharper. The meat palm double hammer is made from the materials of the daimyo shield crab combined with the materials of the peach-haired beast king. They look like two small hammers, but they are actually made of the huge pincers of the daimyo shield crab. Wrapped in the peach-colored fur of the peach for beast king are the sharp edges of the giant pincers that the daimyo shield crab is proud of. With such a weapon and stronger armor made of the same material as the daimyo shield crab, Wenlong felt that the power inside his body was continuously emerging. Of course, it was stronger than the last time he met Xinglong. I feel much more confident now. So this time after Wenlong broke out of the siege of the star feather butterflies, he did not choose to keep running away like last time, but ran a few steps forward. When the star feather butterflies that were originally surrounded by the circle gradually gathered and approached him, Wenlong suddenly turned around and drew several beams of sword light on his back. Wherever the sword light went, he killed all the chasing Xingyi butterflies. This undoubtedly made Xinglong feel a great shock, because the last time he fought with this Elu Cat, this Elu Cat was far from the strength it is now. It was only 2 days later. Month. There has been such a big change. However, although Wenlong's strength increased very quickly, Xinglong did not believe that such an Elu Cat really had the strength to fight against him. In other words, before Wenlong continued to become stronger, Xinglong felt that he had to get rid of this troublesome Elu Cat first. So after all the Xingyi butterflies he summoned were defeated by Wenlong, Xinglong still pounced towards Wenlong without hesitation. However, Wenlong's reaction to Xinglong was already expected, and Wenlong was not in a hurry when he saw Xinglong rushing over. My little brother has already been killed by me. What else can you do as a mere commander? Meow? Facing Wenlong, Xinglong swung his huge claw and slapped Wenlong directly on the head. Star Dragon's giant claws are more powerful than the daimyo shield crab's giant claws. Even if Wenlong is wearing the daimyo shield crab suit, it is impossible to defend against such an attack. Bang! However, the giant claw wrapped around the power of the Star Dragon and suddenly shot it down, landing on the sand. The surrounding sand and dust were seen rising, but Wenlong was nowhere to be seen. It's too slow. You must know that this uncle's training in this world is not in vain. Facing this uncle, he still dares to do these leisurely attacks. It will not have any effect if you don't show some real skills but you will die? Meow. I don't know when. Wenlong has already circled the side of Xinglong, jumping and moving so fast that it is shocking. It can be seen that not only better equipment has greatly improved Wenlong's attack and defense capabilities, but also speed and physical strength have also been greatly improved due to Wenlong's continuous practice during this period. Seeing that Wenlong had already come around to his side, Xinglong immediately turned around, then waved his front paws to grab Wenlong. It's useless. Too slow. Meow. Relying on the bonus of the powerful medicine, this time Wenlong simply slipped through the gap between Xinglong's claws, then held the 2 knives in his backhand and stabbed them into Xinglong's flank. Well, now it's my turn to take action. Meow. Crack. This time, although it was still a bit difficult, Wenlong's double knives really cut through Xinglong's weaker abdominal scales, and then continued to penetrate deeper until they penetrated into the softer muscles of Xinglong's side abdomen, and blood spurted out instantly. Come out! Ouch! Xinglong shouted. For Xinglong, this was the first time he had felt this level of pain. It was much more painful than when Wenlong cut off a scale before. So in Xinglong's eyes, Wenlong, the Elu Cat, became the existence that Xinglong hated the most. I will never let you go this time. Although Xinglong could not speak, in Xinglong's murderous eyes, it was obvious that Wenlong had been regarded as a target that must be clear. Xinglong wanted to continue attacking, although his right claw did not reach the target. Xinglong's left claw also came immediately, one after another. It was a series of attacks. Even if the first blow was avoided, ordinary hunters would not have time to avoid it. The second blow came from the other direction, coming from the right, and then from the left. Do you think you can catch me this way? Don't I know how to jump up? Meow. But this time, Wenlong used the 2 short knives inserted into Xinglong's flanks as support points, using both hands and legs at the same time. Wenlong suddenly jumped high and landed on Xinglong's back. Hey, you can't hit. You can't hit. Meow. Even during the battle, Wenlong did not forget to taunt the opponent. However, although his mouth was in taunting mode, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. With a forcible medicine as a support, Wenlong immediately entered the ghost human mode. Seizing this opportunity, he launched the explosive output skill of the double sword. Ghost Dance. Chapter 202 The Second Form vs. Elu Cat Skills. The so-called Pigeon Flurry is a skill that increases the speed of the twin swords to the limit. Originally, the twin swords used extremely fast attack frequency combined with dexterous movements to win. But the Pigeon Flurry of the twin swords changes the original speed, the method of raising the very high attack frequency to a higher level in a short period of time. In an instant, dozens of attacks fell on Xinglong's back like a storm in a very short period of time. Although the power of each of these attacks was far less than that of Catherine's sword, dozens of attacks were carried out in a very short time. The rapid swing within the time period still caused Xinglong to suffer a lot of trauma. Before Wenlong's Ghost Dance was over, more than 30 scratches caused by double knives appeared on Xinglong's back. Even though these scratches were just skin that could barely cut through Xinglong's scales, they could not hurt the muscles and bones. Trauma. But because there were so many wounds, and they were generated almost instantly, a clear mist of blood appeared around Wenlong. Ouch. 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 Xinglong roared again, and this time a more dazzling light shone from Xinglong's body. Wenlong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. In just one breath, all the red scales on Xinglong's body suddenly disappeared. Open. Stand erect. Wenlong took a closer look and found that there seemed to be some scorching flames burning inside the scales, and the original red color instantly became more intense. However, the scales that could be cut by the two swords suddenly became extremely hard. Even if Wenlong continued to slash the two swords in his hands violently, he could no longer cause any damage. But only the two swords and Xinglong were left. Sparks continuously erupted after the scales collided. Sure enough, the double swords made of the material of the daimyo shield crab can no longer cut through the scales. The hardness of the scales on this star dragon's body has increased. This is a sign that the power of starlight in the star dragon's body is rising, and the body is about to begin to change. Meow! In Wenlong's heart, he seemed to have already anticipated what was about to happen. So Wenlong did not dare to be greedy for the sword, and gave up the attack, quickly jumping off Xinglong's back. Sure enough, the moment Wenlong jumped off the back of the star dragon immediately rolled over and pressed its back to the ground. Fortunately, Wenlong had already jumped off Xinglong's back. Otherwise, just now, when Xinglong rolled, Wenlong would either be thrown out of Xinglong's body, or be pressed by Xinglong's back and be the scales raised by the star dragon pierced the body. When Xinglong finished rolling and stood up again, Wenlong also landed and stood up, assuming a fighting posture again. At this time, the two sides returned to the situation at the time of the initial confrontation. Wenlong and Xinglong looked at each other. Wenlong noticed that at this time, Xinglong began to grow due to the power of starlight in his body. Most of the scales that were originally flat on his body had stood up, and he looked even bigger than before. Bigger. In addition, the color of the scales filled with more starlight power has become brighter, which makes the current star dragon look more dangerous and oppressive. Even an old hunter like Wenlong could clearly feel that there was a special force suppressing his chest, making Wenlong's breathing become heavier. Wenlong knew from his experience in the game that this was the so-called second form of Xinglong. When Xinglong was suppressed by him before, it was in its first form, which is the same as most monsters with several forms. Star Dragon's second form is far stronger than its first form. Not to mention that the strength and speed of Xinglong's body have been greatly improved at this time. But the scales of Xinglong that are filled with more starlight power and become harder are enough to give Wenlong a headache. Really? I didn't expect that it would enter the second stage so quickly. I also wanted to take advantage of the fact that the monster was easier to bully in the first stage and cause more damage to it. Meow. Wenlong thought with some reluctance. But no matter what, Wenlong now has no way out. Different from the last time in Xiaofeng Valley, Wenlong at that time was a star dragon that was thrown away after falling off the cliff. And there was no blocking terrain in the thundering sand sea. It was naturally impossible for Wenlong to escape. Since there is no way to escape, the only option is to fight. It should be almost done. This nervous feeling when facing a strong enemy is more exciting than in the game. Meow! As if something suddenly burst out in Wenlong's subconscious. Wenlong suddenly shouted loudly, Activate the Elu Cat's attack technique and the Elu Cat's defensive technique. At this moment, Wenlong felt that the two souls of his current self and the self he saw fighting the Snow Lion King while meditating were completely connected. There is no suspense. This time both skills were activated smoothly. Two beams of red and orange light instantly enveloped Wenlong's body. Wenlong felt more power emerging from his body, and the originally soft skin and muscles became harder under the guidance of this mysterious force. So this is the potential of Elu Cat? It is indeed very different from humans. In this case, even the hardened scales can be cut. Right. Feeling this sudden power, Wenlong, who was still a little worried about Xinglong who had entered the second stage of his form, became more confident. Come on! You will transform and improve your abilities. And I will also use skills to improve your physical abilities. The Star Dragon seemed to understand Wenlong's provocative words. It roared loudly, as if to show its power to Wenlong. Then, both sides rushed towards each other at the same time. On a starlit night, no other monster dared to approach this area in the thundering Sand Sea. Only Wenlong and a huge Star Dragon were engaged in a life-and-death battle. The strong wind in the Sand Sea is still blowing, and the thunderous sound made when the special sand grains in the thundering Sand Sea are blown away by the strong wind, although it covers up the collision between Wenlong's double swords and Xinglong's sharp claws. The sound was loud, but the dazzling sparks produced after the collision were still particularly dazzling in this night. Wenlong and Xinglong were fighting like this non-stop. In terms of the number of attacks, Wenlong hit Xinglong more times, but with the hardened scales covering his body. Although these attacks barely cut through the scales, most of them, it can only cause very shallow scars, not enough to cause fatal damage. On the other hand, although Xinglong's attack speed is not as fast as Wenlong, once it hits Wenlong, it will be very serious damage. Therefore, although it seems that Wenlong's attack has been hitting Xinglong's body, the more it was Wenlong who seemed to have the upper hand with a frown on his face. Chapter 203 The Right Time and Place. Wenlong's face looked worse and worse. This is because Wenlong's physical exertion in order to ensure that he avoids every counterattack by Xinglong while attacking is too serious. Although before this, Wenlong had swallowed another forceful medicine, allowing himself to the physical exertion was temporarily maintained. But this was not a long-term solution after all. After all, the bodies of both humans and Elu Cats have limits. And aphrodisiacs are like stimulants. If you continue to rely on aphrodisiacs to maintain your physical strength, once a certain limit is exceeded, it will cause physical damage, unaffordable results. The most serious results may even cause the user to die suddenly. There is a precedent for this. There was a time when a person who did not exercise very much took several strong pills, and then performed strenuous exercise for a long time. Eventually, his heart could not bear it, and he died. Therefore, even if Wenlong is still in good health and carries enough force-enhancing drugs on his body, he cannot continue to rely on force-passing drugs like this. Of course Wenlong understands this. So Wenlong must speed up the end of the battle. After entering the second stage, Star Dragon's reaction and speed are much faster. Basically, you can only hit it once, and you have to dodge immediately. Otherwise you will be attacked by Star Dragon. Oh meow! No matter how much it is, even if both sides suffer, I must give this guy a powerful taste this time. Wenlong made up his mind. Finally, after dodging several claw attacks from Xinglong, Wenlong saw the right opportunity and finally caught a flaw in Xinglong, and immediately rushed toward Xinglong's relatively fragile flank. Because Xinglong's scales are too hard, if he wants to inflict damage to the point of breaking his muscles and bones, Wenlong must attack the same place continuously. On Xinglong's right flank, there is a wound left by Wenlong before. In addition, the scales on Xinglong's abdomen are relatively small and weak, making it easier to penetrate with two swords. After all, when the opponent's defense is amazing and the weapon level on your side is still insufficient, the best way to amplify the damage is to wound before attacking continuously. Only 2 steps away, Wenlong was already approaching Xinglong, and both swords came out, aiming at the wound left before, and stabbed it. Crack! Crack! At the wound left last time, 2 sharp blades pierced Xinglong's body smoothly, and then Wenlong used the strength of his waist to slash hard. In an instant, the already open wound expanded rapidly. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, proving that Wenlong's 2 knives had indeed penetrated into Xinglong's muscles, and were no longer just simple skin injuries like before. Okay, it worked! Meow! However, just when Wenlong was excited, a sudden gust of wind hit him. Wenlong was knocked away by the huge force before he even had time to dodge. The sudden force was Xinglong's slender and powerful tail. When Wenlong was concentrating on attacking Xinglong, it swept from behind Wenlong, catching Wenlong off guard. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wenlong rolled over 20 meters in the sand. When he finally fell, he felt dizzy and had chest pain. It seemed that he couldn't even stand up. Ahem! Cough! Cough! That blow just came from behind. It seems to have hurt the lungs. Wenlong coughed violently, with a lot of blood mixed in. This was because someone suddenly hit him on the back, causing the air in his lungs to leak, the result of being forced out in an instant. But this is already the best result for Wenlong. After all, if it weren't for the armor of the Daimyo Shield Crab, which is known for its excellent defensive capabilities among the same level of equipment, coupled with the hardening medicine and the defense of Elu Cat with the double protection of the magic, after receiving Xinglong's full blow in the second stage, Wenlong might have had his heart and lung shattered and died directly. Fortunately, I still have recovery medicine G. Wenlong fumbled and took out the recovery potion G from his pocket, then poured the potion into his mouth, and then felt a little more comfortable. Although the damage caused by my two sword attacks is definitely not more than the damage caused by Xinglong flicking me with his tail, I still have recovery medicine that can treat the wounds. If I continue to fight like this, I may still win. While Wenlong was thinking this, he reluctantly climbed up from the sand, and then looked at the star dragon that had been penetrated by two blood holes in its flank. At this moment, Wenlong discovered that his calculation was completely wrong. Got it. According to Wenlong's plan, although both sides were injured in the battle just now, and the injury on his side was more serious, because of the existence of the recovery medicine G, he could use recovery medicine G to treat the wounds while fighting. Slowly consume the star dragon until the star dragon is killed. After all, Xinglong does not have the means to quickly recover from wounds. This is Wenlong's biggest advantage. But when Wenlong once again focused his attention on Xinglong's body, he found that the many wounds he had left on Xinglong's body had almost healed. Even the two deeper wounds on his flanks had healed. Scabs began to form, and the blood that had been flowing out had completely stopped. How come this star dragon has such a strong recovery ability? There is obviously no information about this in the game. Meow! Wenlong could only express his thoughts at this moment with dumbfounded words. However, Wenlong soon discovered the secret. There was almost no rainfall in this land of thundering sand sea, so it was cloudless all year round. In addition, it was night. The moonlight and starlight were shining in the sky, and there was endless starlight. Power is pouring into Xinglong's body continuously, allowing it to obtain new energy. This means that this time and place is the most beneficial time and place for Xinglong. Oh meow! It's sunny all year round with no clouds here. Plus it's nighttime. The three major factors of weather, location, and people are taken care of by the other party. No wonder this Star Dragon Club is much stronger than in the game. Thinking of this, Wenlong also felt that it was too reckless to choose to fight Xinglong at this time. Looking at the wounds that were healing quickly on Xinglong's body, Wenlong was certain that they were the result of being affected by the power of starlight. No wonder there is no such setting in the game. In the game, the star dragons are hunted during the day. It is estimated that there is no continuous supply of starlight power to supplement the star dragon. There is no way for the star dragon to repair its body. Meow! In this case, it seems that the 36th plan is the best way to go. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I will definitely kill you in less than 3 months. Meow! Realizing that the opponent had the advantage of the right time and place, Wenlong would certainly not continue to fight head-on with the opponent without thinking. Instead, he was ready to retreat and come to Xinglong to settle the score next time when he was fully prepared. Chapter 204 Elu Cat's Earth Escape Technique. Although Wenlong wants to retreat, retreating now is not easy. The reason why Xinglong let Wenlong go last time was because Wenlong fell off the cliff and there was no need to chase him. Another important reason was that Wenlong only pried off one of Xinglong's scales. Although it hurt a little, it still hurt. It's not to the point where Wenlong must be put to death. However, this time Wenlong has completely angered Xinglong. And in this sea of sand, there is not much cover. Wenlong even has no place to hide. Fortunately, I still have this thing. Meow! At the critical moment, Wenlong reached into his backpack again and took out a round sphere. This thing is the Flash Jade, specially made by Wenlong. As long as this flashing jade is thrown, it will burst out with a strong light in an instant, blinding the opponent's eyes and causing the opponent to temporarily lose vision. However, for a monster as powerful as Xinglong, the effective time of this shining jade is only a few seconds at most. Even if he gets these few seconds, it will not be easy for Wenlong to escape. Just when Wenlong took out the shining jade, the star dragon seemed to feel that the wounds on his body had almost recovered, roared wildly, and rushed towards Wenlong again. It's now! Seeing the right moment, Wenlong threw the shining jade, then turned around and closed his eyes to avoid being flashed by the strong light. With very precise timing, the flashing jade exploded right in front of Xinglong's eyes, and the surroundings suddenly looked like daylight. Of course, Xinglong had never encountered such a situation before. A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and he lost his vision. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Realizing that he had been trapped, Xinglong roared again, and at the same time he kept turning his body, using his slender tail to sweep around his body, and at the same time, his claws were like sharp blades, paddling. This is because Wenlong will take the opportunity to carry out a sneak attack when Xinglong is worried that he has lost his vision. Therefore, during the period of losing his vision, Xinglong angrily and indiscriminately attacks anything around his body. The purpose is to prevent Wenlong from approaching. However, as Wenlong had expected, the effective time of the shining jade was not long. In just 5 seconds, Xinglong's vision had completely recovered. However, when Xinglong reopened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, there was no trace of Wenlong. In the vast sea of sand, except for a few distant sand dunes, there are almost no obstructions, and it is impossible for Wenlong to run such a long distance in such a short period of time. Xinglong turned his attention to the ground again, wanting to see if there were any footprints left by Wenlong. After all, this was in the sand, and even an Elu cat could easily leave footprints. Soon Xinglong discovered a series of small footprints. Because it didn't last long, they were not buried by the fine sand blown by the wind. They could still identify them. However, what made Xinglong feel puzzled was that these footprints only ran a long way. For a short distance, it seemed to disappear out of thin air and disappear. Xinglong was very angry because this was the second time Wenlong escaped from it. If Xinglong didn't bother to pursue it the first time, then this time, he was completely teased by that annoying Elu cat. Fan. So Xinglong started roaring continuously, and then ran and searched around the area. But there was no trace of Wenlong. In fact, Wenlong didn't run away at this time. He was just digging slowly under the sand. The moment Wenlong threw the flash bomb, Wenlong turned around and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when Xinglong was flashed into his eyes, Wenlong used all 4 limbs to dig in the sand as quickly as possible. He quickly dug out a tunnel big enough for his body to pass through and drilled it in, doing it perfectly. Disguise makes Xinglong difficult to see from the outside. This is also one of the innate skills of Elu cats. Elu cats have always been a race that is very good at digging caves. Although their soft little claws do not seem to have much strength, they are extremely useful when used to dig soil, especially when Elu cat uses both hands and feet. The digging speed is even more amazing. Moreover, this thundering sand sea is not filled with soil, but fine sand that is easier to dig than soil. So Wenlong dug a hole in the sand in just 5 seconds, and then hid in it. Not surprising. However, Xinglong did not realize this. Or even if Xinglong realized it, Xinglong, who was not good at digging, would not be able to dig 3 feet into the ground to pull Wenlong out from under the sand layer. Fortunately, I can dig soil and make holes. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome to get rid of this guy. But this time, I came out not without success. At least I have mastered 2 good Elu cat skills. Elu cat, the defensive skills of the cat, and the offensive skills of Elu cat will definitely be useful in future battles. Meow! Wenlong thought as he dug forward under the sand layer, because he was worried about being caught by Xinglong. Wenlong did not get out of the ground quickly. Instead, he kept digging in the sand, and continued to move in the direction of the Oasis Canyon in his impression. After all, it was not on the ground in the sand layer, so there was no way to tell the direction. Although Wenlong checked the position of the Oasis Canyon when he first dived, Wenlong could not guarantee whether he had gone astray after digging all the way. After digging for a long time, Wenlong estimated that he had escaped from Xinglong's search range, and then he changed direction and started digging diagonally upward. Even so, Wenlong did not dare to get out of the ground easily. Instead, he waited until he was almost close to the ground, put his ear to the sand layer, and listened carefully to the movement above, and only chose to dig out the sand layer after confirming that there was nothing unusual drilled out from below. Huh? The air on the ground is indeed fresh. Meow! Wenlong stretched and then moved his muscles, because he had been crawling on his knees digging in the sand before. He was feeling uncomfortable. Now that he finally got out, he naturally needed to stretch. Looking around, Wenlong realized that he had dug a long distance without knowing it, at least where Wenlong was now. Xinglong could no longer be seen, and not far ahead is the Oasis Canyon where the caravan is camping, which proves that even underground, Wenlong's sense of direction is not too biased. This is probably El Cat's talent. Meow! Wenlong thought to himself. So dragging his tired body, Wenlong still took the time to rush towards the Oasis Canyon. After all, counting the time, several hours had passed since he came out of the camp. If he didn't go back for too long, it would probably cause everyone's anger. Worry. Chapter 205 Be Careful. Sure enough, not long after walking, Wenlong saw two swaying lights in the direction of the Oasis Canyon. It was obvious that they were people in the camp holding hurricane lanterns and coming out to find someone. So Wenlong adjusted his armor. He patted the dust off his body, then wiped off the blood on his body, and then walked over slowly, pretending to be nonchalant. Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! At this time, the wind had weakened a lot, and the loud thunder from before was no longer in the sea of sand. So Wenlong heard someone shouting in the distance. When I got closer, I saw that it was Catherine and Hai Tang who were looking for them. What are you doing? You come out to see me in such a big way? What's the matter? Meow? Ah, Mr. Cat, you are finally back. Where have you been? You have been out for so long, and we are very worried. When Catherine saw Wenlong, she ran over excitedly and hugged Wenlong. It's nothing. Let's go out and relax. There's no need to make such a fuss. Meow, Wenlong said disapprovingly. Wenlong didn't want to tell Catherine and Hai Tang about Xinglong. Firstly, they don't want Catherine and Hai Tang to worry about them. Secondly, Catherine's arm is still injured, and they don't want Catherine to show off after finding out. Otherwise, the encounter with the Star Dragon is likely to cause more serious injuries, and the last reason is because of the starry sky. Xinglong was so powerful at night that even if he took Catherine and Hai Tang with him, there was no chance of winning. So Wenlong continued. Okay, go back and rest early. Don't wander around here anymore. It's very dangerous at night. It would be bad if you were attacked by some monster. Meow. Ah. Okay. But it's a bit strange that we haven't seen a monster after searching for so long. Catherine also said with some confusion. Hai Tang didn't see any monsters either. Hai Tang also agreed. If you don't have it now, it doesn't mean you won't have time to go soon. Go quickly. Meow. Wenlong also urged. Although they didn't know why, Catherine and Hai Tang originally came out to look for Wenlong. Now that they had found him, there was no reason to stay outside. So the three of them walked towards the camp together. When we returned to the camp, it was already past midnight. The bonfire in the camp was still burning. Most of the merchants had already gone to sleep. Only one merchant, who was on temporary duty when Catherine and Hai Tang left, was still by the bonfire. Be alert to the surrounding situation. Seeing Wenlong and others coming back, the businessman also said hello to Wenlong and others, and then got into his sleeping bag and fell asleep. Now! We have to go on a journey tomorrow. You should go and rest quickly. I will take care of the watch in the middle of the night. Meow. Wenlong said to Catherine and Hai Tang, who were not sleeping yet. Mr. Cat, haven't you had any rest? Hai Tang asked. It's okay, Uncle. I'm a cat. I'm very energetic at night. You women don't stay up late if you want good skin. You know? What's more, according to the previous arrangement, I should be on duty in the second half of the night. Meow. All right. Seeing Wenlong persisting, Catherine and Hai Tang had no choice but to go to bed first. After Catherine and Hai Tang got into their sleeping bags and fell asleep peacefully, Wenlong walked to the bonfire and completely put out the still burning bonfire. Although this was in a canyon and the situation here was generally not visible from the outside, in order to prevent Xinglong from finding the area and discovering a fire here, Wenlong extinguished the bonfire out of caution. Anyway, it makes no difference to Wenlong whether there is a bonfire or not. As an Elu Cat, even at night, he has vision that is far beyond the reach of humans. In this way, in the camp at night, Wenlong stayed on duty until early morning with more vigilance than before. But Wenlong felt lucky that not only did Xinglong not come to the area, but no other monsters came to harass the camp throughout the night. Early the next morning, the merchants began to be busy as usual. While tying the previously unloaded cargo to the herbivorous dragon's back, he also took out fodder to feed the herbivorous dragon. ensuring that it would still have plenty of energy to carry the full cargo throughout the next day. Heading to Midgebolton. It didn't take long for the skilled merchants to get everything ready, and the caravan once again embarked on the journey to Midgebolton. The caravan kept moving forward like this. When the caravan walked out of the Oasis Canyon, Wulong climbed on the back of a herbivorous dragon, and then looked around cautiously to observe the situation. If it doesn't exist here, it won't exist either. It's there. Meow. After looking around, Wulong finally found traces of a group of Huang velociraptors appearing around him. These yellow speed dragons were staring at the caravan on a sand dune in the distance, obviously planning to attack the caravan. But what was different from usual was that when Wulong saw these yellow speed dragons, not only did he not feel nervous, but he relaxed as if he had taken a reassurance. Since other monsters have appeared around here, it proves that the star dragon from yesterday should have gone. As for this group of yellow velociraptors, let the women and little girls stretch their muscles. I can finally have a good time. Get some rest. Meow. After all, Wulong knew that Catherine's current strength has far exceeded that before. And with the support of high-level equipment that can crush the Huang velociraptor group, even if he can only use one hand, he can't deal with such a group of Huang velociraptors. It's definitely not a problem. Not to mention that with Haitang, who is not only powerful but also more experienced than Catherine, Wulong has nothing to worry about. However, out of his duty as a hunter, Wulong reminded Catherine and Haitang. Hey woman! There is a group of yellow velociraptors in the east staring here. If they dare to come over, you and the little girl can drive them away. Ah, no problem. Just a bunch of yellow velociraptors? Yeah, just a bunch of yellow velociraptors. After saying that, Wulong finally felt relaxed. The fatigue accumulated from the previous battles and vigils suddenly emerged, making Wulong feel exhausted. Then Wulong threw himself on the back of the herbivore dragon and fell asleep in a deep sleep. When Wulong woke up, he found that dusk had fallen and the caravan finally reached Midgebolton. Judging from the situation of the caravan, the journey should be smooth, and the previous group of yellow speed dragons should not cause any trouble to the caravan. So Wulong turned his attention to the surroundings, and could see that Midgebolton was still as prosperous as usual at this time. Even at night, there were still people on the pier. However, Wulong still noticed some abnormalities. That is, Major Bolton's security seemed to have become even tighter. In addition to a larger number of guards patrolling the city, there were also many high-level guards carrying various hunting weapons. The hunters also hurried towards the direction of the Hunter Guild. Chapter 206 Emergency Meeting of the Hunter Guild. Hey, guys, you're walking in such a hurry. Where are you going? Meow? Wulong, who felt a little strange, casually called to a team of hunters passing by and asked, "Didn't you receive the notice?" Wulong was answered by a bald hunter who was the leader of the hunter team. "No. What kind of notice?" Meow? Wulong waved his hand, indicating that he had no idea. "Oh, by the way, seeing as you came back with the caravan, you probably don't know," the bald hunter continued. "Just now, the president of our Major Bolton Hunter Guild issued an emergency. We have an order to hold an important meeting. So we have summoned all 3-star or above hunters to go here. We are on our way. Don't you know what the meeting is going to say?" Meow? "I don't know." The bald hunter shook his head. "But the meeting is about to start. Let's go and see it and find out." "Ah. Okay. Thanks." Meow. "What's wrong? Mr. Cat?" Catherine, who noticed that Wulong was chatting with other hunters, also came over and asked. "It's nothing. I just stopped a few hunters to ask. It seems that there will be a meeting in the hall of the Midgebolton Hunters Union later. But judging from the fact that this meeting requires 3-star or above hunters to participate, what should it be?" "It's an important meeting." Meow. 3-star hunter? Then we can participate too," Catherine said with some surprise. "What? What's so happy about being able to attend the meeting?" Meow. "I always feel that if the meeting is attended by high-level hunters, maybe I can see my brother." Catherine's words were full of expectation. "Ah, I almost forgot about it." After Catherine said this, Wulong suddenly remembered that Catherine's real purpose of becoming a hunter was to find her brother. Unknowingly, Wulong felt a little uneasy at this moment. If Catherine found her brother, would she just go back with her brother? In that case, wouldn't it mean that hey, what am I thinking? This stupid woman is gone. Wouldn't this uncle be less of a burden? He should be more, you should be happy. Meow. So Wulong immediately rejected his previous idea in his heart, and then said, although there is little hope. It would be best if your brother could attend the meeting. In addition, you can also try asking Major about your brother. The president of the Bolt 10 Hunter Guild may know something. Meow. What kind of president would know about my brother? Yes, Wenlong explained. Since your brother can hunt unicorns, he should still have some strength. As the president of the major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild, it is impossible that such a person does not know anything about it. According to Wenlong's understanding of the relationship between hunters, itinerant hunters, like Catherine's brother, who can hunt ancient dragon species, travel around the continent most of the time and are not affiliated with a certain hunter guild. So they want to find him. The news is not easy. However, Shanlan Roden has the status of the president of the Mage Bolton Hunter Guild, and his contacts in the hunter circle are quite extensive, so the possibility of knowing the news is naturally much greater. In addition, Shanlan Roden also has the experience of hunting ancient dragon species, and he and Catherine's brother are likely to be hunters of the same level, considering that hunters with similar strengths are often more likely to cooperate. Then asking, Shanlan Roden is indeed the most suitable choice at the moment. Then let's go there now. Catherine couldn't wait to hear what Wenlong said. Well, okay. We have arrived at Midge Bolton anyway, and Uncle Heezen will take care of the caravan affairs next. And we really need to report to the Hunters Guild in Midge Bolton and register my information there. Meow. The last time Wenlong and his party came to Midge Bolton, they only had a short stopover, so they did not specifically go to Midge Bolton's Hunters Guild to register. But this time is different. Both Catherine and Haitang have been upgraded to 3-star hunters. As 3-star hunters, they cannot obtain new promotion tasks in a small village like Milad Village, which only has a hunter union office. So this time, I came to Major Bolt and Wenlong with the intention of staying for a long time. And during this time, I would use Major Bolt as a base to improve my strength. At the same time, in order to receive tasks from the Hunter Guild in Major Bolt, you must also go to the Hunter Guild to complete the level registration work. So after bidding farewell to Uncle Heezen and his party, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang walked towards the location of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild. Arriving at Major Bolton's Hunters Guild, Wenlong found that the place was much more lively than the last time he came. Hunters of all kinds gathered together and talked about various topics in the Hunter Hall. Most of these topics were related to their own hunting experiences, and some were also speculating on the purpose of convening so many people at this meeting. What issues are discussed? As expected, they are all 3-star or above hunters. Their equipment seems to be pretty good, but they don't seem to be at the top level. Meow. Wenlong glanced over and basically had a rough understanding of the equipment worn by the hunters gathered in the hall. However, Wenlong discovered that although most of these hunters' equipment were better than what he was wearing now, they were only at the level of ordinary 3-star to 4-star hunters. He had not even seen 5-star hunters, let alone legends. A level hunter. That's not right. Is it true that in a city as big as Major Bolton, only the leader of the Hunter Guild, Roden, is relatively strong? There should be several powerful 5-star hunters in such a large hunter guild. Go, where is it? Meow? Wenlong observed carefully for a while, but still did not see any hunter wearing equipment that could match 5-star strength. Wenlong also discovered that it was probably because this was an emergency meeting of the Hunter Guild and required 3-star or above hunters. Because of the participation, in order to show their identity, almost all the hunters took out the badges symbolizing their hunter level and wore them in the most conspicuous position on their chests. Mr. Cat, I see they all wear badges. Should we also wear badges? Catherine on the side also noticed this problem and asked Wenlong. Well, you'd better put it on. Otherwise it won't be good if you are regarded as a low-level hunter who sneaked in to attend the meeting and is kicked out. Meow. Wenlong shrugged and then said, Ah. Okay. Mr. Cat. So Catherine and Haitang each took out their own 3-star low-level hunter badges and wore them on their chests. Such a badge consists of 2 gold stars and 1 bronze star. Although it is considered the top level in Milad Village, it is only the lowest level badge among the hunters in this hall. Chapter 207 The Chatty Preenie. Because registration was required, Wenlong first took Catherine and Haitang to the reception desk of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild. You 3, do you need any help? The person who received Wenlong and his party was Preenie, whom Wenlong had met once last time. Ah, I'm here to register. Catherine was the first to speak. Is he a new hunter? What's his name? Which hunter guild did he belong to before? Preenie asked. My name is Catherine. I used to be affiliated with the Hunter Guild's office in Milad Village, Catherine said. Ah, It turns out you are from MHOL village. You really have come a long way. It must be hard to cross the thundering sand sea. Right. Preeny started chatting without realizing it. Ah. Yes, Catherine admitted. Girls are more miserable as hunters than men. Especially when they are covered in stinky sweat from hunting outside. When they want to take a shower, they have to worry about those smelly men peeping on them, Preeny said, while helping Catherine fill out registration information. Ah. But there are no men in our team, so we haven't noticed such things, Catherine said, a little embarrassed. It's a team composed entirely of girls. That's not bad. Oh, Catherine, your hair is so beautiful. Obviously our hair colors are very close. But mine looks gray. And yours is easier to describe, as how do you maintain the shiny silver? Do you have any tips? I don't know the secret to this either. Hey, stop hiding it. Wouldn't it be better to share any good stuff when you have it? Are you afraid that my hair will look prettier than yours due to some special effects? No, really not. My brother and I have been like this since childhood. Catherine was a little at a loss. Yeah, right. By the way, your hunter level is... Preeny glanced at the badge on Catherine's chest again, and then said, It's really good. You are so big at such a young age. No, I mean you are so young that you have such a high level. Well, a 3-star low-level hunter. Well, the registration is complete, and you will be a member of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild. Congratulations. Thank you, Sister Preeny. After the registration was completed, Catherine stepped aside, and then it was Haitong's turn. So, little girl, what are you going to do? Preeny was also a little surprised when she saw Haitang, who was younger than Catherine. Haitang used to be a hunter of Major Bolt 10, because she completed the task of being promoted to a 3-star hunter at the Hunter Guild office in MHOL village. She came back this time to update her level information. Haitang is very experienced, said. You used to be a hunter from our Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild. How come I haven't seen you before? Preeny looked at Haitang in surprise. After all, Preeny has been working as a receptionist in the Bolton Hunter Guild for some years. She knows most of the hunters. Even if she doesn't know each other, she will definitely be familiar with them. But for the little girl in front of her, she is generally familiar with them. Renee was not impressed. That's why Preeny felt some doubts. Yes, Haitang nodded, and then explained. Because Haitang used to make money in the arena most of the time and rarely came to the Hunter Guild to accept tasks. So it's normal for you, Sister Preeny, not to know Haitang. That's it. I didn't expect to go to the arena to make money at such a young age. By the way, your name is Haitang. Come on. Let me see your hunter badge. Haitang straightened her chest and showed the badge on her chest. Ah, Haitang, you are actually a 3-star low-level hunter. That's awesome. Okay, then your registration information in the guild has been updated. Thank you, Sister, Haitang also said. Okay, then, Mr. Aluma, what are you going to do? After helping Catherine and Haitang complete the formalities, Preeny asked Wenlong again. I just want to ask, can we attend the meeting later? Meow? Wenlong jumped to the reception desk and said, If you are the follower cat of these 2 3-star beautiful hunters, of course you can follow your master to attend the meeting. After all, this meeting only needs to be held by Major Bolt 10 and all 3-star cats in the surrounding areas of Major Bolt 10. All hunters above level 1 can participate. What? Do you have any questions? Yes, of course. I would also like to ask why there are no 5-star hunters present at this meeting. Meow? Since the other party asked if there were any more questions, Wenlong was of course not polite, and immediately he expressed his previous doubts again. Well, because the 5-star hunters from our guild have been sent out to hunt high-level monsters before, and they won't be able to come back in a short time. And this meeting was decided on the spur of the moment, and there was no time to even notify them. Those 5-star, how can a top-notch hunter have time to come back to attend the meeting? Well, that's it. Then, thanks. Meow. After speaking, Wenlong turned around and walked towards the venue. Catherine and Haitang followed after saying goodbye to Preeny. The so-called meeting place is actually a large area of vacation on one side of the Bolton Hunter Guild Hall. After all, it is already night, and there are almost no hunters coming to accept commissions or handle other matters. So the hall at this time is still quite large. It's spacious and has enough space for a group of people to gather together for a meeting. However, there were not even chairs in this so-called meeting place. All the hunters were standing there gathering. From this, We can also see the identity of the organizer of this meeting, Sean Roden, the president of the MHOL Hunter Guild. Rugged character. Humph! Sure enough, you guys are still here. I haven't seen you come to MHOL for so long, and I was worried that you might break your appointment. Wanlong and his party had just walked into the venue when they heard a familiar voice greeting them. Following the voice, they looked over and found that the person was Claude, who had made a bet with him before. Wanlong noticed that Claude was wearing cyan equipment. Judging from the style of the equipment, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the suit of an ordinary big strange bird. But Wanlong knew that this was a subspecies of the big strange bird, made from the material of the blue strange bird. Its hardness and power it brings to hunters far exceed the previous big strange bird suit. It can be said to be a relatively common piece of equipment among 3-star mid-level hunters. The initial level of such equipment is level 30. If you add the forging bonus of excellent craftsman, then the suit on Claude should reach level 34. In comparison, the peach-haired beast king suit worn by Catherine looked a bit shabby. Chapter 208, Sean Roden. Of course, I won't lose. Faced with Claude's provocation, Catherine said very seriously, "Oh, really? But the fact that you were able to rise to the low-level 3-star level in such a short period of time is indeed beyond my expectations. This makes me sincerely admire you. But I am now a 3-level mid-level hunter. After all, you are still no better than mine. Hunter level cannot fully explain the problem. How can we know who wins and who loses without comparing?" Catherine showed no sign of weakness. "Okay, the originally agreed match was 1 month later. But now there are exactly 2 days left. So we'll see you in the Grand Arena in 2 days. Okay." Catherine agreed without hesitation. Well then, Claude walked to Wanlong's side again. "Mr. Wanlong, please look forward to becoming my partner. I will let you know that I am much better than that woman." "So confident?" Wanlong asked. "Of course. Then just wait for my good news." Claude greeted Wanlong with a smile, walked straight past Wanlong and his group, and then disappeared into the crowd. "Mr. Cat, I will never lose." Seeing Claude leaving, Catherine said firmly to Wanlong, "But the opponent's weapons and armor are better than yours. And he looks so confident. There must be some trump card that he hasn't shown yet. Woman, are you really sure you can win? Meow?" At this time, Wanlong was a little concerned. Got up. "Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I also have a trump card that I haven't revealed yet," Catherine said again. "Huh?" What surprised Wanlong was that Catherine did not panic at all this time, but still maintained a confident look. This made Wanlong couldn't help but think, "We obviously live together every day. When did this woman learn new tricks? And she doesn't know it?" But just when Wanlong was about to ask Catherine what trump card she had prepared, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Hi, everyone. I didn't expect to meet you here." Wanlong turned his head and found that behind him was the 3-man hunter team he met last time in the Kunbire wetland. The person who was greeting me just now was Lily holding a katana sword. "Hello, Sister Lily, Brother Huffei, and Brother Elon." Catherine responded politely as soon as she saw each other. "Hello." Haitang also said politely. "Hey, the little girl is so polite. She is much better than a certain savage young lady." Seeing Catherine and Wanlong, Hefei also came over. "Who is being savage?" Lily beat Hefei hard, and then started chatting enthusiastically with Catherine. "I didn't expect to meet again so soon. It seems that you have successfully promoted to 3-star hunter. Well, I also have to thank Sister Lily and everyone. If it weren't for Sister Lily's help that time, I might have started a fight with another hunter team." The time Catherine was talking about was naturally the time she had a conflict with the Crow team at the hunter camp in the Kunbo wetland. "No, we hunters also have rules that hunters must abide by. We all have the obligation to stand up to those who break the rules. It would be better to say that as newcomers. You have done a good job and dare to point out the mistakes of the seniors when you meet them." While Catherine and Lily were chatting, Hefei also walked up to Wanlong and said to Wanlong in an excited tone, "Hey, Wanlong, do you still remember our agreement?" "Of course I remember. Meow," Wanlong said, stroking his beard. "Well, I have some good news for you. My genius's new glider is ready. After a little debugging, I'm going to go to the Thunder Sand Sea for testing in the next few days. I'll need your help then." "No problem. But why do you want to go to the Thundering Sand Sea for a test?" "Meow? Because it's windy there and it's spacious. So you won't hit anything. Also, even if you fall, it's better to fall on the soft sand than on the stone ground." "Well, I didn't expect you to be quite thoughtful. Meow. Regarding this point, Wenlong had to admit that Fei, who seemed quite frivolous, was actually quite thoughtful. That's because he has accumulated experience after falling too many times. Elon, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, immediately breaking Wenlong's impression of Fei. Hey! I told Elon. Can't you stop exposing me? Fei hurriedly motioned for Elon to shut up. In this way, Wenlong and his party chatted with Lily, Fei, and Ellen for a while. Finally, the meeting began. Shanlan Roden, the president of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild, walked into the venue. And then at the venue the center position stopped. Although from the outside, President Roden is just an old man with a strange spiral hairstyle and a long and thick exaggerated mustache. But he is physically stronger than the average old man. But when Shanlan Roden stopped and glanced at the venue with a majestic and cold gaze, the aura of being the strongest hunter in the entire West Hall Red region was still enough to make everyone present feel extremely feeling of oppression. So when they were waiting for the meeting to start, all the hunters in the venue were still talking about it. But when the president of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild, Shanlan Roden, walked into the venue, all the hunters suddenly it got quiet. Ahem. Everyone. I have called you here for one thing, to hunt the Star Dragon. As an old hunter, Roden said straight to the point. Star Dragon? Isn't that the legendary dragon that was confirmed some time ago? Someone asked. Yes, President Roden explained. It is the legendary dragon that was just confirmed not long ago. Now I need you to attack with all your strength and hunt it as soon as possible. As soon as President Roden said these words, all the hunters in the venue looked at each other, a little at a loss. According to what these hunters have known about Roden for a long time, Shanlan Roden, as the president of the Major Bolton Hunters Guild, will command his hunters to beat up mandarin ducks with resentment except when monsters are in the breeding period. Other than that, he seems very calm most of the time, and rarely speaks in such an urgent tone. In other words, once Shanlan Roden's tone becomes so urgent, it means that the matter must be serious. I don't understand. It was Fei who spoke this time. He raised his hand to indicate that he had questions to ask. Speak, boy. Roden waved his hand, signaling Fei to speak quickly. We only know that this Star Dragon is a legendary dragon. We have never even seen it. Where do you want us to hunt? Humph. If I want to know where to hunt, do I need to call you all here at night? Finding prey is also a compulsory course for hunters. But don't forget it. Boy. Roden was not polite at all. Fei said. Chapter 209 Emergency Mobilization. Being choked back by Roden, Fei stuck out her tongue mischievously. However, Roden turned a blind eye to Fei's grimace and asked again. Do you have any more questions? I still have questions. This time it was Elon, who usually didn't talk much, who spoke. Say it. Why are we hunting the Star Dragon? The current location of the Star Dragon is unknown. More importantly, the Star Dragon does not seem to be the most dangerous among all monsters. If we want to hunt, it should not be our turn. Prioritize hunting the Star Dragon, Elon said calmly. Well, this is a good question, and it hits the point. Roden nodded and expressed his affirmation of Elon's question. Indeed, because of Xinglong's reclusive character, the current harm to mankind is not many. And even many monsters with lower strength than Star Dragon have caused greater damage to humans than Star Dragon. But not long ago, I received an urgent notice from the Hunter Guild of East Daruma, asking us to make the task of hunting the Star Dragon the first priority, and complete it as soon as possible. After hearing this, Wenlong basically guessed the purpose of this meeting. I didn't expect that the old man named Clifford could send messages very quickly. The news was sent back to Major Bolton from Dondaruma so quickly. And the news came from Dondaruma, so it was taken seriously. The degree is indeed different. Think about it. I spent all my words, persuasion and evidence to convince others. And the officials from the headquarters sent a document. And the people below took it seriously. This is exactly what Malbai said. People are so angry at cats. Meow. According to Wenlong's understanding, Clifford took a hot air balloon to East Daruma that night and should have informed the headquarters of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau that the Star Dragon Society had turned into a disaster Star Dragon due to absorbing too much starlight power. According to the general procedure, the headquarters of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau will then notify other Ancient Dragon Observation Bureaus distributed across the mainland of such news, requiring them to conduct more rigorous observations of the ancient dragon species. At the same time, such news will be conveyed to the elders of the Hunters Guild, also located in East Daruma, to remind the hunters to be on guard. The Hunters Guild will issue such orders to branches in various places. So there are orders from the Hunters Guild regarding hunting star dragons. But what Wenlong envied was the speed of information transmission. It has only been a week since Clifford left Milad Village. The news was actually conveyed from Milad Village to the distant East Daruma, and then circled back to May Jabolton. According to Wenlong's estimation, a month would not be enough to travel such a long distance by land like a caravan. However, with hot air balloons, we can avoid dangerous and rugged terrain, which makes the delivery of news easier. Gotta get up quickly. This made Wenlong make a small calculation in his mind. It seems that next time I will also get a hot air balloon, so that it will be more convenient to go anywhere. After all, the glider made by the guy named Hefei can't carry an idiot with him. A woman and a little girl are flying together. But the hot air balloons in this world are like the private jets on Earth in the past, which are not affordable for ordinary people. Anyway, you still have to save money. Meow! Does that mean this is Donnaruma's opinion? Just as Wenlong was making a small calculation in his mind, Elon asked President Roden again. That's right. The reason is that according to some intelligence, it is confirmed that the star dragon is likely to be related to the large-scale awakening of ancient dragon species. If the star dragon cannot be eradicated as soon as possible. At this point, Roden did not continue, but he glanced at the surrounding hunters with cold eyes. Hearing Shanlon, Roden say that star dragons are likely to be related to the large-scale awakening of ancient dragon species. Most of the hunters in the venue suddenly exploded. As 3-star or above hunters with certain experience, everyone present knew what the large-scale awakening of the ancient dragon species meant. So there was no need for Shanlon, Roden to explain anything. The awakening of the ancient dragon species? Is it that serious? Some people couldn't believe it. How is it possible? No matter how strong the star dragon is, it is not as strong as the ancient dragon species. Right. How can it trigger a large-scale awakening of the ancient dragon species? That is a destructive power equivalent to the level of a natural disaster. It may destroy an ancient dragon species at any time. A village. Oh no! Even a city may be destroyed at any time. After careful analysis, some people thought it was unlikely. Maybe it's fake news? Or is there something wrong? Some people hope that the news is fake. Since the news comes from the headquarters, it should be credible. Others thought calmly and believed that there should be no problem with the news. Okay, shut up. Seeing the noisy crowd, Roden scolded. Although the voice was not loud, it was still full of majesty and oppression, and everyone in the venue immediately fell silent again. Anyway, this is news from the Hunter Guild of East Daruma. It was specially sent here in a high-speed hot air balloon. This is unmistakable. As for what it contains about the power of starlight, the evil star dragon, and I don't know what the impact is on the sleeping ancient dragon species. In short, we just need to find the star dragon as soon as possible and kill the star dragon. Do you understand? Understood. Almost all the hunters replied in unison. Even if these people had doubts, guesses, and confusion before, they all showed amazing discipline at this moment. Okay, now that we understand everything, let's not waste everyone's time. Let's adjourn the meeting. Roden announced loudly and boldly. The meeting is finally over. I feel like that old man is so awesome. All the hunters around him actually listened to him, Catherine said after the meeting ended. Of course he's awesome. That's Shanlon Lu Din. After all, he's also a man who once conquered the ancient dragon species. Meow. Wenlong stroked his beard and said, Is that President Roden? No way. The meeting has been going on for so long. And you actually just found out? How stupid are you? Chase after the old man. Otherwise you will have a hard time finding him when the old man leaves. Meow. For the slow responsive person Catherine and Wenlong both felt a little incredible. Mr. Kitten, I blame you for not telling me in advance, Catherine said, and immediately chased after him. At this time, Shanlon, Roden had already walked to the door and was about to leave the venue. But Catherine still said, I'm sorry. Please give way, while quickly pushing aside the crowd that had not had time to disperse and move forward quickly. Before Shanlon, Roden left, he stopped in front of him. President Roden, please wait a moment. I have a question to ask you. Chapter 210 Don't Know. Oh. Roden raised his eyebrows and looked at Catherine, who was rushing out. A gentle smile appeared on his originally serious and majestic face. If you have any questions, just ask, little girl. I know everything. I can't say enough. Ha ha. This old man Rodin is also a pervert and behaves completely differently when talking to women. Meow. Wenlong, who was chasing after Catherine, cursed in his heart after hearing this. President, I want to get some news about my brother. Your brother? What's his name? My brother is Eric Silver. I want to know where he went. Catherine deliberately slowed down and spoke syllable by syllable, as if she was afraid that others could not hear clearly. Eric Silver. When he heard the name, Rodin narrowed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Rodin said slowly, I have indeed heard of this name. It is said that it is a roving hunter. It's quite. He is capable and has solved some major incidents. However, because he has traveled around and has not registered with the Hunter Guild, I am not familiar with him. So I really can't help you with this issue. That's it. Thank you. Catherine, who was still hopeful, suddenly became disappointed. Little girl, don't be discouraged. What do you want to do with your brother? Rodin asked again. My brother hasn't been back since he went hunting a year ago. So I wanted to find him. Catherine said. I see. That's it. Rodin said with a smile. It turns out it's a pure love between brother and sister. I have a good solution to your brother's matter. Any solution? That's it. Little girl. From now on, you can accept me as your brother, and I will take care of you from now on. You see, my strong chest can help you rely on me at any time. Is this okay? Shalon Ludin said as he spoke. Put your hands on your waist to show off your strong chest muscles. Of course not. You damn old man. Meow. At some point, Wenlong, who was listening on the sidelines, jumped up and kicked Shalon Ludin directly in the face. Snapped. However, Wenlong did not kick Shalon Rodin in the face. As one of the strongest hunters in the entire Zishard region, although he was old, his reaction was still extremely quick. He blocked it with one hand, and then it took Wenlong's attack effortlessly. Oh, little girl, this Elu Cat of yours is really good. Whether it is strength, speed, or the choice of attack angle, it is the most powerful I have ever seen. But the anger seems a bit too strong. Although he was attacked by Wenlong, Rodin did not seem angry and continued to speak with a smile. Humph. You old man is so disrespectful. You are old enough to be someone else's grandfather. Do you still want to be a brother? Meow? I'm sorry. I was just joking. Cough, 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 cough. Shalon Rodin, who was exposed by Wenlong, restrained his smile slightly, and then said, About your brother Eric Silver. I will report it to the main guild in Donnarumma and see if anyone there knows about it. I will let you know when there is news. Thank you, President. Catherine bowed to express her gratitude. Well, you are such a polite boy. You are a hunter in our guild. As the president, of course I will help you. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me. Ha ha. After saying that, Shalon Ludin smiled and said proudly, And go. After Shalon Rodin left, Catherine still looked a little depressed. After all, she finally expected to know the news about her brother, but she still found nothing. Don't be discouraged. Meow. Wenlong comforted. At least the old man agreed to help you ask the Hunter Guild. If so, he should be able to gain some insights. Meow. Well, thank you, Mr. Cat. I believe that as long as I work with Mr. Cat, I will be able to find my brother. At least when I become a legendary hunter, my brother will definitely know that I am looking for him. Well, yes. You just need to have this kind of momentum. Wenlong also nodded, and then said, But it's getting late today, so let's go back to the hotel early to rest. Just like last time. The Basie Chamber of Commerce is there. The hotel has been booked for us. Meow. So Wenlong and Catherine left the Hunters Guild with Hai Tang and headed to the most luxurious star-rated hotel in Major Boltan. This time, the room that Uncle Heezen booked for Wenlong and his party was still very gorgeous. But because there were 3 people in Wenlong and his party this time, the room he booked was a bit more spacious than the last time. There are 3 large beds lined up in one room, which looks quite impressive. However, the most magnificent part of the room does not end there. As a room with 3 beds, it was originally designed for a family of 3 travelers to live in. Therefore, in addition to the 3 large beds, There is also a room that can accommodate 3 people playing in it. The large bathing pool of water amazed Catherine even more. Ah, Mr. Cat, look at this bath. You can almost swim in it, Catherine said in surprise. Huh? Before Wenlong could react, he was hugged by Catherine. Hey, what are you doing? Meow. Mr. Cat, don't run away. After walking in the desert for a few days, you can't do it without taking a good bath. Even if I need to wash, I don't have to come with you. Simply ignoring Wenlong's protest, Catherine took off her clothes, hugged Wenlong and jumped into the bath. Plop! There was a sound of water splashing. Begonias also need to be washed. There was another pop. And then Haitang jumped in too. It's so comfortable. Taking a hot spring bath is the most comfortable thing after a tiring day. Mr. Cat, in the future, where we live should also have such a big bathroom. Okay? Catherine asked. Humph. What does this bathroom mean? We will need a hot spring in the future, Wenlong said with some disdain. Hot spring? I haven't taken a bath yet. Is it more comfortable than a bath like this? Catherine asked. Of course. Not only are they more comfortable, but the hot springs in different places also have different curative effects on the human body because of the different minerals contained in the spring water. Some can heal wounds. Some can strengthen the body. And some can strengthen the body. It is very good at removing diseases. Meow! Wenlong explained proudly. Hey, where are the hot springs? I don't know about this. Uncle, Haitang knows where there are hot springs. Would you like Haitang to take you to the hot springs next time? Haitang said loudly at the side. Recently, many people have asked me how to get activation codes. According to internal information, it is said that a large number of activation codes will be released on Baidu Tiaba of Monster Hunter OL recently. So friends who want activation codes, but do not have activation codes can go to Tiaba to try. Chapter 211 Precious Weapon Jade. Haitang, do you know where there is a hot spring? Wenlong asked quickly, even if it was just for a moment. Wenlong immediately realized that this was very important news. Apart from anything else, if you follow modern concepts and build a hot spring suitable for humans soaking into a holiday tourist destination, and then use modern marketing techniques to seize the various curative effects of hot springs as selling points, you will definitely be able to make money. A lot of money. Well, Haitang nodded, and then said, when I was a child, my father took Haitang to a place called Jian Village. There were hot springs there. At that time, my father told Haitang that the hot springs there could not only heal wounds, but also it can increase human physical strength and make people more energetic. So local hunters have the practice of taking a bath in hot springs before hunting. Hey, where is Yuyun Village? I want to go too. Catherine also quickly interjected. If it's the hot spring in Yuyun Village, I also know that it's just too far away. I probably don't have time to go there recently, but if I have time in the future, I can really consider going there. Naya, I heard it was you. In Yunsuan, the excitement in Wenlong's heart was suddenly extinguished, because according to Wenlong's understanding of the world, Jiyun Village is quite far away from Mejibolton, and the only way to get back and forth is by hot air balloon. In this world's traffic environment, ordinary people cannot make it in such a remote place. Operates a hot spring. In this regard, Wenlong could only temporarily give up the idea of investing in and operating a hot spring resort. Early the next morning, probably because he soaked in the bathtub for too long the day before, he felt a little tired and slept a little longer. When Wenlong woke up, he found that Catherine and Haitang were gone. What did the woman and the little girl do? Meow? However, Wenlong, who was slightly awake, soon noticed the sound of someone waving a sword outside. So Wenlong walked to the edge of the balcony, and then looked out through the balcony, and sure enough, he saw Catherine waving her sword in the garden behind the hotel. Practice with the big sword. And judging from the way Catherine was sweating profusely, the practice must have been going on for quite some time. As expected, she is here. She got up so early to practice. This woman is really getting more and more diligent. Meow? Where is the little girl? Not with the stupid woman? Why are you still practicing with one hand? Reply with the treatment of medicine G. Plus the healing stone that +1 was given to her last time. Even the muscle strain should be cured by now. Meow. After watching it for a while, Wenlong found something strange. So Wenlong stood on the balcony and asked loudly, Hey, woman, where did the little girl go? Why isn't she with you? Little Haitang went to see her father. She said she wanted to show him the results of her recent growth. Catherine replied while waving the big sword in her hand. Really? He is really a filial child who obviously has an incompetent father. Wenlong thought to himself. Then Wenlong asked again. Oh, by the way, woman, why are you still practicing with one hand? Isn't the injury on your right hand healed yet? Meow? Ah. Yes. A little more. Catherine quickly stopped and then said, This is a bit troublesome. The match between you and that Claude is about to begin. What will happen to the match if the arm injury is not healed yet? Meow? No problem. Mr. Cat, Catherine said as she took out a towel and wiped her sweat. Well, okay. Wenlong thought for a while, as if he was thinking about something, and then said to Catherine, Hey, woman, I want to go out for a while, so you can practice well by yourself. Meow. Hey, Mr. Cat is leaving me again? No. Why are you leaving again? I'm just going out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Meow. Ah. Okay. Mr. Cat, be sure to come back soon. So Wenlong left the balcony and returned to the room, sorted out the props he was carrying and the materials in his backpack, and then left the hotel. After Wenlong left the hotel, he walked directly towards the busiest market street in MHOL. Wenlong's purpose was also very simple. That is, to help Catherine build a better set of equipment. That guy named Claude has already used the blue monster suit. If he can't give the stupid woman better weapons and equipment, I'm afraid he will suffer a big loss. Meow. Wenlong thought this way, and he didn't know. Unknowingly, I had reached the door of Master Luo's shop. Hey, Master Luo, I want to build a new set of equipment. Meow. Oh, isn't this Mr. Wenlong who just made equipment here some time ago? Where is the woman who came with you last time? Seeing Wenlong coming over, Master Luo also recognized Wenlong at a glance. She has something to do today, so she asked me to help her build a set of equipment. You should also have records of her height and measurements. Right. Ha. Of course. It's rare to see women with such a perfect figure. It leaves a deep impression on people, Master Luo said with a smile. So, what kind of equipment are you going to build? It's this cat, Wenlong said as he placed the material of the Thunderbird on his back in front of Master Luo. Oh, it's the material of the Thunderbird. It's really good. So, when do you want it? Tomorrow. Well, it's not impossible. But it's okay. Okay. I got it. Do you want more money? I won't miss your money. Meow. Wenlong said with some disdain. Ha! I understand. I like cheerful people. Oh no. It's a cat. Don't worry. I'll pick it up early tomorrow morning. I guarantee it will be made for you. Don't worry. I still have one more thing I need you to do. Meow. Oh. What else do you need? Master Luo's tone became more polite. You know how to strengthen weapons. Right. Meow? Of course. Weapon enhancement is my strength. And everyone in Major Bolton knows this. But that thing requires precious weapon jade. So, of course I have weapon jade. Meow. As he said that, Wenlong took out a cloth package from his pocket, and then opened the package, revealing 2 round purple jade stones. Use the materials of the Sand Thunder Bird to create weapons. When using the big sword, you can also use these 2 strengthening jades. Do you understand? Meow? You are really a big boss. You actually took out 2 such precious weapon jades at once. Master Luo waved the big forging hammer in his hand, and then said, Don't worry. When you come to pick it up tomorrow, not only will you give me you built the equipment, and it's guaranteed to be strengthened for you. Chapter 212 Buying a Property. After handing over the materials and weapon jade to Master Luo, Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, Wenlong planned to keep this weapon jade for his own use. It could be used to strengthen the weapon and make his weapon more powerful. In this way, he would be more certain to win the next time he meets Xinglong. But after careful consideration, Wenlong decided to use these 2 pieces of weapon jade for Catherine's new weapon. The most important thing now is to win the bet. In this way, we can win a lot of money from that boy Claude. As for the problem of Star Dragon, there are still more than 2 months left. There is enough time to prepare, so it is not too urgent. After leaving Master Luo's forging house, Wenlong did not choose to return to the hotel immediately, but started wandering on the streets of MHOL again. It's just wandering around, but it's actually just looking around to see if there is any house suitable for living. After all, Wenlong had planned to stay in MHOL for a long time. so it was impossible to stay in the hotel every day. After all, even a large chamber of commerce, like the Basie Chamber of Commerce, cannot always provide free high-end suites for him to live in. And Wenlong doesn't like to owe others too many favors, especially if the other party is a shrewd businessman. Otherwise, he may accidentally become a chamber of commerce of attachment. Therefore, finding a suitable house to rent is the best choice. However, after walking around on the street, Wenlong found that there was no suitable house for rent here. First of all, MHOL is a big city with bustling business. The housing prices here are very high. The rent of even a small single room costs 5 gold coins a month. If Wenlong wants to rent a house, it must at least be enough for him, Catherine, and Hai Tang to live together. And the facilities inside must be as complete and comfortable as possible. Then the price will naturally be even higher. As a result, he visited several houses. The ones Wenlong liked were all luxury villas that cost more than 100 gold coins to rent for a month. They were fully furnished. Most of the houses with rents of less than 100 gold coins a month where the environment is too bad, either close to a slum, or the place is too narrow and has insufficient facilities. Although Wenlong gritted his teeth, it was not impossible to rent it out. But Wenlong, who was very prudent on budget, had no intention of spending this wasted money. After all, I am still a hunter, and I am not a shopaholic who just likes to hang out in the downtown commercial streets. There is really no need to rent a house in the city center. If you rent a house in the suburbs, it will be more convenient to go hunting. Since if that's the case, why not rent a house in the suburbs? Meow? With such a mood, Wenlong left the city center of MHOL and walked towards the suburbs. Compared with the location in the city center, rooms in the suburbs are obviously cheaper. And you can also rent some more spacious villas here, which is naturally more in line with Wenlong's needs. As a result, he visited several houses and bargained with the owners of the houses. As expected, Wenlong found that the housing prices here are cheaper. There are many villas with complete facilities that can be rented for 30 gold coins a month. And the prices are still affordable. Less than 1/3 of the city center. Compared to the city center, the neighborhood here is really good. It's close to the sea, has a beach, and the price is cheap. But which one is better to rent? Well, let's take another look. Meow. Because he always felt that he could meet something better, Wenlong continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, he saw a large villa with 3 floors standing in front of him. This villa is right next to the seaside. It is a pure white 3-story brick and wood villa. In addition to the 3-story main building, there is also a walled garden, which naturally looks quite impressive. This house seems nice, but I don't know if anyone is renting it. Thinking like this, Wenlong took a closer look and found that there were 2 big black words, "For sale," written on the door of the villa. Such a nice house has to be sold? Meow? Wenlong looked inside through the iron gate of the garden and found a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and a somewhat stout body who was directing several servants to move some things to the herbivorous dragon parked at the door of the villa. In the car, the scene looked like they were about to move. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Wenlong knocked on the door handle of the iron door, and soon attracted the attention of people who were busy in the garden. When the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes turned around, Wenlong asked loudly, "Excuse me, are the villas here for sale?" Meow? That's right. It's this villa. I'm going to sell it. Naturally, it was the man in luxurious clothes who answered. Then can you let me come and see the house? Meow? Of course. As he said this, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes made a gesture, and one of his servants walked towards the door, then unlocked the door and let Wenlong go. Come in. Since you are here to buy a house, of course I welcome you. However, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes glanced at Wenlong before saying, although I am planning to dispose of this house at a low price, it's not something ordinary civilians can afford. I wonder if Mr. Elkin has brought enough money. Of course, you don't have to worry about money. I have plenty of money. Meow, Wenlong said. Well, it's best to do business with capable people. My name is William Tell, and I am the owner of this house. If you are really interested in my house, you might as well let me take you there. Have a look? Okay, please lead the way. Meow. Wenlong was not polite, and immediately asked the man who called himself William Tell to lead the way. Then please. Under the leadership of William Tell, Wenlong actually visited the entire villa. During this period, William Tell took the trouble to explain the history of the villa and various facilities and structures to Wenlong. got a pretty detailed understanding of the entire villa. Wenlong had to admit that this villa was indeed very nice. Not to mention that the villa had 3 floors and a total of more than 20 rooms. The decoration inside was also quite high-end. Not only are there enough bedrooms, spacious bathrooms, and exquisite gardens, but what's even more surprising is that there is a floor underground in the house, which is a wine cellar for storing fine wine. Although all the fine wine inside has been moved away, the empty wine cellar can be used as a storage room to store a large amount of materials that Wenlong and his party will obtain from hunting in the future. And according to William Tell, he is also a well-known nobleman in Major Bolton. He has lived here for more than 30 years. He can use his credibility to guarantee that there are absolutely no hidden problems in this house. And now he has decided to turn it into a house. This villa was sold just because I wanted to move to another city. Chapter 213 Bargaining. So how much does this house cost? Meow? Wenlong finally asked after the tour. It's not expensive. Just 3,000 gold coins. William Tell replied lightly. Too expensive. Meow. Almost without thinking, Wenlong spoke. In fact, based on the housing prices in first-tier cities like Major Bolton, this 3-story villa with a garden and underground wine cellar is not expensive at 3,000 gold coins. However, for Wenlong, such a large amount is not expensive. Buying and selling is not a small business. And even saving just 10% is not a small amount. What's more, even Wenlong doesn't have 3,000 gold coins in his hand now. Adding up the gold coin income from selling goods and props and other channels in the past, Wenlong's income was probably more than 2,000 gold coins. Later, due to the purchase of various supplies and daily expenses, Wenlong actually only had 1,000 gold coins. There are too many, and the price of 3,000 gold coins is really unaffordable. Then how much did you say? William Tell asked. 1,500 gold coins. Meow. Wenlong replied. Well, this is too cheap. It can't be so cheap no matter how you look at it. But if you really want to buy it, how about 2,800 gold coins? William Tell lowered the price slightly. Wenlong. 1,600. This is a second-hand house that has been used for more than 30 years. It can't be that expensive. Meow. William Tell. 2,600. I have kept the house well and renovated it. It is no worse than new. Wenlong. 1,700. The location of the house is too remote. Meow. William Tell. 2,400. Great view nearby. Wenlong. 1,800. It's too humid at the beach. Meow. William Tell. 2,200. Comes with a free private beach where you can enjoy a wonderful sunbathing. Wenlong. 1,900. There is a mouse in the room. Meow. William Tell. 2,000. Rats are inevitable in old houses. So raising a cat is okay. Hey, aren't you a cat? Wenlong. Okay. Deal. The two parties bargained for a while, and the price was finally determined at 2,000 gold coins. In Wenlong's opinion, this price was acceptable to him. But Wenlong added another sentence. I don't have so much money with me. I will come back to pay the bill in 3 days. Meow. No problem. But please pay a deposit of 100 gold coins first. I can guarantee that this house will be reserved for you within 3 days. William Tell also responded immediately. From this point, Wenlong could tell that William Tell, a nobleman, was also a businessman who often did business. In other words, in a commercial city like Major Bolton, most people had business acumen. So Wenlong and William Tell signed a purchase intention agreement together and paid a deposit of 100 gold coins in advance. The reason why Wenlong chose to pay the bill 3 days later was because Wenlong really didn't have that much money now. However, this time a large amount of goods were purchased in Milad village and transported to Bolton. Wenlong will have a share of the profit in the form of dividends. And Wenlong has not yet taken the money. If this money is transferred, if money is also taken into account, Wenlong can still afford it at 2,000 gold coins. Another reason is that Wenlong feels it is necessary to investigate further as to why this house can be sold at such a low price. After all, based on the surrounding housing prices, the price of this villa should be more than this cheap. And 2,000 gold coins is not a small amount. Even Wenlong must be careful when using it. So after leaving the villa area in the suburbs, Wenlong did not choose to return to the hotel directly. Instead, he went to see Old Man Heezen from the Basi Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, to get his share of the dividends, and also to listen to Old Man Heezen's opinion. After all, as a member of the Basi Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Hessen often resides in Bolton and is a businessman with rich experience. I believe he will have a deeper view on house prices. As a result, Wenlong hurried to the Basie Chamber of Commerce in the center of Bolton again. It was already late in the evening. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Chamber of Commerce, Wenlong saw Old Man Hessen walking out of it. "Hey, Old Man Hessen, I just want to see you for something. Meow!" Wenlong shouted from a distance as soon as they met. Old Man Hessen also quickly noticed Wenlong running towards him, and immediately responded politely. "It turns out to be Mr. Wenlong, and I happen to be looking for you. Look, this is the amount of profit from this cooperation, calculated based on today's market price. But you've made a lot of money." As he spoke, Old Man Hessen made a gesture and asked a businessman behind him to hand a bulging money bag into Wenlong's hand. "Is this your share? Check it out." Wenlong opened the money bag, looked at it, determined the amount, and found that there were more than 1,100 gold coins in it. "The profit this time is not bad. There are so many." Meow. Even Wenlong sighed. That's right. The demand for various monster materials in the entire Bolton city has increased recently. And because the trade road was closed for too long before, the materials you collected from Milad village this time are also relatively large. More. It's normal for us to earn so much from our cooperation. It's such a pleasure to cooperate. Old Man Hessen also touched his beard and said with a smile, "Well, happy cooperation." Meow. Wenlong unceremoniously put the money bag on his back. After all, a bag containing more than 1,000 gold coins is not easy to put on your waist. Then Wenlong said again, "Oh, by the way, Old Man Hessen, I have something to ask you." Meow. What? What happened? It's like this. I just saw a nice villa in the suburbs. It's a 3-storied brick and wood structure house with a cellar and a garden. I've lived there for 30 years. After some bargaining, the other party decided to pay 2,000, sold it to me for the price of 1 gold coin. What I want to ask is, Old Man Hessen, do you think this price is reliable? Meow. It only costs 2,000 gold coins, which is indeed very cheap. If there is no problem with the villa itself, then it should be the location of the villa. By the way, where is this villa? Old Man Hessen squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "Now, here it is." Meow. As he said that, Wenlong took out the map of Major Bolton that he had already prepared, and then pointed out the location of the villa he had previously favored to Uncle Hessen. "So that's it," Mr. Hessen said to Wenlong with certainty after looking at it. "Apart from the relatively remote location and the lower price, the reason why this villa can be sold so cheaply is because of you." Chapter 214, Smart Businessman. My reason? Meow. Wenlong didn't react for a moment. "Yeah, you should know about this," Old Man Hessen said with a smile. "Didn't you spread the news that the Star Dragon Society would turn into the disaster Star Dragon in Milad village some time ago? And that it would trigger the awakening of the ancient dragon species? Now the news has reached Major Bolton. So some smart businessmen have begun to make preparations." "What preparations?" Meow. Wenlong continued to ask. "For example, the prices of various monster materials have started to rise recently. It is said that it is related to the Hunter Guild preparing to use a large amount of monster materials to build an unprecedented hunting airship. Otherwise, our batch of goods would not be able to sell so much. Where is the money? In addition, some businessmen are rushing to sell some unsafe assets at low prices to avoid losses when monsters attack. So that's it." Wenlong basically understood after Uncle Hessen's explanation. That means the location of this villa is vulnerable to monster attacks? Meow. Yes, as expected of Mr. Wenlong. He guessed it right away. So you should also know why the city of Bolton faces the sea on one side and the desert on the other, while the other 2 sides rely on mountains. Bar? Of course Wenlong knew this. The terrain of Bolton is semi-surrounded by towering mountains on 2 sides. Moreover, Wenlong had long noticed that there were a lot of city defense facilities built on the side close to the mountain, which seemed to have been there for some years. The large number of facilities built on the 2 sides of the mountain were originally built to block the ancient dragon species. Right. I remember that the city of Bolton has been attacked by ancient dragon species several times in history. And the ancient dragon species appear the direction should be in the 2 directions where the mountains are. Meow. Wenlong expressed his thoughts. That's it. The entire mountain is a powerful barrier to protect Bolton. The Hunters Guild naturally took advantage of the mountain's favorable terrain to build a considerable number of defenses. and has protected Bolton several times in history. The safety of the city of Raton. Unfortunately, the villa you drew on the map is not protected by fortifications. I understand that this villa has a history of more than 30 years. And the most recent large-scale ancient dragon attack was almost 50 years ago. The ancient dragon attack should not have been considered when it was built. Or in other words, it was not considered when it was built. After the sub-ancient dragon species were repelled, the builders believed that the ancient dragon species, which often sleep for hundreds of years at a time, would not reappear in a short time. So they built a villa outside the defense circle without any scruples. Meow. 1. Long told all his speculations. Yes, that's it. Mr. Hessen confirmed Wenlong's speculation, and added, no one thought that the appearance of Xinglong broke this rule. After all, most houses cannot be preserved for hundreds of years. So consider when a disaster really strikes. The villa is likely to be reduced to ruins. So the price must be reduced early. Well, this clears up all the questions. Thanks, Old Man Hessen. Meow. Old Man Hessen solved Wenlong's doubts, and let Wenlong breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just for this reason, Wenlong had nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, in Wenlong's plan, the ancient dragon species is the target that he needs to hunt. And if the ancient dragon species really comes, hiding behind the fortress built on the mountain will not be much better. After all, according to Wenlong's knowledge, ancient dragon species have never been defeated by fortresses in history. Fortresses can only delay the attack of ancient dragons. What is really needed to hunt ancient dragon species is the life and death battle of top hunters. My goal is to be the #1 hunter in the world. Isn't it ridiculous to worry about being destroyed by an ancient dragon when buying a house? Meow. Thinking like this, Wenlong naturally made a decision. I'm just going to buy this villa. It's hard to find a villa that's so good and cheap and suitable for you. Meow. Now that he had made the decision, Wenlong said goodbye to Uncle Heesen and rushed back to the hotel where he originally lived. Another day passed, and early the next morning, Wenlong took Catherine to Master Luo's forge to pick up the Sand Thunderbird suit ordered the day before. Is this newly made for me? Catherine stared at the Thunderbird suit in front of her with wide eyes, especially the big sword made of Thunderbird materials. Because 2 weapons were used, Eugen has been strengthened, so it emits a particularly different light. Huh? Tomorrow is the time to compete with Claude. Of course you have to wear better equipment, so that even if you lose, you will have no excuses. Meow. Wenlong said calmly. Mr. Cat, you are so kind to me. Catherine hugged Wenlong excitedly. Okay, let's go try out the equipment. Meow. So Catherine went into the dressing room, and when she came out after a while, she had already changed into a full Sandbird suit. On the surface, the armor of the Thunderbird seems to have the unique crazy characteristics of the Thunderbird. It looks like a clown in a circus, giving people an abnormal feeling. The entire set of equipment is mainly yellow with red patterns, and there are 2 bunches of red mane of the Thunderbird on the helmet, which makes it even more weird. As for the weapon made from the materials of the Sand Thunderbird, it is a level 25 bombing sword, with a higher paralysis attribute than the weapon made from the materials of the Yellow Speed Dragon King. After Master Luo's technical strengthening, and after the strengthening of the 2 weapon jades, the actual weapon level reached 31, excluding the weapon level increased by Master Luo's own forging skills. That is to say, each weapon jade can increase the level of the weapon by 1 level. Although on the surface, the 2 weapon jades together only increase the level by 2 levels. These 2 levels are very crucial in raising the air bombing great sword that could only be upgraded to 29 to 31, crossing the threshold of level 30, which means that even if a powerful monster equivalent to level 30 appears, the bombing sword in Catherine's hand can perfectly break through the opponent's defense. Mr. Cat, does this outfit look good? Catherine asked excitedly as soon as she came out of the dressing room. Ah, it looks good, Wenlong said casually, and then added, quickly try this set of armor to see if it fits and whether the weapon can be used smoothly. Meow. Okay. Alright. According to Wenlong's request, Catherine honestly tested several common attack and defense movements of the sword and found that there were no problems. Chapter 215 Preparation before the game. Mr. Cat, this armor fits you very well. There won't be any inconvenience. And it feels like there is wind flowing around you. After putting on the armor made of Sand Thunderbird material, Catherine expressed her thoughts. Feelings. Yes, the wind is flowing, Wenlong explained. I still remember when we fought with the Sand Thunderbird in the desert. The sand thunderbird would flap its wings to make the spherical sand thunderbird roll in the sand. Meow? Remember? Those sand mines are rolling on the sand. If you touch them, they will be blown up. And they will also have a paralyzing effect. Right. Yes. That is the sand thunderbird's ability to control airflow. So this suit containing the sand thunderbird's soul can also give you this ability to avoid being affected by strong winds. Meow. I see. The so-called strong wind is wind pressure. Right. It seems that some large flying dragons will generate strong winds when they fly, making it impossible for people to get close. That's right. But this Thunderbird suit can prevent this from happening. It seems you know something about it. The little girl taught you this during this time. Right. Meow? Hee. Catherine stroked her hair embarrassedly. What about weapons? How about using them? Meow? Wenlong asked again. This weapon is also very easy to use. It's shiny. Is it because of some ore? After trying it out, Catherine asked curiously. Yeah. But it's not a precious thing. It just uses 2 weapon jades. Meow. Wenlong replied. Weapon jade? I feel like it should be a very valuable thing just by the name. Although Catherine didn't know what weapon jade was. After being a hunter for so long, she could still judge the value of such a thing based on experience. Not cheap. Okay. If the weapon is easy to use, that's it. There will be a competition tomorrow. Just relax a little today and don't make yourself too tired. Meow. Yeah. Catherine nodded. Oh, by the way, how are you recovering from the muscle strain in your right hand? Meow? It's no problem. After saying that, Catherine waved the big sword in her hand with her right hand, letting Wenlong take a look. That's good. Meow. After confirming that Catherine's right hand was fine, Wenlong felt a little relieved. After Catherine put on new equipment, Wenlong took Catherine to the suburbs to see the villa decided yesterday. Just like William Tell took Wenlong to visit the villa on the first day. This time William Tell took Wenlong and Catherine to visit again, and explained to Catherine very enthusiastically. How is it? Woman, are you satisfied with this villa? Meow? Wenlong asked Catherine after the visit. That's great. Mr. Cat, the bedroom we just saw is so big. And there's also this garden. We can plant a lot of flowers and plants in the future. Does the beach outside belong to us? I haven't gone to swim in the sea yet. Catherine ran excitedly in the garden in front of the villa, looking like a child. Is this lady the future hostess? She is such a beautiful person. I believe she will make this house shine even more brilliantly. William Tell on the side also lost no time in speaking out words of praise. Well, I bought that copy. Meow. Wenlong took out a large bag of gold coins that he had prepared and handed it to William Tell. William Tell took the bag and sat down in the pavilion in the corner of the garden. He opened the bag, randomly took out some gold coins, and then took out a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully. After some observation, then he seemed uneasy and asked his attendant to take out a small scale, put a special weight on it, and put the gold coins one by one on it to weigh carefully. Well, that's right. They are all pure gold coins. So let's start signing the contract, William Tell said. After saying that, William Tell took out the contract that he had already prepared and spread it on the stone table. At this time, one of his servants also handed over the quill and ink. Has the contract been confirmed? Then it's time to sign. No problem. It's been confirmed. Meow. Wenlong said after carefully reading the contract. Then Wenlong and William Tell signed their names on the contract respectively. The contract was officially effective, and the ownership of the house finally belonged to Wenlong. It's a pleasure to work with you, said William Tell. Happy cooperation. Meow. Wenlong also said. Afterwards, William Tell left the villa with his servants, while Wenlong and Catherine rested in the villa for a while before deciding to return to the hotel first. There are still a lot of luggage in the hotel that haven't been moved here, and it would be best to tell Xiao Haitang that we bought the villa here, Catherine said. There's no rush. It doesn't matter if we wait until the game with Claude is finished tomorrow, but we really should tell the little girl that we will settle here from now on. By the way, did the little girl say when she will come back? Meow? Wenlong suddenly asked. Xiao Haitang seems to have said that she will be back today. Let's go back to the hotel and wait for her. Afterwards, Wenlong and Catherine returned to the hotel. At the door of the hotel, Wenlong and Catherine happened to see Haitang standing at the door. Mr. Cat. Sister Catherine. Haitang was greeting Wenlong and Catherine from a distance. Little Haitang, how do you feel about going back this time? Catherine asked with concern as soon as she saw Haitang. My father seems to be getting better recently. When Haitang went back this time, my father said that he missed Haitang a little bit after not seeing her for a long time. TCH, you can't spoil this kind of man until you lose him. He doesn't know how to cherish. Meow. Wenlong interjected at the side. In this case, you should spend more time with your father at home. There is no need to rush back. There is nothing to do recently anyway, Catherine added. Because tomorrow is Sister Catherine's competition. Haitang must watch it. Thank you. Xiao Haitang, Catherine said with a smile. So the three of them returned to the hotel together and enjoyed the hotel's delicious dinner together. After doing some more relaxed exercises, the three of them went to bed early. When I woke up the next morning, it was finally the day of the competition. Hey, woman, are everything ready? Meow? Wenlong asked Catherine. I see that the weapons and armor are all fine. The recovery potion G, the ghost potion, the hardening potion, the force moving potion, the flash jade, and the sonic bomb are all ready. It should be fine. Mr. Cat, Haitang is ready too. Haitang on the side said. Little girl, it's not you competing. What are you preparing for? Meow? Wenlong asked strangely. It's nothing, Mr. Cat, Haitang said with a smile. Although Wenlong felt a little strange, he didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 216, the moment before the game. Oh, it's getting late. We have to leave quickly. Looking at the mechanical wall clock in the room, Catherine found that it was only half an hour before the game time agreed with Claude. It was almost half an hour's journey from the hotel to the Grand Arena, which also meant that Wenlong and his party had no time to delay here. Then go! Meow! After leaving the hotel, the three of them went straight to the arena and jogged all the way. It only took them less than 10 minutes to arrive at the arena ahead of schedule. However, Claude seemed to arrive earlier than Wenlong and his party. Miss Catherine, I thought you didn't dare to come. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the arena, Claude, who was waiting at the entrance of the arena, said to Catherine like a provocation. Humph! I will definitely beat you, Mr. Claude. Although Catherine showed an attitude of refusing to admit defeat, she still said very politely, Oh, it seems that you have also made some preparations. Claude's eyes swept over Catherine's body, and then clearly stopped at the weapon on Catherine's back. Not only did you change a set of saris, bird suit, and the weapons were strengthened with weapon jade, but even so, there's no way it can compare to the blue strange bird suit I'm wearing. Wenlong knew that Claude was not wrong. Although the basic level of Sand Thunderbird suit alone was level 25, and after being enhanced by Master Luo's forging technology, it could achieve level 29 performance. In addition, 2 more weapon jade were used to strengthen the great sword, making the weapon reach level 31. It can be said that the performance has exceeded what Catherine should have as a 3-star low-level hunter level. But Claude's blue monster suit has reached level 30 at the basic level. In addition, Wenlong knew that Claude was also a rich man before. So Wenlong also judged that Claude's weapon was definitely if it is forged by an extremely good blacksmith. Its level bonus will definitely not be worse than Master Luo's. In this case, Claude's equipment level should be around level 34. And overall, he still suppresses Catherine. Mr. Cat once dared to challenge Xinglong with a weapon of a big strange bird. It can be seen that equipment does not completely determine the outcome. It depends more on personal strength. So I believe I will be able to defeat you. Even with poor equipment on the other hand, Catherine said righteously. Holy crap! Why do I feel like this woman looks like a messenger of justice in a hero movie today? Wenlong on the side couldn't help complaining in his heart. But Claude didn't seem to care about Catherine. He smiled, and then continued. Very good. I want to see how you beat me. Miss Catherine, don't forget, I'm not just better equipped than you. Okay, and I'm still a 3-star mid-level hunter. And you? It's not just because of the Elu Cat next to you that you were lucky enough to get to the 3-star low-level level. Whether it's experience or technology, if you are better than me, you will be better than you. And how could I lose to you? Okay, you two. Stop bickering and hurry up if you want to compete. At this time, a man in a colorful dress, who had been standing by the side for some time, suddenly spoke. Are you? Catherine blinked and stared at the man wearing a colorful dress next to her. I am the referee of this match. As a staff member of the Coliseum, I have accepted your match. So if you want to compete, please start it as soon as possible. The audience is eagerly waiting. Audience? This time, not only Catherine, But also Wen Long was stunned. Is there an audience for this private competition? Yeah. Do you think that our Blackstone Chamber of Commerce provides your arena as a competition venue for free? If we don't take out the tickets, wouldn't we lose money? Fortunately, this competition is quite interesting, and the tickets are sold well. It's really thanks to you that we have made a fortune. Only then did Wen Long notice that there was a banner hanging just above the gate of the arena, and the bright red fonts were particularly eye-catching. The beautiful silver-haired girl versus the handsome blonde guy. The fierce collision between the big sword and the double sword. Who is the new king of the new generation of hunters in Major Boltan? Stay tuned. Oh meow. No wonder the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce has been catching up with the largest basic chamber of commerce in the mainland recently. It really has a way of making money. Just such a slogan actually has all the gimmicks of the competition written on it. Meow. Seeing this scene, Wen Long couldn't help but admit in his heart the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce's money-making consciousness. Catherine, who also noticed the scene, blushed suddenly, obviously feeling a little embarrassed about the words on the banner. On the other hand, Claude behaved as if he was used to it and had no special reaction. So Catherine and Claude walked into the hunter preparation room of the Coliseum together without saying anything else, making final preparations for the upcoming competition. Are you all ready? Do you know the rules of the game? Before the game started, the referee, who was wearing a colorful dress and dressed up in a swagger, finally asked. Understood, Claude replied. I know. Catherine nodded. According to the pre-agreed competition rules, in this competition Catherine and Claude will hunt monsters in the arena at the same time. But these monsters are evenly divided into two parts marked with red and blue marks, corresponding to the tasks that Catherine and Claude must hunt. That part. During the game, each other cannot hurt each other with the weapons in their hands, which is considered a violation of the rules. But other than that, other methods are allowed to cause hindrance to the other party. In other words, during the hunting process, both parties must also guard against some disadvantages that the other party may cause to themselves. And there are 3 rounds of monsters to hunt. After each round of hunting, the second round will start. When the 3 rounds are over, the winner will be the one who can win 2 of the 3 rounds. Then let's start drawing lots. With that said, the referee took out a cardboard box and asked Catherine and Claude to draw lots. You go first, Claude said to Catherine. Catherine did not refuse, but put her hand into the cardboard box and took out a small blue ball from inside. Miss Catherine chose blue. Then, Mr. Claude, you will choose red. Remember the color you chose, and remember to see whoever hunts the monsters with the same color mark first. Then whoever wins this times of competition. Yes. Remember. Catherine and Claude answered together this time. Okay. Then I wish you good luck. After saying that, the referee in colorful uniforms went up the stairs next to the preparation room and came to the referee's seat specially prepared for referees. In front of Catherine and Claude, the door to the preparation room began to slowly open, revealing a huge and spacious arena in front of them. Chapter 217 Game 1. Quickly kill the Huang Velociraptor group. It's finally about to begin. To prove that I have the ability to be Mr. Cat's partner, I must win. Catherine held the big sword in her hand tightly, and then slowly walked into the arena. At this moment, not only Catherine, but also Wen Long and Hai Tang sitting in the stands could not help but become nervous. Squeak! After Catherine and Claude entered the arena. On the other side of the arena, a huge metal fence opened, and 20 yellow velociraptors were released behind the fence. Among the 20 yellow velociraptors, 10 had red collars around their necks, while the other 10 had blue collars around their necks. These 20 yellow velociraptors were mixed together and rushed out of the fence, heading towards Catherine and Claude rush off together, making it hard to tell. Humph. In this case, I had the advantage from the beginning. When Claude saw this scene, he was already 70% sure of winning this round. The reason is simple. There are 10 yellow velociraptors with blue and red collars, and these yellow velociraptors appear together. It is not easy for a big sword to distinguish the target. Claude can rely on the flexibility of his double swords to kill the yellow speed dragons with red collars one by one. However, the speed of the big sword is much slower than that of the double swords, although he could have used a horizontal slash to kill several of them at the same time. The yellow velociraptor was used to make up for the speed disadvantage. But when the yellow velociraptor with red and blue collars were mixed together, Catherine swept past and was likely to bring the yellow velociraptor with the red collar with her. Get rid of it. As a result, while eliminating the yellow velociraptor with a blue collar, He also helped Claude eliminate the yellow velociraptor with a red collar. Sure enough, Catherine's speed was at a disadvantage from the beginning, because she had to worry about sweeping away the yellow velociraptor wearing a red collar. Catherine's attacks were not decisive enough, which limited Catherine's attack efficiency. Claude, on the other hand, was faster, with light steps and flashing figure, and he shuttled among the yellow velociraptors. In an instant, 5 yellow velociraptors with red collars died under Claude's double swords. At the same time, Catherine only killed 4 yellow velociraptors with blue collars. Oops! I'm lagging behind. Catherine became a little anxious. Although it was only behind a yellow speed dragon, the gap between this yellow speed dragon was enough to open a considerable distance between capable hunters. This is like a high-level 100-meter race. Even if you are just 0.1 second behind the winner, it may lead to a ranking several places lower, because the gap between masters is often a more subtle gap of 0.01 seconds. Woman, don't worry about accidental killing. Just sweep over and kill all the Huang velociraptors that are surrounding you. Meow! In the stands, Wenlong shouted loudly when he saw this situation. Wenlong, who was sitting in the stands, was obviously more aware of the situation on the field. At this time, Wenlong knew that instead of attacking with restraint, it would be better to clear out the surrounding Huang speed dragons at once, and then fight it out among the remaining few Huang speed dragons. This way, there is still hope of victory. Otherwise it would only be possible if this continues. You will definitely lose. Understood, Mr. Cat. Upon hearing Wenlong shout, Catherine no longer hesitated, but immediately changed her attack method. Originally worried about cutting down the yellow velociraptors wearing red collars, Catherine had been using vertical chops to kill the yellow velociraptors with blue collars one by one. But this time, Catherine swept over them and immediately surrounded them. A group of yellow velociraptors that came over were chopped into 2 pieces of meat. Tisk! In midair, the corpses of a total of 7 yellow speed dragons were broken into 2 pieces, and blood was sprayed in the air. Among these 7 yellow velociraptors, there are 4 wearing blue collars and 3 wearing red collars. As for Claude, he was originally preparing to attack one of the yellow velociraptors wearing a red collar, but before the blade could reach it, the yellow velociraptor had turned into 2 pieces of meat. In an instant, the data of both sides were completely even. Damn it! This big sword is so powerful! It killed 7 of them with 1 horizontal slash, and even let one of my attacks go to waste. Because Catherine had taken the lead and wiped out all the nearby yellow velociraptors, Claude immediately glanced at the situation in the arena and found that there were still 4 yellow velociraptors, probably because they were more cautious by nature, and did not compete with the others. Huang Athlon participated in the siege of Catherine and Claude. There are 4 yellow velociraptors in the arena now. 2 of them are wearing red collars. 2 are wearing blue collars. And the nearest yellow velociraptor with a red collar is about 60 meters away from me. No matter if we tie, I will win in the end. After Claude confirmed the situation in the arena, he did not panic, but still thought confidently. At this time, Catherine had put away her sword and ran towards the yellow velociraptor who had been wearing a blue collar. At the same time, Claude also ran towards the nearest yellow velociraptor with a red collar. Run. However, even if both sides were about the same distance from the target, the dexterous Claude would still be faster after all. Crack! Using both swords, another yellow velociraptor with a red collar was killed in an instant. And Catherine also killed a yellow velociraptor with a blue collar half a second later. Even though Catherine's speed is already considered the best among those with big swords, she is still half a second behind the 2 swords. The data that was originally flattened instantly turned into lagging behind. Then there is the last yellow velociraptor with a red collar, and the last yellow velociraptor with a blue collar left in the arena. These 2 yellow velociraptors are in another corner of the arena. And Claude, who is more agile, has already set off half a second earlier. Even if we start at the same time, I can still be half a second faster than you. So this time I start half a second earlier, and you will be even less likely to catch up with me. I win this round. The excited Claude flew towards the last Huang Sulong wearing a red collar. He straightened his arms and made a stabbing motion, so that the 2 knives of his hands could pierce Huang Su at the first time. Dragon body! Boom! In Claude's ears, a loud noise sounded, and a yellow velociraptor was completely pierced through the body. However, it was not Claude's target that was killed, the yellow velociraptor with the red collar, because at this time, The Huang Sulong with the red collar was still a full 5 meters away from Claude. At this distance, Claude could not hurt Huang Sulong with his double swords as melee weapons. Dragons. The one who was pierced was the yellow velociraptor wearing a blue collar. In an instant, a huge sword passed through the body of the Huang velociraptor. Then, because of the excessive power, Huang velociraptor's body was carried by the sword and flew to the edge of the arena, where it was finally the giant sword was nailed to the wall of the arena. Chapter 218 Game 2, 2 dragons emerge from the sand. Of course, there is no chance of survival for such a yellow speed dragon with a big sword piercing its body. Did this woman throw the sword as a long-range weapon? Claude realized this at this moment, but he still couldn't believe it. So Claude looked back, and sure enough he saw that the sword in Catherine's hand, which was still behind him, had disappeared, while her body still maintained the posture when throwing it. I won the first game. Catherine smiled slightly at Claude. In the first round, Catherine wins. A man in a colorful dress sitting on the referee's bench also announced loudly. In an instant, the stadium erupted into warm and lasting applause. It was almost the first time for all the spectators present to see someone throwing a big sword like a flying knife and accurately hitting a target in the distance. This alone is enough to make people marvel. And the praise and cheers for Catherine are naturally endless. At this time, Claude, who was standing in the field, lowered his head and remained silent. Interesting. Really interesting. This kind of competition is challenging, Claude said to himself, while his body trembled involuntarily. This is not because Claude is trembling nervously, but more like a state similar to warrior shock, which is an exciting mood when feeling a powerful enemy. Then Claude slowly raised his head and looked at Wenlong, who was still in the stands. At this time, Wenlong had his hands folded in front of his chest, showing that he had everything under control. Wenlong, have you guessed all this? Sure enough, the only one who can be my partner is an Elkid like you. Then, please leave the 2 contestants temporarily. After the venue is reorganized, we will start the second game immediately. At this time, the referee wearing a colorful dress announced loudly. The arena finally became quiet. Catherine and Claude also returned to the preparation room. The door was closed. The staff of the large arena quickly rushed into the arena and cleaned up the corpses of 20 yellow velociraptors. Clean. However, after the staff cleaned up the body of Huang Speedlong in the arena, the gate did not open immediately. Instead, after the staff had left the arena, a circle of square gates were slowly opened on the high walls surrounding the arena. Open. Is this sand? Meow. As Wenlong saw, after the square gate in the circle was opened, a large amount of fine sand flowed out of the pipe, and these fine sands were continuously poured into the interior of the arena, and soon the ground of the arena was covered with a thick layer. After that, the floodgates closed again. At this time, the interior of the arena, which was originally a dirt floor, turned into a small desert terrain. Oh meow. This arena is really high-tech. It can actually change the terrain automatically. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but admire when he saw this scene. Then the door to the lounge opened again, and Catherine and Claude entered again. It's all desert? Catherine, who had not seen any changes in the lounge before, was really shocked by this sudden change. Claude, who had stayed in Major Bolton for a long time, seemed to have seen such a situation before, so he seemed to be expecting it. The second round begins. As the referee's voice fell, the metal fence that closed the new round of monster hunting finally slowly rose again. However, neither Catherine nor Claude, nor the audience in the auditorium, were there. No trace of monster seen behind the fence. Where's the monster? Why is there nothing behind the fence? Many people in the audience asked this question. But this is not an unsolvable puzzle for Catherine and Claude, because from the moment they opened the fence, they both determined the identity of the monster this time. It's the King of Ceylon! At the same moment, both Catherine and Claude had the same reaction. That is, they both reached out to the satchels on their waists. In Catherine's mind, what emerged was the situation when she encountered King Sharon in the thundering sea of sand. At that time, Wenlong used a sonic bomb to blast King Sharon out of the sand. And then Catherine had a chance. Use the charge slash to kill the Sharon King instantly. But now Catherine was facing the King of Ceylon alone. Of course, she couldn't count on Wenlong to throw the sonic bomb. So the first move Catherine made was to take out the sonic bomb she had prepared from the beginning. Moreover, while Catherine took out the sonic bomb with one hand, her eyes did not leave the ground in front of her at all. She was always watching for any movement on the sand layer in order to accurately determine the location where the King of Sharon was lurking. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Salon King to take action. The dorsal fin of King Sharon gradually emerged from the sand and quickly approached the location of Catherine and Claude. And as if they had already made an appointment, the two Salon Kings lurking in the sand did not attack one person together, but each moved towards Catherine and Claude respectively. It seems that in order to make it easier for the contestants to distinguish the targets they are hunting, the color markings of the two Salon Kings this time are not on their necks, but on their dorsal fins exposed in the sand. So these two Salon Kings, as soon as his dorsal fin was revealed, he was already targeted by Catherine and Claude. The one coming over here is blue. It happens to be the one I want to hunt. Seeing that the dorsal fin of the Salon King coming from her side was blue, Catherine immediately felt nervous, because what Catherine had to do next was to accurately throw the sonic bomb in her hand, and then kill this one lurking in the sand. The King of Salons in the game exploded. However, this was not an easy task for Catherine. After all, Catherine had only seen Wen Long do it once, and this requires precise control of the timing of throwing the sonic boom bomb, because there will be a certain delay in the explosion of the sonic boom bomb. So you must learn to predict the speed and trajectory of the Sharon King in order to maximize the use of the sonic boom bomb. The power. In order to do this, Catherine's eyes were fixed on the constant approach to the King of Salon. And in Catherine's mind, every detail of when Wen Long threw the sonic bomb continued to emerge. To throw the sonic boom bomb right above the Salon King. If it is Mr. Cat, it should be now. Seeing Sharon approaching her quickly to a position 50 meters away, Catherine threw the sonic bomb in her hand. And almost at the same moment, Claude also threw his own sonic bomb. Clank! Two high-frequency sounds sounded, and the two Salon Kings were blown out of the ground almost at the same time. They were twisting in the air like fish jumping out of the water. And Catherine and Claude also rushed towards their respective goals. Chapter 219 Game 2, Sonic Boom and Flash. Catherine and Claude threw the sonic bomb together and rushed out together. However, the difference was that this time Claude closed his eyes and rushed forward with his hands in front of his eyes. Catherine didn't notice anything strange about Claude. The only thing in front of her now was the Salon King that was blown out of the sand. Catherine has even predicted where the King of Sharon will land next. The next thing Catherine has to do is to take two big strides to seize a favorable position, and then completely cut the King of Sharon in half with a charged slash. Catherine believed that in terms of instant kill, the man named Claude was not her opponent. But this time Catherine failed, because the moment Catherine took a step forward, Catherine's eyes turned into a vast expanse of white. A shining jade? When Catherine realized this, it was already too late, because Catherine knew that at this time when she'd lost her vision, it was impossible for her to accurately find the position to attack the King of Sharon. But the opportunity was fleeting, and the difference was huge in an instant. On the other side, Claude's mouth showed a proud smile. Claude's plan succeeded. At the moment when Catherine threw the sonic bomb, Claude also threw the sonic bomb. However, what Claude threw was not just the sonic bomb. Using the action of throwing a sonic bomb as a cover, Claude also threw a flash jade and the sonic bomb together. It was precisely because of this that Claude successfully took away Catherine's vision and seized the opportunity for himself. Get the upper hand. After all, if the glittering jade was thrown alone, Catherine would definitely notice Claude's action and take precautions in advance. But throwing it together with the sonic bomb is enough to make Catherine unable to guard against it. Of course, Claude, who was prepared in advance, would not be affected by the glitter jade. After the glitter jade exploded, Claude immediately opened his eyes, and then accurately determined where the King of Sharon, with the red mark on his dorsal fin, fell. Right here! The moment the King of Sharon, with a red mark on his dorsal fin, fell from the air to the ground, Claude had already jumped high, and then jumped directly onto King of Sharon's back. From this position, Claude easily pierced the two sharp blades made of the blue monster bird into King Sharon's neck. As high-level hunting weapons, they were completely crushing against monsters of King Sharon's level. Not only the skin and muscles were injured, but even the bones were easily cut off. Crack! Two rays of sword light flashed in an arc around King Shalom's neck. Instantly, blood spurted out like a burst water pipe. And then the Salon King's head fell to the ground weakly, leaving only the headless body still twitching vigorously. Miss Catherine, you are still too young. This time, I won. Claude smiled and said to Catherine. Although her eyesight was restored, Catherine still quickly eliminated the Sharon King. But it was much slower than Claude. Hey! Didn't you see? That kid used the glittering jade to hinder others. Meow! Wulong shouted to the referee on the referee's bench. This is an obstruction within the rules. There is no problem. The rules only stipulate that weapons cannot be used to hinder the opponent. But the flash jade is not a weapon. The referee shrugged and explained. But is it really okay to be so insidious? This approach will only deceive your teammates when hunting. Right. Meow? Wulong continued. We are businessmen. And the competition is not purely about hunting. And this is also the highlight of the competition. Just the interaction between people and monsters is really boring. Isn't it? The referee said still leisurely. Che saw the referee's justified rebuttal. Wulong, who knew he was in the wrong, just booed in dissatisfaction and said nothing more. After all, what the referee said was made very clear in the initial explanation of the rules. Since you accepted it at the beginning, you must follow the rules. So the referee stood up from his seat again. In the second game, the winner is Claude. However, this time the applause from the audience was much sparser, especially compared to the previous game where Catherine won. The difference is even more obvious. After all, quite a few people are still a little disdainful of this method of victory. And from an ornamental point of view, although Claude's skills are also very skilled, compared to the big sword flying out and directly nailing Huang Sulong to the wall, the scene above is still a little less shocking. Then please leave the two contestants. The third game will begin soon. Following the referee's voice, Catherine and Claude left the arena again and returned to the pregame preparation room. There's only one last round left. I don't know what kind of ultimate move the stupid woman has prepared. Is it reliable or not? Thinking of Catherine's usual careless character, Wulong became a little worried. Although Wulong is still very confident in Catherine's strength. After all, Catherine has only entered the hunter industry for a short time, and her experience cannot be compared to that of the Meyer Bolton Hunter Guild's most promising newcomer, Claude. In some respects, Claude is somewhat similar to Hai Tang. Although Claude is several years older than Hai Tang, Wulong can still tell that Claude has also been going strictly since he was a child. He has been trained very solidly in various double sword skills. In particular, using a weapon like a pair of swords to cut off the entire head of the Salon King is technically several times more difficult than using a big sword to directly decapitate the head. Moreover, as a hunter who has lived in Major Bolton for a long time, Claude is also more familiar with the various rules of the arena. In terms of reasonable use of the rules, it is impossible for Catherine to match him. Claude not only has rich hunting experience and is extremely familiar with the rules of the arena, but he also shows that he is determined to win. Presumably, he also has a big move that he has not used yet, which is so crucial in the third game. What will happen? While Wulong was thinking, the arena staff had cleaned up the bodies of the two Salon Kings in the arena, and then the door to the preparation room opened again, and Catherine and Claude walked in for the third time. Arena. Wulong noticed that Claude's face still maintained the confidence that he was bound to win, which made Wulong even more convinced that Claude still had some useless cards. Catherine turned her head and looked towards Wulong, judging from Catherine's appearance. She seemed to have something to say. Chapter 220, the third game. The blue strange bird is multiplied by 2. What is this woman doing? Looking at me like this? I can't help you. Meow. Wulong thought when he saw Catherine looking at him before the game started. Mr. Cat, I love you. Just when Wulong felt strange, suddenly, Catherine raised the big sword in her hand, and then shouted loudly in front of everyone, with a powerful voice, sweeping the entire arena. Huh? Wulong was completely stunned. I will definitely win this game. We must be together forever. I will never give you up to this man. Catherine continued to shout in front of everyone. Hey, don't say such misleading words. It's like I'm a woman being fought over by two men. Meow. Catherine's outrageous behavior caused everyone around to focus on Wulong, which made Wulong feel a little embarrassed. Oh, I'm so enviable. Girls are attracted by their cuteness. The referee on the side couldn't help but look at Wulong's complaints. You are so cute. Your whole family is so cute. I am obviously powerful and domineering. Okay? Meow. Wulong couldn't help but roll his eyes at the referee in the colorful dress. At this time, in the center of the arena, Claude, standing next to Catherine, looked at Catherine with disdain. Is there any point in doing this? The final victory or defeat depends on strength. If the strength is insufficient, you will never win, Claude said to Catherine. No, Not only strength. Love is also important. Catherine replied. Humph. Are you starting to play the emotional card now? If you don't have the strength, you will lose when the time comes. Don't cry. Strength is of course important. But it is precisely because of love that we have the goal of becoming stronger. The love between relatives is like this. The love between friends is like this. Small love is like this. And fraternity is like this. Like a mother protecting her own children. Such as a brother protecting his sister. All come from the power of love. That's nonsense. Claude said. Like? Although Claude has lived in a wealthy businessman family with very favorable conditions since he was a child, and can be said to have lived a life of fine clothing and food in material terms, Claude has never felt any love. Although Claude's parents are very wealthy and provide Claude with a material life that ordinary people cannot enjoy. On the other hand, Claude's parents are also very busy due to business reasons and rarely come home to accompany him. Claude. In addition to cold toys, the only people who accompanied Claude when he was a child were housekeepers and maids who worked for money. The smart Claude understood from an early age that although those people were extremely polite to him, they were just doing it to get more money. Has nothing to do with love. It wasn't until later that Claude came into contact with hunting and discovered that he had a better talent for hunting than ordinary people. At this time, Claude devoted himself to hunting. In Claude's opinion, hunting is much better than staying alone in a cold villa and living a life of food and clothing. As long as you make yourself stronger, you can make people pay attention to you, make people worship you, and make people praise you. This is the purpose of becoming stronger, rather than being raised like a bird in a cage but unable to achieve anything. Action has nothing to do with love. Claude was sure in his heart. If I have an Elcat like that as my partner, then I can become stronger. The third game begins now. Just as Claude was thinking, the man in a colorful dress finally announced the start of the third game. The metal fence in front of Catherine and Claude slowly opened for the third time. And in the dark room, two cyan figures gradually emerged. It's a strange blue bird. Everyone recognized the identities of the two monsters in front of them. However, what was different from before was that the two strange blue birds seemed to be still resting, each lying on the ground and showing no intention of attacking. As for this green strange bird, it is said that the big strange bird is in a fully mature state. Its attack methods and living habits are very similar to those of the big strange bird. But in terms of attack power, defense power, vitality and speed, it completely surpasses the big strange bird that only a 2-star low-level hunter can hunt. The reason why the blue strange bird is listed as a monster that can only be hunted by 3-star mid-level hunters does not end there. In addition to the above, the blue strange bird also has a special ability that resonates with certain rhythms. And under the influence of such music rhythm, he becomes extremely excited, thereby further improving his own abilities. Bang bang bang. Dong dong dong. Bang bang bang. Dong dong dong. At this time, a strange music sounded on the sidelines. This music is a bit like the primitive music of the African tribes on Earth. If it is in the world of Monster Hunter, could it be the ritual music of the strange face tribe? Wenlong listened for a while and quickly recognized the origin of this music. Source. This is going to be troublesome, Wenlong thought. According to Wenlong's understanding, this strange face tribe is a special demi-human race in Monster Hunter world. Unlike most Elu Cats that can live in peace with humans, most of the strange face tribe have a certain attitude toward humans. Strong hostility. Moreover, these strange face people usually have the habit of sacrificing some monsters as gods. During the sacrifice process, they will play different music to influence the monsters. Some of them make monsters quiet, and some make monsters excited. And now what Wenlong heard was obviously what made the monster excited. Soon, the two green strange birds that were still resting on the ground suddenly stood up, as if they were suddenly stimulated. Then the two green strange birds screamed and looked around. Finally, the two green strange birds targeted Catherine. Ouch ouch ouch. Two strange blue birds rushed towards Catherine. Seeing this scene, Wenlong's heart skipped a beat, because at this moment, it meant that Catherine, who was only a 3-star low-level person, would have to face the simultaneous attack of two strange blue birds alone. And when he looked at Claude, who was not far away from Catherine, his figure had become blurry. Of course Wenlong, who had had the same experience himself, knew in his heart that this was exactly the result of Claude entering a secret state. This kid Claude turns out to be playing such a trick. Meow! Seeing this, Wenlong couldn't help but shout out. It turned out that just when the metal fence in the monster room was slowly rising, Claude put on a protective stone with a hidden effect. In this way, Claude can enter a hidden state, and the two strange blue birds will not notice Claude's thin presence at all when they walk out of the fence, but will only target Catherine. On my body? Chapter 221 Game 3. Surprise. Humph. The plan worked. It's just a 3-star low-level hunter who has just stepped into the 3-star level. There is no way he can deal with the attacks of two strange blue birds at the same time. Seeing the two strange blue birds rushing towards Catherine together, Claude was naturally secretly proud. According to Claude's idea, after wearing the protective stone with a secret skill, he can hide his figure, thus directing the hatred of the two blue strange birds to Catherine. When Catherine was tired of dealing with the two strange blue birds, she launched a sneak attack from behind and killed the strange green bird with the red collar first. Everything was going according to Claude's plan. The two strange blue birds rushed towards Catherine while screaming, and they kept shooting out scorching fireballs from their mouths. At this time, Catherine had no other choice. Want to escape? It's impossible, because the arena is not a wild place. The venue is only so big, and you can't escape anywhere. In the end, you will only be forced into a dead corner. So Catherine could only raise the sword in her hand and assume a defensive posture. Do you want to resist the attack of two strange blue birds alone? Meow? Although he knew that Catherine's power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, even Wenlong thought that there was really no chance of winning in this way. Even if Catherine can block the attacks of the two strange blue birds, the continuous attacks of the two strange blue birds will suppress Catherine, leaving Catherine tired of passive defense, and it is difficult to have a chance to counterattack. Bang! The first green strange bird rushed over, and its hard beak struck Catherine's sword, sparking sparks. However, the sparks of the first attack had not dissipated, and another green strange bird followed shortly after. With another bang sound, the sword in Catherine's hand suffered another huge impact. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth times. More and more attacks continued to fall on Catherine's sword, and they continued to change the direction of the attack in an attempt to break through Catherine's defense. In order to defend against the increasingly cunning attack angles of the two strange blue birds, Catherine had to constantly change the position of the sword body to resist. In this way, the two green strange birds almost alternately launched attacks, and the impact of the continuous attacks caused Catherine to retreat frequently. The result was exactly what Wenlong thought. She could only defend, but had no ability to counterattack. Wenlong even believed that in Catherine's current situation, even if she launched an attack forcefully and injured one of the strange blue birds, she would immediately be pecked and injured by the attack of the other green strange bird. However, this is not the most important thing. What is more important is that at that time, Claude will definitely take advantage of Catherine's injury and come out to take advantage. In this case, Catherine will definitely lose. Facing two monsters with a higher level than yourself at the same time, there is no chance of winning in a head-on fight at this time. The best way is to use props to paralyze one of them first, and then seize the time to kill the other one. But now the stupid woman has been killed by the monster. It's really suppressed, and it's not easy to take out a hand to throw the glittering jade. But for now, this is the most reasonable and most likely way to break through the predicament. Meow. Seeing that Catherine was in trouble, Wenlong had already thought of a way for Catherine to break out of the predicament. Just when Wenlong was about to shout out the method in his mind to tell Catherine, he suddenly stopped because Wenlong discovered that Catherine had already taken action. According to Wenlong's idea, the most important problem Catherine needs to solve now is how to throw out the shining jade while maintaining the defense of the big sword. After all, the continuous attacks of two strange blue birds are not child's play, as long as Catherine takes out a hand if you do anything else. Then, the sword defense that Catherine relies on will completely collapse. But Wenlong soon understood that for Catherine, it was okay not to use her hands. I saw Catherine lowering her head slightly, while struggling to defend herself against the attacks of the two strange blue birds with the big sword in her hand. At first, no one knew why Catherine did this. But when Catherine raised her head again, everyone understood. It's actually a shining jade. Meow! Because when Catherine raised her head again, Catherine's slightly open red lips were already half open, and between those white teeth was a shimmering jade. This woman actually hid the glittering jade in such a place in advance. She can hold it with her mouth just by lowering her head. In this way, she can indeed detonate the glittering jade without using her hands. But how can I imagine this method? Meow! Look! At this scene, Wenlong felt a lot of sweat on his forehead. Hai Ang, who was beside Wenlong, also made a sound of admiration. Sister Catherine is so powerful. But Haitang can't do this trick. Haitang also lowered his head and wanted to repeat what Catherine did. But it was obvious that there was no way for Haitang to do this. Haitang looked very frustrated. Don't be discouraged. Little girl. 10 years from now, you will be able to do it. I mean, yeah, maybe. Wenlong could only comfort him like this. Kaka! At this time, between Catherine's white teeth, the SHL of the shining jade cracked. At the same time, Catherine immediately spat out the shining jade and closed her eyes tightly. The two green strange birds that were madly venting their anger towards Catherine certainly didn't notice that a shining jade had begun to erupt right near them. The two strange green birds were still attacking crazily. As a result, when the shining jade that was so close at hand erupted, the two strange green birds were completely defenseless. Bang! The glittering jade exploded completely, and the dazzling white light made the entire arena shine. The spectators sitting in the distant seats were relatively less affected, while those spectators who were close to the viewing position were all affected without exception. He couldn't help but close his eyes in front of the burst of bright light. At this moment, because he was hiding behind and blocked by two strange blue birds, Claude, who did not notice what Catherine did, was of course unable to take precautions. Naturally, his eyes were flashed without exception. As for the two strange blue birds, because they are the closest, the effect of being dodged by the shining jade is the greatest. At this time, it had completely stopped attacking Catherine. It could only spin and flick in place, attacking all surrounding targets indiscriminately in an attempt to prevent Catherine from approaching. As for Catherine, who was already prepared, she was not affected by the shining jade even though the distance was very close. Instead, she used this opportunity to roll out of the attack range of the green strange bird. As for the two that kept flying in the original place, the green strange bird spinning on the ground was unable to locate Catherine's position because it lost its vision. And naturally it was impossible to continue to pursue Catherine. Chapter 222 Game 3 The Promised Ultimate Move. Catherine had the best opportunity to counterattack. Catherine, who was already in a safe zone, had enough opportunities to attack the blue monster bird. There are two strange blue birds, one wearing a blue collar and the other wearing a red collar. Catherine only needs to kill the strange blue bird wearing a blue collar to win the game immediately. Although the green strange bird is attacking everything around it indiscriminately at this time, the blue strange bird is not a powerful star dragon after all, and the attacks it makes only look fierce. But in fact there are many loopholes and flaws. This is like a blind man who keeps waving his fist randomly because he is afraid that others will hit him. It seems that he has waved his fist in every direction. But in fact, due to his limited ability, he cannot take care of all directions. This resulted in flaws everywhere. However, when Catherine faced the green strange bird that had exposed its flaws, she did not launch a counterattack. Instead, she turned around and walked towards Wenlong. Woman, what are you doing? Just seize the opportunity at this moment and kill that strange green bird in a few breaths. Meow! Wenlong reminded loudly from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, Catherine just shook her head. Soon, the effect of the shining jade had passed, and the two strange blue birds had regained their eyesight. Of course, Claude, who had also been affected, had regained his sight along with the strange blue birds. Claude opened his eyes, but he never expected that under this great opportunity, Catherine did not take action against the two strange blue birds, but had already walked to the sidelines, not knowing what she was going to do. Catherine, why didn't you take advantage of this opportunity? Claude didn't understand. So Claude asked loudly. Not only Claude, but also everyone present was puzzled by this question. Why didn't Catherine take action against the blue strange bird that lost its vision, but instead walked to the sidelines? At this time, the two green strange birds, which had recovered their eyesight, discovered Catherine again. Naturally, the two green strange birds became even angrier towards this human who used glittering jade to greatly stimulate their eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Coincidentally, two strange blue birds attacked Catherine again. They walked side by side and rushed towards Catherine. Mr. Cat, I want you to see the results of my special training during this period. It was only at this time that Catherine, who came to the sidelines and stopped, said to Wenlong, The result of the special training? Could it be that you? Vaguely, Wenlong felt that he had already guessed the result. Could it be that the injury on your right hand was actually cured the next day? Meow? Catherine laughed. Her smile was like that of a child who had successfully deceived an adult with a prank. A little embarrassed, but also a little proud. Well, Because I want to try it. I think your fighting style, Mr. Cat, is really cool. At this moment, Hai Tang, who was sitting with Wenlong, stood up from the audience. When he stood up, Hai Tang held a huge object as wide as a surfboard wrapped in canvas. Little girl, are you joining forces to deceive me? Meow? I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. It was Sister Catherine who asked me to keep it a secret. She said she wanted to give you a surprise. As he spoke, Hai Tang threw the object wrapped in canvas from the stands with difficulty. What it is? Seeing someone throwing unknown objects into the center of the arena, the already confused audience naturally became even more confused. Just from the way Hai Tang threw the thing, people judged that the weight of the thing seemed to be extremely heavy. Although strength is not Hai Tang's strong point as an archer, Hai Tang has 3-star strength after all, and has been trained for a long time. Even in terms of strength alone, she is much stronger than the average adult. Such a begonia, which seems a bit difficult to move, cannot be as heavy as usual. Bang! Soon, the object fell to the ground, and the canvas that was just randomly wrapped on it was completely spread out due to the vibration. What was revealed from the inside was a broad, thick and heavy sword with a peach-colored mane on the hilt. This big sword, the blade of the sword was inserted into the ground, causing the entire sword to stand tilted on the ground. At this time, all the doubts in Wenlong's heart were confirmed. As originally expected, Catherine's right hand healed the day after the injury. After that, Catherine pretended to be injured in her right hand and swung the sword with one hand under Wenlong's nose. Train. That is to say, when Wenlong is around Catherine only does the practice of swinging the sword with one hand with her left hand. And when Wenlong is not around, Catherine does the practice of swinging the sword with one hand with her right hand. After both hands became proficient in the exercises, Catherine exercised the practice of wielding the sword with both hands at the same time without Wenlong's knowledge. After so many days, I actually achieved some results. Catherine took out a pill, put it in her mouth and swallowed it. Then Catherine stretched out a hand to hold the hilt of the sword that was inserted into the ground. Easily, Catherine pulled out the big sword that was half embedded in the soil with one hand, so that Catherine had a big sword in both her left and right hands. The big sword that was just pulled out of the soil was the broken tooth big sword, made of the peach-haired beast king material that Catherine had replaced before, plus the Hong Kong big sword, made of the sand thunder bird material that Catherine originally had. Sword. With 2 big swords in hand, Catherine took a deep breath, finally turned around, and faced the 2 angry green strange birds that rushed towards her again. At this time, seeing Catherine holding a big sword in each hand, the audience exploded. No way! That woman can actually hold a big sword in one hand? It seems that Shalon Luodin, the president of the Major Bolt and Hunter Guild, can do it, but he is a hunter who has hunted ancient dragon species. How can a little girl like this do it? It's terrible. Why are the novice hunters now more perverted than the others? Will hunters like us still have a place at Midge Bolton in the future? Not only the crowd, but also Claude stood there dumbfounded when he saw the scene. And it took him a long time to say a word. You really want to fight 2 strange bluebirds by yourself? Claude couldn't believe it, because he couldn't do it himself. If you can fight 2 strange bluebirds by yourself, then what is the purpose of the plan I have been planning for so long? Claude, who had finally climbed to the level of 3-star intermediate hunter, was only capable of hunting a strange blue bird by himself. So Claude didn't understand why a low-level hunter with only 3 stars could face 2 strange blue birds at the same time without any fear. And for Claude, if Catherine can really defeat 2 strange blue birds alone, then he finally came up with the idea of using a secret protective stone to hide himself, and put all the hatred of the 2 strange blue birds together. The tactic that led to Catherine turned into a complete joke. Chapter 223 Game 3, The Price of Victory. Catherine did not answer Claude's question because Catherine knew that there was no need to answer now. Soon Catherine will use the results of her actions to prove it to everyone in this arena. And probably seeing that Catherine seemed defenseless. At this moment 2 strange blue birds suddenly launched an attack. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs were sprayed out at the same time, targeting Catherine who just wielded the swords. But Catherine also reacted immediately, raising the 2 swords together to form a cross, forming a tight barrier in front of her. In this way, 2 fireballs hit the big sword in Catherine's hand, and instantly turned into scattered sparks. Compared with 1 big sword, the defense formed by 2 big swords crossed together is tighter. Of course, accordingly, it is more difficult for the user. That said, the strength required is much greater. However, even though the two fireballs were blocked, the green strange bird had already rushed to Catherine's side. At this time, the green strange bird flapped its wings and pecked at Catherine fiercely. However, this time, Catherine did not choose to block, but raised the two swords high, and then chopped down the swords in her hands with both hands at the same time. The two big swords were swung out together, catching the short flaw exposed when the green strange bird pecked. For Catherine, although she had been defensive before, it also meant that Catherine had the opportunity to observe the attack movements of the blue monster many times, especially for the pecking that the blue monster used most. Catherine had completely understood it. So when Catherine's two big swords came out, their targets were the heads of the two strange blue birds. And very fortunately, Catherine's two big swords all hit the target accurately. Among them, the Hong Kong Great Sword, made of sand thunderbird materials and strengthened by weapon jade, struck the head of the strange blue bird wearing a blue collar, and the Broken Tooth Sword, made from the materials of the peach feather beast king, was used to chop the head of the strange green bird wearing a red collar. Originally, a monster with the level of the blue strange bird would not be so easily chopped off by Catherine on the head. But neither of the two green strange birds thought that the woman in front of them would suddenly launch a counterattack. Because from the beginning to just now at this moment, Catherine was constantly defending. Even after using the shining jade to capture the sight of the two strange green birds, Catherine still chose to retreat. Therefore, the blue monster birds were careless. They thought that Catherine would not fight back at all. So they continued to repeat the previous attack without any scruples after using pecking for many times. As a result, arrogance became the main reason for their failure. By the time the two strange blue birds reacted, two big swords were already whizzing towards them, and it was already too late to avoid them. The result was that two big swords landed on the heads of these two strange blue birds. Click! It's the sound of bones breaking. Even the green strange bird could hardly withstand being hit directly on the head by Catherine's big sword. Of the two green strange birds, the one wearing a blue collar had half of its head cut off by the big sword and was swaying due to inertia. After taking two leisurely steps, he quickly fell down. The green strange bird wearing the red collar was hit in the head by the Broken Tooth Sword, made of the relatively low-level peach-haired beast king material, so it barely blocked the attack. But it was still due to the huge impact. He fell to the ground due to the force. And even though he was not fatally injured, he could not stand up for a while. I actually beat two strange blue birds at once until one was dead and the other injured. At this moment, no one in the arena cheered. But it was as quiet as if there was no one left, because people were still in shock and had not had time to recover. Everyone was watching the scene in front of them. But no one spoke. Is it a dream? Really? The green strange bird with the blue collar was directly chopped to death, and the one with the red collar was also injured. In this case, the woman named Catherine should have won. Right. Before, I was on defense, but it ended as soon as I took action. I also knocked down two strange blue birds. The plot turned so fast that I couldn't react at all. After a while, people finally realized that the game had been won by Catherine. At this moment, the applause and cheers finally sounded like thunder. It's amazing! I declare that Miss Catherine won this match with a score of 2-1. Today, a new generation of new kings of the Might Bolton Hunter Guild was born. Even the referee expressed his displeasure with the ratio. I usually have to announce loudly, and in a tone that is 100 times more excited. Humph! This woman can actually do this. Although Claude was not reconciled at this time, he had no choice but to step forward and lift the red-wearing bird that was still on the ground and was about to struggle to get up, kill the strange blue bird with the collar, and then silently put the two swords into his scabbard. You won. After everything was done, Claude said to Catherine, I will hand over the bet to you soon. I am convinced that I lost this game. But this has nothing to do with love. After saying that, Claude left the arena with a livid face. At this time, Catherine just stood there without saying a word, the two swords in her hand sinking into the soil due to their own weight. And she seemed to be enjoying the cheers and applause given by people. Only Wen Long was the first to notice something strange. This stupid woman has really lost her temper. She didn't even consider that the load on the body caused by empty swings during training and actual combat is not a concept at all. Moreover, how can a body that has just adapted to 2 stages of charging be able to withstand dual-wielding swords? Pressure? Meow! Wen Long immediately turned over and jumped off the stand, then ran towards Catherine. Seeing Wen Long jump down, Hai Tang immediately realized the problem, and then climbed over the railing and jumped into the arena, following closely behind Wenlong. When Wenlong ran to Catherine, he found that Catherine had lost consciousness, but his hands were still tightly grasping the two swords inserted into the ground, and he was able to maintain a standing posture unconsciously. Quickly, call the medical team on the sidelines to come over. Meow! Wenlong immediately said to Haitang, who was following closely. Of course, Haitang didn't dare to neglect this, and immediately ran towards the sidelines. Wenlong gently put Catherine down and let her lie flat on the ground. At the same time, he stretched his paws to Catherine's nose and found that Catherine's breath had become quite weak. It's so bad? Meow? At this moment, Wenlong felt that things had exceeded his expectations and seemed to be worse than he imagined. Chapter 224 Rescue. At this time, the crowd in the audience finally noticed something strange about Catherine. The originally cheering voices suddenly became quiet. People looked at the situation in the arena and became a little overwhelmed. It should be that excessive exercise that exceeds the body's load has caused the brain to be hypoxic and the breathing is so weak. No matter what, artificial respiration must be done first to ensure the supply of oxygen. Wenlong, who was beside Catherine, quickly made this judgment. This is due to the fact that Wenlong had knowledge in this area when he was still a human being, so he acted very decisively. First, Wenlong used one hand to hold up Catherine's neck to ensure that Catherine's head was slightly tilted back to ensure that the airway was unobstructed, while holding Catherine's nose with the other hand. Wenlong put his mouth into Catherine's mouth. Blow. Once. Twice. Seeing the obvious rise and fall of Catherine's chest, Wenlong put his ear to Catherine's mouth again and felt Catherine's breath. It seems to be getting a little better, but the breath is still very weak. So Wenlong took another breath of fresh air and repeated the previous actions towards Catherine. Once. Twice. Breathe. Once. Twice. Breathe again. After doing this several times, when Wenlong put his ear close to Catherine's mouth again, he could finally feel that Catherine's breathing was close to normal. At this time, the medical team on the sidelines had already rushed over, and a mature woman who looked like a doctor came over first. How is the situation? The female doctor asked Wenlong, who had just finished artificial respiration. Fortunately, my breathing was normal just now. Meow. Wenlong replied. Oh. As she spoke, the female doctor placed her hand in front of Catherine's mouth and nose, and nodded with satisfaction after feeling Catherine's breath. It's done well. It's good to be able to resume breathing in time. I'm afraid that the lack of oxygen in the brain will cause brain cell necrosis, which will be troublesome, said the female doctor. Then, the female doctor asked Wenlong to help remove the armor from Catherine's chest, then took out the receiver and placed it on Catherine's chest. How is it? Meow? Wenlong asked eagerly. Well, if her body temperature and heart rate are normal, then there shouldn't be any big problem. Then take her to the infirmary first. Let her drink some potions that can restore her physical strength, and rest for a while. She should be fine. Following the female doctor's instructions, her four Elkits immediately lifted the stretcher and ran towards the exit at the edge of the arena. When Catherine woke up, it was already the evening of the third day after the game. When Catherine opened her eyes, she saw a white ceiling, and she was lying on a hospital bed covered with white sheets. Here it is! Catherine wanted to recall what happened before, but she only remembered that she used two big swords to chop at the heads of the two strange blue birds, and successfully beat the two strange blue birds to the point where one was dead and the other was injured. Then Catherine's eyes suddenly turned dark, and she eventually lost consciousness. As for what happened next, Catherine could not remember clearly. There was just a vague impression that his lips had touched something warm. Sister Catherine, you finally woke up! Catherine, who heard the sound, turned her head and saw Haitang sitting next to her. Ah, it's little Begonia. Where is this? Catherine asked. This is the infirmary. Sister Catherine, you have been sleeping here since you fell into coma, Haitang explained. Oh, how many days have I been asleep? Catherine asked again. This is already the third day. Have you been asleep for so long? Catherine looked surprised, and then suddenly became frustrated. It seems I messed up again. But Sister Catherine, your last move was really cool, Haitang said with some envy. But Mr. Cat is really angry. Haitang also thinks that you must not joke with your life again in the future. This is really dangerous. Oh, I knew it would have been better if I had listened to Mr. Cat and ended the game as soon as the glittering jade took effect. By the way, where is Mr. Cat? Mr. Cat is on the other side of you, Tang said softly. The other side? Catherine turned her head and saw that on the other side of the bed, Wenlong was curled up, lying on a chair and falling asleep. Mr. Cat is resting. He has been staying by the bed for 2 days and 2 nights. He just fell asleep today. Tang explained to Catherine. I'm so sorry, Mr. Cat. It's all my fault for being too willful. Catherine whispered to herself. I don't know when. Wenlong opened his eyes. As a result, Catherine was shocked when she saw Wenlong opening his eyes. Ah, Mr. Cat. You're awake. What do you mean I woke up? I should be the one to say this. Right? A stupid woman like you is really going to get into trouble? You actually slept for 2.5 days, and you still hurt me here with you. Wenlong rubbed Ro own eyes, and then said, I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. I won't dare again next time. Catherine immediately bowed her head and apologized. How should I put it? Stupid woman. While you were sleeping, I thought a lot. And I also realized some new things that I had never thought of before. Wenlong, who stood up from the chair, was not as Catherine imagined. He was furious, but his tone softened. Have you learned something new? Catherine didn't understand what Wenlong was going to say. Well, first of all, I realized that I actually have a lot of responsibility for this matter, Wenlong said, stroking his beard. It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Mr. Cat, and that's why it ended up like this, Catherine said quickly. Of course it's because of your stupidity that this happened. But I underestimated your stupidity. After all, it's my responsibility. Naya. Ugh, Catherine couldn't refute. In addition, Wenlong paused and continued. I allow you to practice dual-wielding swords in the future. Meow. Mr. Cat. What did you just say? Catherine couldn't believe her ears. Can't you hear this clearly? I said, you are allowed to practice dual-wielding swords in the future. Wenlong repeated it again. Really? Are you saying that I can use this trick in the future? Catherine suddenly became excited after hearing this. Don't be proud, Wenlong said coldly. I said you are allowed to practice in the future. But not now. You must at least improve your sword skills to a level recognized by this uncle before I can let you practice using 2 swords at the same time. Big sword. Otherwise you can't walk steadily. How could I let you run away? Meow? Chapter 225 Teaching Students in Accordance with Their Aptitude. Wenlong has always been against Catherine using 2 big swords at the same time. But after this incident, Wenlong's mind changed. Wenlong realized that from the beginning to the present, Catherine had always had the idea of dual-wielding swords in her heart. And even though it was buried deep in her heart, it never disappeared. Such thoughts cannot be extinguished by simply suppressing them. On the contrary, the more suppressed they are, the more unwilling Catherine is to give them a try. Maybe this woman can really do it? Meow? So for the past 3 days, Wenlong has been asking himself this in his heart. Wenlong knew that no matter which world he was in, whether it was the Earth or the world of monster hunters he was in now, people's talents were different. Among thousands of people there are always some people with special talents, who can do things that ordinary people cannot do. Judging from the current situation, Catherine may be one of them. Moreover, these astronomical dragons also inquired about some information and learned that Shanlon Roden, the president of the MHOL Hunter Guild, had also used 2 big swords at the same time. It can be seen that in the real world, hunters' use of weapons is not as rigid as in the game. But there are often some changes in use based on personal talents. Since such a possibility exists, it would be a very unwise choice to continue to suppress Catherine's desire to use 2 swords at the same time. It's like a genius child who can easily solve calculus equations. But you have to ask him to do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division every day. It is undoubtedly a waste of time. As the saying goes, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is like this. More than 2,000 years ago, someone said that people with different talents should use different education methods. Only in this way can we ensure basic training while constantly stimulating the potential of talented people. It seems like the right thing to do. Meow. Thinking of this, Wenlong smiled bitterly again. I didn't expect that I used to not study often in school. But now I have to think about how to educate others. It's really unpredictable. After thinking carefully, Wenlong finally cleared his throat and spoke to Catherine in a serious tone. Now, woman, do you know the story how the rabbit died? Meow? I don't know. Catherine shook her head. Then let me tell you something. Meow. Wenlong touched his beard and then said, once upon a time, There was a man who thought raising rabbits was a fun thing. So he caught them in the forest. He got a lot of rabbits. And then he put them in cages and raised them. And fed them every day so that they would not have to worry about eating and drinking. Meow. Then what? Catherine asked, blinking. Then after many days, well, about a year, suddenly one day, this man felt that raising rabbits was not fun anymore. So he came to the forest with a cage containing rabbits. Opened the cage, and put the rabbits in the forest. The rabbits were all put back. Guess what happened? Meow. In the end, all the rabbits died? Catherine guessed based on the name of the story. Yes, they are all dead. But do you know how they died? Meow. Wenlong asked. Eaten by a monster? Catherine guessed. No. Meow. Wenlong shook his head. That's because he couldn't hunt. So he starved to death? Catherine continued to guess. No. Meow. Wenlong explained. Because these rabbits were released from the cage into the forest, which meant that they were finally free after a year. So the rabbits were so happy that they worked hard to survive, running in the forest, enjoying how fast I could run freely. As a result, my body, which had been inactive for a long time, could not bear the sudden violent exercise. So they all died. Meow. That means no strenuous exercise? No. Don't do overloading and strenuous exercise before your body is ready. Meow. Understood. Catherine nodded. Understand? You are like those rabbits. Although you can run very fast, your body has not had time to adapt. Moreover, you have never been exposed to hunting before. And now you have just felt the joy of hunting and are immersed in it. So you only want to make yourself stronger. But you forget about your body's ability to withstand it. It can be seen that if you force your body to perform an exercise intensity that exceeds its current adaptability, the final result will be like those rabbits in the story. Wenlong said unceremoniously. Just like Wenlong said, although Catherine is indeed very talented and has made amazing progress in a short period of time after entering the field of hunters, one thing cannot be changed. And that is that Catherine has become the hunter's time is still very short. Not enough to adapt to the extraordinary power that Catherine's body can burst out. Especially before Catherine became a hunter. She had hardly left her home. And it was impossible to do much heavy physical labor under her brother's favor. This undoubtedly made Catherine's body unsuitable for high-intensity exercise. Although after a period of training, this state has improved to a certain extent. But from a time perspective, it is impossible for Catherine's body to adjust to the extent that it can withstand the extraordinary physical load. Mr. Cat, I will definitely use the big sword well. And I will never use two big swords at the same time again before getting your consent. Mr. Cat. So after listening to Wenlong's warning, Catherine vowed swear to Wenlong. Well, just understand. Practice hard and lay a good foundation. It's not easy to get my approval. If you can't do it, then don't think about using two big swords at the same time for the rest of your life. Yes. Meow. Wenlong once again warned Catherine sternly. I know. Catherine nodded again. Then Wenlong said to Haitang again. Little girl, did you hear that? If you hadn't concealed it, things wouldn't have turned out like this. You are also responsible for this accident. Meow. Mr. Cat. Haitang never dares to do it again. Haitang lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Well, okay. Since you all admitted your mistakes, I won't say more. But punishment is still inevitable. Meow. Hey, there's still punishment. Catherine touched her head. Of course. If I don't give you any punishment, why don't you do it worse next time? Meow? Wenlong deliberately acted harshly. Oh, seeing Wenlong's angry look, Catherine lowered her head and did not dare to speak loudly. Chapter 226 Additional Punishment. At this time, Wenlong jumped down from the chair and walked back and forth in the room twice. To be honest, although Wenlong said he wanted to punish him, until just now, Wenlong hadn't figured out how to punish him. Wenlong had previously punished Catherine by not allowing her to eat dinner, and the effect was indeed very good. But now Catherine has just woken up and her body has not fully recovered. If this trick is used again, Wenlong will be worried. It will affect Catherine's physical condition. Why is it like you are disciplining a child? It's so troublesome, Wenlong complained in his heart. However, after pacing back and forth for 2 times, Wenlong finally came up with a punishment method that he thought was good. Ahem. Listen, I just bought a villa on the outskirts of MHOL. It needs to be cleaned thoroughly before moving in. I ordered you two to stay in the villa for the next 2 days. Please clean up inside and clean everything up. Got it? Meow? Is that it? Catherine said in a somewhat thankful tone. I'm very good at housework. Humph. Of course it's more than just that. Meow. When he said this, Wenlong showed a proud smile on his face. Early the next morning, Wenlong took Catherine and Haitang back to the villa he bought before. According to the previous agreement, they will complete the cleaning and tidying up of the entire villa and garden. Then let's start now. For our new home in Bolton. Clean everything here. Catherine rolled up her sleeves and said to Haitang. He looked very motivated. Okay, Sister Catherine. Catherine also picked up the broom early. Wait a minute. Meow. Wenlong stopped Catherine and Haitang before they started cleaning. Mr. Cat, what else can I do? Before you start cleaning, put this on first. Meow. Wenlong said as he took out 2 packages from behind. This is it. Catherine and Haitang opened the package. Inside were 2 sets of clothing worn by women. Or to be precise, 2 sets of maid outfits. Are we supposed to be cleaning in this? Catherine asked. Yes. It is necessary to wear a maid uniform when doing housework. Come on. Put it on. Meow. According to Wenlong's request, Catherine and Haitang soon put on new maid uniforms. Mr. Cat, do you think it looks good like this? Catherine, who was wearing a new maid outfit, asked a little embarrassedly when she came out. Although Haitang didn't speak, she grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands and looked a little nervous. Maybe they have never worn clothes of this style before. Wenlong thought to himself. Yes, it fits well. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong touched his chin, thinking, because I already had a detailed understanding of Catherine and Haitang's physical information when I took them to build equipment. These 2 maid outfits fit perfectly on both of them without any sense of dissonance. And from the appearance point of view, both Catherine and Haitang are rare beauties. Even wearing ordinary clothes can make people marvel at their beauty. In addition, Wenlong carefully selected these 2 maid outfits for Catherine and Haitang, and asked Major Bolton's best tailors to sew them for them. Although the color palette is mainly simple black and white, a large number of exquisite laces and pleats are added to the skirt, collar, cuffs, etc., which gives this simple maid outfit some gothic Lolita feel. Style. Yes, it's really good. 2 girls, who are comparable to beautiful girl idols, are standing in front of me like this. It's so fascinating that I never get tired of it. But I always feel that something is missing. So it's not perfect yet. Meow? Wenlong thought. Oh, by the way, I should add this. Meow. As if he suddenly remembered something, Wenlong opened another package and took out 2 sets of special equipment. Hey, do you have to wear this too? Catherine asked again in surprise. That's right. Put it on and take a look. Meow. But it feels a bit strange. Not only Catherine, but also Haitang expressed this. Nonsense. How can it be weird? This is also part of the punishment. No protest. Meow. At Wenlong's request, Catherine and Haitang put the new equipment that Wenlong took out on themselves. Wenlong took out a cat ear headdress that could be worn on the head in a cat tail decoration that could be connected to the back of the maid uniform, like the previous maid costume. These 2 props were specially sewn by Wenlong from Major Bolton's tailor. They used high-quality flannel to represent the fluff on the cat's ears and tail. The colors can also be matched with black and white. Maid outfit compatible black. When Catherine and Haitang put on the cat ear headdress and cat tail decoration, Wenlong finally shouted out in recognition. That's absolutely awesome. Meow. Why do you like this so much? Mr. Cat? Catherine asked again. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Wenlong realized that he had just lost his composure, so he restrained himself a little, but still said, It's very good, but it's not enough to make me excited. So from now on you have to follow my instructions. Ask for it. Meow. Do you still have any requests? Punishment. This is punishment. How can I let you go so easily? Meow. Wenlong demonstrated again personally and said, Next. Follow my example and half clasp your hands into like a cat's claw. Lift it up slightly. Well, it's probably at the same level as the collarbone. And then say with me. Meow. Huh? Obviously, neither Catherine nor Haitang responded, thinking that Wenlong was just talking about his usual habit of speaking. Didn't you hear clearly? Follow my example and say, Meow. Wenlong repeated it again. This time Catherine and Haitang also understood. Meow. Catherine's soft voice seemed to have a natural charm, which made Wenlong's heart tremble. Meow! Haitong's voice seemed greener and more immature, but it was also very lethal to some people. The cat-haired maid outfit couldn't be more awesome. Meow! This time Wenlong was so excited that he laid down and rolled on the ground. It's great! This voice, this movement, I feel like my bones are going to fall off. I'm wearing a cute cat-eared maid outfit, this kind of human costume with cat attributes. Is this what I want after becoming El Cat? Are there any sequelae? Meow? Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart. Chapter 227, Testing the Glider. Seeing Wenlong's excited look, Catherine immediately realized something. It turns out Mr. Cat likes this. Meow meow meow. As if she had a talent, Catherine imitated El Nico's voice while imitating El Nico's movements several times in succession. And her appearance was so perfect. Seeing Catherine making such an action, Haitang on the side also imitated the imitation, although it was a bit clumsy and not as realistic as Catherine's imitation. The somewhat clumsy look had a different flavor. It's so exciting! I almost can't do it anymore. At this moment, Wenlong was so cute that he felt like his nose would bleed. That's enough. That's it for today. Meow! Wenlong quickly stopped Catherine and Haitang's behavior. Oh! After hearing Wenlong's order, Catherine and Haitang stopped imitating El Cat. Hurry up and clean up. The new house must be cleaned before moving in. After cleaning, remember to move the luggage left in the hotel. Then when checking out, remember to say hello to Old Man Hessen and tell him you don't have to pay for our room anymore. And you should also thank him as well. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. But Mr. Cat, you told us so many things at once. Are you going to go out again? After spending so much time with Wenlong, Catherine seemed to realize something quickly. It's just a small matter. I'll be back soon. While I'm away, just clean up our new home. Meow. Wenlong said. But I want to go too, Catherine said immediately. Why? You don't listen to me again? Meow? Wenlong frowned and said. Well, seeing Wenlong's unhappy look, Catherine immediately stopped saying anything. In fact, Wenlong's purpose of going out this time was very simple, because he had made an appointment with Yifei to test his glider. Of course, Wenlong was not willing to bring Catherine and Haitang with him to do such a thing. After all, before this, Wenlong didn't know whether what Yifei made was reliable. Therefore, Wenlong thought that it would be bad if he accidentally fell from the sky during the test and showed an embarrassing appearance for Catherine and Haitang to see. After all, I still have to maintain my mighty and domineering image. Meow! Wenlong considered this. Although generally speaking, hunters who use crossbows often have to configure various ammunition of different specifications and uses by themselves, as well as perform maintenance on crossbows with relatively complex mechanical structures. So most of them have relatively strong hands-on skills. But when it comes to successfully building a complex machine, like a glider must be tested before it can be proven. So according to the agreement, Wenlong came to the Thundering Sand Sea again. And before Wenlong, Yifei was already waiting there. Hey! You are here as expected. How do you think of this genius's glider? Isn't it handsome? As soon as he saw Wenlong, Yifei couldn't wait to introduce the glider behind him. Wenlong squinted his eyes and found that the glider looked pretty good. It basically imitates the shape of a bird. In order to reduce weight, it uses the bones of a light and strong bird dragon species. And the wings are modified from the wings of a large strange bird that is relatively easy to obtain. However, Wenlong also noticed that this so-called glider seems to be no longer a pure glider, but has been modified to have some simple power. For example, a transmission device that can be stepped on by feet is added to the glider. From the structural point of view, it should be possible to use your feet to flap the glider's wings to create additional lift. Is this the glider you made? Meow? Wenlong asked. Of course. This genius made it for you to test. Many places have been modified according to your body proportions, and a pedal drive device has been specially added to make the wings resemble those of a bird when needed. How about fanning it? Are you satisfied? Yifei said. Well, you'll know after you try it. Meow. Don't worry. There will definitely be no problem this time. Yifei patted her chest confidently. Well, let me give it a try. Meow. The test location is at the edge of a nearby highland. Looking down from here, you can clearly see a large sea of sand and the rising dunes in it. Grasping the handle of the glider, Wenlong walked to the edge of the heights. As long as he took another step forward, he would step into the air. Whether he could fly next would depend on the effectiveness of the glider. This should be the highest place in the thundering sand sea. The wind is very strong, and this location is in the direction of the wind. It is a very good choice for flying. In addition, it is already noon. The sun is shining, and the sand is also if it is boiling hot. A large amount of hot air will be generated on the ground, thus forming an upward airflow. It seems that no matter the time or place, it is indeed very suitable for glider flight. Wenlong observed the surrounding situation, and then thought in my mind, "Are you ready?" He Fei asked from behind Wenlong. "Ready. Meow. Well, let me repeat the operation method. There are 2 pull tabs on the sides of your hands. If you want to fly to the right, pull the right tab. If you want to fly to the left, pull the left tab. If you want to lower the height, pull the 2 pull rings together, so that the wings will slowly close and according to your strength, thereby reducing the lift. Then the pedal where your feet are placed is what I just added this time. Do you remember that when the power system encounters insufficient lift, you can press the pedals hard to provide extra lift to the glider? Of course, I can master such a simple thing easily. Meow. Okay, let's get started. This experiment depends on you," He Fei said again. Wenlong kicked off his legs and suddenly rushed forward. As soon as he got off the ground, the glider soon floated in the air. "Awesome. The flight is very stable. I am indeed a genius." He Fei's cheers came from behind Wenlong. After actually flying, Wenlong had to admire the exquisite design of the glider made by He Fei. Although in terms of mechanical design alone, the level of this world is far lower than that of the Earth where Wenlong lived before. In terms of materials, the monster materials in this world are better than many of the most advanced materials on Earth. For example, the bones of the bird dragon species used in this glider are harder than ordinary steel and lighter than the aluminum alloy commonly used on Earth. The strength of the wing membrane of the big strange bird is also far stronger than that of a human glider. The strength of the materials used in the wings, and the shape of the wings of the giant strange bird that has evolved over a long period of time, even without processing, absolutely meets aerodynamic standards. Chapter 228 Aerial Search. Thanks to these excellent materials from monster bodies, even though this world does not have the kind of aviation engine on Earth that can allow aircraft to cruise at supersonic speeds, it has made great achievements in manufacturing gliders, hot air balloons, and other aircraft driven by relatively primitive methods. It has a level far beyond that on Earth. Because of this, after Wenlong experienced this glider, he couldn't help but think that this glider was lighter, stronger, and better to use than any other glider on the Earth. It's a really good glider. It's easy to operate, and it's light and strong. In a place with huge winds like the thunderous sand sea, even the wings did not vibrate due to the strong wind, but remained extremely stable. However, for Wenlong, this was also the first time he experienced the feeling of flying freely in the air. This feeling was far beyond the experience of sitting in the cabin of an airplane and flying to the destination. This wonderful feeling of flying freely like a bird and feeling the airflow passing by him simply makes Wenlong unable to stop. Of course, Wenlong's purpose this time is not just to experience the beauty of free flight. In Wenlong's plan, there are other things that must be done. That is the location of the Scout Star Dragon. A few days ago, Shanlan Roden, the president of the Major Bolt 10 Guild, announced that all 3-star or above hunters in the guild would mobilize to hunt star dragons. A large number of hunters have left Major Bolt 10 and gone to various places. He searched for traces of the star dragon in the hunting grounds, but until today, he still found nothing. So from the beginning, Wenlong had planned that if this glider was really useful, he could simply use it to search for Xinglong's whereabouts from the air. After all, this was far more efficient than searching on foot. The last time I saw a star dragon was in the thundering sand sea. I don't know if the star dragon is still in this sea of sand. I might as well take this opportunity to search for it. Meow. With this thought in mind, Wenlong put on the windproof glasses he had already prepared, and then began to pedal quickly. In this way, the wings of the glider flap briskly, and the entire glider flies forward at a faster speed. Hey! The test has been successful. Come back quickly! Hey! Where are you going? Don't fly too far. I can't even see you. Below, Wenlong vaguely heard He Fei shouting. But he pretended not to hear. Sorry. Since this glider is so easy to use, I will use it to find traces of Xinglong. Meow. Although he knew that He Fei couldn't hear it, Wenlong still said this in his heart. Just like this, Wenlong continued to fly forward while controlling the glider. Gradually, He Fei's figure was no longer visible. Wenlong's plan was to use a glider to conduct a carpet-like search of the Thundering Sand Sea, with the main purpose of determining the position of Xinglong. Because after the last battle, Wenlong knew in his heart that there was still a certain gap between his strength and the equipment he had to actually hunt Star Dragon. So even if he found traces of Star Dragon, Wenlong would not rashly instead of taking action. He planned to go back and invite Catherine and Hai Tang together to gather the strength of the three people to carry out the crusade. If we can kill Xinglong before all the hunters this time and prevent a major disaster, my reputation will be resounding throughout the entire Zishwide continent. Then I will go back to Cat Village to visit my mother. Then you have to make all the cats in the village Indias. Meow! Wenlong thought to himself. However, the search work is quite boring and tedious, even from the air. At a glance, most places in the Thundering Sand Sea are still repeated sand seas. For this reason, Wenlong could only take out a map and observe the position of the sun to identify the direction. Fortunately, the speed of the glider was quite fast. By about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wenlong could already see the green vegetation in the distance. You can already see the Simulon Mountains. In this case, we have reached the western boundary of the Thunderous Sand Sea. Okay, today's search ends here. It's time to prepare to return. Meow. Wenlong knew that after all, the area of the Thundering Sand Sea was not small, and it was impossible to complete the cruise in one go. Therefore, Wenlong's cruise goal this time was only to search the western area of the Thundering Sand Sea. As for the search in other directions, he was prepared to carry out the search next time. But just when Wenlong was about to turn around and return, he suddenly noticed something strange on the ground. It's strange that there seems to be firelight below. And what are those densely packed things running around on the hillside? Meow? The strange phenomenon that Wenlong saw was not on the side of the Thunderous Sand Sea, but on the side of the West Meluan Mountains. In addition, Wenlong's current location is relatively high, so the distance is relatively far. Wenlong he couldn't clearly see the details on the ground. But out of curiosity, Wenlong decided to lower his height to see what was going on. Therefore, Wenlong temporarily gave up the idea of turning back, but decided to continue heading towards the West Meluan Mountains and began to reduce the altitude. Wenlong grabbed 2 wristbands. Soon, the glider's wings began to shrink, the lift decreased, and the glider's altitude began to decrease. When the height dropped to a certain level, Wenlong finally saw clearly what was happening on that bare hillside. Are the Elu Cats fighting? No. To this extent, it should be called a war. Right. Meow? In front of Wenlong's eyes were countless white and black Elu Cats fighting fiercely. And the so-called fire that Wenlong saw before was actually the wooden barrels thrown by the white Elu Cats. Bomb. This reminded Wenlong of the last time he met Haishan, the chief of the Black Elu Cat, on the West Meluan Mountain Road. At that time, Black Mountain indeed said that their tribe was at war with the White Elu Cat tribe. War, for which he even went to human villages to find other Elu Cats as reinforcements. I don't know if the guy called Black Mountain has found reinforcements, but looking at the situation, it seems that the Black Elu Cat is at a disadvantage and won't be able to hold on for long. Right. Meow? After observing from the air for a while, Wenlong basically saw the situation on the ground clearly. Although from a numerical point of view, there seemed to be more black Elu Cats than white Elu Cats. In terms of combat effectiveness, the white Elu Cats are completely victorious, especially the warriors among the white Elu Cats. They bravely rushed towards the group of black Elu Cats with barrel bombs with lit fuses. Although the power of these barrel bombs was not great, they could be used very quickly. Crushed the formation of black Elu Cats, the other white Elu Cats following behind, holding weapons made of monster fangs, rushed in with all their might, killing the black Elu Cats in chaotic formation and fleeing in all directions. Chapter 229 Cat War. This battle is really fierce. But what are a group of Elu Cats doing here fighting and killing? Meow? In Wenlong's view, although the battle between the two sides was fierce, because most of the Elu Cats were relatively small, and their so-called fighting postures were also rather funny. They looked more like a group of children fighting. And the white cats completely have the advantage. Although I don't know why they are fighting. But if we let it go and let the white cats grow, it will probably be even more troublesome when we encounter them when hunting in the future. Naya. In Wenlong's view, the white cat tribe is relatively violent and often carries out barrel bomb attacks, while the black cat tribe likes petty theft and often steals hunters' props. Both of these are existences that cause headaches for the majority of hunters. Therefore, the best way to check and balance the black cat clan and the white cat clan is to keep the strength of both parties balanced and restrict each other, so that they can minimize the harassment of the hunters. And if the White Cat tribe is allowed to complete the unification of the Black Cat tribe, it will be like a monopoly company appearing in the market, which will ultimately harm the interests of most people. In addition, both the Black Cat tribe and the White Cat tribe are branches of the Elu Cat family after all. For Wenlong, who is also a member of the Elu Cat clan, this matter is somewhat relevant. Even if he is not involved, Wenlong felt that he should at least figure out what happened. So Wenlong decided to go down to see what was going on, and then decide whether he should help the Black Cat clan based on the situation. So he continued to lower the height, and Wenlong soon discovered the leader of the Black Cat clan, Heishan, whom he had seen before on Zemilan Mountain Road. As the leader of the Black Cat clan, Heishan was now surrounded by a group of white cats. Most of the black cats have been dispersed, and only a few close friends are still fighting hard with Montenegro. As expected, it is very unreliable to expect a group of thieves to confront a violent group. When the altitude dropped to a certain level, Wenlong calculated the approximate landing position based on inertia and altitude. At the same time, he completely retracted the glider's wings and quickly fell towards the ground. Boss, I can't hold on anymore. Retreat first. Meow. On the ground, a black Elu Cat was blown over by a barrel bomb and chose to escape. The so-called ground escape is actually to dig a tunnel on the ground, and then let yourself go in to escape. Wenlong also used this trick to escape before when facing Xinglong, who entered the second form. However, according to the customs among Elu Cats, once the opponent starts digging holes in the ground, it means that he has given up and can no longer pursue him. So more and more black cats began to lie down and dig tunnels, which also meant that they had given up resistance and decided to withdraw from the battle. Moreover, when these black Elu Cats escape, they do not need to use Shining Jade as a cover like Wenlong did when facing Xinglong. Under normal circumstances, it does not matter even if they blatantly dig tunnels in front of their opponents. This also causes Elu Cats to escape. Although the war between cats seems fierce, it actually causes few casualties. Oh meow! Are we, the Black Cat clan, going to lose like this? Meow? Seeing that he could no longer hold on, Heishan almost gave up resistance. At this time, several more white cats rushed towards Black Mountain. They raised their weapons made of animal teeth and struck fiercely at them. Wait for me. Just when Heishan was about to admit defeat and beg for mercy, he suddenly saw a figure falling from the sky. In an instant, the 4 or 5 white Elu Cats that had gathered around were knocked away. Isn't this my benefactor? Are you here to help us? Meow? Heishan looked at the sudden appearance of a tiger-skinned Elu Cat in front of him in surprise, and couldn't help shouting, It's me! Meow! Wenlong responded with his mouth, and without stopping with his hands, he drew out the 2 swords on his back, and just used the back of the sword to knock away all the white Elu Cats that were surrounding him. Because in Wenlong's view, these white Elu Cats had no enmity with him after all, so he didn't do anything cruel. He was just prepared to teach them a lesson and make them suffer a little. That was enough. Therefore, he only used the back of the knife, which would not cause much damage. And Wenlong also controlled the strength accordingly to ensure that it would not cause too much damage. But even so, Wenlong still killed a group of white cats until they cried for their father and mother. Although these white Elu Cats have high combat power, they are only compared to the black Elu Cats that only know how to steal. If compared with Wenlong, they would become scum with a combat power of only 5. Completely vulnerable. Therefore, it didn't take long for Wenlong to beat all the white Elu Cats nearby and flee in all directions. Moreover, the situation where the black Elu Cats were about to collapse has also been contained. Some black Elu Cats who were originally preparing to escape and retreat also took up weapons to counterattack. The situation gradually moved towards a powerful force against the black Elu Cats. The direction is tilted. My benefactor, you are so powerful. The power of 1 cat is comparable to that of thousands of troops. Meow! Seeing Wenlong's heroic performance, Heishan couldn't help but praise him. Humph! Stop flattering me. I just want to ask, why did you start fighting? Meow? While speaking, Wenlong kicked away a white man who was rushing over with a barrel bomb. The cat also kicked the bomb back together. With a bang, several more white Elu Cats were blown to the ground. Ah! It's like this. Originally we didn't know why the White Cat clan would cause trouble for us. But the news recently came through spies said that it was the White Cat clan who had a new leader and wanted to rob us of the Black Cat clan. The clan's territory is the order of their new leader. Meow! Heishan continued to explain. New leader? Meow? I heard that it's a snow-white Elu cat that's even whiter than the average white cat. As soon as he heard that it was an Elu cat with snow-white hair, Wenlong felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be that guy? What emerged in Wenlong's mind was the figure of Bai Mao. By the way, that white-haired guy actually got together with the white cat tribe and became the leader of the white cat tribe? And he also aggressively attacked the black cat tribe's territory? No, this matter needs to be confirmed. Otherwise, the white cat guy will if you control the white cat clan and the black cat clan. You will be in trouble in the future. Naya. When he thought that the leader of the so-called white cat tribe described in Haishanku was probably Bai Mao, Wenlong felt that he couldn't let it go like this. So Wenlong said to Haishan, Haishan, is what you promised me back then still valid? Meow? Master Unbenefactor. Is that what you were talking about? Meow? Haishan said respectfully. It means that you let me help you deal with the white cat tribe. And then you let me be the leader of your black cat tribe. Meow. Of course. There is no problem at all. As long as you can help our black cat tribe get through this difficult time. We are absolutely willing to support you. Sir. Meow. Okay. Now follow my orders. Start a counterattack. And capture the leader of the white cat clan alive. Meow. Chapter 230 Big Bomb. Regardless of whether the leader of the white Elu Cat clan is Bai Mao or not, Wenlong has decided to capture him first. Because Wenlong's heroic performance had already been seen by the surrounding black cats. There was no need for Montenegro's help. Wenlong just climbed up and shouted. And the surrounding black cats responded. Little ones, follow me. Meow. Come on. Compared with bravery, Wenlong is much stronger than these black Elu cats, who only know how to steal petty things all day long. Moreover, when charging, Wenlong took the lead. Naturally, the morale of the black cats suddenly improved. A huge improvement. On the other hand, Bai Mao had already run away when he saw Wenlong. Originally, the white cat was considered a brave and skilled fighter. In order to win, he even dared to rush towards the enemy with a barrel bomb with a fuse lit. Even if it blew himself up, he was not afraid. But these white cats still showed a rare sense of fear after experiencing Wenlong's power. Because they found that no matter what method they took, even using a large number of barrel bombs, they could not hurt Wenlong at all. In this way, under the leadership of Wenlong, a large group of white cats were driven by Wenlong and ran around all over the mountains and fields. Humph! If you really meet me, you're just a bunch of rabble. Meow! Seeing that the white Elu cats began to lose quickly, Wenlong naturally felt a little proud. However, judging from the terrain, because the white cats rushed down the hillside before, and the black cats defended below the hillside. Now these white Elu cats began to retreat, also towards the back of the hillside. So Wenlong soon discovered that something was wrong, because on the top of the hillside, there appeared several large wooden barrels that were taller than an Elu cat, and Wenlong could even clearly see a lit fuse above the barrels, which was coming out at this time, with sparks. There is no doubt that these wooden barrels are the large bombs of the white cat clan. And in terms of volume, the volume of the wooden barrel that appeared on the hillside at this time was more than 10 times larger than the ordinary barrel bomb used by the white Elu cat. At first glance, it was a dangerous item that should not be underestimated. Oh meow! When did these white cat tribes use barrel bombs of this size? Meow! According to Wenlong's understanding, although these white Elu cats often use barrel bombs to attack, the power of the bombs is not very powerful. At most, it can blow people to the ground without endangering their lives. From this point, it can be seen that it turns out that although these white Elu cats have violent tendencies, they are just fighting in a small way after all. However, the emergence of this large barrel bomb completely changed Wenlong's previous impression of the white Elu cat. In any case, the barrel bomb with more than 10 times the amount of explosives could not cause damage to Wenlong, who was wearing hunting equipment. It was a fatal injury, but it was enough to threaten the life safety of the black Elu cat. This is really a rhythm that takes people's lives. Has the white cat clan actually become so ferocious? Seeing this, Wenlong's expression also became serious. He changed his previous approach of beating casually and showing mercy, and instead took out a pill and swallowed it, instantly entering the form of a ghost. Attack! A white cat standing on the hillside ordered. Immediately on the hillside, several white Elu cats pushed the large barrel bombs with fuses lit sideways down the hillside. Bang bang bang! The large barrel bomb with a fuse ignited rolled down the hillside like a wheel, making a frightening sound. I'm sorry, my benefactor. Hey Sean, have to retreat first. Meow! Wenlong heard Heishan telling him loudly behind him. In fact, it was not just Black Mountain. The black cats who had charged with Wenlong before and shouted loud slogans also immediately dispersed like birds and beasts. Some dug holes to escape, and some fled in all directions. They continued to charge behind Wenlong. There are almost none. Oh meow! These black cats are really unreliable. In an instant, Wenlong felt like he had been betrayed. But anger is still anger, and the problem at hand still needs to be solved. Wenlong turned around and saw that although most of the black cats had fled, there was still one black cat standing firmly behind him. What's your name? Meow? Wenlong couldn't help but ask. My name is Reiner James. I am a gentleman. I would never do such a panicked escape. Meow. Rena James? Okay. Just stand here and don't move. I will ensure your safety. Meow. Wenlong was also a little moved when he saw a cat standing behind him. It turns out that the Black Elu Cat clan are not all cowards. Naya. Although the power of these large barrel bombs cannot be underestimated, in Wenlong's opinion, there is no way out. Seeing those large barrel bombs rolling down the hillside, Wenlong, who had already entered the ghost human state, kicked his legs and rushed forward at a much faster speed than before. Because the speed of Wenlong who entered the ghost human state was far beyond the expectations of the white Elu Cats. Wenlong had already approached the large barrel bomb before the fuse of the large barrel bomb was burned. Then Wenlong quickly waved the two swords in his hands again at a speed that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. In just an instant, the ignited fuses on the large barrel bombs were cut off one by one. The barrel bomb that lost its fuse was no longer harmful and rolled down the hillside like an ordinary barrel. However, among these barrel bombs, one was left behind by Wenlong. Although Wenlong cut off the fuse of this large barrel bomb, Wenlong also held it against the hillside with one foot. Since you use this kind of thing to deal with me, I will let you have a taste of it. Meow! As he spoke, Wenlong actually put away his two swords and lifted the barrel bomb that was larger than his own body with his hands. Then Wenlong rushed towards the top of the mountain holding this huge barrel bomb. Meow! This Elu Cat is crazy! Meow! This is simply suicidal. Meow! The White Cat clan immediately became confused. Of course Wenlong was not crazy, because Wenlong knew that based on the defensive capabilities of the equipment on his body, even if this barrel bomb bigger than his body exploded now, it would cause him much damage. On the contrary, the effect of rushing over with this barrel bomb was enough to make those white Elu Cats run away. Sure enough, it was just as Wenlong thought. At this moment, when those white Elu Cats saw Wenlong, they were like seeing the god of plague. They were afraid to hide away and no longer dared to trouble Wenlong. Chapter 231. I am impatient. Wenlong rushed up the hillside, and no white cat came to stop him. Humph! I thought these guys were so brave. It turns out that they know how to run away after seeing a real big barrel of explosive bombs. Meow! Wenlong said with some disdain. When Wenlong rushed up the hillside, he found that the other side of the uphill slope was also a long downward slope. These white Elu Cats were running down this slope, which looked quite spectacular. At this time, the situation became that Wenlong was at the top and the white cats that escaped were at the bottom. This gave Wenlong the opportunity to have a clear view of the backs of the escaping white cats. Looking around, Wenlong soon discovered that among these white cats, there was indeed one with snow-white hair running hard. His speed was unexpectedly fast. It left all the other Elu Cats around behind. Oh meow! It really looks like that guy with white hair! Even if he just looked at the back, Wenlong could get a rough idea. But because he was really far away, Wenlong was not sure that the other party was really Bai Mao. So Wenlong simply threw the large barrel bomb he was holding down the slope, and shouted loudly as the barrel rolled all the way down the slope. The big barrel of explosive bombs is coming! Meow! Sure enough, it was just as Wenlong thought. When they heard Wenlong's loud shouting and the rolling sound of the barrel getting closer and closer behind them, the white Elu Cats couldn't help but look back. It was their turn back that allowed Wenlong to finally determine the identity of the snow-white Elu Cat. Bai Mao! It's true that you, the boy, let me bump into you today. Don't blame me for being rude. Meow! When he remembered that when he defeated the storm hunting group before, this Bai Mao actually ran away. Wenlong felt some people are unhappy because they have unavenged revenge. I thought I must catch Bai Mao today and teach him a lesson. After confirming Bai Mao's identity, Wenlong immediately chased after him without saying a word. His speed instantly shortened the distance between him and Bai Mao. probably seeing that his identity had been exposed. Bai Mao also ran forward desperately, fearing that Wenlong would catch him back. Bai Mao! You bastard! Stop for me! Meow! Wenlong shouted. You said stop. Just stop. I want to run. Meow! Bai Mao also responded. Want to run away? It's not that easy. Meow! At this time, the barrel bomb that Wenlong had thrown down had rolled not far behind Bai Mao. Wenlong simply took out the double sword, Strange Bird Sha, with flame attributes that had been replaced from his pocket. And then he threw it towards the barrel. The thrown Strange Bird Demon accurately hit the large wooden barrel bomb in front. The blade of the Strange Bird Demon easily pierced the outer layer of the barrel, and the heat of the fire attribute instantly destroyed the huge wooden barrel. The gunpowder in the barrel ignited, and then a huge explosion occurred in the entire barrel. In an instant, the rock shattered, and all the white cats around them, who had no time to dodge, were blown away, including of course Bai Mao, who had no time to dodge. Humph! How does it feel to be blown up by something you created? Meow? Wenlong said proudly when he saw Bai Mao, who had been blown up and fell to the ground unable to get up for a long time. Since Wenlong's target, Bai Mao, was lying on the ground unable to move, Wenlong slowed down. As for the other white Elu cats, they had no enmity with Wenlong anyway, so Wenlong didn't bother to chase them. They were allowed to flee all the way and eventually disappeared into the mountains. So Wenlong slowly walked to Bai Mao's side. However, just as Wenlong was approaching, Bai Mao suddenly jumped up, then pulled out the short knife hidden under him and stabbed Wenlong in the chest. Crack! The dagger stopped instantly in midair. On the blade of the dagger, Wenlong's claws grabbed it. It's too slow. At this speed, you still want to sneak attack me? Besides, I know your nature very well. Bai Mao, I have been on guard against you for a long time. Meow! Wenlong said lightly. Your strength has improved again? Meow? Seeing Wenlong actually using his claws to catch the sudden dagger, Bai Mao said unwillingly. Of course, I am always making progress. So how can a guy like you who only plays tricks all day long understand? Meow? Besides, even if I didn't prepare for your sneak attack just now, with this thing in your hand, even a short knife can't hurt me. Meow! When Wenlong said this, Bai Mao's expression became even more desperate, because after close observation, Bai Mao knew that what Wenlong said was not wrong. At this time, Wenlong was wearing the suit of the Diamond Shield Crab, and the suit of the Diamond Shield Crab was famous for its defensive capabilities. Such a shield crab's armor is difficult to penetrate even with weapons of the same level. The short knife in Bai Mao's hand, which is only made of the material of the big strange bird, is even less likely to cause much damage to Wenlong. Hey! Don't pretend to be silent. Meow! Seeing Bai Mao remain silent without saying a word, Wenlong grabbed Bai Mao's neck and lifted Bai Mao up from the ground. Say, you guy came here. What do you do? Why did you sneak into the White Cat clan? And why did you launch a war against the Black Cat clan? Meow? Wenlong asked 3 questions in a row, but Bai Mao still remained silent. You won't answer. Right. That doesn't matter. Wenlong smiled. I'll see if you answer later. Meow. Wenlong glanced around and found that there were several large barrel bombs on the ground that had not exploded before. So Wenlong had a plan in mind. Wenlong grabbed Bai Mao all the way, dragged Bai Mao to the edge of the large barrel bomb, and then tied Bai Mao to it with a rope in his hand. Then Wenlong asked again, How is it? Do you want to tell me? Meow? Bai Mao still refused to answer. Then let me see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Meow. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Wenlong also lit the fuse on the large barrel bomb without hesitation. I said, I tell you everything. Don't blow me up to death. Meow. Suddenly, Bai Mao shouted loudly. I'm sorry. It's already late. I don't have the patience. And even if I ask you to tell me, you may not tell the truth. It's more reliable to ask the younger brothers you have in the White Cat clan. After saying that, Wenlong directly kicked the barrel bomb to the ground. And then the barrel bomb with a fuse ignited rolled all the way down the slope. Wenlong, you bastard. You have to die. You, the white hair tied to the barrel also rolled down with the barrel. Because of the constant rolling, even the sound of cursing was intermittent and hard to understand. Listen clearly. Boom! When the big wooden barrel bomb rolled down the hillside, fire broke out instantly, and Bai Mao's voice was completely covered up by a loud noise. However, When the smoke dissipated, Wenlong took another look and found that there was only a big hole left on the ground. And the white hair was missing. Chapter 232 Rude Nature. Oh meow! You ran away again? At first Wenlong couldn't believe how Bai Mao escaped. After all, if Bai Mao is tied to such a large barrel bomb and then detonated directly, there is no way for Bai Mao to withstand it because he only has equipment at the level of a big strange bird. Even if he survives, he should be seriously injured and unable to move. But when Wenlong walked in and took a look, he found that although there was no Bai Mao's body in the big pit that had just been blown up, there was something shining. This is another protective stone. Meow? Soon, Wenlong recognized the sparkling thing as a protective stone. So Wenlong picked up the protective stone and put it around his neck to experience the effect of the protective stone. So this is how it is. No wonder this guy Bai Mao was so tough talking just now. Meow. When Wenlong put the protective stone around his neck, he finally understood why the white hair was able to escape again. It turns out that the skill possessed by this protective stone is a special skill called rudeness. In the game, the function of this skill is to ensure that the owner with abundant vitality will suffer high damage within a certain period of time, will not be killed instantly with one hit. Judging from Bai Mao's performance just now, the role of this skill in the world of Monster Hunter is also the same, and there has not been much change. In other words, it was the skill, Jin Xing, that saved Bai Mao. When Bai Mao was fatally injured by a large barrel bomb, Jin Xing helped Bai Mao withstand a fatal injury. And then Bai Mao took advantage of the explosion and escaped under the cover of fire and smoke. Well, forget it. Although this guy ran away again this time, it's not bad to get a new protective stone. Naya, putting the protective stone with a root nature skill into his pocket, Wenlong also touched his beard with satisfaction. Boss, I caught a white cat that escaped. Do you want to interrogate it? Meow? At this moment, Wenlong saw that the black Elu cat, who was following him, was actually holding down a man. A white Elu cat came over. Rena did a good job. Knowing that I was about to interrogate these white cats, you pressed one of them over. You really won my heart. Meow. Thank you, Boss Meow. The black Elu cat named Reiner James said modestly. Then let the interrogation begin. Meow. As a result, the process of interrogating the white cats did not take much energy from Wenlong. After Bai Mao escaped, these white Elu cats lost their leader and seemed to have lost their fighting spirit. They almost answered all of Wenlong's questions. How did that Bai Mao become your leader? Wenlong asked first. It's like this. Just a month ago, Bai Mao came to our white cat clan with a large box of gold coins. He said that as long as we listen to him, we can live a good life. We can get as many gold coins as we want. And as long as you have gold coins, you can go to the human village in exchange for a lot of delicious dried fish. So we listened to his words and let him lead us. Meow. Gold coins? When he heard the word gold coins, Wenlong blinked his eyes and asked again. Tell me, where are the gold coins? Meow? Wenlong remembered that he had heard some rumors when he was in Milad village, saying that all the gold coins that Levi had saved had been stolen by Bai Mao, which directly accelerated the final destruction of the storm hunting group. Therefore, Wenlong judged that the number of gold coins in this batch should be quite large. He hides the gold coins very tightly. I don't know where he hides them either. Really? Do you really not know? Do you want me to tie you to a large barrel bomb and push you down the hill? Meow? Wenlong asked again. It's true. I really don't know. Meow. As soon as Wenlong said this, the white Elu cat became anxious. Okay, Wenlong thought for a while. With Bai Mao's character, it was indeed impossible for others to know where his gold coins were hidden. Besides, it was not urgent anyway, and he could find it slowly in the future. Since Bai Mao can use gold coins to bribe these Elu cats of the White Cat clan, it proves that Bai Mao cannot hide the gold coins too far away, and he should be able to find them after spending some time. So Wenlong changed the topic and continued to ask, Then why do you want to attack the Black Cat tribe? Meow? This is because Bai Mao said that the Black Cat clan has a lot of gold coins. As long as we can grab them, we can live a good life. Meow. He lied to you. Meow. Wenlong said. Well, why do you know he lied to us? Meow? The white cat expressed confusion. If the Black Cat clan really had so many gold coins, they would have lived a good life long ago. Are they still there waiting for you to grab them? Meow? Oh, right. The white cat said with a look of sudden realization. Sure enough, These white cats are not very smart. Meow. Wenlong thought to himself. Wenlong knew that although these black Elu cats like to steal things, except for their special liking for Mutianli, most of the time, they don't have any specific goals. In other words, these black cats steal whatever they can, rather than what they want. Compared with the things they steal, the act of stealing itself is what the black cats are really interested in. So Wenlong didn't believe it if these black cats had hoarded a large amount of gold coins. Maybe there are some gold coins, but they are definitely not enough for Bai Mao to go to great lengths to grab. However, from the mouths of these white cat tribes, Wenlong still vaguely felt that Bai Mao should have taken a fancy to something owned by the black cat tribe. But it was not suitable to tell others what this thing was. So he fabricated it. It's a lie for gold coins. At this time, Black Mountain and other members of the Black Cat clan who had escaped before also gathered together. Oh, you are indeed your benefactor. You are indeed invincible. You saved us from fire and water. You are now the leader of our Black Cat clan. Meow, Heishan said with a smile as soon as he reached Wenlong's side. Humph. Stop flattering me. Where did you all go just now? Meow, Wenlong said contemptuously. You see, I am so clumsy. Aren't I afraid of being around you and dragging you down? What if you are kind-hearted and can't let go and teach those white cat tribes out of concern for our safety? That would be bad. So we avoided Dian Miao. He really can talk. No wonder he can be the leader of the Black Cat group. Wenlong thought to himself. Well, I didn't expect you guys to be of any use. But I have a question, and you must answer it truthfully. Meow. Please feel free to ask, and I will answer truthfully. Meow. Heishan responded respectfully. Well, I want to ask you, does your Black Cat clan have any special treasures? Wenlong looked directly at Montenegro and asked seriously. Chapter 233 The Black Cat Clan's Treasure. Treasure? Apart from the statue of the cat god Elu that we believe in, there doesn't seem to be any special treasure. Meow. Black Mountain said. Really? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Really? I don't dare to lie to you, my benefactor. If you don't believe it, I can take you to our old home to see. There is absolutely nothing valuable. Meow. Well, take me with you quickly. Meow. So Heishan led the way, and Wenlong followed to the place where the Black Cat tribe had lived for generations in the West Maluan Mountains. This is a cave where most of the Black Elu cats gather, and because they just had a battle with white cats, many injured black cats are still resting in the cave. Although these Black Elu cats were quite timid during the battle, and once left Wenlong behind. When they saw Wenlong coming, they still respected Wenlong very politely. It could also be seen that these Black Elu cats really admire Wenlong. Wenlong walked around the cave, and found that the cave was indeed very simple. Just like Heishan said, there was really nothing that could be called a treasure. Take me to the statue of your god Elu again? Meow? So Wenlong said again. Okay, my benefactor. As for the statue, it's over here. After walking for a while, Wenlong saw a stone statue more than 2 meters high. It was carved with the image of an Elu cat squatting on the ground. From the appearance, it looked a bit like the one on Earth, a mascot image known as the Lucky Cat. My benefactor, here is the statue of our god Elu. Naya, Heishan introduced. As for the statue of the so-called El Cat god, Wenlong knew that it was just an ordinary stone statue with El Cat as its image. It's just that most black cats have the habit of worshipping that statue. They worship it when they have nothing to do. It is said that it can ensure their success in stealing. Therefore, no matter what they steal from outside, they often like to bury these things under the statue as a sacrifice to the El Cat god. So Wenlong said, Let me dig it up and have a look. Meow. Without Heishan's order, the black cats who had seen Wenlong and the white cat tribe's heroic battle immediately began to take action. They peeled away the floating soil in front of the statue, and soon revealed a large pit. The things in the pit can be said to be of various kinds, including recovery potions commonly used by hunters, shining jade, whetstones, shiny glass balls with unknown uses, water bottles used by travelers, and a small amount of coins, etc., etc. However, although there are many kinds of things, many of them can no longer be used because they have been buried underground for too long. For example, the recovery medicine and ghost medicine in bottles are like this. After being buried for a long time, it had already deteriorated underground, and even the color of the potion had turned turbid. As for the flashing jade that was originally capable of exploding to produce strong light, It became useless because the light bugs inside had long since died. Therefore, Wenlong turned around and found nothing of value. Really? I was thinking that there might be some surprising discoveries, but it turned out that they were all junk. Occasionally there were some metal coins that could still be used, and most of them were copper coins with smaller face values. The total value was not worth much. Moreover, the black cats themselves did not know how to use the props that were originally useful, so they were all buried in front of the statues, causing many of them to be rusted and damaged. It was such a waste. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but think with some regret. But just when Wenlong lost confidence in finding the so-called treasure, Wenlong suddenly found a delicate metal box at the bottom of the pit. From the fact that the box was buried at the bottom of the pit, it can be seen that this box was probably the first to be buried in the pit, and it was also the oldest buried object. But even so, there is not a trace of rust on this metal box, and it still maintains its original luster even after being buried in the soil for many years. There is no rust at all after all these years. It seems that the person who forged this box must not be simple. It is very likely that he used the anti-corrosion technology used in making hunting weapons. With this thought, Wenlong quickly fished the box out of the pit. But when Wenlong was about to open the box, he found that the box was locked. What's in this box? Meow? Wenlong asked the black cats around him. However, when faced with Wenlong's question, the surrounding black cats looked at each other in confusion, and no one could answer. We don't know that either. Meow. Black Mountain replied on behalf of the black cats around him. If that's the case, then I'll open the box. Meow. Since no one knew what was inside the box, Wenlong simply pulled out his 2 knives and slashed at the lock of the box. Bah! 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 The sparks caused by the collision between the 2 knives and the box were scattered. After dozens of attacks, the lock on the box was cut off by Wenlong. What a sturdy box. The double swords made of the material of the daimyo shield crab are already very powerful. It still requires so many cuts to cut them off. It seems that this box is also made of special materials. Meow. The unusual sturdiness of the box made Wenlong couldn't help but look forward to the contents inside. However, for safety reasons, Wenlong still pried open the box with a knife blade very carefully, in order to prevent any special mechanisms or poisons from being contained in the box. Squeak. The box was opened. What is this? Meow? When the thing inside revealed his true face, the surrounding black cats all showed surprised expressions. Obviously, this is because it is the first time for these black cats to see such a strange item. This is a piece of skin that is full of wrinkles and has a weird color. There are multiple gradients of colors on the skin, but the mixture of these does not give people a gorgeous feeling. Instead, it looks like the colors matched by a bad painter. It makes people feel a little nervous. And judging from the neat edges, this so-called skin should have been artificially cut from some kind of monster and processed. Only Wenlong frowned and fell into deep thought. Judging from the wrinkle pattern on the skin and the multiple gradient colors on the skin, it is most likely Xiaolong's skin. By searching his own memory, Wenlong quickly recalled the origin of this skin. But even so, Wenlong still couldn't figure out why such a piece of Xiaolong's skin was included in this box. Chapter 234 Xiaolong's Skin. Speaking of this, Xiaolong. Wenlong was quite impressed. So much so that just a piece of skin can bring back many bad memories for Wenlong. First of all, Xiaolong is one of the powerful ancient dragon species, and it is also an exceptionally unique existence among the ancient dragon species. Not only can it poison hunters, but it also has a special ability to hide its body shape, making it look as if it has become transparent. In addition, this ancient dragon can also use its retractable tongue like a long rubber rope to steal items from hunters, which naturally makes countless hunters hate it. Not only is he good at stealing things, but he can also become invisible, which makes Xiaolong's stealing skills better than those of the Black Cat tribe, and more difficult to guard against. However, this is not what impressed Wenlong the most about Xiaolong. However, what really impressed Wenlong to this day was not Xiaolong's stealing skills, but Xiaolong's appearance. That's because Xiaolong is so ugly. Xiaolong looks like a lizard with a sharp beak, and it also has a large and curly tail. Coupled with the weird color combination on Xiaolong, it makes people feel even more ugly. However, the most unbearable thing for Wenlong was when Xiaolong, who was originally invisible, suddenly revealed his figure in front of Wenlong, and looked at Wenlong with a pair of protruding and huge eyes. Wenlong was really frightened at that time. One Piece. Collecting Xiaolong's skin is really hard to understand. This skin is rough. wrinkled, and dry with no texture at all. What's so good about it? Meow? Wenlong thought in his heart. Is it because of worship? If I remember correctly, Xiaolong should be the ancient dragon species best at stealing. And the Black Cat clan is also good at stealing. Perhaps in the past, there was a black cat who worshipped Xiaolong's stealing skills. Maybe I've collected a Xiaolong skin like this. Naya. But Xiaolong is an ancient dragon species. Not only are they extremely rare, but they are also very good at hiding themselves. Even 5-star hunters may not be able to hunt them. And these black cats are even less likely. So how did they get them? Where's this Xiaolong skin? Meow? After thinking for a long time, Wenlong didn't want to come up with a clue. So Wenlong simply put the Xiaolong skin, which was about the size of his 2 palms, and the metal box containing the Xiaolong skin into his pocket. It's useless for you to hold it anyway, so I'll just keep it. Meow. Seeing Wenlong unceremoniously putting the metal box into his pocket, the Black Elu Cats were a little unhappy. But they didn't say anything. After all, Wenlong is the hero who saved the entire Black Cat tribe. And this metal box is too old. The person who buried this box is probably no longer in this world. And there will be no problem if the box is given away. What is the problem? After putting the box away, Wenlong suddenly remembered that it was getting late and was about to go back. But before going back, Wenlong remembered one more thing. Looking for traces of the Star Dragon in the entire West Hyde region is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially after the last battle with the Star Dragon in the Thundering Sand Sea. The Star Dragon must have become more and more cautious. In this way, it is difficult to find other stars. The possibility of traces is even slimmer. Recently, almost all the hunters dispatched by the Hunter Guild have not found it, which is evidence that it was hidden. So even if I have a glider to conduct an aerial search, I may not be able to find traces of the Star Dragon. And the Black Cat tribe and the White Cat tribe have a large number of people. If I can mobilize them to help me search together, it will definitely have good results. Meow. Thinking of this, Wenlong cleared his throat again and said, Ahem. By the way, since you have recognized me as your leader, I have one more thing for you to do. Meow. My benefactor. If you have any questions, just ask me. Meow. Heishan said quickly. I hope you can help me search the entire West Melon Mountains. If you see a Star Dragon, report it to me immediately. Meow. Xinglong? But we haven't seen it yet. Naya. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. If I tell you the characteristics of Xinglong, it's okay. Meow? So Wenlong explained the characteristics of Xinglong and these Black Elu Cats in detail. How is it? Do you remember everything? Meow? Remember everything. Boss. Meow. The Black Elu Cats around said in unison. Well, very good, Wenlong nodded with satisfaction. But my benefactor, if we really find a Star Dragon, how should we report it to you? Meow? Heishan continued to ask. It's simple. I'll leave you my address in Midgebolton. If you find Star Dragon, write a letter and then send someone to Milad village to find a postman and send the letter to those postmen. There are hot air balloons specially used to deliver letters, and they often travel between Midgebolton and Milad villages. So your news should be conveyed to me soon. Also, I have another question. Wenlong continued. Which one of you has the best stealing skills? Meow? For a moment, all the Black Elu Cats present looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, their eyes focused on one of the Elu Cats. In terms of skills, I'm already old. So the one with the best skills in our clan right now is probably Reina. Meow. Like the other Elu Cats around him, Montenegro also turned his attention to him. Reina next to you. Wenlong had a pretty good impression of Reina. After all, when fighting the White Cat clan before, Reina was the only one who did not run away, but stayed behind Wenlong. It's rare for a brave and resourceful person to appear in the Black Cat tribe. So let's take him to Midgebolton. Meow. Wenlong thought to himself. In fact, Wenlong had the idea to bring a Black Elu Cat with him from the beginning. First, it was because he could use this Black Cat as a liaison between himself and the entire Black Cat clan, so that he could convey any orders he wanted to convey. If you give it to the Black Cat clan, you can let the Black Cat who is the liaison officer do the errands. After all, it is impossible for the postman who travels between Midgebolton and Milad villages to deliver letters to this deep mountain. Secondly, Wenlong secretly wanted to learn the Black Cat tribe's unique skill, the art of theft. As the saying goes, you can't overdo your skills if you have many skills. This technique of being able to steal the contents of the other party's bag with just a few scratches once gave Wenlong a headache. Therefore, Wenlong also believed that if he mastered this technique, if so, it can definitely be used to cause headaches to people you don't like. Chapter 235 Proud He-Fei. Are you interested in going to Major Bolton with me? Meow? Wenlong asked Reina. As a young black Elu cat, Reina agreed to Wenlong's invitation without even thinking about it. Of course. Meow. However, although Reina agreed to Wenlong's request, when he was about to return to Major Bolton, Wenlong encountered a troublesome thing. That is, Wenlong's glider could not withstand the impact of two L cats at the same time. Wait. Originally, during the day, Wenlong thought that the updrafts generated by the hot air in the thundering sand sea should be enough for the glider to support the weight of the two Elu cats. But now it was night. The temperature dropped sharply, and the result was thunder. There is no longer an updraft formed by hot air in the sand sea, and the glider will naturally be unable to fly long distances. In addition, although the glider has a foot-operated power device that can keep it flying in the air for a short period of time, Wenlong also knows that relying solely on this so-called power device cannot support him across the entire thundering sand sea to reach Menchpur. To be honest, after all, the journey is far away, and Wenlong's physical strength is limited and cannot sustain it for such a long time. What's more, it is even more impossible to take Reina along with him. It seems there is no other way. I can only stay here to rest tonight. Wenlong thought to himself. I'd better leave early tomorrow morning. Although I feel a little sorry for He-Fei, who is waiting for me to return in the thundering sand sea. Meow. In this way, Wenlong chose to stay in the Black Cat tribe's cave for one night, preparing to wait until the sun rose tomorrow morning before considering leaving. As the former leader of the Black Cat clan, Heishan specially gave his rest room to Wenlong, and Wenlong accepted Heishan's kindness without any courtesy. As the leader of the Black L Cats, the room is of course much more spacious than the rooms of ordinary L Cats. Although the comfort level is far less than the bedroom Wenlong built for himself, it is still clean and tidy, with new sheets. It is already after a tiring day. I fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, shortly after the sun had just risen, Wenlong took Reina and prepared to return to Bolton. Before leaving, Wenlong confessed some matters to Montenegro, telling Montenegro that during his departure during the time, he continued to be the manager of the Black Cat clan and helped Wenlong in his mission to search for Xinglong. After everything was explained, Wenlong took Reina and set off together. And fortunately, as the glider that He-Fei originally planned to use for humans to fly, the space would not feel crowded even if there is an extra Elu cat on it. As before, we took off from a high hillside and flew long distances using the lift provided by the rising airflow gradually formed in the thundering sand sea. This time, even with Reina, the glider still flew well. Stand up. By noon, Wenlong could already see the outline of Bolton in the distance from the air. Looking down, he could still see the hillside where he left before. And vaguely, Wenlong also saw what seemed to be human figures on the hillside. Huh? Is that black shadow that He-Fei really waited on this hillside for a whole day and night without going back? Meow? Wenlong lowered the height, and sure enough he saw that the black figure was He-Fei standing on the hillside. Not only did Wenlong see He-Fei, He-Fei also noticed Wenlong's approach and kept waving his hands. Say H, low to Wenlong. So Wenlong continued to lower his height until he finally landed safely on the hillside. And He-Fei came over to meet him. I'm really sorry. I've kept you waiting for so long. Meow. Wenlong said apologetically. From the ashes of a simple tent and campfire still left on the hillside, Wenlong could tell that He-Fei had really spent the night on the hillside. Hey, where did you fly to? He-Fei asked eagerly as soon as he saw Wenlong, seemingly ignoring Wenlong's apology. Ah, I flew eastward from here and arrived at the Simlan Mountains. I originally planned to rush back at night, but I didn't expect that there was not enough updraft over the thundering sand sea at night. So I had to wait until the sun rose today before rushing back. Meow. Wenlong explained. I actually flew to the West Melon Mountains. It's amazing. He-Fei, am indeed a genius. This is a glider that only my genius, He-Fei, can make. I will definitely show it to Lily and that Elon next time. Look how dare they laugh at me. Ha ha ha. Seeing He-Fei's extremely excited look, Wenlong felt a little relieved. Well, it seems that the other party is not angry at all. Meow. Wenlong thought to himself. It's amazing that you can actually cross the thundering sand sea. He-Fei continued to chatter. Oh, by the way, After you have experienced this glider for so long, is there anything that needs to be improved? And hey, this glider behind you, what is the position? After a while, He-Fei noticed Reina standing behind Wenlong. This is Reina. I brought it back from the Simlan Mountains. Meow. Wenlong introduced Reina and He-Fei. This is He-Fei, my hunter friend. Meow. Hello. My name is Reina. I am a gentleman. Meow. Reina politely stretched out his paw. And then He-Fei also stretched out his hand and held Reiner's paw together. My genius is called He-Fei. He is both an excellent hunter and a great genius inventor, etc. The color of your fur is black cat. When He-Fei realized that Reiner was a black Elu cat, he was so frightened that he took a few steps back. At the same time, he covered his pocket with one hand for fear that something would be stolen. From this, Wenlong could tell that He-Fei must have been attacked by the black cat tribe before when hunting. Don't worry. Our leader has already told us before we came here that we are not allowed to steal anything without his permission from now on. I will absolutely obey the leader's orders. Meow. Your leader? He-Fei blurted out involuntarily. That's me. Meow. Wenlong said. Don't worry. Reina won't steal your things without my permission. Meow. You actually became the leader of the Black Cat clan? He-Fei was so surprised that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear when she heard Wenlong admit that he was the leader of the Black Cat clan. Well, it's a long story. So Wenlong briefly told He-Fei how he became the leader of the Black Cat clan. But he didn't know much about how he obtained an ancient metal box containing Xiaolong's skin. Wenlong didn't mention a word about the matter. So that's it. I didn't expect that the Black Cat tribe, which has always loved pranks, would encounter such a crisis. Under Wenlong's guarantee, the originally tense look on He-Fei's face relaxed a lot. Chapter 236 returned to Major Bolt 10. Afterwards, Wenlong returned the glider to He-Fei and told He-Fei about his experience using the glider. And He-Fei also confidently agreed to go back and make some improvements, and agreed to ask Wenlong for help next time the test was conducted. So Wenlong bid farewell to He-Fei and took Reina back to Major Bolton. However, before entering Major Bolton, Wenlong first bought some dyeing agents from the city alone and dyed Reina's fur into it as a completely different golden color than before. After all, the Black Cat tribe is well known for being good at stealing. So Wenlong considered that if Reina entered the city, he would probably be discriminated against because of his identity as a Black Cat tribe. So he used dyeing first. Agent. Master Chief, Reina said. What's the matter? Meow? Are we, the Black Cat tribe, really annoying? Meow? Recalling He-Fei's nervous and defensive expression when she saw him before. And before entering the city, Wenlong asked him to dye his coat golden. Lei Na also realized what the Black Cat tribe looked like in the eyes of humans. Ah, a little bit. Wenlong also admitted. It's just a little bit. It's so disgusting. Although he said it more euphemistically. This is what Wenlong thought in his heart. But our Black Cat tribe just likes to play pranks. And we don't mean anything malicious. Meow. Reiner explained. Whether it's malicious or not, it's definitely caused trouble to others. Of course, others will be careful when dealing with you. In short, if you want others to accept you, you can't just follow your own temper in everything. Meow. I understand. Sir, I will definitely be a true gentleman. Meow. Reina replied confidently. In fact, Wenlong also knew that although these black cats often stole things, it did not mean that they were greedy for money or lazy. It was just a custom passed down from ancient times to the present. This can be seen from the fact that they never use or sell the things they steal, but just bury them in the pit in front of the statue as a sacrifice. So Wenlong is not worried about the character of these black Elu cats. And when Wenlong has become the leader of the Black Cat clan, Wenlong is no longer afraid of being stolen by the Black Cat clan. After all, even the Black Cat clan no one dares to attack the leader of his own tribe. Of course, although Wenlong thought so, it did not mean that others also thought so. It was unrealistic to change most people's views on the Black Cat clan in a short time. So Wenlong had no choice but to let Reina dye the fur first. Wenlong finally succeeded in dyeing Reina gold, and then took Reina into Major Bolt 10. As expected, everything went very smoothly. Not only did the guards at the entrance of Major Bolt 10 not question Reina, but there were also many people around who couldn't help but stop and watch because of Reina's rare coat color. Master Chief, those people are looking at me. Has my identity been exposed? Meow? No. Those people just like the color of rich gold. Now you are very tall in their eyes. Meow. Wenlong replied confidently. In this way, Wenlong and Reina walked through several streets, and then finally arrived at Wenlong's villa on the outskirts of MHOL. Ah, Mr. Cat, you are finally back. Before entering the door, Wenlong received a warm hug from Catherine. Okay, let go. I'm so embarrassed to let others see it. Meow. Only after Wenlong's reminder did Catherine notice Reina's existence. Hey, who is this Elu Cat? This is Reina, my new little brother. Meow. Hello. My name is Catherine. Catherine said very politely. My name is Reina, and I came here with the leader. You are our leader's woman. Right. I often heard the leader mention it during the trip. She is indeed very good-looking. Barely worthy of our leader. Meow. Reina looked at Catherine and said seriously. Does Mr. Cat talk about me often? Catherine, still wearing the cat-eared maid outfit, laughed sheepishly. Okay, woman, don't be silly. How has the villa been cleaned these 2 days when I was away? Meow? Wenlong asked Catherine. Everything has been cleaned, and other things have been done according to Mr. Cat's requirements. Claude has also paid off the last bet. There are 3 boxes of gold coins and props. Now only the remaining flowers and plants in the garden still need to be pruned, and it will be finished soon, Catherine said. Well, great. What about the little girl? Meow? Little Haitang went out to visit her father again in the morning. She should be back now, Catherine replied again. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, Wenlong saw Haitang walking towards the villa. Mr. Cat, you are back. Seeing Wenlong, Haitang also greeted him cordially. Master Chief, it turns out you are also interested in someone with this kind of figure. Meow. Seeing Haitang also wearing a cat-eared maid outfit, Reina said softly next to Wenlong. Pa! Wenlong hit Reina hard, and then Reina finally shut up. This guy is indeed a gentleman. Wenlong thought to himself. After that, Wenlong and his party entered the villa. Sure enough, Wenlong found that the interior of the villa had undergone considerable changes in the past 2 days. Not only had all the furniture been polished to look brand new, but the floor had also been waxed, making it smooth and clean. The personal belongings I had brought before had also been moved from the hotel to the room and placed neatly. As for the large collection of the props and materials have already been placed in the cellar and well preserved. Especially the 3 boxes of gold coins and props that Claude delivered as bets were even more dazzling when placed in the cellar. Wenlong still felt very satisfied with this. Okay, you have done well while I am away. But the leisurely days are coming to an end soon. In order to cope with the arrival of Xinglong, we must seize the time to prepare. Meow! Seeing that everything in the villa was in order, Wenlong felt relieved and told Catherine and Haitang the next plan. Mr. Cat, why don't we continue looking for Star Dragon? Catherine asked. Of course we have to look for the Star Dragon, but it is also very important to improve our strength. Otherwise, even if we find the Star Dragon, we can't defeat it, and that would be meaningless. What's more, I have asked the Black Cat clan to help us conduct a search. It's easy to do things when they have many people. So for the time being, we can put aside the task of searching for Star Dragons and focus on improving our own strength. Meow! Oh! Catherine was obviously very happy when she heard that hunting was possible again. Then what are we going to do next? Of course we will continue to improve our hunting level and hone our hunting skills. The next step is to become a 3-star mid-level hunter. Meow! Wenlong announced loudly. Chapter 237 New Mission. If you want to advance to a 3-star intermediate hunter, you have to accept a new promotion mission in the MHOL Hunter Guild. So early the next morning, the duo of Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang appeared in the hall of the MHOL Hunter Guild as expected. The reason why I didn't take Reina with me was because I had to leave someone to look after the house and communicate with the Black Cat clan. Although it's a bit strange to let the Black Cat tribe, who are good at petty theft, come to visit our home. It doesn't matter anyway. We already know where their lair is. If you really dare to steal things and go back to sacrifice again, I'll take care of him next time. Meow. Wenlong thought this in his heart. Walking into the Hunter Guild Hall of Major Bolton today, Wenlong clearly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was completely different from the last time he came here. Many hunters cast admiring glances at them, and some even took the initiative to come over and say hello to Wenlong and his party. Is this Miss Catherine? I am the leader of the Thunder Hunting Group. We have seen your outstanding performance in the arena last time. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Thunder Hunting Group. A dressed-up man said. A decent, middle-aged man wearing white armor came over with several of his team members and talked to Catherine. Don't agree. Meow. Wenlong, who was lying on Catherine's shoulder, whispered in Catherine's ear. Wenlong's reason is simple. Guys who wait for others to become famous and immediately come to win over people are generally not good people. Most of them just want to use Catherine's fame to promote their own hunting group. Thank you for your kindness. But I'm very sorry. We have no plans to join the hunting group for the time being. Catherine immediately declined politely. Ah, there is no need to apologize. If you change your mind anytime, just come back to me. The middle-aged man in white armor also said very politely. After that, several hunters came over to talk to Catherine. But the content of the conversation was mostly the same, and almost all of them wanted to invite Catherine to join their hunting group. However, they were all rejected by Catherine one by one. Mr. Cat, we seem to be very famous, Catherine whispered to Wenlong after rejecting the invitations from these hunting groups. That's of course. As long as you have strength, there will naturally be people willing to win over you. There will be more of this kind of thing in the future. You have to get used to it slowly. Meow. Oh, Catherine nodded, because people kept coming up to chat along the way. It took more than 10 minutes to walk from the main gate of the Midgebolton Hunter Guild to the counter, where the mission was received. After finally rejecting these people, Wenlong and his party finally arrived at the counter. Oh my! My capable newcomers are indeed very popular. I haven't seen such treatment for a newcomer for a long time. It's almost as good as the treatment when 5-star hunters appeared. Before Wenlong could speak, he stood preeny at the counter said enthusiastically to Catherine. No, Catherine said sheepishly. Excessive modesty is hypocritical. I heard that you used 2 big swords to kill 2 strange blue birds in the arena. I didn't expect that in our Major Boltan. Except besides Chairman Roden. Is there anyone else who can use 2 great swords at the same time? Speaking of which, Preeny even reached out and pinched Catherine's arm. Ah! Preeny's sudden movement really startled Catherine. Hey, the thickness of your arms is about the same as mine. It's just that the muscles are tighter. How can you have so much strength? Sister Preeny, it will really trouble me if you do this, Catherine said. Ah, sorry. I was a little curious, so I couldn't help it. What are you here for? At this time, Preeny remembered to ask Wenlong and his party the purpose of this time. We are ready to accept the promotion task, Catherine said. It's a promotion mission. That's right. After all, with your talent and strength, you definitely won't want to stay at the low-level 3-star level. It just so happens that we have an urgent promotion mission here, and we need a hunter to handle it immediately. If I can leave it to you, then I will feel relieved. Preeny thought for a while, and then said, Can you show us this promotion mission? Catherine asked again. No problem. Preeny quickly brought a scroll. This is the soldier who was patrolling in the wild and disappeared. According to the description of the eyewitnesses, it is said that he was kidnapped by the Strange Face tribe. The Strange Face clan? Catherine was stunned for a moment, because she was not familiar with this term. Don't you know about the Strange Face clan? Seeing Catherine's stunned look, Preeny asked in surprise. That group of Strange Face clan has been making a lot of noise recently. Oh, by the way, this time you guys what you have to face is the Chimian tribe in the Noisy Mountains. Be careful. Ah, okay, Sister Preeny. Catherine nodded. But when it comes to this Strange Face tribe, although Catherine doesn't know much about it, Wenlong is very familiar with it. Like the Elkits, the Strange Face tribe is also a race of orcs with certain intelligence. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, the Chimian clan's combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary Elcats. And not only that, the Chimian tribe is also the most radical in their attitude towards humans. They often launch wars against humans and often cause a lot of trouble to humans. However, in the history of hunter hunting, there have been very few strange-faced tribesmen who became hunter companions and fought with them. It's just that compared to Elcat, the probability of this happening among the Strange-Face clan is much lower. It would be fine if it was just the Strange-Face clan. Although the leaders of the Strange-Face clan are more troublesome, most of them are not very effective in combat and are relatively easy to deal with. I am afraid that they will encounter other monsters to cause trouble. In that case, we have to face them at the same time. It would be troublesome for so many enemies. After learning that the goal this time was to rescue the kidnapped human soldiers from the Chimian clan, Wenlong suddenly felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. Because Wenlong knew that the Chimian tribe relied not only on their own combat power when fighting against foreigners, but also on raising some monsters to do things for themselves. If they accidentally encountered the Chimian tribe, who had raised powerful monsters, even if it will be very difficult for hunters to deal with them. Then without further ado, let's set off. Otherwise, if we delay a little longer, the kidnapped person will be more likely to be in danger. Meow. So Wenlong said to Catherine. Yes. Catherine agreed immediately. Chapter 238 Secret Sneak Attack. According to the record on the mission authorization letter, the missing man lost contact near the Hustle and Bustle Mountains. Therefore, after coming out of Midgebolton, Wenlong and his party started to head towards the Hustle and Bustle Mountains in the southwest. Fortunately, the Hustle Mountains were not too far away from Major Bolton. So Wenlong and his party quickly reached the hunter camp halfway up the mountain before noon. After taking a short rest here, we were ready to move on. Mr. Cat, this mountain is so high. I have been climbing for so long, and I haven't seen a single head yet. Looking up, Catherine saw towering peaks. The height of these peaks was even far higher than the Xiaofeng Valley. Any of the tops of the mountain surpassed Catherine's impression of the height of the mountain since she was a child. This made Catherine, who came to this noisy mountains for the first time, couldn't help but sigh. Of course it's very high. It's just because it's so high that the climate in these noisy mountains is completely different from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Meow. Wenlong was explaining to Catherine while getting some supplies from the supply box in the hunter camp. Give out your own share of supplies. Recovery medicine. Carrying barbecue and hot drinks. Well, the service is considered attentive. Looking at the potions provided in the supply box, Wenlong also lamented that the support provided by the Hunter Guild in this regard can be said to be quite considerate. Otherwise, for some hunters who do not bring hot drinks, once they enter low-temperature areas at high altitudes, they are likely to fail the mission because they do not have hot drinks to maintain body temperature. Sneeze! Suddenly Catherine sneezed. Mr. Cat, I have felt that it was still a little hot at the foot of the mountain, but now it is a little cold. But Mr. Cat, why can't we climb the higher the temperature? The lower the temperature? We are obviously closer to the sun. The reason the temperature is low is because the air becomes thinner, so heat is easily lost. Forget it. You don't understand even if I tell you. Meow. Seeing Catherine's confused look, Wenlong simply gave up on explaining to Catherine. It was obviously a hot, humid and rainy climate at the foot of the mountain. But halfway up the mountain the temperature had become cold and frost could be seen everywhere, like the late autumn season. If you look towards the top of the mountain from here, you can even see the vast expanse of white on the top of the mountain. This is undoubtedly due to the large amount of snow caused by the low temperature. It can be seen that the temperature on the top of the mountain is much colder than halfway up the mountain. Therefore, it can be said that from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, the Hustle Mountains have completed the transition from a hot and humid subtropical climate to a cold, frigid climate. Such a climate change is so large that Wenlong and his party have never encountered it before. After all, no matter how cold the previous nights in the thunderous Sand Sea were, it did not reach the point of freezing and snowfall. Moreover, on the previous nights in the thunderous Sand Sea, Catherine was always accompanied by a bonfire in the Oasis Canyon, where the temperature was relatively stable. It was so cold, it is greatly reduced. The result was that soon, the inadaptation to the environment began to have an impact on Wenlong and his party. Sneeze! Catherine sneezed again at this time. It's so cold. Seeing Catherine sneezing, Wenlong realized that the situation was not good and immediately scolded. You have a cold. Why don't you drink the hot drink quickly? Meow. Okay. Under Wenlong's urging, Catherine quickly drank the hot drink, and the situation improved slightly. But Wenlong could still see that the cold had begun to affect Catherine's condition. It's a bad start to catch a cold at this time. We should have taken into account the drastic changes in temperature, which may lead to colds. But we ignored it just because it was an emergency that has never happened before in the game. It seems that we are still prepared. There must be some shortcomings. Meow. Seeing Catherine's appearance, Wenlong felt a little guilty. But after thinking about it, this mission is to rescue people as soon as possible. And the Hustle Mountains are not far from Major Bolton. As long as they complete the mission and retreat back quickly, there should be no problem. So Wenlong, who was a little worried, asked Haitang next to him. Little girl, are you okay here? Meow? Haitang is fine. Haitang has been to very cold places before. Haitang nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with her body. Sure enough, we need to cultivate more adaptability to the environment. Haitang is obviously younger than Catherine, but she is much better than Catherine, who has never been exposed to ice and snow. Meow. Wenlong thought in his heart again. However, for the sake of caution, Wenlong still asked Haitang to drink the hot drink before heading to higher places together. Along the way, Wenlong and his party were surrounded by the red mountain walls and rocks unique to the noisy mountains. However, as the altitude continued to increase, the white embellishments on these red rocks also increased. First the white was frost, then snowflakes, and then thicker and thicker snow. After walking like this for a while, Wenlong and his party finally stopped. Well, the place where the man was captured by the Strange Face clan should be right here. Naya, Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang beside him, while comparing the detailed map of the bustling mountains provided by the Hunter Guild with the surrounding terrain. Is this here? Catherine looked around, feeling a little incredible. Well, it should be right from the map. Unfortunately, it snowed just now and covered up many traces on the ground. In this case, it will be a bit troublesome to find the whereabouts of the target through the traces. Meow. Wenlong touched it, he said while touching his beard. Yeah, Catherine also said. I haven't seen that strange face tribe at all, and I don't even know where to look for it. Be careful. Suddenly, before Catherine could finish her words, Haitang was thrown to the ground by Wenlong amid Wenlong's warning. Mr. Cat, you have never jumped into my arms. Catherine was a little confused. There is an enemy behind you on the left. Defend quickly. Meow. Wenlong warned loudly. Oh? Although Catherine never discovered where the enemy was. Catherine, who trusted Wenlong extremely, immediately followed Wenlong's prompts and assumed a defensive posture with her big sword. Ding! 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 Immediately, there was the sound of something sharp hitting the broad blade of the big sword. It was obviously some kind of sharp long-range weapon fired from a hidden place. Someone actually attacked. Finally, even Catherine, who was the slowest to react, finally realized that someone was conducting a sneak attack in the dark. Chapter 239 Blow Dart. Electric Dragon. Mr. Cat, what is this? Catherine was also confused about this sudden attack. After all, for this kind of long-range attack method, Catherine has only seen bows and arrows and ballistae so far. However, neither bows, arrows nor ballistae can carry out sneak attacks so silently. Of course, it goes without saying about the ballista. The sound produced when the ammunition explodes can easily expose its target, which is difficult to avoid even if a silencer is installed. Even with a bow and arrow, the vibration sound produced by the bowstring when shooting cannot be called silent. This is the blow dart of the Chimian clan. Meow! Wenlong explained. Blow dart. Well, you just need to know that the sound of this thing, when it is fired, is very small. And the launching device is also very compact. So it is easy for the launcher to hide. Meow. Wenlong didn't have time to explain this to Catherine too much, because soon, a new blowgun was shot. And this time it came from a different direction. And it was difficult for Catherine to react for a while. Dang! 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 There were several more crisp sounds. Only this time it didn't hit Catherine's big sword, but was blocked in midair by Wenlong's double swords. Fortunately, although this blow dart is small in size, it is not very fast. I can still intercept it. Meow. After blocking all the blow darts that were suddenly shot, Wenlong thought with some luck. Speaking of this blowgun, it is actually a hollow tube with a short arrow inside. The shooter blows hard against one end of the blowpipe and uses air pressure to launch the arrow inside. Because the device is very small and makes almost no sound when fired, it is easy to use for sneak attacks. However, because it only relies on the user's breath to power the arrows, the speed of the arrows is not very fast. For a hunter like Wenlong with sharp eyesight and quick hands, he can still intercept it. However, although Wenlong blocked all the blow arrows that were shot, the tension in his heart did not relax at all. Because judging from the direction where the blow arrows were just shot, the number of Chimian clan is likely to be greater than before when more was expected. The attack actually came from more than one direction. It seems that these guys had an ambush. Realizing this, Wenlong's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze at Haitang beside him. Because Wenlong already knew that the enemies were far away at this time, and were surrounding him. So the most suitable person to break the encirclement at this time was Haitang, who also used long-range attacks. However, just now, Wenlong threw Haitang to the ground in desperation, because he was trying to help Haitang avoid the blow dart. So Wenlong was still a little worried about whether Haitang would be able to fight back immediately. However, Wenlong soon discovered that his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Haitang showed her rich experience. Even though she had to fall to the ground, Hai Tang immediately rolled to her feet and hid behind Catherine, using Catherine's big sword to cover herself. And not only that, when Hai Tang made this series of actions, Hai Tang also took out the hunting bow on his back and knocked the arrow as fast as possible. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot out in succession. And soon a pitiful cry was heard in the withered grass. Woman! Let's take a side and cover for the little girl. Meow! Wenlong said immediately. Clear! So Wenlong and Catherine were responsible for the defense on one side, allowing Hai Tang to have time to counterattack with peace of mind. Dang! 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 In this way, almost all the flying arrows were blocked by Wenlong and Catherine. Hai Tang, who was jointly covered by Wenlong and Catherine, shot several arrows at a faster speed. Whoosh! 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 The arrows are all in vain. In the grass, several more strange-faced tribesmen fell down. As a result, the blowing darts that were constantly attacking quickly stopped completely. What? Have you given up? You know your position has been exposed, so you don't dare to attack again? Meow? This time, Wenlong raised his ears and listened carefully to the movements around him. But it seemed as if nothing had happened before. It became strangely quiet again. However, this silence did not last long, because soon, among the noisy mountains, a strange sound of music began to reverberate. Benkakaka! All lai lai! Benkakaka! All lai lai! Weird music sounded, although it was different from what he had heard before, judging from the style similar to the primitive music of African tribes on Earth. Wenlong quickly concluded that this was the unique music of the Chimian tribe. Oh meow! What kind of monster are you summoning again this time? The Strange Face clan is already a headache, but if you have to deal with monsters, it will be troublesome. Meow! Wenlong knew that the Chimian tribe had worshipped certain monsters as gods since ancient times, and at critical moments, they could also use music to control these monsters to help their tribe fight. However, different groups of strange-faced tribes worship different types of monsters, and the corresponding music melodies are naturally different. Like when we were in the arena before, the music played before the blue monster appeared was obviously music to control the blue monster and make it excited, although it was played by humans imitating the rhythm of the strange-faced tribe. Wenlong, it's definitely the music of the strange-faced clan. Although the music Wenlong heard now was different from what he heard in the arena before. Judging from the same style, Wenlong was still certain that this must also be the music played when summoning some kind of monster to attack. The answer will be revealed soon. A white and huge monster appeared on the cliff nearby. It seemed that in response to the music played by the strange-faced tribe, the monster also began to roar so loudly that Wenlong and his party even had to cover their heads. Cover your ears to resist the shrill scream. This monster is. As soon as this white monster appeared, Catherine took a breath. It should be an electric dragon. Although this is the first time Hai Tang has seen it. My father once said it. Hai Tang replied to Catherine's question. Oh meow. I actually encountered an electric dragon here. It looks like there's going to be a hard fight. Meow. Wenlong said. The electric dragon, as its name suggests, is a monster that can emit high voltage current. It is also the first monster of the flying dragon species that Wenlong has encountered in this world so far. Compared with ordinary bird dragon species, it is naturally much stronger. But unlike most flying dragon species, this strange creature like the electric dragon does not have scales. Instead, it has a strong, thick white skin covered with mucus covering its entire body. This makes the electric dragon look not like a dragon at all, but more like a huge insect with wings and legs. Chapter 240, The King of the Strange-Faced Tribe. Ugh! It's so disgusting. I used to feel disgusted when I saw that the ghost hunter spider had many eyes. But this electric dragon doesn't even have eyes. Why does it feel even more disgusting than the ghost hunter spider? When she saw the electric dragon, Catherine couldn't help but say, Indeed. I have always thought so. Wenlong also rarely expressed his agreement with this. But this guy has lived in a dark cave for a long time. So the electric dragon's eyes have almost completely degenerated. Ah! The electric dragon is coming down. Hai Tang reminded. Just as Wenlong and others were talking, the huge white electric dragon actually crawled on the steep mountain wall in an incredible way. Its agile movements and bulky appearance formed a huge impact. Contrast. At the same moment, in the surrounding grass, some masked Chimian warriors also jumped out, holding short knives in their hands and making threatening sounds. In terms of body shape, these strange-faced tribesmen are about the same size as ordinary Elu cats. But just like their names, Each strange-faced tribe wears a strange mask on their face. Moreover, the different styles of these masks also indicate the different positions of these strange-faced people in the tribe. Generally speaking, the bigger and weirder the mask is, the higher its status in the strange-faced tribe is. So Wenlong took a quick glance and quickly focused on a strange-faced clan member who wore a mask that covered half of his body, and also wore a crown with flames coming out of his head. That one should be the king of the strange-faced clan. Meow. Wenlong confirmed in his heart. So this is what the strange-faced clan looks like. Seeing these strange-faced clan jumping out, Catherine showed great interest. Then Catherine pointed to the king of the strange-faced clan wearing a crown and said, Mr. Cat, the crown on the head of the strange-faced clan looks familiar. Well, it's normal that it looks familiar to you, because that's the barbecue grill we commonly use when we eat barbecue. Eh? Barbecue grill? It seems true. And the stove below is still lit. I suddenly felt that the strange-faced tribe is actually quite cute. I don't understand what you think is cute at all. Cat! Wenlong could only helplessly spread his hands. In Wenlong's opinion, this behavior of putting a lit barbecue grill on his head is simply stupid and has nothing to do with cuteness. Haitang also thinks this is cool. At this time, Haitang on the side suddenly said, Hey, can you two be normal? How cute and cool is this guy? And don't be fooled by his appearance. They are very strong. Meow. Only after Wenlong's reminder did Catherine and Haitang realize the seriousness of the problem. In any case, these strange-faced tribes have already formed a siege on Wenlong and others. In addition, the white electric dragon who has just climbed down from the steep cliff and joined the strange-faced tribe's camp is definitely an opponent that must be treated seriously. Shi. The king of the Chimian clan made a sound that Wenlong couldn't understand at all, and seemed to be giving orders to the other Chimian clan around him. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Soon the surrounding music sound changed, becoming more like the sound of war drums. It seemed that what could only be considered a sneak attack before was now the outbreak of war. Then, Electric Dragon, who had just joined the Chimian tribe camp, seemed to be stimulated by something, and began to rush towards Wenlong and others crazily, following the Electric Dragon's footsteps. The surrounding Chimian tribe also saw the opportunity and rushed over together. Be careful! Wenlong shouted, facing the Electric Dragon that pounced first. Catherine and Haitang were immediately ready. According to the usual battle plan, when such a huge monster attacks, Haitang will first snipe with arrows, and then when the monster approaches, Catherine will be responsible for intercepting, while Wenlong will go around to the side to launch the attack. However, this time there was more than one enemy, and they were all surrounded and swarmed in. This undoubtedly put great pressure on Wenlong and his party. However, Wenlong remained calm and immediately issued orders to Haitang. Little girl, use the diffusion arrow. You don't need to fully charge the third level of power. Just aim at the masks on the faces of the strange-faced tribe and attack. Meow! Understood. At the same time as Wenlong ordered, Haitang had already set his arrow. Diffusion arrow. Charge up for a while. Haitang, who was the first to attack, obeyed Wenlong's order and put several arrows on the bowstring at the same time, then charged up the arrows for a while before shooting them out. This was because time was tight, and Haitang could not make 3 stages of charging. So after 1 stage of charging, Wenlong asked Haitang to hurriedly shoot out the arrow in his hand. But even so, the arrows still exerted considerable power. These arrows spread out in a fan shape and instantly shot down several strange-faced tribesmen rushing in front. After these strange-faced tribesmen fell to the ground, the masks they were wearing also fell to the ground. She. The strange-faced tribesmen who were hit by arrows made painful sounds. However, judging from their physical condition, these arrows did not cause fatal damage to the strange-faced tribesmen due to insufficient charge. Even if they want, they can immediately pick up weapons and launch a new offensive against Wenlong and his party. Oops! The damage isn't enough, Haitang thought. However, just when Haitang realized this, he drew his bow again and was about to give the Chimian clan another blow that was only slightly injured. Wenlong continued to say to Haitang, No need. Hurry up and deal with the others. Strange-faced tribe, don't worry about those whose masks have fallen off. Time is running out now, so don't charge too much. Meow. Ah. Haitang knows. Although Haitang felt that Wenlong's order seemed a bit confusing, she still followed Wenlong's instructions and immediately turned her target to other Chimian tribesmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more arrows were shot out after only a go. Period of charging. Soon these arrows hit the target again, and more masks of the Strange Face clan fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. More Strange Face tribesmen, who were not fatally injured, also fell down. At this time, Hai Tang finally understood the reason why Wen Long gave such instructions. Because the Strange Face clansmen who saw those masks falling off instantly lost their will to fight. They no longer chased the electric dragon and continued to attack, but instead lowered their heads and dug holes vigorously. Then got into the soil, buried themselves and retreated. After the battle, only the masks of the Strange Face tribe remained on the ground. Chapter 241 Unpreventable Electric Shock. Mr. Cat, what is this? Catherine asked quickly after seeing this scene. It is said that the reason why the Strange Face tribe is so violent and aggressive is related to the masks on their faces. Without these masks, the Strange Face tribe would lose their aggressiveness and naturally would not be willing to participate in the battle. They would just turn around and run away. Meow, Wen Long explained. I understand. Just attack the masks of these Strange Face tribes and that'll be fine. Right. Yes, that's it. Meow, Wen Long confirmed to Catherine. That's great. Catherine actually showed a happy expression. I thought it would be a pity if such a cute little thing was hurt. It would be great if we could drive them away without taking their lives. After speaking, Catherine turned the big sword in her hand sideways, then stepped forward and swept across with the broadsword blade. Call! The broad blade of the great sword struck these Strange-Faced tribesmen from the side like a fly swatter, and then knocked away all the Strange-Faced tribesmen who approached Catherine. Moreover, these Strange-Faced tribesmen were not fatally injured when they were shot away, and the masks they were wearing also fell off. The activity of Catherine and Hai Tang temporarily broke the siege of the Strange Face clan. But the crisis has not been resolved. The real threat still comes from the menacing white electric dragon. At this time, the distance between the electric dragon and Wen Long and the others was only a dozen meters. The electric dragon shrank, and then suddenly jumped, and its heavy and fat body suddenly jumped up. This is a flying stance. Although the electric dragon does not have a beak like the big strange bird that can peck people, it does have a weight that the big strange bird cannot match. Therefore, even without a beak, it can still hurt people with its own weight and strength even if it does not have a beak. The oppression can still easily cause huge harm to people. Prepare. Just when Wen Long saw that the surrounding Strange Face clan had been opened up, and was about to let Catherine and Hai Tang retreat first, he did not expect that Catherine had already taken the lead and rushed towards the electric dragon. Mr. Cat, leave it to me, Catherine said. Bang! Catherine's big sword blocked the electric dragon's flying attack. Mr. Cat, I blocked it. Idiot! Do you want to die? Go away! Meow! Wen Long not only did not appreciate Catherine's heroic performance, but instead yelled loudly. Catherine didn't notice that the white electric dragon had begun to glow with blue light. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. With the electric dragon's body as the center, several electric arcs shining with blue light spread out in an instant. Before Catherine could react, she felt her body twitch, and then her whole body's muscles seemed to have lost control, and she fell down powerlessly. The electric dragon also launched another attack, but this time the electric dragon did not use electric shock, but stretched its neck to a very long position. On its so-called head, which originally had no eyes, and could not see its nose clearly, a picture appeared on its head. The blood-red mouth suddenly opened and bit towards Catherine. This idiot. Catherine was seen falling down due to being electrocuted by the electric dragon, and the electric dragon was about to continue the pursuit. Wen Long had no choice but to give up his previous plan of retreating first and then counterattack, and instead rush forward, preparing to block the electric dragon's attack. But at this time, more Chimian clan also gathered around. Little girl, cover me! Meow! Wen Long shouted. Clear! Hai Tang's arrows arrived as promised, and several more masks of the Strange Face clan fell to the ground. Wen Long continued to gallop forward. There were also some Strange Face tribesmen who stood in front of Wen Long, preparing to stop Wen Long from rescuing Catherine. But in the end, the mask was easily cut off by Wen Long's quick swing of his two swords. This allowed Wen Long to finally rush to Catherine's side at the last moment. Fortunately, the discharge time of this electric dragon is not long. After the blue light on its body disappears, the electric dragon has returned to its previous state. At this time, Wen Long didn't have to worry about being attacked by electricity, even if he was close to the electric dragon. Go away! Go away! Go away! Wen Long jumped up and danced wildly with his two swords. instantly scratching dozens of scars on Dianlong's body. For a moment, there were more than a dozen red blood stains on the white skin of the electric dragon. Because of the pain, it blocked the electric dragon that was about to attack Catherine. But because of this, the electric dragon finally became angry. It stretched its neck toward the sky, opened its large mouth filled with densely packed fangs, and began to scream. Ouch! An extremely harsh sound rang out. This was the harshest and sharpest sound Wenlong had ever encountered in this world so far. In an instant, both the Qingyun clan and Haitang had to cover their ears because of the harsh sound. However, Wenlong did not waver, but gritted his teeth and grabbed Catherine's arm again, and then dragged Catherine back, temporarily keeping Catherine away from the electric dragon's attack range. Woman! You can't even figure out what moves the electric dragon has. Right. Then just stay here and see how I deal with the electric dragon. Meow! Wenlong said to Catherine. At this time, Catherine, who had fallen to the ground before, also opened her eyes and glanced at Wenlong. Mr. Cat, I can do this! Catherine struggled to stand up, but found that her whole body was still a little weak. Wenlong looked back at Catherine again, but did not answer Catherine. This was not because Wenlong did not want to answer Catherine, but because of the scream just now. Wenlong's ears were stimulated, and he could no longer hear the sound temporarily. Turning around, Wenlong immediately rushed towards Dianlong again. In fact, Wenlong knew that the electric dragon itself was not very strong. In terms of strength level alone, it was actually on the same level as the green strange bird. However, the main reason why Catherine was defeated by the electric dragon was that Catherine was not familiar with the electric dragon's moves at all. Although it was Catherine's first encounter with the strange blue bird in the arena. Because Catherine had hunted a large strange bird that also belonged to the bird dragon species, and whose moves were very similar to the strange blue bird, Catherine would not be too difficult to deal with it. Strangeness. But the electric dragon is different. The electric dragon originally belongs to the flying dragon species that Catherine encountered for the first time. And the moves of the electric dragon are extremely special even among the flying dragon species. If you don't have certain experience, it can easily be done temporarily. Carelessness is attacked. This is why Wenlong initially wanted to retreat some distance before counterattacking. In fact, it was to give hunters like Catherine and Haitang who were not familiar with electric dragons time to become familiar with them. Chapter 242 Circular Electric Field. At this time, the screeching electric dragon had also rearranged its formation to face Wenlong. Although the electric dragon's eyesight is extremely weak, this does not mean that the electric dragon cannot accurately grasp the enemy's position. On the contrary, the electric dragon's ability to perceive the enemy's position exceeds that of most monsters. And because it does not rely on vision, it's because of the sense of smell and the sensory organs all over the body. So the electric dragon's perception has almost no blind spots. Soon, Wenlong's approach was sensed by the electric dragon. And the electric dragon showed great anger towards the Elu cat, who had just left and then suddenly returned. I saw the electric dragon raising its head high again, and then suddenly threw its telescopic neck to the ground. When the electric dragon's head made contact with the ground, another blue light flashed in an instant, taking the electric dragon's head as the origin. 5 flashing ball lightnings formed a fan shape and rolled towards Wenlong close to the ground. This move may seem menacing, but in fact, as long as you stay calm and observe carefully, there are still many flaws, Wenlong thought in his mind. When these 5 ball lightnings appeared, Wenlong relied on his own experience to immediately distinguish the movement trajectories of these 5 ball lightnings. All ball lightnings moved in straight trajectories, although they were arranged to cover a large area of fan shape. But as the attack distance increases, the gaps between ball lightning gradually increase. So at this time, Wenlong deliberately slowed down his speed slightly, and then waited for the gap between the 2 ball lightnings to be large enough before suddenly speeding up and getting through. Wenlong almost shuttled between 2 ball lightnings. This avoidance method seemed simple, but in fact it required a strong psychological quality. After all, the speed of ball lightning was very fast, and Wenlong had to do it between the lightning and flint. Make the right judgment. Otherwise, once you are hit by ball lightning, the strong current will cause muscle paralysis, and the next electric dragon will immediately swoop over, and the consequences will be even more serious. Dianlong didn't seem to expect that Wenlong could avoid the ball lightning attack so easily. The distance between Wenlong and Dianlong was getting closer and closer, which made Dianlong feel a huge threat. Ouch, ouch, ouch! The electric dragon roared loudly again, and this time, Wenlong quickly covered his ears. Although Wenlong didn't have time to cover his ears in order to save Catherine the previous time. The eardrums had been damaged, and he could no longer hear sounds. But this does not mean that the roar of the electric dragon will not affect Wenlong. As a member of the powerful flying dragon species, the electric dragon is not only stronger than the ordinary bird dragon species in terms of size, strength and vitality, but the intensity of the sound it makes when roaring is also far stronger than the ordinary bird dragon species kind. This roar even has a special name, called dragon roar. This kind of dragon roar is different from the roar of ordinary bird and dragon monsters. A truly deafening sound has the ability to penetrate the eardrum and directly damage the human brain. Therefore, even though Wenlong's eardrum was damaged and he lost his hearing, Wenlong still had to cover his ears to avoid. But despite this, because Wenlong was too close to the electric dragon, the power of the dragon roar was doubled. So even though Wenlong covered his ears at the first time, the dragon roar, the damage caused cannot be underestimated. It hurts! It hurts! The pain that penetrated directly into the deepest part of his brain made Wenlong feel extremely painful. But he could only rely on his will to resist. But even so, Wenlong's movements were still greatly affected. He was forced to cover his ears with both hands and stop talking, and his body movement slowed down. The electric dragon also seized this gap and suddenly shrank its body back to avoid Wenlong's attack. At the same time, the end of the electric dragon's tail suddenly opened like a suction cup, and then clasped tightly to the ground. The electric current shining with azure light was injected into the ground along the tail of the electric dragon. Oops! There's no way to avoid this distance. Meow! It can be seen from the movements of the electric dragon that the electric dragon is preparing to release its ultimate move. When the electric dragon's tail comes into contact with the ground like a suction cup, the electric dragon begins to inject a large amount of current into the ground, with the electric dragon's body as the center. A huge circular electric field is immediately formed on the ground, and all humans or other monsters standing in this electric field cannot escape the fate of being hit by electricity. What's even more frightening is that the electric field on the ground will continue to expand as the electric dragon increases its current intensity and the voltage difference with the ground. By then, even if Wenlong evacuates at full speed, it will be impossible to follow him. The speed at which the electric field is expanding, you will eventually fall into this strong electric field, unless Wenlong can fly or keep his body from touching the ground. However, there was nothing around for Wenlong to avoid. At this moment, Wenlong was even ready to be hit by the electric current. Mr. Cat! This way! At this time, behind Wenlong, Haitang shouted loudly. However, Wenlong could not hear Haitang's voice. Even though Haitang's voice was quite loud, Wenlong still had no reaction. Mr. Cat can't hear! At this moment, Catherine and Haitang finally discovered the problem. In desperation, Haitang could only draw out the arrow again, and then shot an arrow in front of Wenlong. Moreover, this arrow was not shot straight, but in a projectile manner, and the arrow landed right in front of Wenlong after crossing an arc. What is this little girl doing? There are no monsters here. Why did you shoot the arrow in front of me? Meow? At first, Wenlong was a little confused, but soon he understood Haitang's intention. That's it! Meow! Wenlong immediately jumped up, and then let his body fall right on the arrow inserted into the ground. The temperature near the top of the Hustle Mountains is very cold, but this also has a benefit. The ground here is very hard due to the cold. After an arrow is inserted into the ground, it will become extremely stable. Even if it is subjected to considerable force, it will not fall down easily, and Wenlong took a fancy to this. It may be difficult for humans to do it, but the body is much smaller and lighter than humans. Wenlong can jump directly onto the arrow, and then stand on one foot by stepping on the tail of the arrow in a very funny posture, so that it's guaranteed that Elu cats like Wenlong don't have to touch the ground. Sure enough, the moment Wenlong jumped onto the arrow, a blue electric light swept across the ground, completely engulfing the place where Wenlong was before. Chapter 243, Drive Away the Cheemin Clan. It's so dangerous! Meow! Fortunately, the blue electric field on the ground did not affect Wenlong standing on the arrow. Little girl, you did a beautiful job! Wenlong couldn't help but feel pleased with Haitang's performance just now. In addition, it's good that the arrow is made of the delicate bones of King of Sharon and the fangs of King of Sharon. The arrows and fletchings made of salon fins are not only hard enough, but also non-conductive. Meow! Just when Wenlong was glad that he had escaped the disaster, Wenlong discovered that the strange-faced tribe actually launched an attack on him while he was hiding on the arrows, and could hardly move. Although there was a strong electric field around the electric dragon, these Chimian clan could not get close to Wenlong. But several Chimian clan blowers, who had not been killed before, immediately jumped out of the grass and put their hands in their hands. The blow dart was aimed at Wenlong. Oh, meow! Blow darts for me again at this time. Where do you tell me to hide? Meow! Because the arrows were too thin, Wenlong could only stand on one foot. At this time, his center of gravity was unstable, and it would be extremely exaggerated to block those flying arrows. This time, however, it was Catherine who rushed over. No matter how cute you are, I will never allow you to hurt Mr. Cat. Catherine swiped over with her sword, and several strange-faced clansmen with blow darts were blown away half, like fallen leaves blown away by the autumn wind. From Catherine's movements, Wenlong could also tell that the injuries caused by the electric shock had not healed yet, and her muscles were still semi-paralyzed. But even so, Catherine still swung out her hand as quickly as possible. Great sword. However, those strange-faced tribesmen were not fools. After the first few were beaten by Catherine, the strange-faced tribesmen at the back began to disperse. And among the large number of strange-faced tribes, a row of strange-faced tribes actually appeared. Mask of the Strange Face. Wenlong knew that such strange-faced tribesmen should be used to form defensive formations in the tribe. Sure enough, just as Wenlong thought, it didn't take long for these strange-faced tribesmen wearing wide and thick masks to form two rows of horizontal formations. And the huge masks were like shields in front of them, giving people a feeling of impregnability. But Catherine didn't seem to care about this. When the strange-faced clansmen holding huge masks as shields were covering other strange-faced clans and approaching quietly, Catherine gathered some strength and swept over again. This time, those so-called warriors holding shields also suffered the same fate. That is, they were all knocked out together, and each one finally fell to the ground with a crash. And then their masks fell off. Okay, now it's my turn. Meow! After Catherine and Haitang performed one after another, Wenlong found that the strong electric field under him had disappeared, leaving only the electric dragon still fluttering, preparing to continue attacking Wenlong. So Wenlong also jumped down from the arrow. For Wenlong, although the power of the electric dragon's move is huge, it also requires a long charging time, such as the large-scale electric field created on the ground just now. It is indeed very effective in terms of momentum, but it also takes a lot of time to activate, and after it is activated, it will take more time next time. So Wenlong ran wildly on the ground without any scruples, without having to worry about being attacked by electric current. The electric dragon seemed to understand this too. At this time, the electric dragon simply no longer relied on his own electric energy, but pounced directly towards Wenlong. Humph! Have you drained all the power in your body? Are you stupid? Without power, you are nothing. Meow! Looking at the rapid swooping of the electric dragon's heavy body, it was a very slow movement for Wenlong. So Wenlong easily dodged to the side and avoided the attack of the electric dragon. After landing, the electric dragon still refused to give up, and suddenly stretched its neck and bit Wenlong again. I knew you would use this move. Look at the knife! Meow! This time Wenlong dodged again, and while dodging, the short knife in Wenlong's hand stabbed directly into the electric dragon's neck from bottom to top, and just stabbing it in wasn't enough. Wenlong used a lot of force and actually nailed the arrow to the throat of the white electric dragon. Puff! This time, a large amount of blood spurted out from the mouth of the electric dragon. Screaming! You're screaming! The dagger was nailed into the neck from the inside. I don't think it's possible to scream again. Meow! To stop the electric dragon from roaring again, Wenlong pulled out his two swords again, and saw a large amount of blood spurting out from the wound. The electric dragon wanted to scream, but it was only blocked by the sprayed blood. It eventually turned into a painful cough. At this time, Wenlong knew that victory was about to be secured. So Wenlong immediately jumped on the back of the electric dragon, and then launched one of the double sword skills, Ghost Man Dance. Under the attack like a storm, the thick white skin of the electric dragon immediately turned into chopped pieces and scattered in all directions. It can be seen that even though the electric dragon has thick skin, in the face of Wenlong's powerful offensive, the electric dragon can only be slaughtered by Wenlong. Ouch! The electric dragon finally spurted out the last mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground motionless. After the electric dragon fell, the Strange Face clan seemed to know that the situation was over. And even the king of the Strange Face clan, after fighting with Catherine and Haitang for several rounds, was no longer able to withstand the repeated attacks of Catherine and Haitang. Not long after, these strange-faced tribesmen fled like birds and beasts, leaving only masks on the ground and some discarded weapons. Okay, now that we've finished this hunt, we're going to see where the hostage they said was captured is. Well, let's go find it right now, Catherine and Haitang said together. He said so, but Wenlong couldn't hear what Catherine and Haitang said. You could see Catherine and Haitang talking to him, but in Wenlong's ears, he only heard waves of buzzing sounds, as annoying as flies. I can't hear. Really can't hear? Such a situation has never happened in the game. What should I do? Meow? Wenlong actually became a little panicked. Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! Catherine kept saying to Wenlong. Seeing that Wenlong didn't respond, she looked particularly anxious. Begonia on the side was calmer. She directly wrote a few lines of large characters in the snow with her fingers. Mr. Cat! We have found the person who was captured this time. He was a patrolling soldier who was caught by the strange-faced tribe in the wild and tied to an altar. It is said that he was sacrificed to the electric dragon. Chapter 244 Methods to Treat Deafness. At first, Wenlong thought that the loss of hearing would only be a short-term condition, just like a normal injury, and he would be able to recover immediately after drinking a bottle of recovery medicine G. However, this time Wenlong didn't see any change after drinking 2 bottles of recovery medicine G and resting for a while. It's over. You won't be deaf like this. Wenlong became a little worried. At this time, Catherine had brought back the captured soldier. As Haitang said before, this was a soldier of the kingdom who was tied to the altar not far away because he was caught by the strange-faced tribe. After driving away the strange-faced clan, Catherine rescued him. However, because she was a little weak from being tied up for too long, she was carried back by Catherine. Afterwards, Catherine and Haitang fed the soldier a bottle of recovery medicine G to treat the trauma suffered during the kidnapping. At the same time, they took out a few pieces of barbecue to replenish the soldier's strength. In this way, the soldier's condition finally improved. Thank you. I feel much better this way. My name is Neil, and I am really honored to be rescued by 2 beautiful ladies. Oh, it was all because of my carelessness that I was attacked from behind by the strange-faced clan with animal bones. He knocked me out immediately, and when I woke up, I was tied to the altar by the Chimian clan. Although Wenlong couldn't hear it, Wenlong could still tell that the soldier was thanking Catherine and Haitang. Hey, why don't you thank me? I am the benefactor who saved you. Meow! Wenlong protested. Huh? The 2 young ladies turned out to be carrying an Elu cat. It doesn't look very cute, and there is a scar on its face. After Wenlong's protest, Neil noticed Wenlong. So said. However, Wenlong couldn't hear clearly what Neil said, so he had to ask Haitang beside him. He said Mr. Cat was wise and mighty, and the one he was most grateful to was Mr. Cat, because she was worried that Wenlong would lose his temper if she told the truth. Haitang wrote this on the snow. Well, it's pretty much the same, although it feels like there's something wrong somewhere. Meow. Wenlong stroked his beard with satisfaction. However, Wenlong still lost his temper when he saw that Neil kept talking to Catherine and Haitang after ignoring him for a while. Ah, don't worry about the soldiers who were caught. I can't hear it now. I can't hear it anymore. Meow. Wenlong paced back and forth anxiously. Before this, Wenlong had already tried drinking 2 bottles of recovery medicine G, but it didn't seem to be of any use. So Wenlong opened the 3rd bottle of recovery medicine G. Mr. Cat, recovery medicine G is useless in this case. Recovery medicine G is mainly used to treat muscle and bone injuries. Don't pour the medicine into your ears. Even that won't cure it. Haitang continued on the snow. Wrote. Wenlong, who was about to pour the potion into his ear, stopped what he was doing. Little girl, have you ever seen this kind of situation? Meow? Well, one of my father's companions also encountered such a situation before. When he encountered the roar of the dragon, his eardrum was shattered because he didn't have time to cover his ears. Regarding Wenlong's question, Haitang was very serious. He answered with one stroke on the snow. So what? Did your father's friend's hearing finally come back? Meow? Yes, but it is said that it is a potion that was obtained with great difficulty, and you will not feel better immediately after drinking it. You will need to rest for a while. What kind of potion is it? Tell me quickly. Meow. Wenlong asked anxiously. It seems to be a yellow potion. Haitang was still young at the time. I just remember that they seem to call that potion as secret medicine. Secret medicine? Meow? Wenlong confirmed again. Yeah. This time Haitang nodded directly in reply to Wenlong. Okay. As long as you know the treatment method, you'll be fine. Wenlong felt a little relieved after hearing this. Speaking of this secret medicine, Wenlong also knew that it was a special medicine that could heal any wound. In the past, in the game, no matter how seriously injured he was by monsters, he could fully recover with just one secret medicine. From now on at first glance, it does have something in common with the secret medicine in this world. But it is not easy to prepare the secret medicine. In this world where recovery medicine G is a precious item, secret medicines with effects far beyond recovery medicine G are naturally as scarce as rare treasures. Even though Wenlong knew the method and could prepare it himself, he still didn't do it because he didn't have the materials. Let me think about it. The materials required to configure a secret medicine include blue mushrooms, undead insects, honey, and mandala. The first three are already available, but this mandala has not been collected yet. I remember that datura was also a type of mushroom in the game. Although it was rare, it could occasionally be dug up in the wild. However, although many mushrooms have been dug up in this world, they have never been seen before. Wenlong thought for a while, but he didn't have a clue. He could only decide to return to Midbolton for the time being and then make plans. Woman! Little girl! Stop chatting. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Get the materials for the electric dragon quickly and retreat. Oh! By the way, the masks of the Strange Face clan are also taken away. Some merchants are interested in this exotic style handicraft. He seems to be very interested. Maybe he can sell it for a good price. Meow! Wenlong ordered. Understood! Although they knew Wenlong couldn't hear it, Catherine and Haitang replied immediately. So Catherine and Haitang started to get busy. Unlike ordinary monsters, the electric dragon, as a flying dragon monster, does not have hard scales. Although the skin is thicker, it is still relatively easy to cut. Therefore, when breaking down the materials, Catherine and Haitang also went very smoothly. It didn't take long to completely break down a huge electric dragon into various materials, sort them, and put them into bags. Well, not bad. The harvest this time is quite a lot. Wenlong counted the materials extracted this time, and said with satisfaction. Opening the bag, Wenlong saw the electric dragon's skin, electric dragon's teeth, electric dragon's wings, electric dragon's spine, and of course the most special material, the electric dragon bag. Like the previous paralysis bag of the Huangsu Dragon King and the fire bag of the big strange bird, the electric bag is the source of the strong current generated by the electric dragon. This means that with this, Wenlong can let the craftsman forge you can use new weapons with electricity properties. Chapter 245 News from the West Melon Mountains. After all the materials and the masks discarded by the Qimian clan had been collected, Wenlong gave the order to retreat. After all, the temperature on the peaks of these noisy mountains will be even colder at night, and there are often strong winds. In addition, from time to time, the Strange Face tribe will use blowguns to make sneak attacks. So even some capable old hunters will not choose this option. It's easy to spend the night on this peak. Therefore, Wenlong and his party did not even return to the hunter camp halfway up the mountain to rest. Instead, they rushed back to Midbolton overnight. By the time they returned to Midbolton, it was already late at night. If you want to deliver the task to the Hunter Guild tomorrow, go back early to rest today. Meow, Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang. After saying that, Wenlong turned to Neil and said unceremoniously, Okay, you can get out of here. A grown man was captured by the Qimian tribe. Fortunately, you are still a soldier of the kingdom. Next, if you are captured again, I will not save you. Meow. Although it was getting late, Neil still had the intention to continue chatting with Catherine and Haitang, so he did not intend to leave. So Neil said to Catherine and Haitang, Two beauties. Such a good time and beautiful scenery are really it's not to be missed. Although it's getting late now, how about we go to a bar in the city to have a few drinks and get to know each other better? I'm sorry. Mr. Cat said you can leave. Can you please stop pestering us? Catherine said in a very polite but undeniable voice. Remember to report to the Hunter Guild tomorrow to prove that we have rescued you. Goodbye. Haitang directly said to Neil in a cold tone. Why do you value such an Elu Cat so much? If you like Elu Cats, I can give you 2 next time. I remember that Grandma Cat's place only needs to hire an Elu Cat. 500 copper coins is only 5 silver coins. Although my salary as a soldier is not high, I can still afford to hire 2 Elu Cats for 10 silver coins. Neil wanted to say something else, but was quickly interrupted by Catherine. Please don't say such rude things. Mr. Cat is our important friend and our mentor. It cannot be measured by money. You have never been a hunter, so please don't make any judgments. This time, even the always kind-hearted Catherine's tone became very stern. Regarding Catherine's change of attitude, Neil was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, as long as the hunting skills are good, can an Elu Cat be more popular than a human? No. The fact that I am still single at the age of 23 must be because I am not a hunter. When I become an excellent hunter, many girls will devote themselves to me in the future. Then Neil thought in his heart, since an Elu Cat can do it, then I can definitely do it too. I have decided to go to the Hunter Guild to sign up tomorrow. I want to become an outstanding hunter. From now on, I will go to the Hunter Guild, the pinnacle of life. While Nia was daydreaming, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang had already left Nia and left early. Returning to the villa Wenlong bought on the outskirts of Midbolton, he saw the black cat Reina standing at the door of the villa from a distance, holding an oil lamp, waiting. Master Chief, you are finally back. Meow. As soon as he saw Wenlong coming back, Reina immediately came up to greet him. There's no need to say the polite words. Anyway, I can't hear them now. Although he didn't know what Reina said specifically, from Reina's expression, Wenlong could tell that they were probably some insignificant polite words. Tell me what's going on. Why are you waiting for me at the door of the villa with an oil lamp at this time? Meow? That's it. Sir Chief, Reina said quickly. We have just received a message from the Black Cat Clan, saying that the White Cat Clan proposed to hold a leadership meeting with us to discuss some previous misunderstandings. He said that he would compensate us for some of the losses he had caused us. I wonder if you would like to attend this meeting. Meow? After Reina finished speaking, Haitang wrote what Reina said on a piece of paper and handed it to Wenlong. Wenlong nodded after reading it. Very good. The talks with the White Cat Clan will definitely take place. But I am not free now, so let Heishan do it for me. I think he is still capable. By the way, there are still traces of Xinglong. Is there any news about the whereabouts of the gold coins that the guy with white hair left behind? Meow? Wenlong thought for a while and said, reporting to the leader, I'm very sorry. So far, we have found no trace of the star dragon, nor have we found anything like the star feather butterfly you mentioned. As for the white-haired gold coin, we haven't found it either, but we will complete it as soon as possible. As for the mission, please rest assured. Leader, meow. After Reina finished speaking, Haitang wrote Reina's words again and handed them to Wenlong. Is there no news about Star Dragon and the gold coins? Then don't worry about the gold coins. The focus is to find the whereabouts of Star Dragon and send a few subordinates to monitor the intersections of the nearby mountains. If I am not wrong, that guy with white hair, he should come back again. Meow. Wenlong had already made plans for this, although Wenlong didn't know where Baima's gold coins were hidden. According to Baima's character, it was absolutely impossible to leave these gold coins alone. So Wenlong concluded that in the near future, when he felt safe, Bai Mao would definitely lurk back to the Simlin Mountains to retrieve the gold coins he left there. At this time, you only need to follow the traces of Bai Mao, and then finding the gold coins will naturally be a matter of course. Therefore, Wenlong made the decision to let a few black cats monitor various intersections in the West Meluan Mountains, so that as long as the white hair appears, the traces can be found quickly. After all, the storm hunting group had such a large box of gold coins. Wenlong didn't believe that Bai Mao could bring him out of the West Melon Mountains silently. Understood. Sir Leader! Sir Leader! You are indeed wise. Meow! Reina said immediately after hearing Wenlong's deployment. Oh, by the way, Wenlong seemed to suddenly remember something, and added, when replying to Heishan, he added a message asking him to try to have a good relationship with the White Cat Clan when negotiating with them. As for compensation, there is no need. Let them help us find the Star Dragon in exchange for compensation. Meow! Okay, Leader. This way the White Cat Clan will definitely thank us. Suddenly Reina raised the oil lamp in his hand, as if he had discovered something. Miss Catherine, your face doesn't seem to be very good. Meow. Chapter 246 Physical Examination. Before Haitang could write down what Reina said on paper, Wenlong had already noticed something strange about Catherine, because it was already very late when he came back, and Wenlong had been thinking about how to restore his hearing. He didn't pay much attention to Catherine's condition, but now, Under the light of the light, Wanlong noticed that Catherine's face was a little blushing. So Wanlong jumped up immediately, and then touched Catherine's forehead with his hand. So hot, meow. Wanlong then remembered that during the previous hunt, Catherine was also fighting while sick, and now it seemed that her condition had worsened further. This made Wanlong feel a little guilty. After all, he had been thinking about his own affairs after losing his hearing, but he forgot that Catherine was also fighting while sick. At that time, I had no choice but to step on the arrows stuck in the ground to avoid the large-scale electric field created by the electric dragon. It was thanks to Catherine, who helped me drive away the strange-faced tribe, who came to cause trouble, and those who took heavy and large masks, as of the strange-faced tribe that serves as a shield is actually a very troublesome existence. If Catherine hadn't used her overwhelming power to wipe them all out, I'm afraid they would have caused a lot of trouble for us. Naya. Recalling the role played by Catherine in the previous battle, Wanlong also fully affirmed it. At the same time, Wanlong became more aware that he still had many shortcomings when dealing with problems that did not appear in the game. So Wanlong loudly ordered to Reina, "Hurry up and call the doctor. Tell him that there are patients here. If the other party is too late and unwilling to come to the suburbs, tell him that I will pay 3 times the consultation fee." Meow. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Meow. Black Cat Reina said, "No, it's just a cold. I'll just take a rest." Catherine felt a little embarrassed when Wanlong said this. After all, from Catherine's point of view, her problem was just a cold, and she could just rest for a while. Not a big problem. But as soon as she finished speaking, Catherine realized that Wanlong couldn't hear what she was saying. So Catherine took Wanlong's arm and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to make a fuss. "There's no harm in checking my body, and it's not all for you. I also want a doctor to see how to treat my deafness." Meow. Wanlong still insisted on his own approach. Seeing what Wanlong said, Catherine was too embarrassed to object anymore. So she had no choice but to agree to let the doctor come for examination. About half an hour later, a speeding carriage stopped at the door of the villa. Coming down from it was a female doctor in her 30s wearing a trench coat. And Reina came back with her. "Please go this way." Meow. Under Reina's guidance, the female doctor walked through the door in a hurry and reached the bedroom where Catherine and Wanlong were. Squeak. When the door opened, the female doctor saw Catherine already lying on the bed, and Wanlong and Haitang taking care of her. "It's actually you? We just met each other when we were in the arena before. Why did something go wrong again?" When she opened the door, the female doctor immediately recognized Wanlong and his party. It turned out that the doctor who came here was the one who came before, the one who was responsible for rescuing Catherine during the arena. "I'm really sorry, but I have to trouble you again, Dr. Ailey." Because Wanlong couldn't hear what the doctor said, it was Haitang who said to the doctor. Moreover, Haitang also remembered the name of this female doctor, which should be Ailey. "Well, forget it. Let me take a look first. Young people nowadays just like to force themselves too much." Although she complained, the female doctor named Ellie still neatly opened the bag she carried with her. Medicine box. Began to do a series of routine examinations for Catherine. "I just got a little bit of wind chill and a little fever. It won't be a big problem. Just rest. And to be on the safe side, I'll also prescribe you some fever-reducing medicine." After the examination, Ellie came to a conclusion. Then while taking the antipyretic medicine, Ellie continued, "But Miss Catherine, you are in really good health. Just a few days after you got off the hospital bed, you actually went hunting in a place like the Noisy Mountains. After all, he is a person who can wield 2 big swords at the same time. As expected, his health is much better than that of ordinary people." Speaking of this, Ellie actually became a little envious. At the same moment, after Haitang wrote down the doctor's words and conveyed them to Wanlong, Wanlong breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me tell you, my matter is not a big problem, and you are making a fuss out of it. But I still have to thank Mr. Cat for your concern. I am really happy." Catherine also wrote her words on the cardboard and handed it to Wanlong. "Humph. This is called guarding against subtle changes. If you have any problems, you have to nip them in the bud. I'm definitely not doing this because I'm worried about you." Meow. Wanlong also said the same. "Oh, by the way, the doctor is here to take a look too. My ears. How can I regain my hearing?" Meow. Then at Wanlong's request, Ellie gave Wanlong another checkup. What Wanlong didn't expect was that after the checkup, Ellie shook her head repeatedly. The eardrum is completely damaged. It seems that it must be due to the dragon's roar at close range. Right. Ellie wrote down the question she asked with a pen. In response, Wenlong nodded. This is so ridiculous. The doctor wrote on the paper again. In this case, even I have no choice but to use the legendary secret medicine. Legendary? Is this secret medicine so difficult to get? Meow? Before Ellie finished writing, Wenlong had already jumped up. Yes, because we don't know how to prepare this legendary potion. And we heard that the materials required for the preparation are extremely difficult to find. So there is little hope. Indeed, Wenlong had to agree with this from the bottom of his heart. From the acquisition of mandala, the main material required for the secret medicine, Wenlong felt that it is much more difficult to obtain this material in the real world than in the game. After all, even if one can accurately distinguish mandala luo, Wenlong has been in this world for so long. But he has never seen a single mandala. It is precisely for this reason that Wenlong has been unable to prepare a secret medicine. A magical medicine that is said to be able to restore the injured body to perfection in a short time, no matter how serious the injury is. Otherwise, just selling this medicine would be enough to make 100 or 1,000 times more money than now. After all, even 5-star and legendary hunters would flock to such a magical potion. Chapter 247 Another Method. Damn it! Why do we have to search all over the world for mandala? The incident of Mingxinglong is already so urgent. Wenlong thought in his heart. However, with a trace of luck, Wenlong asked again. Then Dr. Ellie, is there no other way? Meow? There is no other way. Ellie squinted her eyes and fell into deep thought. It was only when Wenlong thought there was no hope that Ellie opened her eyes and wrote on the paper. I have to ask you, the Elu clan, about this. Companion, after all, this is something we humans cannot do. Ask us? Meow? This time it was Wenlong and Reina who both showed doubtful expressions. Don't you, the Elu Cat clan, have a special recovery ability? It's the ability to burrow into the soil when you're injured, and then be able to quickly recover from the damage you've suffered in the soil. I think it's called Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique. Right? If you can master that skill, the damaged eardrum should be recoverable. Oh meow! Why didn't I think of this? Meow! Indeed, according to Wenlong's previous memory, the Elu Cat clan had such a skill in the game. As long as the Elu Cat is seriously injured, it will burrow into the soil, and then restore its vitality in the soil at a faster speed. When everything is restored, the Elu Cat can burrow out of the soil again, come out to fight, and you can fully recover from all kinds of damage you suffered before and various abnormal conditions such as poisoning and attack reduction. Great! Now, sir, your problem can be solved. Meow! Reina on the side also danced in celebration. It's good, but it's a pity that I haven't learned this skill yet. Meow! With that said, Wenlong looked at Reina, who was standing aside. Reina also shook his head, saying that he didn't know how to do it either. Look for mandala, prepare a secret medicine, or learn the high-speed recovery technique of Elu Cat. Relatively speaking, it seems to be more reliable to learn the high-speed recovery technique of Elu Cat. But for the sake of caution, there are two methods. Let's do it together. After all, there is a precedent for the seemingly unlikely method to succeed first. Naya. After Wenlong thought about it carefully, he decided what he would do next. After that, the female Dr. Ai said that she had nothing to help. After accepting 3 times the consultation fee paid by Wenlong, Dr. Ai was satisfied to bid farewell to Wenlong and his party, then got on the carriage and returned to her home, residence in the city of Midgebolton. Don't disturb me in the past few days. I want to meditate. I want to learn new skills. Meow! Wenlong immediately announced loudly after Ellie left. Yes! Catherine also nodded, and then wrote on paper. Come on, Mr. Cat. We will also find the secret medicine for you. Humph. That's fine. One more way means one more possibility. So I'll trouble you all. Meow. After saying that, Wenlong walked towards the garden outside the house. Mr. Cat, where are you going? Seeing Wenlong walking out, Catherine quickly grabbed Wenlong. Since we are practicing high-speed recovery techniques that can only be used by hiding in the soil, it is most appropriate to meditate in the soil. This way, the possibility of comprehending the skills is the greatest. This is the experience I have summarized after meditating so many times. Meow! Wenlong replied. So Wenlong came to the garden, then neatly dug a pit and buried himself in it. As an Elu Cat, Wenlong does have a talent for digging holes. So even if he digs a pit, gets in and covers it with soil again, most people can't see any flaws from the outside. It's as if no one has ever dug there. And there is no need to worry about breathing problems. Elu Cat can also keep its breathing smooth in the mud. It's not bad to stay in the soil occasionally. Moreover, it feels like burying yourself in the soil and is isolated from the world. It feels very peaceful. It should also be very suitable for meditation. Meow! Because he had made plans to meditate in the next few days, master the quick recovery technique, and quickly restore his hearing. Wenlong did not waste time and immediately closed his eyes to calm his thoughts. This time, Wenlong entered the dreamland again. When Wenlong's eyes became bright again, what Wenlong saw was still the white snowy mountains around him. But the difference from before was that this time Wenlong was not he fought with the Snow Lion King on the snow mountain, but fell at the foot of the mountain, his body almost unable to move. This should be what happened after I fought with the Snow Lion King. I remember that I was beaten down from the snow mountain by the Snow Lion King, and then fell here. Meow. At this time, Wenlong had already learned to completely regard his predecessor he saw in the dream as himself. So all this seemed to be his own experience, and even made Wenlong feel nostalgic, because the injury was so severe. Wenlong, who could hardly move anymore, lay in the snow for a while. The various Elu Cat skills originally activated had expired and began to lose their effectiveness, especially when Wenlong's Elu Cat's art of preventing heat stroke and cold lost its effect. Wenlong immediately felt the extremely biting cold coming towards him. No! This will kill you! Now I have no way to activate the heat stroke and cold protection technique again. I must think of other ways. Meow! Wenlong's instinct told himself in his heart. Wenlong knew that when he was injured in the snowy mountains, if he kept lying in the snow like this, his body would easily lose heat, and it would be normal for him to freeze to death in the snow. So Wenlong began to struggle vigorously. Fortunately, before Elu Cat's heat and cold prevention skills disappeared, Wenlong had already lied in the snow for a while, which could barely be called a rest. It was this short rest that allowed Wenlong to regain a little bit of his physical strength. Okay, you can finally move. Meow. Because physical strength was precious, Wenlong did not choose to stand up. Instead, he simply turned over and started digging while lying on the ground. Compared to the biting cold outside, if you enter the soil, it should be much warmer. Meow. This was Wenlong's thought at the time. At first, Wenlong dug through the soft snow layer, which seemed relatively easy. However, as the snow layer was dug through, the hard soil below was soon exposed. This is frozen soil that is much harder than ordinary soil. Because of the cold temperature, the water in the soil has been frozen, so it has become extremely hard, making it difficult for Wenlong to dig. A lot. Chapter 248 Aluma's High-Speed Recovery Technique. Fortunately, Wenlong already felt that the surrounding environment had become a little warmer at this time. This was because he was under the snow, and the strong wind near the snow-capped mountains could no longer blow. However, this is because the temperature has increased compared to the cold and windy outside. If it stays in the layers of snow for a long time, an Elu Cat will easily freeze into a popsicle. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in digging down the soil. Fortunately, Wenlong's cat claws were still sharp. The frozen soil layer was gradually dug up, and as it went deeper bit by bit, the surrounding temperature began to gradually rise. After digging through the frozen soil layer above, Wenlong found that the surrounding temperature had suddenly increased a lot, and the originally hard frozen soil had turned into soft, warm soil. It feels so comfortable. I didn't expect it to be so warm down here. Meow. Wenlong buried his body in the warm soil and felt himself slowly sinking. Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique. Meow. When Wenlong felt that the surrounding environment was enough for him to have a good rest, he used Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique. So Wenlong's body began to slowly enter a state of sleep. Although it was a very strange experience to see himself entering sleep in the dreams he saw during meditation. In Wenlong's view, he had indeed entered sleep now. In deep sleep. At this time, the skill called Alnico's high-speed recovery technique began to be officially activated. Under the guidance of Alnico's high-speed recovery technique, part of Wenlong's body can split into other cell tissues. Stem cells become active and begin repairing all injured parts of the body. Moreover, this high-speed recovery is performed at a speed visible to the naked eye. For example, when Wenlong fell, he clearly had a wound scratched by the ice edge on the cliff due to falling from a height. But the wound was just like this little by little, slowly closed together, and finally became as if it had never appeared before. Among these wounds, only the scar left on Wenlong's face by the Snow Lion King's sharp claws after he used Elu Cat's water back formation technique has remained. It can be seen that even the Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique cannot completely eliminate the sequelae of unrecoverable wounds caused by Elu Cat's water back formation technique. However, superficial healing does not mean that Wenlong's body has returned to its full state. Some internal injuries require more time to adjust. So after the superficial wounds have recovered, Wenlong still continues to sleep. It turns out that an Elu Cat has such a strong recovery ability. When I played the game before, I just knew that the Elu Cat could recover from wounds quickly after escaping underground. At that time, I thought it was the Elu Cat hiding in the cave. I secretly took some recovery medicine. Now it seems that I am really using my body's potential to repair the wounds. Unknowingly, Wenlong began to have a deeper understanding of Elu Cat's ability. But now that I think about it, it seems that this is not a patent of Elu Cat's, but the instinct of many animals. Even humans themselves have said that wounds recover faster during sleep. So when they encounter some minor injuries, people often say, just sleep and you'll be fine. It can be seen that sleep state is indeed good for the body's recovery. It is said that this is because when you are sleeping, because you do not need to perform strenuous exercise and deal with a complex external environment, other functions of the body begin to weaken, so that the body can use more energy and nutrients for repair because of the wound. But although humans also have this ability, it pales in comparison to the Elu Cats. This extraordinary recovery speed should be a special skill of the Elu Cat race. Right? Meow. At this time, because Wenlong, who was meditating, also buried his body in the soil, he gradually felt that he seemed to be one with the former self he saw in the dream. All the information in his mind began to enter Wenlong's mind little by little, and the secret of Aluma's high-speed recovery technique also emerged in Wenlong's mind little by little. If you want to heal your wounds as quickly as possible, you must mobilize the energy in your body as much as possible. Since this energy usually has to deal with various external environments, it has been occupied by other organs of the body. In other words, if you want to recover as soon as possible, you must reduce the activity of other organs in the body as much as possible and let yourself enter a deep sleep. Meow. This kind of sleep will be deeper than ordinary sleep, although the Elu Cat will wake up on its own immediately after the body recovers. But on the other hand, the Elu Cat will never wake up before the body recovers. Wake up. Meow. Knowing this, Wenlong also understood why Elu Cat must bury itself in the soil when using the high-speed recovery technique. This is not because Elu Cat can only use this skill in the soil. It's because only by escaping into the earth can Elu Cat be able to ensure its own safety during high-speed recovery. Because until it fully recovers, Elu Cat has been in a deep sleep and cannot react to the outside world. After learning this, Wenlong's dreams began to gradually become blurry. And then Wenlong's thoughts returned from the frozen soil of the snowy mountains to the soil under the villa garden. The surroundings were still dark, and the similar environment in the soil allowed Wenlong to vaguely capture some of the feelings he had when he used Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique in the frozen soil of the snow-capped mountains when he woke up from meditation. Yes, this environment that feels really similar is very good for reminiscing about past memories. Naya. While his body still retained the memory of the meditation, Wenlong quickly tried to get himself into a state of high-speed recovery. Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique activated. Closing his eyes, Wenlong let his body fall asleep, and at the same time gave his body hints like hypnosis, allowing him to enter a state of deep sleep step by step. It's pitch black in the dirt, and you don't need to use your eyes to see. The energy to maintain vision is transferred to repairing the body. There is silence in the soul, and there is no need to use ears to listen. The energy to maintain hearing is also transferred to repairing the body. Next, the senses of touch, smell, and taste were suspended one by one. Finally, the brain began to empty out, and Wenlong completely entered a deep sleep. At this time, except for a small amount of energy used to maintain the minimum cardiopulmonary system, all other energy finally began to be injected into the cells. Among them, the recovery speed of the wound begins to be greatly accelerated. Chapter 249 3 days. Because it was a completely unconscious sleep. From actually entering deep sleep to waking up, Wenlong felt that it was just a moment of opening and closing his eyes. Is this good? Meow. Wenlong even felt a little incredible. However, Wenlong still chose to dig up the soil, and then got out of the soil. At this time, Wenlong noticed that although it still looked like night, a bright color could already be seen on the horizon, which seemed to mean that dawn was coming. It seems that it took a whole night. This time seems a bit long. But this is normal. After all, it is the first time to use Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique, plus the time spent in meditation before. It took a whole night. The whole night is not an outrageous thing. Meow. Wenlong thought in his heart. So Wenlong emerged from the soil and shook his body, shaking off the floating soil that stuck to his body while digging, and then stretched out to let his body stretch out. This is because Wenlong has been staying in the soil before, so his limbs have not been stretched properly for a while. Yeah, Mr. Cat. You're out. Can you hear me? At this time Wenlong heard Catherine's voice, turned his head, and saw that Catherine opened the door of the villa and walked out in her pajamas. Ah, I can actually hear the sound again. Meow. Wenlong thought excitedly, but on the surface, Wenlong still showed a very calm look, and then said, Of course, this kind of trivial matter will not trouble me. Meow. That's great. Mr. Cat. You can hear the sound again. Catherine ran to the garden regardless of the fact that she was wearing slippers, and then hugged Wenlong. As expected of Mr. Cat. It only took 3 days, then I understood Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique. What 3 days? Meow? Wenlong thought he heard wrongly. Yes. It has been 3 days since Mr. Cat got into the ground of this garden at night, and said you wanted to practice high-speed recovery skills. We are all very worried. It actually took such a long time. Wouldn't it be a waste of 3 days? In Wenlong's view, 2 weeks have passed since the end of hunting the star dragon, and 3 days should be placed between these 2 weeks. Zhongya is not a short time. Although he has gained a lot in understanding the high-speed recovery technique of Illuma in the past 3 days, there are still many things Wenlong has not done. This couldn't help but make Wenlong feel guilty about wasting a good time. Oh meow. It seems that we have to seize the time even more. Not to mention the harm that may be caused if the star dragon is not hunted in time. Even if we want to hunt the star dragon, we must do it before other hunters. Only in this way can we reflect our true nature. The strength of the uncle has made people around him realize the greatness of the uncle. Meow. At this point, Wenlong asked Catherine again. By the way, during the 3 days I slept, no other hunter hunted the star dragon. Right? Meow? No. We haven't found any trace of Xinglong yet. Yesterday, President Lu Ding got very angry about this. Humph. It seems that I still have to take action. Meow. Wenlong said confidently. After saying that, Wenlong looked at Catherine again and found that Catherine's complexion was much better than when she had a cold and fever last time. It seemed that there was nothing serious about her health, and Wenlong also vaguely felt that Catherine had become stronger than before. Woman, have you been practicing well while I'm away? Meow. So Wenlong asked again. Of course there is. Mr. Cat. Xiao Haitang and I have completed 2 new commissions. Even President Roden praised us. Catherine said proudly. Huh? What did that Shanlan Roden praise you for? Meow. Wenlong was a little curious. Hey, Catherine said with some embarrassment. President Roden praised me and little Begonia for how cute we look even when we are hunting. That has nothing to do with hunting technology at all. I'm asking you whether your hunting technology has improved. Do you understand? Meow. Wenlong complained loudly. Oh, in the past 3 days, Xiao Haitang and I hunted 2 more famous shield crabs and a blue strange bird. It's just not a high-level mission, Catherine said. Well, that's not bad. In short, as a hunter, you must not slack off on the road of hunting. It's really good that you can understand this. Meow. After Wenlong heard Catherine explain that during his absence, Catherine and Haitang not only maintained the same training intensity as usual, but also took the initiative to contact the Hunter Guild to complete 3 hunting missions. This still made Wenlong feel quite gratified. This should feel like a parent who would feel relieved to see their children studying seriously every day. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but think at this time. At this time, the door of the villa was opened again, and this time it was Haitang and Reina who appeared at the door. Oh, good morning. You too. Meow. Wenlong greeted Haitang and Reina when he saw them. Master Chief, it's great that you woke up and came here. Meow. Black Cat Reina said excitedly as soon as he saw Wenlong. Ah, Mr. Cat is finally alive. And Haitang looked a little surprised. What are you talking about? What does it mean to be alive again? I'm not dead. I just slept for 3 days. Meow. Wenlong protested. Because Mr. Cat, Sister Catherine was very worried while you were hiding underground. She was thinking about you all day long, worrying whether you would encounter any danger. Hai Tang explained. What's the danger of hiding in the dirt? There are no monsters that can dig holes here. And even if you encounter any monsters that can dig holes, it won't be easy to find me. Meow. Yes, the leader is wise. Meow. At this time, Reina lost no time in saying, Oh, by the way, Reina, do you have anything important to report during the past 3 days when I was asleep? Seeing Reina, Wenlong naturally thought of asking about anything important that happened in the past 3 days. Nothing big seems to have happened recently. It's just that we just received news from the West Meloan Mountains last night that the Elu Cat named by Mao has been caught by us. For this, I can only admire the leader. Your foresight was because when we caught by Mao, it was when he returned to the Simulan Mountains and prepared to get back his box of gold coins. Chapter 250 Capture by Mao. Well done. Since you were able to catch that kid, it's a great achievement. I'll reward you well next time. Meow. Regarding the fact that the Black Cat tribe caught by Mao, Wenlong expressed his appreciation without hesitation. Although things had already happened as he had expected, Wenlong also knew that it would not be that easy to catch Bai Mao. After all, Bai Mao has been following the 2-star low-level hunters for a long time, and his own abilities are not weak. If these Black Elu Cats really wanted to fight Bai Mao, it would probably be difficult if they didn't have a numerical advantage. Take advantage. Sure enough, Reina continued. Actually, the White Cat is quite powerful. Several of our brothers couldn't handle it together, and were injured. Finally, we called the White Cat clan and slapped the kid to the ground. Meow. It turns out that the White Cat clan also took action. But they were also tricked badly by that guy Bai Mao. So naturally they refused to let Bai Mao go. Ha ha. Hearing this, Wenlong also smiled happily, and then asked, Then what? What did you do to that boy with white hair? Meow. I just beat him up hard. And after asking for the whereabouts of the box of gold coins, I locked up the white hair and prepared to wait for you, the leader, to punish me. Meow. Reina said. Well, just lock him up. Anyway, I don't have time to care about him now. As for his box of gold coins, I will leave them with you for now, and I will pick them up when I have time. Meow. Wenlong thought about it, and felt that he still had a lot of things to do. He could definitely slow down the matter of cleaning up Bai Mao. It wouldn't be too late to punish Bai Mao properly when he had time. As for the issue of gold coins, Wenlong has no shortage of gold coins now anyway, and he is also in no rush to get them. Understood, Sir Chief. Reina said again. After that, Wenlong learned about the recent situation of the Black Cat clan with Reina, and asked Reina to inform Montenegro to expand the search scope for Xinglong and strengthen cooperation with the White Cat clan. In addition, Bai Mao must be closely monitored, and he must not be allowed to escape. So Reina nodded, and said he would do it right away. What a human being. Oh no. It's a cat who is in high spirits on happy occasions. Meow. Wenlong shook his body and looked proud. After all, Wenlong has always been disgusted by Bai Mao since he was a child. Now that he has finally caught Bai Mao, and can deal with him at will, Wenlong feels a little excited just thinking about it. But Wenlong soon calmed down again. Compared with such trivial matters, the right thing to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Meow. After calming down, Wenlong's thoughts returned to how to make himself stronger. After thinking about it carefully, there was only one best way after all, and that was hunting. I haven't hunted for 3 days. I feel like my claws are itching. It's time to show off my unparalleled hunting skills. Meow. Yes, I haven't hunted with Mr. Cat for 3 days, Catherine said. Begonia also likes to hunt with Mr. Cat. I feel like I can learn a lot of things. Because we had just been chatting for such a long time. The faint light on the horizon has now begun to turn into a brighter fish belly white, which means that the sun is about to rise. At the same time, it also means that many hunters have already started on the road, preparing to go to the hunting grounds to start a day of hunting activities. Then hurry up and get going. Meow. Oh. Catherine and Haitang responded at the same time. Soon, Wenlong and his party were skillfully prepared for the hunt, brought all the props they needed, and set off towards the Hunters Guild in the center of Midbolton. Hey, the two beauties are here again. What missions are they taking on today? And your Elu Cat is here too. Wasn't it because he was sick in the past few days? When they met, Poo-Poo asked. Renee asked a series of questions again. I have such a strong body and strong immunity. How can I get sick? Meow. Wenlong retorted without hesitation. Uh-huh. I feel relieved to see you are so energetic, Preeny said with a smile. You were not here for the past few days, and these two beauties missed you very much. Especially the silver-haired Miss Catherine. I was a little absent-minded, like I was lovesick. Although the hunting mission was successfully completed in the end. I feel that if you were around, I could have done it more perfectly. Ah, Sister Preeny. What are you talking about? Catherine was already a little embarrassed. Pfft. Sister Catherine's expression is really girlish. Seeing you like this, I always feel that youth is good, even though I am only in my early 20s. Preeny couldn't help but sigh again. Okay, dark-skinned woman. Stop nagging. We are here to take over the hunting mission from the guild. Meow. Dark skin? I have wheat-colored skin. Okay. Is it a very healthy complexion? Not all men in this world like white. There are also some who have a special liking for my skin color. Wenlong said obviously it stimulated Preeny's vitals, which made Preeny, who had been talking eloquently just now, start to tremble a little when she spoke. Hurry up and show us today's hunting mission. I'm going to file a complaint now. Let that old man rodent come and chat with you. Meow. Ah. Well, don't inform the president. It will be very troublesome to let him know. When Wenlong said that he wanted to report to the president, Preeny was frightened, because last time you saved the man named Neil's soldiers, and also killed an electric dragon. So your current hunter level is already 3-star intermediate level. So, are you accepting the 3-star high-level promotion mission? No. Although there is no problem in accepting high-level 3-star promotion missions. This time we still want to take on some ordinary missions first. Ordinary missions? Preeny was stunned for a moment, and then said, I thought you were going to move to the next level soon. If it is a normal mission, just go to the mission wall on the side and choose it yourself. Just register with me and that's it. Quest wall. Meow. Wenlong looked over and found that a special area was carved out on the wall on one side of the rest area, which was then used as a place to post the quest letter. No matter which hunter it was, as long as you like the task above, you can accept the task book above, and then go to the counter of the Hunter Guild to complete the level, which is regarded as accepting the task, because there have been too many hunters pouring into Midbolton recently, so I can't take care of them. I posted some general mission books on the wall, and those who need them can pick them up. Then as long as they come to me again, just register here, and it will save you as much time as possible. Preeny also said, Chapter 251 More Trials. Well, thanks. Meow. Wenlong nodded. Wenlong still agrees with the approach of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild. After all, there are too many hunters in Major Bolton, and they are a mixed bag. It really requires a female receptionist like Preeny to answer them one by one. Obviously there's not enough time. Thank you, Sister Preeny. Catherine also expressed her thanks to Preeny. So Wenlong and others walked to the mission wall next to the rest area, and soon found the area for 3-star mid-level hunters. Then I found that it was densely covered with various different task documents. There are so many cats! Wenlong was really shocked when he saw the densely packed task documents above, because there are so many mission books on it. So many that they almost completely cover the entire 3-star hunter area, and they are layer upon layer. You know, there are a lot of hunters in Midbolton, and many of them are very capable. As a result, most of the time the mission books have just been released, and they are picked up very quickly and then solved. It is impossible to appear at all, a situation where so many tasks accumulate. However, the current situation is exactly the opposite. A large number of task commissions are hanging like this, and the number is so large that it makes people feel strange. This made Wenlong couldn't help but wonder whether it was because the number of hunters in Major Bolton had begun to decrease, resulting in many commissions being too late to be completed, or it was the other way around, because the rapid increase in the number of commissions meant that the current hunters could no longer meet the speed at which mission books appeared. What happened in the past 3 days when I was asleep? Why do I feel like many things have changed a lot? Meow! Soon Wenlong had the answer. There is still a flow of people in the hunter hall, and the number of hunters coming and going is no less than before. Moreover, these people come and go in a hurry. They come, take over the task, and then immediately go to the receptionist at the counter to register. After the registration is completed, these hunters hurriedly took the mission book with them on the road again. It can be seen that the number of hunters has not decreased, even if part of the force was transferred to search for the star dragon. Many hunters were also mobilized from other places. Overall, there was not much change. But there is still a big difference in quality. The strength of these hunters, who were mobilized from some small villages near MHOL seems to be a little worse than the hunters in MHOL. Most of them are still at the 3-star low-level level. This level is higher than theirs. Naturally, they are all the best in the villages. But in a big city like MHOL, they are not enough. In this case, the speed of solving the task cannot be too fast. In addition, by listening to the chatter of the surrounding hunters, Wenlong could clearly hear some rumors. For example, the appearance of monsters has become more frequent recently. And from the piles of new commissions, almost all of which have appeared in the past 3 days, it can be seen that the commissions caused by monster attacks are really becoming more and more frequent. More and more. There are more and more monster attacks. Probably because the Star Dragon is evolving towards the Disaster Star Dragon. Meow! In this way, Wenlong began to search through the mountain of mission letters. Judging from these mission letters, there were quite a few missions that required hunting. Among them, the one that has been hunted the most is actually the green strange bird that many people have hunted before, while the one that has been hunted less frequently is the white, electric dragon that Wenlong and his party encountered in the Hustle Mountains. As for the monster with the smallest number of hunting missions, and which Wenlong and his party have not yet fought against, it is the monster named Rock Dragon. Among the posted letters of authorization for 3-star intermediate hunters to hunt rock dragons, only one has been accepted and successfully completed. Wenlong looked at the records below carefully and found that the team that completed this task happened to be Lily, Hefei and Elon. It seems that the rock dragon is really hard to find. It has been so long since we last met. But only Lily and the others can find the rock dragon. So, after figuring out which mission letters a 3-star mid-level hunter could accept, Wenlong extended his claws to the hunting rock dragon mission letter without hesitation. Wenlong has 2 main purposes for doing this. One is to make Catherine and Haitang more familiar with new monsters. After all, they have already hunted the green monster bird and the electric dragon before, and both of them are already very experienced. The meaning of hunting again is much less. Moreover, the shortcomings shown by Catherine and Haitang when dealing with the electric dragon show that becoming more familiar with various unique monster battles will help lay a solid foundation for hunting more powerful monsters in the future. The other reason is that during the previous hunting competition in the arena, Catherine knocked down 2 strange green birds with 2 swords at the same time, which also made Catherine a celebrity in Major Boltan. So Wenlong was there is no need to rush to continue to rely on improving the hunter's level to attract others' attention. In this way, Wenlong tore off Yanlong's mission letter and then took it to find Purini. That's it. Meow. Wenlong said. Oh, what did you choose? Let me see. It's actually a rock dragon? Well, just hunt the rock dragon. Okay, but let me remind you first. The rock dragon is difficult to find because it looks like a rock. Hunters have tried to hunt the rock dragon several times before, but they all failed in the end. No problem. I'll show up, and it will only take a few minutes to find the rock dragon. Meow. Okay, since you are so confident. With that said, just like before, Purini registered the entrustment that Wenlong had taken off, and then gave the entrustment to Wenlong again. Good luck to you, said Catherine. Well, let's wait for my good news. Meow. With that said, Wenlong took Catherine and Haitang out of Major Bolton's Hunters Guild. The target this time is the rock dragon, and the location is naturally the Kunbel wetland where Lily, Hefei, and Ellen discovered traces of the rock dragon last time. Judging from the contents of the power of attorney, more than one rock dragon has appeared in the Kunbel wetland recently. Lily and the others have killed one before, so there should be at least one more. Meow. In a Kunbire wetland, 2 rock dragons appeared in succession to cause damage. It was obviously affected by the Star Dragon. Otherwise the rock dragon would not be so active most of the time. Along the way, Wenlong thought in his heart, because they had already visited Kunbire wetland last time, and during the 3 days that Wenlong meditated, Catherine and Haitang had visited again when they were hunting daimyo shield crabs. Wenlong and his party were already familiar with the route to Kunbire wetland. Because of familiarity, after leaving the Hunters Guild, he did not go to the city gate, but walked directly towards the busy port. Chapter 252 Boarding the Charging Pig. After all, the route from Midgebolton to Cumber Wetland is different from the original route from Milad Village to Cumber Wetland. Originally, we took the overland route from Milad Village to Kunbire Wetland, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. And there was no special means of transportation. So it naturally took a lot of time. And because Midgebolton is a seaport city, this time Wenlong and his party were planning to board a sailboat at the port of Midgebolton and land directly near the Cumber wetland. The sailboat was of course faster than the land route. It is much faster. And the docking point of the sailboat near the Cumber wetland is also very close to the hunter camp. You can see the camp almost not long after getting off the boat. It is far less tortuous than the land route, but more convenient many, because it has so many advantages. Wenlong and his party went directly to the harbor of Midgebolton after leaving the Hunters Guild, preparing to take a boat there. Which ship? Meow. Unlike in the past when Catherine asked Wenlong, this time it was Wenlong who asked Catherine. The reason is very simple. When Wenlong was hiding underground and meditating to master the Elu Cat's high-speed recovery technique, Catherine and Haitang had already experienced taking a boat from Major Boltan to the Cumber wetland. In this regard, Wenlong also had to admit that Catherine and Haitang were more experienced. Now, that's it. It was recommended by Sister Lily. She said that taking this boat to the Cumber wetland is the most suitable. And the price is also cheap. Catherine pointed to a large sailboat parked in the port. This was a large gray-white sailing ship with a towering jib mast. Wenlong could tell at a glance that the captain of the ship was standing on the dock at this time, directing his sailors to bring various supplies from the dock, moved onto the deck, and then moved from the deck into the cabin. This is a large ocean-going sailing ship, and it's also a commercial cargo ship. Such a ship would be willing to take us to a place like the Cumber wetland. Naya? Wenlong asked a little strangely. Well, no problem. We were on this captain's boat last time. The captain was very enthusiastic and talkative. He often told us about some strange things in the sea. I feel like he is a very knowledgeable person. Yes, Catherine said. TCH, this is another man who gets into trouble with women. I don't believe he can be so enthusiastic when he sees a man. Wenlong thought to himself. In this way, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang came to the dock together, and saw the captain greeting Catherine and Haitang from a distance. Hey, are you two going to sea again today? Yes, Captain Measley. Please send us near the Cumber wetlands. No problem. The middle-aged man named Measley readily agreed. So how much does it cost? Meow? Wenlong asked from the side. In Wenlong's view, such a businessman should focus on economic interests. And it is impossible not to accept money. Asking about the price before taking the boat is a necessary measure to prevent being cheated midway. Money? No. No money. The eldest lady explained. Cough. 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 I mean, anyway, the landing point of Cumber wetland is also on our commercial route. And it won't be troublesome to send you there by the way. So there is no need for money. Ha ha, Captain Measley said quickly. Although something felt wrong, Wenlong also felt that the other party seemed to be hiding something. But Wenlong still did not expose the other party. It doesn't look like this man has any malicious intentions. Forget it. Let's not think about him for the time being. Let's rush to the Cumber wetland as soon as possible to complete this hunting mission. Meow. Wenlong thought in his heart. Since the other party said it was free, Wenlong was not polite and swaggered onto the boat with Catherine and Haitang. Soon all the supplies were ready, and all the goods transported from the Midgebolton pier were neatly stacked in the cargo hold below the deck. The pedals connecting the deck and the wharf were also removed, which meant that the ship is about to set sail. Sure enough, Captain Measley soon issued the order. Weigh anchor. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the sound of iron locks hitting each other. The anchor of the charging pig was lifted out of the water. Raise the sail. The triangular sail that had been lowered was raised, and the charging pig gained forward momentum from the wind of nature, began to accelerate slowly, and finally left the harbor of Major Boltan and headed forward. Blue sky, white clouds, warm sunshine and refreshing sea breeze made Wenlong feel quite comfortable while riding the charged pig. Mr. Cat, it's really comfortable to sail on the sea with the sea breeze. Catherine standing on the deck also sighed in the same way. Well, it's quite comfortable. Meow. At this time, Wenlong was lazily sleeping on the deck while enjoying the sunbath. The sea can sometimes become very scary. At this time, Haitang said with a serious expression, Is the sea scary? Catherine, who had only seen the sea since coming to Midgebolton, asked strangely. Yes. Haitang nodded, then seemed to remember something, and her face became ugly. I went to sea with my father before, and encountered a storm, and the boat almost capsized. There is such a thing. The sea actually has such a side. I can't imagine it at all. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in front of her, Catherine sighed in surprise. Of course, the sea has a very scary side. Wenlong also said to Catherine at this time, "Hey, Mr. Cat, have you seen it too?" Of course. The angry sea is very scary, especially when the storm comes. If you compare it with monsters, it is equivalent to the terrifying level of the ancient dragon species. After all, when people describe the ancient dragon species, they often use the word can cause to describe a huge natural disaster. Meow. I see. Although Catherine has never seen what the ancient dragon species looks like, nor has she experienced the natural disasters caused by the ancient dragon species. As a hunter, she will naturally regard the ancient dragon species as the ultimate among monsters. Strong. And anything that can be compared with the ancient dragon species is naturally the most extraordinary top existence among its kind. Don't worry, everyone. At this moment, Captain Misley came over. This route is very safe. As a perennial trade route, there will be basically no big storms or reefs. So please rest assured, Misley, will deliver you to your destination safely. Chapter 253 Searching for the Rock Dragon. Captain Measley, how come you have time to come on deck? Catherine asked. Anyway, the ship has set sail. I don't have anything else to do now, and there is no need to continue sitting in the captain's cabin. Naturally, I came to the deck to see how I was doing. Do you feel okay? You are not as seasick as last time? Misley asked Catherine with concern. No more. This time is much better than last time, Catherine said, a little embarrassed. Woman, did you get seasick the last time you took a boat? Meow? Wenlong also asked with concern after hearing the conversation between Catherine and Misley. Well, Catherine nodded. Last time the ship just set sail, and I got seasick. Then I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. And I also felt dizzy. As a result, I kept lying in the cabin until I arrived at the destination. But this time, it's completely fine. So Mr. Cat doesn't have to worry about me. Huh? I'm not worried about you. I'm just asking casually. If you get seasick again, don't worry about it affecting your future hunting, Wenlong said. Although he said this, Wenlong was still a little surprised at Catherine's adaptability. This woman's physical adaptability is really strong. Although she often has some symptoms of discomfort when she encounters some new environments, she can being able to adapt again in a short period of time is a kind of talent, I have to say. In this way, the charging pig sailed smoothly after leaving the Midbolton harbor, and by the afternoon, it had arrived at a beach near the Kunbo wetland. This is it. If the boat comes any closer, it will run aground. You can get down here and wade through the water to reach the beach. Thanks, Captain Measley. Thank you, middle-aged man. Catherine, Haitang, and Wenlong all expressed their gratitude to Captain Measley. You're welcome. Without you hunters, we businessmen would often face threats from various monsters, and often we wouldn't even be able to do business. So we should also thank you. It's my honor to be able to help you. Also remember, tomorrow, here, at this time, we will come here again. If we miss tomorrow, we will have to wait for the next time the charging pig sets sail. I don't think you want to be in the Kunbo wetland where there is poisonous fog everywhere. Did you stay there too long? Yes, we remember it. Catherine nodded and confirmed. Well, I wish you good luck. After speaking, Captain Millis placed a long wooden board on the side of the ship, and the other end of the board was placed on the shoal, so that Wenlong and his party could walk along the board to the shallow water, and then wade through the water for a short distance. Just can reach the beach. When Wenlong and his party walked onto the beach and turned back, the charging pig had already set sail again and was heading towards one of his goals. Only Captain Measley was still standing on the deck, silently looking at Wenlong and his party, as if paying attention. It seems that this camp was originally located to facilitate the hunters of Midbolton. It arrived not long after getting off the boat. As expected, hunters in small places do not have human rights. Many hunter guilds give priority to big cities for their facilities. Hunter Meow. After Wenlong got off the charging pig, he could already see the hunter camp ahead. This made Wenlong lament the convenience of various facilities for hunters. So it didn't take long for Wenlong and his party to arrive at the hunter camp. Here, Wenlong and his party saw a familiar scene again. A campfire, a simple bed for the hunter, and a blue supply box for supplies. All this is so familiar. reminding me of the time I spent resting here before. At that time, Wenlong, Catherine, Haitang, Lily, Hefei, and Ellen held a sumptuous hunter's dinner here, and also enjoyed a feast of delicious daimyo shield crab roe. The previous situation is still vivid in my mind, which makes people feel nostalgic. But this time, only Wenlong and his party were in the camp, and no one else came. Mr. Cat, what are you going to eat tonight? Catherine asked. Forget it. Let's eat barbecue. Just keep it simple. In addition, women and little girls, after you finish eating, practice the basic moves for 2 hours, and then have a good rest. After all, you will be here tomorrow. Looking for the whereabouts of the rock dragon in the complex terrain of the Kunbire wetland is impossible without a good rest. Yeah. Got it, Catherine replied. So according to Wenlong's instructions, the dinner afterwards was relatively simple. Just ordinary barbecue. After dinner, the three of them practiced seriously for another 3 hours. Then laid down on the simple bed used by hunters early and slept until dawn. Okay. Wake up! Meow! Early in the morning, Wenlong was the first to get up. He got up early and shouted loudly. Mr. Cat, is it already morning? Catherine asked the leader. Well, hurry up and get ready. We are about to set off. The rock dragon is not an ordinary dragon. If you don't identify it carefully, you won't be able to find it. Meow! Okay. After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine and Haitang hurriedly got ready, and then set off with Wenlong. As before, this Kunbire wetland is full of poisonous swamps and poisonous fog. However, with previous experience, every time Wenlong and his party passed through poisonous marshes and poisonous fog, it was Catherine who picked up Wenlong and Haitang, which can reduce the possibility of Wenlong and Haitang breathing toxic gases. After all, even though Wenlong and his party were already very familiar with the ecological conditions of the Kunbire wetland, even so, until noon, Wenlong and his party still saw no sign of the rock dragon. Wenlong was quite familiar with what the rock dragon looked like. Like the electric dragon, this rock dragon was a type of powerful flying dragon. Its whole body was covered with rocks, making it appear extremely bulky. But even so, the rock dragon can actually fly. But its flying ability is much weaker than that of other flying dragons. And most of the time the rock dragon lurks underground, and its body looks like a huge rock, which makes it difficult for people to find it. But for Wenlong, who is familiar with all monsters, these are not problems. The biggest feature of the rock dragon when it is hiding is the hump-like rock protrusion on its back. And most of the rock dragons are lurking underground. At this time, the protrusions on the back will be exposed to the ground because they are higher. At this time, as long as you can identify the pattern of the protrusions, you can tell what a rock dragon is. Meow! Chapter 254 Temporary Earplugs. Fortunately for Wenlong, there is no terrain with a lot of rocks in the Kunbire wetland, which made the search for Wenlong and his party a little easier. After all, if the rock dragon is mixed with a large number of rocks, it will become more difficult to identify it. In this way, Wenlong and his party slowly searched the Kunbire wetland bit by bit. During this period, they saw rocks that were suspected to be rock dragons several times. However, when they took a closer look, they found that they were not rock dragons, but just ordinary rocks. Just a pile. Mr. Cat, why haven't we found the rock dragon yet? It was close to noon, and Catherine was a little impatient. Be patient. You can't accomplish great things if you don't have patience, Wenlong said. Besides, this Kunbire wetland is so big. How far did we go? Meow? Well, although Catherine didn't say anything more, Wenlong could still see that Catherine was a little absent-minded. Oh, I knew it. Meow. Wenlong sighed, and then said, Now! Take it and eat it. Meow. Wenlong took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and threw it to Catherine. How does Mr. Cat know what I'm going to say? TCH, I still can't guess what you were thinking in your head. Isn't it just that it's almost noon? So you want to eat? Meow? Catherine smiled sheepishly, and then stuffed the dried meat into her mouth. These jerky meats are specially cut into pieces by Wenlong and then marinated in honey. They also have a unique taste. Compared with the food carried in the hunter's camp, the taste is naturally more than one level better. Mr. Cat, is it that one? At this moment, Haitang on the side said suddenly. Wenlong turned his head and looked in the direction Haitang pointed. What he saw was a gray rock standing abruptly in a piece of soft and moist soil. Yeah, that's right. Meow. Wenlong judged this. After all, in the middle of the soft soil, such an abrupt rock suddenly appeared, which did seem a bit unnatural. In addition, the shape of the rock was very similar to the back shape of the rock dragon described by Wenlong before. So Wenlong, it can be said that the possibility of it being a rock dragon this time is almost 9 out of 10. After getting Wenlong's confirmation that it should be a rock dragon, Catherine and Haitang both put themselves in a ready posture, and Haitang had even put the arrow on the bowstring. Wait a minute, little girl. Meow. Wenlong stopped Haitang's behavior. What's wrong? Mr. Cat? Did Haitang do something wrong? Haitang asked, feeling a little strange. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that we still have things to do before that, Wenlong said, with the precedent of losing hearing due to the dragon roar of the electric dragon when hunting the electric dragon. Wenlong naturally had to be much more cautious this time. Before you act, you put this on first and try it to see the effect. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong took out a few small ones from his pocket, only half the size of a fingernail, which looked a bit like cork stoppers. Thing. What is this? Catherine and Haitang asked almost at the same time. These are earplugs. Although they cannot completely eliminate the effect of the dragon's roar, at least when there is an emergency and you have no time to cover your ears, your eardrums will not be shattered by the dragon's roar. Meow. I see. So Catherine and Haitang each took a pair and tried to put them on themselves. The so-called earplugs are actually plugs made by Wenlong from the elastic rubber skin of the poisonous monster bird. The processing process was nothing more than temporary cutting by Wenlong with his own 2 knives. Because the poisonous bird's skin is very elastic, so are the earplugs made, which will adapt to the size of different people's ear holes, while blocking the user's ear canal as much as possible. Note: if you want to insert the earplug into the ear hole, first pinch the earplug slightly with your hands, so that the earplug will become slightly smaller due to its elasticity, and it will be more convenient to insert it in. Meow. When using earplugs, Wenlong explained to Catherine and Haitang. Then after stuffing them in, release your hands, so that the earplugs will expand slightly in the ear holes, and the ear holes can be blocked. Meow. I got it. Following Wenlong's demonstration, both Catherine and Haitang successfully inserted the earplugs into their ear holes. After inserting the earplugs in, the 3 of them could clearly feel that the earplugs had begun to work, because even listening to each other's words at close range became a bit difficult. But even so, Wenlong still felt that the effect was not good enough. Don't worry, everyone. If you add this to this, it will be even better. Meow. Mr. Cat. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly, Catherine asked loudly. Regarding Catherine and Haitang's questions, Wenlong didn't bother to explain. Instead, he took out a bottle from his pocket, opened the lid, dug out a golden sticky object inside with his paws, and then took out another bottle. This sticky substance stuck to his ear hole. The viscous liquid that Wenlong took out was actually honey. He had already blocked his ears with earplugs, but Wenlong felt that it was still not enough. So he filled the gap between the earplugs and the ear holes with honey, so that the sealing performance of the earplugs would be reduced. One step further. After Wenlong did this, he handed the bottle to Catherine, and then motioned to Catherine and Haitang to do the same. Although there was no verbal communication, Catherine and Haitang immediately understood what Wenlong meant and followed Wenlong's instructions. This is just a temporary method. You need to take it out after hunting the rock dragon, and then clean your ears. Regardless of whether Catherine and Haitang could hear it, Wenlong explained. Soon, Wenlong and his party had completed preparations to deal with the dragon roar. However, just when Wenlong was about to attack Yanlong, he found something strange around Yanlong. What Wenlong saw was a man with a red airplane head, wearing loose trousers, and carrying a mining shovel on his back, walking swaggering towards the abrupt rock in the mud. Who is this person? He doesn't look like a hunter. Why did he come to this Kunbire wetland? Meow? At first, Wenlong thought this in his heart. But soon, Wenlong found the memory of this person in his mind. Wenlong remembered that he had seen this person before when he was making equipment in Master Luo's forging house. I remember that he should be Master Luo's apprentice and also a forger of hunter equipment. It's just that Wenlong has always only handed over equipment to the most powerful blacksmiths, so he hasn't paid much attention to the apprentice next to Master Luo. Chapter 255 Battle Against the Rock Dragon 1. No way! Does this guy want it? Wenlong immediately realized that something was wrong. Then things developed exactly as Wenlong thought. The man with the red airplane head walked to the edge of the stone, and then waved the shovel in his hand. If you want to create excellent hunter equipment, it is not enough to have a variety of monster materials. Some rare ores are also very important. God, give me a high-quality phoenix stone. I must create one that will appeal to all the equipment that everyone is impressed by comes out. The man with the red airplane head muttered to himself as he knocked the shovel in his hand against the huge rock. This idiot is going to wake up the rock dragon. Meow! In order not to alarm Yanlong before, Wenlong and others were making preparations in a safe distance away from them. They were ready to attack Yanlong after all preparations were completed. However, now they were attacked by the man with the red airplane head. Completely disrupted the plan. As a last resort, Wenlong could only shout loudly, "Do it!" because they were wearing earplugs. Catherine and Haitang did not hear clearly what Wenlong was saying. But when they saw that Wenlong had rushed out first, Catherine and Haitang also understood Wenlong's intention and immediately followed him. Go out. This is the tacit understanding between partners who have experienced life and death hunting. Even if there are no words. As long as there is an action or even a look, the other party can understand. Bang! At this time, the shovel in the hand of the man with the red airplane head had already hit the rock. Then a burst of sparks flew. But no ore fell. Why? Isn't this strength enough? Not a single piece of ore has been dug out. So I'll try again. Just when the man with the red airplane head was about to use the shovel against the rock, suddenly, there was a shaking around him, and he became a little unsteady on his feet. Is this an earthquake? The man with the red airplane head was a little panicked. At this moment, the rock standing on the ground suddenly moved. At the same time, under the red-haired man's feet, the ground began to crack, and a huge body was pulled out of the soil. Rise from the ground. What emerged from the soil was the rock dragon that Wenlong and others had been looking for. This rock dragon was more than 10 meters long. Although it was not long among flying dragons, it was still longer than the average bird dragon. The body shape of this species is much larger, and the whole body is covered with hard rock, looking like a warrior wearing heavy armor. But at this moment, because the ground suddenly cracked and the rock dragon's more than 10-meter-long body suddenly emerged from the ground, the man fell to the ground as soon as he lost his balance. Oh my God! What the HL is this? The red-haired man with the airplane haircut exclaimed loudly. Help! The rock dragon, which was awakened and rushed out of the ground, stared at the man who fell on the ground with cold eyes. It was obvious that the rock dragon was full of disgust for this human who disturbed his rest. So Yanlong raised his body high, and Wenlong knew that he was preparing to crush the red-haired man. The whole body of the rock dragon is covered with rocks, and the torso of the body is wider and thicker than that of ordinary flying dragons. This means that among the flying dragons of similar length, the rock dragon can be said to be the heaviest, reaching more than 30 tons. What would happen if an object of more than 30 tons crushed a person's body? Even Wenlong could imagine this with his knees. If you don't do it, this idiot will be crushed into a meat pie. Meow! Although the situation was already very critical, even Wenlong, who was rushing at the front, was still 30 meters away. As for Catherine and Haitang, who were slightly slower, they were further away. In desperation, Wenlong he could only take out a shining jade from his pocket. Close your eyes! Meow! Wenlong threw the flash jade out. In an instant, a shining jade was accurately thrown in front of Yanlong's eyes, and then a dazzling light burst out. Because of Wenlong's reminder, the red-haired man closed his eyes in advance, so he was not greatly affected when the flash jade exploded. The Yanlong obviously did not realize that such a situation would suddenly happen, and his reaction, the result of not being in time, is that you are robbed and your eyes are blinded. Taking this opportunity, the man with the red airplane head immediately stood up and ran away as fast as he could. Humph! You're finally smart enough to run away quickly, Wenlong also thought in his mind as he looked at the man's fleeing back. At this time, the rock dragon, whose eyes were blinded, began to roar loudly. Ouch! As a type of flying dragon, the rock dragon's dragon roar is no weaker than that of the electric dragon. But the temporary earplugs made by Wenlong still seem to play a part. Although the huge dragon roar sound can still be transmitted through the earplugs, when it enters the ear, Wenlong feels the harshness is unbearable. But it will not directly burst the eardrum, holding back the discomfort caused by the dragon's roar. Wenlong took advantage of his speed and quickly rushed to Yanlong's side. At this time, the rock dragon was still flicking its tail, trying to drive away any approaching enemies. However, it was obvious that this kind of attack without a clear target due to the loss of vision was simply impossible to gain an advantage in speed. Wenlong, I saw Wenlong lowering his body slightly, and immediately passed under the tail of the rock dragon, and then rushed directly under the belly of the rock dragon. This is it! Meow! At the same time, Wenlong pulled out the two swords in his hands and slashed towards Yanlong's abdomen. Wenlong knew that the abdomen was a relatively fragile part of the rock dragon's body, because the rock dragon's whole body is covered with thick rock armor, and these rock armors were gradually formed during the rock dragon's long life. Its hardness is far beyond comparison with ordinary rocks, so most parts of the rock dragon's body it is difficult to be cut by the blade. If you attack the harder parts of the rock dragon's body without knowing it, the result will be that the blade will be bounced back, causing you to expose your flaws and suffer a counterattack from the rock dragon. So when Wenlong took action, he directly targeted Yanlong's weakest position. Yanlong, whose vision had not yet recovered at this time, did not even think that Wenlong had already skillfully rushed to the bottom of his abdomen, until Wenlong activated the ghost mode under his abdomen. After swallowing the forcible medicine, Wenlong started to transform into a ghost. And then Wenlong danced wildly on the abdomen of the rock dragon. Chapter 256 Battle against the Rock Dragon 2. Ah! Wenlong's double swords danced rapidly. At first, there was a lag when cutting the rock armor on the belly of the rock dragon. It can be seen that even the double swords made of the daimyo shield crab material cannot easily cut the rock armor open. But the double swords are weapons that can get faster the more they attack continuously. As Wenlong's hands dance faster and faster, the double swords continue to collide with the rocks, and more gravel is chopped. Come splash. As the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and the rock armor on the belly of the rock dragon is the weakest. So after being continuously attacked by Wenlong's demonic form, the rock armor on the belly of the rock dragon also began to show cracks. It's still a little bit close. It will break through the armor in just a few moments. Meow! Seeing that the rock armor on the belly of the rock dragon was about to shatter. But at this moment, Wenlong smelled a strong smell of sulfur in the air. No! Meow! The alert Wenlong immediately realized that something was wrong. As an experienced old hunter, Wenlong knows very well the truth of stopping when it is time to stop. To use the terminology among hunters, it is to remember to be greedy with the knife. If you covet a few attacks but are unwilling to dodge because your armor is about to be broken, then it is very likely that you will end up losing a lot of money instead of stealing the chicken, and will instead put yourself in trouble. I'm hiding. Meow! Quickly dodging and rolling, Wenlong quickly evacuated from Yanlong's side, and then saw a circle of fiery red dust appearing near Yanlong's body. These dusts are powders containing combustible substances such as sulfur and saltpeter. They are brought by rock dragons from their original habitat volcanic areas. They are usually hidden in the gaps in the rock formations on their bodies. Once released and exposed to oxygen, there will be an explosion. Sure enough, with a loud bang, the dust immediately burned, and a large amount of fire broke out with the rock dragon's body as the center. Fortunately, I hid quickly, otherwise my hair would have been burned off. Meow! Wenlong, who had escaped the disaster, secretly rejoiced. Just when Wenlong escaped from the scorching dust, Catherine and Haitang also rushed over. Among them, Haitang even drew the bow to charge up. After 3 stages of charging, he shot several arrows at the same time. 3 stages of charging. Continuous shooting. Clang, clang, clang. All these arrows are aimed at the head of the rock dragon. But because the head of the rock dragon is also protected by thick rock armor, the arrows shot by Haitang will be bounced away without exception. But even so, the arrows shot by Haitang still caused considerable damage to Yanlong. This is because according to the rules set by Wenlong before, if there is no special reason, the new materials obtained will be left to the least equipped member of the team to build equipment. So the materials of the electric dragon obtained during the last hunting will be left to give it to Haitang, who was still using King of Sharon's hunting bow. Later, while Wenlong was meditating underground, Haitang used these materials to create the hunting bow he is now. Lei Jaimin Fan. As its name suggests, this newly built hunting bow uses the electrical bag obtained from the electric dragon, so it has thunder attribute damage. In this case, even if the arrow itself does not directly penetrate the dragon's outer rock carapace, the power of thunder and lightning can still penetrate deep into the rock dragon's body, causing further damage to the rock dragon. Ouch! 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 Because of the damage caused by the lightning strike, the rock dragon roared in pain. However, the attack here was not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Catherine followed up. The big sword in Catherine's hand was raised and she slashed directly at the thick body of the rock dragon. Bang! What is surprising is that even with Catherine's outstanding strength, the sword in her hand was still bounced away when she hit the rock dragon. You must know that if it were an ordinary rock, it would have been split in half by Catherine's sword long ago. Such a situation would never happen. It can be seen that the rock armor on the rock dragon is not an ordinary rock armor, but a denser and harder material formed by the condensation of the magma in the volcanic area and the skin of the rock dragon itself over the long years. It is difficult for ordinary weapons to damage it. At this time, due to the flick of the knife, Catherine's tiger's mouth was shocked for a while, and then she staggered back 2 steps. But even so, the big sword in Catherine's hand still cut off a piece of the rock on the rock dragon's body, which shows the power of Catherine's blow just now. It seems that ordinary vertical slashes will not work. If you use a charged slash, you may be able to cut through this rock formation, Catherine thought. Even though the rock armor on the rock dragon can provide good defense against slashing weapons, Catherine doesn't care. Catherine believes that as long as the power is strong enough, there is no defense that the sword cannot break. So this time, Catherine ignored the pain in her palms, repositioned herself, and began to accumulate strength. On the other hand, Wenlong, who had dodged aside to avoid the burning dust, quickly turned around and came back again. The target was still Yanlong's already somewhat damaged abdomen. In addition, Haitang also drew the bowstring again and started accumulating strength. The rock dragon at this time can be said to be attacked from 3 sides, but it was obvious that Yanlong would not give Wenlong and his party such an opportunity, because the effect of the flashing jade had faded, and Yanlong could clearly observe the situation on the entire battlefield. So after being attacked by Wenlong, Haitang, and Catherine in succession, Yanlong also realized that if he didn't take evasive measures, the situation would become even more unfavorable to him. I saw that the rock dragon did not attack again, but its body sank, and its claws began to dig downwards. Soon the rock dragon's huge body sank into the ground. Originally, it was difficult for the rock dragon's huge body to sink under the soil layer at such a fast speed. But because the rock dragon just drilled out of the soil, the pit when it drilled out was still in place. It became much easier for the rock dragon to burrow into the soil again. Actually ran away? Catherine was a little discouraged. Not yet. Be careful. This guy is just preparing to change his position before attacking. Meow! Wenlong warned loudly. Because of the earplugs used, Wenlong's warning to Catherine and Haitang could not be heard clearly, but it could still be seen from Wenlong's serious expression that this matter was not over yet. Is it a new attack method? But what kind of attack will it be? Regarding this, although Catherine and Haitang didn't know what kind of attack the rock dragon would launch, they were sure that it was good to continue to be vigilant. The surrounding area suddenly became quiet, as everyone was carefully sensing the surrounding situation, especially the vibrations coming from under their feet. Chapter 257 Battle Against the Rock Dragon 3. Sure enough, soon, Catherine felt a sudden vibration under her feet. Danger! Because she had already had several experiences fighting monsters with the ability to evade the ground, Catherine reacted immediately. No matter what the situation was, she first avoided it. So she rolled to the side, and then saw where she was standing. At the place where it landed, the earth shattered, and the huge rock dragon actually emerged from the soil again. However, the rock dragon that emerged from the soil did not completely leave the ground with its entire body. Instead, exactly half of its body was exposed above the ground. At the same time, it raised its upper body high in this posture, and a shining fire began to flash from its mouth. Be careful. Get down quickly. Meow! Wenlong warned again. At this time, Catherine and Haitang also realized what the rock dragon was going to do. This is because before the hunt, Wenlong had explained some of the moves commonly used by rock dragon to Catherine and Haitang, especially some of the powerful moves. Wenlong explained them carefully. So although it was their first time to hunt rock dragons, Catherine and Haitang still had a general understanding of rock dragons. For example, now, when fire begins to appear in the mouth of the rock dragon, it means that the rock dragon is about to use its ultimate move, Hotline Shot. Before that, Wenlong had warned Catherine and Haitang that once Yanlong uses this move, they must avoid it immediately. Catherine's reaction was to block the big sword in front of her, preparing to resist the rock dragon's attack. Haitang, who had nothing to resist, quickly jumped to the ground, almost at the same time that Catherine and Haitang reacted. The rock dragon with half of its body exposed above the ground was like a huge turret that sprayed out scorching rays. while spitting out extremely high-temperature scorching liquid from its mouth. Its whole body also made a rotating at a large angle. The scorching rays swept across as the rock dragon rotated its body, instantly covering a large area in front of the rock dragon. At this time, Catherine and Haitang truly experienced the power of hotline shooting. At first, just listening to Wenlong's description, Catherine thought it was similar to the fireballs fired by the big strange bird and the blue strange bird before. However, after actually seeing it, she realized that the power of these two skills was not the same at all. Even the green strange bird spits out fireballs one after another. Not only is the speed slow, but the range is not very far. But the rock dragon spits out scorching hot lava at extremely high speeds. And the lava is ejected in the form of a straight jet, and seems to have no tendency to fall under the influence of gravity, causing it to look like a pillar of scorching fire, sweeping across at an extremely high speed. This shows how big the power gap is between the flying dragon species and the bird dragon species. After all, it is impossible for the bird dragon species to eject a large amount of magma in a straight line with the power of the bird dragon species. Because Haitang fell to the ground in time after seeing Yanlong's movements. The fire pillar grazed Haitang's back. Although it did not hit Haitang directly, the scorching air waves set off by the fire pillar still made Haitang feel. I felt the power of this pillar of fire. Haitang was even sure that if he wasn't wearing armor made of electric dragon material, even if he wasn't hit by the hot magma jet, he would definitely be burned. In contrast, Catherine's situation was even worse. Although Catherine blocked the jet of the rock dragon with the sword in her hand, the hot magma still splashed out, and part of it splashed onto Catherine's hand, causing some burns. So hot! Catherine couldn't help but say. Although Catherine's hands felt very hot, Catherine still did not dare to let go. After all, if she let go, a large amount of hot magma would be sprayed directly on her body, and then her hands would not only be burned. In this way, Catherine resisted the attack of the rock dragon. It was not until the scorching pillar of fire passed by her that Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. Among the three, only Wenlong himself yelled to lie down. But he did not adopt a defensive or evasive posture. Instead, he approached Yanlong first and stayed at Yanlong's feet. Only Wenlong, who is very familiar with the rock dragon, knows that this is the blind spot for the rock dragons, hotline shooting. In addition, Wenlong's stature is much smaller than that of humans, so Wenlong can hide without even lying down. Survive the hotline fire attack. Oh meow! There are advantages to being short. Wenlong knew that although the rock dragon looked extremely powerful, since it was ranked on the same level as the blue strange bird, there was naturally a certain reason. The reason is that the movement of the rock dragon is relatively slow. Although it is more powerful, and the scorching rays it ejects are far more powerful than the fireballs spit out by the green strange bird, it is far less flexible than the green strange bird, especially when facing opponents who are known for their speed. At that time, it seemed a little weak, and Wenlong is obviously known for his speed. Not only that, Wenlong also has extremely rich experience. So Wenlong took advantage of Yanlong to launch hotline fire to attack Catherine and Haitang, and quickly approached Yanlong's abdomen, and then slashed hard at the crack left before. The blades of the double swords were embedded in the cracks, and this time the rock armor, which was already cracked, finally collapsed. Kakaka! The broken rock layer peeled off from the rock dragon's abdomen, and then Wenlong saw pieces of flesh exposed inside with blood oozing out. At this point, Yanlong's weakness has been completely exposed in front of Wenlong's eyes. Ouch! The rock dragon roared again. And this time, it was undoubtedly because the rock dragon felt severe pain. I don't know how long it has been, but Yanlong hasn't felt the feeling of his proud rock armor being shattered. But now a little Elu Cat has completely shattered the armor on his chest. Not only that, the Elu Cat sharp blade also penetrated into the rock dragon's body, and blood spurted out. The rock dragon, which had always relied on the protection of its full body armor, had not experienced such pain for a long time. Finally, it no longer only had half of its body exposed above the ground, but its entire body emerged from the ground, and then used its body to hit Wenlong. Dragon! Of course Wenlong had been prepared for this. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately jumped away easily, leaving Yanlong with no way to hurt himself. And not only that, even when Wenlong was dodging, the double swords in Wenlong's hands did not stop. At the moment when he jumped back, with the help of his body's turning force, he still did not forget to swing his double swords, leaving more traces on Yanlong's body. So many wounds. This is the essence of the double sword. It can advance and retreat freely, and is flexible and changeable. At this moment, Wenlong has been able to display it to its full potential, making it impossible for the slow rock dragon to catch Wenlong's traces. Chapter 258 Battle against the Rock Dragon 4. Yenlong never thought that he would be beaten so badly by an Elu cat. The rock dragon wanted to escape, but it would take a certain amount of time for that bulky body to sneak back into the ground and escape. What's more, at this time, Catherine ignored the burns on her hands and rushed over with a big sword in her hand. Before this, the rock dragon had suffered a vertical slash from Catherine. Although the vertical slash did not completely break through the rock armor on the rock dragon's back, it also cut off a piece of the heavy armor. This means that with just a few more attacks, even the rock armor on the rock dragon will be completely destroyed by Catherine. This undoubtedly made the rock dragon worry about the sword in Catherine's hand, and did not dare to dig into the soil unscrupulously. Therefore, Yenlong chose another way to escape. Ouch! Suddenly the rock dragon roared, then kicked its legs hard, and the whole body jumped up. Then the rock dragon began to flap its wings vigorously. Although it seemed a little strange, the heavy body actually flew up. Want to run? Meow. Seeing that Yenlong was already flying, Wenlong also calmly put his two swords into the scabbards on his back, because Wenlong knew that this hunting was over. In Wenlong's view, he no longer needed to take action personally. All Wenlong had to do was to put the two swords into their scabbards, and then quickly move away, so that he could see a good show. The fact was exactly what Wenlong thought. Although the rock dragon flapped its wings and flew up, and escaped the attacks of Wenlong and Catherine, it became a living target in Haitang's eyes. I saw Haitang unhurriedly pulling out the bowstring, and then began to accumulate power. Whoosh! Another 3-stage charge. Continuous fire. 5 arrows were shot out together, and the target was the rock dragon's armor-pierced abdomen, because it was slashed by Wenlong before. The rock armor on the abdomen of the rock dragon was already in pieces at this time, and the bright red muscles were completely exposed. If the abdomen of the rock dragon was not easy to be attacked when it was on the ground before, then now the abdomen of the rock dragon is completely exposed. And more importantly, there is no protection here. The rock dragon that lost its protection was equivalent to losing its most reliable advantage. In this case, Haitang's arrow that had been charged in 3 stages easily pierced the belly of the rock dragon. Ouch! The pain of being pierced by 5 arrows in the abdomen at the same time was naturally extremely unbearable. But even so, the rock dragon relied on its own perseverance to endure it, and barely maintained its flying posture. However, this only happened for a moment, because the next moment, the power of thunder and lightning contained in the arrow exploded in the body of the rock dragon, instantly causing greater damage than before. In fact, before flying, Yenlong also considered the possibility of being attacked from the ground. But he did not expect that the damage caused by lightning would be so powerful. After all, Haitang's arrows had not pierced Yenlong's rock armor before, and even the damage caused by lightning was very limited. Therefore, Yenlong underestimated the power of Haitang's arrows. But now Haitang's arrow directly penetrated into the rock dragon's muscles, and exploded with the power of thunder and lightning. The strong current burst out instantly caused the rock dragon's muscles to be temporarily paralyzed, which made it possible for the rock dragon to fly away. The rock dragon suddenly lost its balance, and finally fell from midair. Boom! The gravel splashed, and the floating soil flew. Wenlong felt that the whole earth was shaking. TSK! 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 Luckily I ran fast. Meow! Otherwise, I would have been crushed into a meat pie by this guy. A rock dragon weighs more than 30 tons. And the power of falling from midair is naturally extremely terrifying. But looking at the big hole that was made on the ground, Wenlong also shrugged his shoulders. It was precisely because Wenlong had foreseen this scene that he chose to stay away as much as possible when Yenlong just took off. So for Wenlong, the development of things was completely within his expectation, including Catherine's reaction next. At this time, the rock dragon fell from midair, and its entire body lost its balance and fell to the ground. At this time, it was not easy for the rock dragon to struggle to stand up. And just when the rock dragon was struggling to stand up again, Catherine also happened to rush over. Facing the rock dragon that was still struggling painfully, Catherine did not hesitate to assume a posture of accumulating strength. For Catherine, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Normally, few monsters can allow themselves to carry out powerful charged attacks. But now Catherine doesn't have to care about this at all, because there is no way for the rock dragon to escape at this time. Gather up your strength for a while. Second stage of accumulation. Cut! At this time, Yanlong just turned over and stood up. And Catherine's sword had already fallen. The rock dragon, which had no time to dodge, could only use its hardest and thickest back to resist Catherine's attack, trying to deflect Catherine's sword away like before. If it is another weapon, or even a big sword, if it is used by someone else, then the direction should be artificially adjusted at this time, bypassing the hardest part of the rock dragon, and choosing a part with weaker defense. Come to attack. However, Catherine did not do this. Instead of choosing the weak point of the rock dragon, she slashed directly at the hardest part of the rock dragon's body. It's not that Catherine doesn't know where the rock dragon's weaknesses are. In fact, Wenlong also introduced the weaknesses of the rock dragon to Catherine. But it's just meaningless to Catherine what the weaknesses are, because Catherine believed that no matter how hard the rock dragon's rock armor was, it could not withstand her own blow. Kakaka! When Catherine's sword struck the rock dragon's rock armor, there was no sharp sound after the collision of a hard object. Only the sound of the sword cutting through the rock dragon's rock armor like a bamboo. A deep crack opened from the back of the rock dragon, and the sword continued to cut deeply into the more fragile muscles and bones without stopping at all. It still continued downward, cutting away all obstacles it came into contact with. Cut them all off. Ouch! In the end, half of the rock dragon's body was cut open. Blood spattered, and the rock dragon, which had just turned over with great difficulty, fell down again because of this powerful slash. This time, Yanlong could no longer stand up, because half of the rock dragon's body had been cut open. Blood flowed out like a river, and the rock dragon's internal organs could even be seen from the huge incision. So after a few twitches, the rock dragon finally became motionless. Chapter 259 to become a master-level man. Well done! You guys are so awesome! Seeing Yanlong fall, the man with a red airplane head and loose trousers, who had run away in fear, ran back again and praised Wenlong and others loudly. At this time, the hunting was over, and Wenlong also took out the temporary earplugs from his ears. Don't do such stupid things in the future, and treat the back of the rock dragon as or to mine. If we hadn't happened to be here, you would have been dead. Meow! Wenlong also gave a stern warning to the man with the red airplane head. You must know that this Kunbire wetland is not an ordinary place, but a dangerous place full of monsters and poisonous mist everywhere. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people are not allowed to enter at all. Even hunters. You must have a certain level to be eligible to enter here. The man with the red airplane head in front of him was obviously not an experienced hunter, which meant that he had entered the Kunbire wetland without permission. Of course, Wenlong would not have a good look at such a person, who was unruly and liked to commit suicide. Hey! Don't be so fierce. Although I am not a hunter, I am also a famous top blacksmith in Major Boltan. If it weren't for people like me who are active, you hunters wouldn't have all the brand name equipment. TCH, Wenlong cast a look of contempt at this boastful man, and then said, Aren't you the apprentice who worked for Master Luo? When did you become a famous blacksmith? Meow? I mean in the future. In the future, I am a man who wants to become a master blacksmith. So you guys don't have any objections. Right. According to Wenlong's understanding, the divine craftsman, level blacksmith this man refers to can be said to be in existence at the pinnacle of all blacksmiths, and its existence is as rare as a legendary hunter. However, no human being has entered this field since ancient times, although there are currently the largest number of human blacksmiths in the world. Historically, those who have entered this field have been the dragon tribe without exception. This is not because the dragon people are smarter than humans, but because the dragon people have longer lifespans and stronger arm strength, which allows them to wield heavier hammers to forge equipment. And they also have long enough time to learn all kinds of knowledge about blacksmithing. For example, the two outstanding blacksmiths Wenlong has met now, Granny Ruisi from Milad Village and Master Luo from Major Boltan. Although they have not reached the level of divine craftsmen, they can be regarded as the best blacksmiths in Shishio. They are the first-class blacksmiths in the red area, and these two are also dragon tribesmen. However, the man in front of him was just a human being, and Wenlong certainly disapproved of a human being saying that he wanted to become a magic craftsman, level blacksmith. Whatever. Meow. Wenlong spread his hands, saying that he was too lazy to argue about this issue, and just asked, You, a craftsman, are not forging equipment in the city, so why did you come to Kunbire wetland? Meow? It's not just to find better ores to forge my new equipment. I must let the old man see how excellent the equipment I forged is, instead of just beating him around all day long. Well, you are ambitious and worthy of admiration. Meow. Although when Long said this, his expression was more like he was perfunctory, as if he was completely uninterested and ready to leave. Wait a minute. Why did you just turn around and leave? Seeing that Wenlong didn't want to talk to him anymore, the man with the red airplane hair quickly grabbed Wenlong. What are you doing? I'm not your nanny. I've already saved you once. Do you still want me to follow you and protect you? Meow? That's not what I mean. The man with the red airplane head continued. My name is Leo, and you also know that I work for that old man Luo. But I am not willing to stay like this. I want to get ahead, and I want to surpass them. So I also need your help to protect me and help me collect some materials. Oh, your name is Leo. Okay. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong stretched out a hand. What? Leo obviously didn't understand what Wenlong meant. Money. Why should I help you if you don't have money? Remember, I saved you just now. If you don't show any sign, forget it. Do you still want me to help you collect materials for free? Meow? Wenlong? The words made Leo blush. I can't get much money out of my salary. But let's do this. If you want to build equipment in the future, how about I build it for you for free? Leo said quickly. No. I would rather spend more money and use high-quality weapons and equipment. Using inferior weapons and equipment for the sake of cheapness is not in line with my philosophy. Meow. You actually said that the weapons I forged were inferior. Leo also became angry. At this time, Catherine and Hai Tang also came over. Hey, your hairstyle is so weird. Catherine showed great interest as soon as she saw Leo's abrupt red airplane head. Yeah, as expected. This beauty has a good eye. Seeing Catherine complimenting his hairstyle, Leo's mood suddenly improved again. So he pointed to his fiery red airplane head and said, This fiery red color is. It represents my burning soul as a craftsman. And the towering nose of the plane represents my enlightenment breaking through the sky. Wow, so cool. Hey, woman, do you have any taste? This is totally a non-mainstream killer. How cool is it? Meow. Wenlong interjected. But Mr. Cat, if a person works hard for his ideals, it feels cool. Catherine added. Okay. You're right. Meow. In response, Wenlong had no choice but to nod. Even Wenlong admitted that although the man named Leo's behavior of breaking into the Kunbire wetland alone was very reckless and stupid, his desperate spirit for his ideals is still worthy of praise. How's it going? Are you willing to help me collect materials? Seeing Wenlong relenting, Leo asked quickly. That's it. Wenlong touched his beard and hesitated. Mr. Cat. At this time, Hai Tang on the side also interjected. Mr. Cat, if we don't rush back as soon as possible, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch the scheduled boat back to Midgebolton this afternoon. Well, I understand. I think we should stay. Anyway, we are not in a hurry to go back to Major Bolton now. Meow. At this moment, Wenlong changed his mind. Chapter 260 Comprehensive Improvement Plan. The main reason why Wenlong changed his mind was because it took too much time to travel to Midgebolton. Even if you can take the charging pig to and from Midgebolton once in a day, it is considered a relatively convenient mode of transportation. But if we take into account that there are only more than 2 months left for the Lixing Dragon to transform into the Disaster Star Dragon, then in Wenlong's view, even the time traveling to and from Midgebolton will be extremely precious and is not willing to be wasted. And since no trace of Xinglong has been found yet, Wenlong has already begun to prepare for the worst, that is, he will not find Xinglong in the end. And as a result, Xinglong will evolve into a more harmful Disaster Star Dragon, eventually triggering a large-scale awakening of ancient dragon species. Based on this worst possibility, Wenlong clearly knew that his current strength was still far from enough. So Wenlong planned to seize the time and improve himself and Catherine as much as possible before everything developed to the point of no return. He hied on strength. After all, when a real crisis comes, only those who are prepared can win. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Not to mention that Wenlong, who has a clear understanding of the crisis, naturally has more urgent expectations to improve his strength. Wenlong looked at Catherine and Hai Tang and found that both of them looked very calm, as if everything was expected. How about it? I ask you to stay temporarily. Don't you have any objection? After all, the comfortable big bed in the villa is much more comfortable than sleeping in the open air. Meow. Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang. Well, no. As long as you are with Mr. Cat. It doesn't matter where you are, Catherine said. Haitang is asking for more. Haitang wants to become stronger. Haitang replied, well, very good. I thought that after a period of good life in a big city like MHOL, you would be greedy for a comfortable life. Meow. Wenlong stroked his beard with satisfaction. A smile of approval appeared on his face. Then Wenlong turned to Leo and said to Leo in a serious tone, Hey, boy, can you forge equipment here? Meow. Of course. Leo patted his chest. I'm here with a hammer for forging. As for the furnace, you can also make a temporary one here. Humph. I'm afraid the materials for you to forge will be piled up like a mountain. Just don't feel tired. Why are you tired? I am a man who wants to become a master craftsman. This little thing won't trouble me. It's better to say that I can forge as many equipments as you want for you. As he said, so did Leo. He looked like he was wishing for it. Okay. Remember the previous agreement? All forging equipment is free. Meow. Seeing that the other party agreed, Wenlong mentioned what Leo said before. Of course. It's absolutely free, Leo said with a blush. According to Wenlong's idea, during this period, he was preparing to carry out long-term continuous hunting in the Kunbire wetland. On the one hand, he, Catherine and Haitang could exercise their strength. And on the other hand, they could also obtain a large amount of materials. However, the road from Kunbire wetland to MHOL is long. If there is only a small amount of materials, it is easier to transport. If there are too many materials, it will be difficult to transport. After all, there is no Old Man Hessen's caravan here to help Wenlong carry things. In addition, although the Charging Pig is also a merchant ship, Captain Mistley also has his own ocean-going business. And it is impossible to free up the cargo hold, deliver things to Wenlong. At this time, Wenlong was thinking about how to use those excess materials on the spot. So there was a way to give all the extra materials to Leo for forging. On the one hand, this can help Leo improve his forging skills and sell him a favor. On the other hand, it is also because Wenlong needs to build some other types of equipment. Because in Wenlong's view, a real hunter should be proficient in multiple weapons. If you just hold on to one weapon, you can't be considered the top hunter. After all, different weapons have different characteristics, and naturally have different advantages and disadvantages when dealing with different monsters. For example, when dealing with monsters like the electric dragon, because many of the electric dragon's moves are centered on its own body and cause damage to the surroundings. Long-range weapons are obviously more useful than melee weapons at this time. When dealing with rock dragons or crustacean daimyo shield crabs, compared to sharp tachi and double swords, blunt instruments like sledgehammers will cause more damage. It can be seen that being able to reasonably switch the weapons used when encountering different monsters will be a great advantage. In order to do this, many senior hunters have their warehouses filled with various weapons and equipment so that you can switch at any time when hunting different monsters. Of course, in addition to the effective use of different weapons when dealing with monsters, Wenlong also had other considerations. Although Catherine and Haitang are still young, it is time for them to try to adapt to other weapons, even if they cannot master multiple weapons proficiently due to time and energy constraints. They should at least be familiar with the characteristics of these weapons. Meow. 2 months from now, there will very likely be a big battle. At that time, the guild will most likely send out most of the hunters to attack the Star Dragon or the Star Dragon. If you are not familiar with other weapons, then there may be some shortcomings when the guild uses hunters with other weapons to cooperate. Meow. Wenlong understood that the reason why Catherine and Haitang could cooperate so well was mainly because he, who was familiar with the characteristics of all weapons, was in command. If he hadn't been in command, then Catherine and Haitang alone might not have known about it, how to cooperate with each other. Therefore, in order for Catherine and Haitang to cooperate better when encountering teammates who use other weapons, it is necessary for Catherine and Haitang to become familiar with several weapons. And the source of these weapons is naturally forged by Leo. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the performance of the forged weapons is not as good as that of Granny Marisi and Master Luo. The most important thing is to make Catherine and Haitang more familiar with the characteristics of various weapons. Therefore, based on the above reasons, Wenlong finally decided to let Leo follow him temporarily and give him a large amount of materials to forge different equipment. This is what Leo expected, and it can be said to be a mutually beneficial approach.